can't adjust now. You can't adjust now on the world championship fight. You gotta just hit the gas. That's the sprint. It's going to kick in and he others. Right. Yeah, but that's the question: is can you sprint for 5 rounds? Because we know DDP can. And he's John Strickland. They're ready to have heart attacks at the end of that fight. And they were ready to have heart attacks. It's probably like the most elevated heart level we've ever seen in a world championship fight. And so that's busted. And fighting with staff. And staff. It's going after the second fight. That's why he was listless. Yeah, he was on antibiotics. He's all fucked up. Yeah, it's terrible, man. That happens all the time. Meanwhile, that happened with Rob. He fucking Rob's so different on antibiotics. He's out working everybody. Like, that's crazy. That was the... Which fight was that? Yeah. Was it the Omar fight? I think it was the Omar fight, which is crazy because that was Pace that melted Omar. And he's doing it while he's his back was hurt too. It was tough. He was through the night. That is so bad. John, the other day, they think they're just going to run for Corey. Oh, I don't know. Well, some guy running through him. You got to be real careful with hubris. Yeah. Rob's joking. Rob's not thinking like that. Yeah. That's not Well, I mean, I just want to tell you, Rob could have had your leg amputated. That's where Rob he said, he was just taping up and going back to practice. Oh, no. So first of all, was someone close to Rob told me that regular people would have probably had, if they had to deal with the staph infection that he had on his leg. He was just like taping it up and going out 24. Whoever can't do that, that's not true. I've actually studied that's not true. They don't just randomly take people's legs. I hope. He said he broke his hand early in the fight. He said I broke my back in training camp. Some days I couldn't get up from the bed. I just laid down. I don't have a training camp. I don't have a computer. I don't have time to train. Some days the PI was closed. It was Christmas. It was New Year's weekends. It happened a couple of times when I was there. The security guards were sorry we can't let you go running. Yeah, Rob's different. It's also the something wrong with they're from the that's an interesting word.
Oh, no. I said something. Well, I found 17% by dude, it's you want to talk with me on this.
Fucking retards. That's a problem, right? If you don't know where to go and you wind up in a real bad camp and then they claim you forever. It's just like that one. That's what I always say. Just like a bad marriage. You guys are so good. You and Longo, without a doubt, the reality show. They go to dinner, they're talking shit. It would be a great show. I fucking love it when you guys, I really love it when you guys were, in the together. It's a fun team. Everybody's out there. Everybody wants to see a show. So cool now. My 16-year-old that's awesome. It's his story. He's such a great soul. But the two in the corner are so uniquely fun. It's so fun to watch. Like, if I was a television producer like that, because they know where he took a guy down to the Paramount Plus. Listen to this. Jerry, when Mark was having this good thing, new deal, city go, national show. Very long, Paramount Plus, going to pizza places, all types of shit. Just fights, like talking about your fight. See, it's like a built-in show. You have fighters, they train it. You talk about how he's doing. You talk about how he came to you. This and that. You two guys just talk about the world. Fucking comments out there. So many people from the search keeps saying
and so he wrote a dictionary of the language of that.
yeah, it's totally a built-in show. You know,
Still really fast. He was an educator at the time. Also, not only
You would find me at my school,
particular
my podcast, and that's every channel on YouTube.
also
I get warrior reactions from that. I watch a movie,
basic life skills.
I was talking shit watching a movie. I play my VR, which is fucking fun. And then I have people in the world. I Keith Jardine the other day. Keith Jardine.
He actually demonstrated the effect
Me and my wife went to Tribeca for the, and I saw Tate in it, but Fletcher, it must be he's such a nice guy. He's one of the guys who are a big huggable bear. And it's all about this individual league, right here, and directed by Keith Jordan. And it's basically a series of it's really good. It was, listen, I wouldn't even bring it up. It was a fun movie. You get it on Amazon. It's on Amazon Prime. And I'm proud of it. They were sweet on that guy. Jordan's awesome. He was in a great movie called Shot Call. Shot Call. Jamie
personality-wise, they probably have a lot in common, but in various so on. Now, I like to
the guy gets killed in the back seat, goes to jail, kind of like,
message up there.
you know, what call it? The next thing you know, he's got a fucking show, he's not a bitch.
Quite enough.
And now he's a hard motherfucker. I can shake at people. John Bergholz in there. Shot Call.
I remember that.
This was a good fucking movie. And Keith Jordan, was he a bounty hunter? Was he an actual bounty hunter? In real life? Shit, man.
See, that's true. I it was his bounty hunter. Johnny was the personal trainer, firefighter, football coach, minor, and bounty hunter. Minor and bounty hunter. That's two of the hardest things that have ever lived connected.
But also in terms of
That's awesome.
I asked the reviewer, because I said, you know, sometimes my UFC thing, and then, John, can I have a picture of the football guy? He got into this movie. He goes, have you ever been
something they would ask
mistaken
me, yes, yes,
techno?
Jamie does not like the wall being pulled over his eyes, so he thinks that everything is staged. This guy came in, kicks the guy out, just like it's already much less big He's all volleyed up. He's ready to go. Yeah. He's probably got one of them cruising doses too, right?
Got the baby
my eyes
Nothing like that.
Got his force hammer around his neck. It looks like the 21st
I
century.
did make some signs with light fingers.
Original Vikings probably like those strong dudes you see coming out of Iceland. I bet that's what China looks.
I did not know
Who's that guy that Viking dude that fights in welterweight? Just fought Chaos Williams.
The lad was perplexed by this.
The one looks like a fucking caveman. And he broke his name. They got famous for being under. It's Andreas. What's his name?
Don't be upset.
Or it looks just like German. That's crazy. It is Andreas. Jamie, could you go to Chaos Williams Wikipedia and look at his MMA career? This Chaos is fucking good. He is a dangerous guy. He got worked on this. This is another one of those dudes. When he and DC have been talking about this, like, extreme physicality isn't a tool. You know, and Coleman used to say this. He used to say that strength is a skill. And I was like, it kind of is a skill. Andreas Gustafsson. God, this guy's fucking terrifying, man. And what you said, see, Andreas Gustafsson workout. Just call it workout. This dude is hardcore lifter. So like when you see some of the shit he's doing, the amount of strength that this guy has, you're like, oh Jesus. Like there's guys that are not that big, right? Like you know, see that janitor who pulls pranks on Instagram, who walks up to these big meatheads and lifts up stuff. He's not that big though. But these super strong dudes practice powerlifting. You can be incredibly strong and not look like a bodybuilder. That's this guy. He's a 185. No, he's a 170. But this motherfucker is so strong, man. When he gets a hold of guys, he's just ragdolling people. You know, Chaos has been very consistent in his career. Good takedown defense. He knows how to fight guys off. Dangerous striker. And he couldn't do shit to this guy. It was like he was on one-sided ass whooping that I didn't expect. I was like, that is, I thought it'd be a good fight. And it was just a mauling, man. I thought Chaos was he didn't easily have the power that Chaos has. He puts guys out with one shot, but this dude just tucks his chin down and waits bombs at you until he gets a grip on you, and then just starts throwing you around. 170. What's 170? I'll tell you, he was in the dog. Wasn't that division? Sean Brady. Even though he's the dark horse. Yeah, after that Leon Edwards fight, I'm talking about that Leon Edwards fight was crazy. With them before. He's looking great, Sean Brady. He's a monster. He's a monster. It's so funny. I had him on, and it's like, you know, people always talking about being a short runner. Well, I'm 5'9". It's not like I'm 5'6" or I'm he's trying to get a crusher out of the muscle. Is that what he's looking for? Well, you know, I would love to see him fight for the title. I mean, I think that's a reasonable fight. Like with Jack Della, like who's next after Jack Della and Islam fight, which seems to be exactly what's going to happen. Who's next after that? Like who's in where is this right now? I think he's that it's Sean or Galao. Possibly, right. Well, Gary has one loss, right? Where they were Shotgun, right? Real close fight. That one loss set back a little bit. So Bilal's number one. But, you know,
a fire broke out.
I'm sure they're going to want Bilal back. So now they seem to have a hard on for Bilal. The numbers don't mean that's the fight that gets made. Right. Not always. Put that back up, James.
But also,
so it's like if you look at that division, you know, that division is gone through so many different changes. So you got Shavkat, who just had some kind of surgery that's undisclosed, right? We don't know what injury he's recovering from. He has like a very significant injury. And then you got Leon, Kamaru,
Morales, many accounts, his father was killed
just in a sure. That's weird to say, right? I don't know what's going on. A lot of miles, a lot of fights.
I like to see short breaks.
Now,
That's what we're working on.
confusing
That's
because
how she is. His father died. Yeah, he worked.
I was later.
I like that confession.
However, Francis Potato was definitely rated on boards.
I'll tell you what, man, I was blown away by Kamaru versus Joaquin. He looked like the champion. He looked like if Joaquin was challenging Kamaru for the title, that's the Kamaru that you would expect to see. That's what it also justified the ability to move, right? Like, he didn't seem hampered by his knees, right? Things people talk about.
There's like old ass man with the bad knees.
Didn't look bad at all. And I think, it's a lot of his mental strength for sure. But it's also like he hasn't really taken a lot of damage other than the big high kick from Leon.
Remember
And,
that
if you go and watch his fights, it's not pretty good war with Colby before he won. They exchanged the blows. Gilbert dropped him, remember that? But overall, a lot of damage in his career. Mostly he's been the dominator. So even though he's 37, I think he's still fresh, all right?
there are reports the wrestlers who are largely
A lot of times the wrestlers get good with your hands and all of a sudden you forget about what got onto the show. You just straight man. He did, but he also looked good on the feet, man.
Portugal, and they made their way
To do that to Leon, we know Leon knows he can't lose again. Lost the title.
Otherwise,
He wants to come back and get it back, and now all of a sudden you get this
you also have
Just seems insanely crazy.
I wonder how much that would be, like, because it's still super valuable. Like, if you're a guy, like, why kick him out? If you're a guy like Shavkat now, if you Colby, and the main event of a fight later, something like that, like, that's a great fight. For both guys, I'm gonna make way more money. So how does that work? That's the question. I thought you had this. I don't talk to about business. I'm almost a socialist when it comes to that shit. That would be the worst. They'd fucking fire me for sure. I would change the pay structure.
They are very good.
But I wonder, if there's no pay-per-view, that's the thing.
Certainly, the Philippines have largely built interest.
I hate it for my fucking
This would be changing. Medieval period, they're
I'm always giving myself mind fits and all that shit. I'm so stupid. What were we just talking about? The pay structure. So they used to get the money from pay-per-view, right? So if you're a guy like Conor McGregor that's going to get 2 million pay-per-views, like, you get a percentage of that.
different.
And you set for life, right? You get one big one like that.
Again, all of these
So
populations.
how does it work now if it's for free? There's no pay-per-view.
This is a medieval
The low-hanging fruit that's easiest to answer. Bonuses are obviously going up. That's great. That'll be big. And forget about the time rivalry with fighters. Just the number of the bonuses bring to a fighter, it's millions of dollars. Okay, that's great. Okay, so then there's a bonus structure. Like if that many people watch your thing, you get millions of dollars. That's really great. That's what Paramount's got to do. And it has a good content. Paramount Plus, I mean, for the UFCs forever, and so that's great. And a bunch of other shows, too. There's a shitload of shows, but all of Taylor Sheridan's shows are all perfect. I'm talking to Dana, and I talking about brawlers and this and that, but I need to ask him this weekend in Chicago if it's true that Netflix people want to stop the fights in the Apex. They want to fight in the Apex, they want to fight with like big crowds. Like they want to be big, they want to be big. The best heavyweight fights of all time in terms of like the results. Francis Ngannou, Steve Miocic with no crowd now in the packs in the small ring. It was like one of the best experiences. Like, if you want to watch like a guy that's prime, who's fucking terrified, who's figured it all out, versus a guy who's got he's a legend, he's a champion, but he's got a lot of miles on him, there's a lot of wars, and you see it when no one there. You hear the huff and huff of Benjamin Ruff. Every time Francis hits him, you fucking feel that blood in your cells.
Hey, you don't gotta tell me, man. I love watching fights in the Apex.
Oh, it's my favorite. Me too. Yeah, I mean, I really believe that small cage just forces more action. I was understanding with Dallas the arena cage because of the quality of the fight that was in the small cage. The problem with that is, like, when you got a guy that is just very footwork based and has developed a style, he's not large. He's developed a style based on his ability to move around full size cage. Oh, that's good. I don't know why they decided to not do it, but man, whoever gets the UFC and does the no pay-per-view, you just get the fight at the subscribers instantaneously. Also, do you think it would be better for casuals now that everybody's because everybody's going to get every pay-per-view now for free? You know, you scroll through the channels like, oh, this is right, or how much money else is there? You tune it in, you watch one Alex Pereira high kick knockout. Like, oh shit, and you're hooked. And then the next time it's on, you're like, oh, the UFC's on, and then boom, you got more fans. I mean, it's the most exciting thing to this average spectator because you don't have to know anything. You have no shit to watch guys just go for more.
I'm just surprised that ESPN Very similar. He's everywhere, super technical, doesn't make any mistakes. He's good, man. He's world championship potential. He's certainly world championship potential. Yeah, but he's a just well, this is the word out of that camp. That guy's always training, which is what you want to see from a guy like that who's undefeated. Also, not getting behind the president division. There's so many guys in that division, you know, and Ilya's such a star that everybody would Volkanovski in there, Yair, and everybody kind of got lost. It's interesting because people is really good, man, but I would have liked to see him against someone, you know, to establish a name for himself. I thought he had a really good shot in beating Mozart is crazy because the grappling from Mozart is just off the charts, but you're not dealing with the kind of kicks that you're dealing with Murphy. With Murphy, he's going to chop you up on the outside, and if you're heavy on that front leg because you like boxing.
BT, known for religious reforms, resisting Assyria, and miraculous healing to King's 18. 20. Hosea Pasha Hebrew for salvation. Prophet HGHC, BT, author of Book of Hosea. His marriage to
I didn't realize that I'm on the clock.
relationship with Israel.
Okay.
So
I don't know if Hurricane Nate is even playing, but somehow he had a pick made. So I'm on the clock. Yeah, Rabbit's in the back. Yeah. Who you picking, big dog? Did she have a pencil behind her ear or like in her hair and she like goes like this? So I'm like, maybe a little of both. Anyway, this bitch gonna have pencils all up around her and one inside her. A big thick one. Really? Yeah, like one of those giant fucking novelty pencils. Anyway, rubber tipped. That's what you want, girl. Anyway, before we make this pick, I was thinking about this, and okay, so who are you picking? Well, Nico. Oh boy, that's, I almost fucking touched that. Nico Collins. Where did he go to college? Why? Because that's all that fucking matters. If he went some shit, he went to Michigan. Oh, he did go to some. Anyway, this is bullshit. Oh, of all the places, he could have gone anywhere but fucking Michigan. Anyway, sucks. Are you still gonna take him? Oh, maybe I'll take somebody else. But no, I need a wide receiver, and he might do okay. Sucks. And all right. So you're just gonna take him? Rabbit's in the back. Yeah, Rabbi. What are your thoughts on taking a quarterback? I don't know. All the people on Reddit and like in fantasy football advice say that it would be too early to take a quarterback. I could take number one quarterback though. Then I'd have like a really exciting. You know what? Fuck Michigan. We're going with Lamar Jackson, folks. Where'd he go? Louisville? It's better than fucking Michigan. Yeah, teach your ass, Nico Collins, to go to some shit school. All right. Wow. Here we go. Or you could take Josh Allen. Yeah, Wyoming's nobody went there. It's not. It's like anyway. He's got Haley Steinfeld. Yeah, I don't really draft on how hot your wife is. So that one dude's got Madison Beer. She can get it. Anyway, dude, back in the day, they had these cards. I was at my friend's house. I'll never forget. My parents would never let me have these. They had these like trading cards of NFL wives. Yeah, those are amazing. Anyway, so you're gonna take Lamar Jackson? Fuck yeah, dog. Why? Because Malik or fucking Nico went to Michigan. He sucks. Michigan sucks. I think I'm gonna take some douche Wolverine. Fuck that. All right, so here we go. Do you have your like holder? No. Dog, there we go. Fuck. All right. So Rabbit's in the back. Yeah, so you're telling me that even though you've been talking about like you're gonna take just because of where this guy went to college years ago, you're gonna hold it against him? You're absolutely fucking right. All right, here we go, folks. I'm on the clock. We're gonna go with Lamar Jackson. You really don't think he's gonna get hurt? Dog, fuck it. Come on, Josh Allen, dog. Lamar Jackson. Here we go. Okay. You can watch it. Fuck, I have to use my left hand. This actually, I'm not that good with it. You just have to hit this fucking button. Did I get him? Yeah, I did. Dude, my left hand is not. I mean, I can still get in it, but nevertheless. Okay, so we took. Dude, Lamar Jackson's gonna get hurt. I'm sure of it. Should have gone with Josh Allen. Yeah. Fucking teach you, Nico Collins, where to go to college. You're fired. Go fuck yourself.
I realized that I'm on the call. Okay.
Greatest prophet, like Exodus from Egypt, received Torah at Sinai, guided Israelites 40 years. Naomi Hebrew for present. Mother-in-law of Ruth. Later called Mara after Mara takes the top of Nathan Hebrew for engaged. Prophet during reign of David. Prophet and Samuel 12. And that measure of David made leaders on the protected trials. Babylonian
Somehow
the first temple 586 BC. Nehemiah Hebrew for comforted by several Later Hebrew killers were last walls after Babylonian exile with the Holy Fire.
You're like in your hair.
People were left for comfort.
Maybe a little more. Anyways,
Survived the
that's
flood.
a follow-up
Except
question.
for
And
all
we're trying to make a big one. Yeah, like one of those giant fucking novelty pencils. Anyway, Rubber Camp. Anyway, before we make this pick, I was thinking about this, and so who you think? Well, Nico Collins. Why? Because that's all that fucking matters. If he went for some shit at all, he went to Michigan.
Jeremiah 31.
Representative body of Jews that we can sell.
Bullshit.
Later, Senator Austin David Joshua Matthew 1.
All over
Life the Island, Serve of Jacob and Esau. Safety role in securing blessing for Ephesians 6:24.
Obviously, the Jews
So he's
themselves
gonna take him?
The people having
Rebels in
war.
the back. Yeah, Rabbi.
So the
didn't
Saul,
have
king of military state of the United
Thoughts
Army
on
on
taking
page
a quarterback?
12.
All the people on Reddit
and Leah, founder of Pride of Reuben Genesis 29. 13. Lost firstborn rights due to his comments Genesis 35.
And then they have like a really solid, like what? Fuck Michigan. We're going with Lamar Jackson, folks. We're keeping Louisville. It's better than fucking Michigan. Yeah, teach your ass, Nico Collins, to go to some shit school. All right. Here we go. Or you can take Josh Allen. Yeah, Wyoming's nobody's It's not. Haley Steinfeld. Yeah, I don't really draft on how high you're Anyway, back in the day, they had these cards. How better to get? They have these like trading cards of NFL wives. Anyway, so you gonna take Lamar Jackson? Fuck yeah, dog.
rejected or granted.
800 years.
Why?
And
Because
cinematic
you believe
given in
you're
place of
fucking
able
Nico
forms. 25.
went to Michigan. He sucks. Michigan sucks.
Babylonian names given to Canada, which, and
Fuck that. Alright, so here we go. Do you have your like folder? No. No, there we go. Fuck. Yeah, so you're telling me that even though you've been talking about my parenting, just because of where this guy went to college years ago, you're gonna hold it against him. Alright, here we go, folks. On the clock. We're gonna go Lamar Jackson. You really think he's gonna get through? Fucking Josh Allen, dog.
Second significant India, ancestor of tribe of Simeon Genesis 39. 33. Solid insurance for peaceful.
Fuck, I have to use my left hand. This actually,
Third king of Israel.
you just have to hit this fucking button.
Faith for wisdom. 1 Kings 1.
Then
11.
goes the heart of the question.
Sam Army for Dave Tom.
Did I get him? Yeah, I did. Dude, my left hand is not. My hand's still getting it.
Also,
No,
daughter of
it's
David,
okay. So
Chef Walker,
we took
parents
born in
who for
France,
Illinois,
he's like their country.
father of
Sure.
Abraham, members
Should
and
have
parents.
Josh Allen.
Migrated from the war king in Genesis 11.
Right up
Fucking teach you.
Did last time was your
Nico Collins.
God's in the
Going to college.
Considering
He's high.
future
You'll
Israel,
put yourself.
Israelites, David,
And you're like,
CBC,
I'm
15.
Collins.
side with France or
Early in Hebrews 4WH is highlight. Midnight warrior is David S. Army, husband of Bathsheba. Betrayed and killed by David to Samuel 11. Uzziah Azariah Hebrew for my strength is WH. King of Judah HCBC. Prospered until punished with leprosy to Peter 16. Zechariah Hebrew for WH remember. Prophet, author of book of Zechariah 6 CBG. Also name of severalties and priests. Zebulun Hebrew for glory for honor.
This is really where you see a lot of the breakthrough.
Son of Jacob and Leah, founder of tribe Hoshul in Genesis
They
30.
didn't have their own legal system. They didn't have their
Zedekiah
own
pleases
political
Yahu
system.
Hebrew for
Supported
WH
by
is my
the state.
righteousness.
But in France, in a modern citizen-based
Last king of
democracy,
Judah before Babylonian exile, 1624. 25.
the places for everybody,
Zephaniah
the laws for
Hebrew for
everybody. So
WH
they
has
found answers that
Prophet, author of book of
Then
Zephaniah
he asked some
7c.
economic questions, but are Jews
BT.
required to engage
Zerubbabel
in
Hebrew for
usury,
Sylvie
which
Babylon.
of course kind of like a negative term for money
Leader
lending?
of Jewish returnees from exile, rebuilt temple foundations Ezra 3. Haggai 1. Zipporah Hebrew for bird. Midianite wife of Moses, mother of his sons Exodus
There
2,
it is.
4.
And of course, they gave the answers, yes. Jews are
Nahar
free to
Hebrew
show up
for
and go
Turkey for weeping.
as long as there's no
One
barriers.
of God's best friends who
Bottom
debated
line of all
in
these
Josh
questions
11.
was, he wanted to know,
Genesis
are
Hebrew
you
8.
prepared to become French citizens?
Bereshit in the
Take
beginning.
on for yourselves the burdens of equality, or do you
Covered
want to try and
creation
maintain
through the
some
descent
kind of
into Egypt.
distinctiveness
How about
in
yourself?
our society that would be
Timeline.
acceptable to our That's essentially the
Creation
gist of it.
killed 3,760 BT in Jewish reckoning through death of Joseph killed 1,450 BT.
Questions were posed.
Exodus
They
Hebrew
said,
8.
yes, we want equality.
Number.
We'll, figure out how to deal with the
Second
ways in
book.
which Jewish
Israelite
materialism
slavery,
does not fit
slaves,
with
Exodus,
universalism
Sinai,
we
Tabernacle,
want in this society.
Across.
Those decisions were
Timeline.
essentially the ones that
Killed
affected modern Jewry
1,450.
for the next 200 years.
1,310 BT.
Now, it's really interesting
Leviticus
to
Hebrew
try and
8.
think back on what was the thinking
Potiphar and he called.
they gave these
Number.
answers.
Third book.
Did they
Priestly
give the
laws,
right
sacrifices,
answers?
purity, holiness code.
The enthusiasm with
Timeline.
Napoleon's war was so
Killed
significant.
1,310 BT
Disappointed
at
by some
Sinai.
decisions he laid out later, which
Numbers
imposed
Hebrew
certain
8.
restrictions on them. So
From
if
the
you want to
art
get a
of the
sense for
wilderness.
the somewhat slavish
Fourth book.
admiration that many of the
Census,
Jews had
wanderings,
for modernity,
rebellions,
again,
Balaam,
not a shared
Across.
universalism. Many of the Jews in Eastern Europe who
Timeline.
hesitant
Killed
to
1,310.
sure. But have a look at this
1,270 to BC 40 years
by the
users.
Jewish community
Deuteronomy Hebrew
specifically
name.
celebrate
Devarim words.
the achievements of
Number.
Napoleon's. And on the left, of course, you see the profile of Napoleon himself.
Moses farewell speeches. Shabbat. Blessings curses. Moses death.
You see Napoleon
Across.
actually
Timeline.
delivering the
Killed
10 commandments
1,270 to BC. Playing
is
the Trojan.
genuflecting Jew,
Joshua Hebrew name.
which essentially is placing
Yehoshua the Lord with salvation.
Moses
Number.
what,
Sixth book.
mind-boggling.
Conquest and division of Canaan. Across. Timeline.
That's a quick talk on
Killed
this. There's so much more to say about it, but I don't want to take too much of your time. I really
1,245
appreciate you
BC.
watching, and I hope some people will be able to join us on the
Judges
screen.
Hebrew name.
If not, I'm
Shocking
looking forward
Judges.
to sharing some
Number.
things I see while
Seventh
I'm there
book.
in Bordeaux.
Cycles of sin, aggression, and deliverance. Across. Timeline. Killed 1,245. 1000 BC. Samuel Hebrew name. SH Rule his name is God. Number. 8th book.
Hello, fellow
Rise
students
of
of Jewish
Anarchist
history.
Saul
In the
and
course
others.
of my research for this
Across.
upcoming trip to Bordeaux
Timeline.
to explore
Killed
Jewish history in
1,070.
this remarkable region of France, I came
970
across
BC.
another really fascinating artifact. And what I'm speaking about now is the imperial decree of July 20th, 1808, which was concerning Jews with no fixed first or family names. This is a pretty bizarre thing. There are 8 articles. I want to go over the first few of those and discuss what exactly is this strange Napoleonic law referring to. So, what we discussed in the last lecture in the series was Napoleon's 12 questions to the Jews of France. They had been emancipated in 1790 and then again in 1791, 2 different populations. Largely as a result of extremely hard work by Jews coming from Bordeaux. And then when Jews had been emancipated, there was still a backlash from larger society. And Napoleon had this really strange kind of difficult challenge of threading the needle with allowing the Jews into a rapidly modernized society, which was something that he cared about very deeply, but at the same time curbing the ridiculous excesses of the terror of the period immediately following the revolution, which had a
Athleticism.
and so he wanted to establish some kind of calming devices, speed bumps, as it were, along the road to a new France. And one of those areas, which was kind of like a test case for so much of the revolution, was what do you do with the Jews? The Jews are, you know, an unusual population, potentially very helpful to the society, especially those Jews in Bordeaux and Bayonne who had been adapted to French life because they had their strange status as Portuguese citizens or Portuguese subjects. On the other hand, you also have the mass of Ashkenazi Jews in Alsace and Lorraine who had long been held down by various anti-Semitic decrees. And once those decrees were lifted and they were allowed to participate on equal footing in the marketplace, their long-honed skills of literacy and numeracy and so on had really given them a huge advantage in the marketplace, and as a result, there was a backlash from that region as well. Napoleon is trying very hard to try and find ways to negotiate these things. So let's have a look, first of all, this specific law, July 20th, 1808, concerning Jews with no fixed or first name, which was issued in Bayonne, very close to the Bordeaux region. So here's Article 1. I'll just read the translation. Those amongst our subjects who follow the Hebrew religion and who, up to the present, have not had fixed surnames or last names, shall be ordered to adopt one in the 3 months following the publication of this, our present decree, and to make a declaration of the fact before the civil status officer in the commune where they live. What is going on? Okay, let's try and figure this out. So first of all, what is this business about Jews not having fixed surnames or last names? In Jewish practice, Jews always have a fixed first name. This is crucial for the obvious reasons people make names, but also for lots of reasons in Jewish law, like,
Couples, Catholics, change everything. He's a pride.
So the idea of a fixed first name, sure. Historically, used to have always
I was close. I thought I was close. That's very, very, very good.
son
But that's a
of
good
the daughter
fight.
of
He goes in a grappler and he's got real dangerous hands. Real dangerous hands.
specifically
Interesting fight for him. This is a different
let's
fight.
say
This is a different fight. I think more dangerous fight. In a lot of ways, just because of his style, the footwork, he's tough. He's tough, man. Murphy's tough, and again, he's one of those guys that is way better than his
other cases,
public,
particularly
persona. There's so many guys in that division. The division's crazy. It's filled with killers. Filled with killers. Stars. John Silva. Definitely. It's in Texas. I'm like, it's that John Silva guy looks like a world champion.
However, the idea of a family
For sure.
that every member of that family, every
What he did to Bryce Mitchell was just he set it down. He sat down the hell. He made himself like that parking out at the
sometimes with the family,
so relaxed and laughing and like it's just it was a matter of time and then
so what Jews
that's the right division for that's the right division.
casual, like
Those
for
are two
example,
choices. Both way up.
they were cut down to
Which is
a
what
different
most
place,
guys
which they
are doing. Or go to 135, which you look great. And that was just this
Bordeaux, they have to call it
there's never like real ripped at 45. Yeah.
the Louvain
You see the cornbread on the
They
farm.
also have grandfather or something else.
The guy's really good choice. Real smart. I've seen a lot of his tutorials online. But John Silva's just a different thing. There's guys that are just better everywhere.
That's it. All Jews have a fixed surname, also have a fixed first name, and they declare these
One punch knockout power.
also by Article 2.
It's a different kicks to the left side, right? But he's not throwing any head kicks, right? Sure, he can. He might do that just because we're talking shit right now.
Orders are,
Let's see, touch his hand, but that's what Faraz on. He called the touch of Article 3. He had that touch of death, man. When he did that shit, that Charles, I was like, I can't believe I'm seeing this. Folded. Called it. I
talked about that. Like, we were in the back. I was like, this is crazy, man. No one should be doing this. And he goes out there and does it.
That happens that only a few years Jews would take especially for exactly why and we're wanting to make things a little bit
I didn't see anybody get cold.
it's really understanding of free. We have to go back to the exchange law. Let us recall that after the revolution,
At least on Rothschild, savage.
not only are
It's
we
really interesting. He talked about it on the podcast. He trains
way
each
we measure
sport
things,
individually. So he doesn't train MMA jiu-jitsu. He trains jiu-jitsu with jiu-jitsu guys. So he trains with elite jiu-jitsu guys, elite wrestlers. He wrestles with elite wrestlers, boxes with elite boxers. He does everything and then he puts it all together himself.
and all of the things
So interesting how some camps don't do that. You go there and you have everybody's doing MMA. He's like entering into jiu-jitsu spaces, training there, entering into boxing spaces. And because of that, like we all know that boxing is at a higher level than boxing in the UFC. So nobody can be as good as David Benavidez if you were not boxing your whole fucking life and doing it every day and only doing that. There's no way you're not going to be there now. And so we know that. So if you can get more closer to that by training with them and only training with them, you can alienate the body. That's what you get. That's what you get. You get a guy who's boxing with boxers. I think you're taking more
names that were recognized from activities
you have to have to reach all those things all same kind of intensity. And then put it all together. Well, that's what I think is a very and that's a big thing. Like this big camp going on. Right? You're just by yourself, and everybody around you is helping you get these places, do those things. And it's a huge benefit.
Heroes,
And it's also like today we know whatever those can do. Like if you're at a certain level that maybe is already, you know your abilities, like you don't necessarily have to be way too strange in a camp where there's a bunch of people. Right. Yeah, you know which guys you have to pray that there's hard concentrate on the idea was maybe you got beef with Colby's talking shit on your he's trying to use the song. You know what I mean? It's like there's something to be said for them really small films. Yeah, they get it, you know, as we move forward, I think that's the direction it's going. Yeah, for sure. Imagine the way with it in class.
I read a really interesting article on this issue.
Most of those guys would take their cameras outside, you know, like and he says that a lot of these guys would go somewhere, go to a big bear.
How they follow. But there definitely was a transformation that was affecting the whole family. So I'm going to lean his way.
Not only concerned is just society. There's just power trials. It's a big jump to go from 54, which was a step up to 47.
It was only with the driver.
54, now going to 68. That's so much versatile. But Terrence is, I think he's the best switch hitter since tackler. They claim that Hagler was my favorite. They claim that you're walking around. And you do know he's a wrestler. So he's got that mentality to him. He also built up slowly. Like he took his time. Like it's a long time training for this fight. He came on this podcast, Joe, and he was talking about that. That's like 5 months. That was a long time. So he's been trying to get that fight for a long time. So no way he was going to fight. Wasn't ever going to fight that way again. And then going up and fighting match him all. And then knowing he's got to do at least a year before he fights Alvarez. He got pretty good.
Here's something about the athlete.
He's slick, man. He's slick. He's super intelligent. He sets traps, he does stuff, and then, you know, there's a bunch of great breakdown videos of particularly aerospace and like when he's setting traps.
8 days old.
He's a very high-level guy.
I don't remember it very well. I'm sure I enjoyed going very much.
His whole face.
There's not an extensive history of Jews as wires versus the world. It's not unheard of. We actually know a little bit more about Jews as years in Babylonia. During the beginning this, by the way, is another example of the widespread fallacy of these and the reality is that Jews were allowed to homeland in lots of parts of Europe.
And this is challenges
that especially after the Crusades,
because the
bloodline or close to 13, like 11 and 12, and onward, only land very poor investment fighting out there in my head. I was like, oh shit, from the region as a result of anti-Semitic activity. You lose your investment. So it's like to invest far less than land by the time you get behind the village.
What's going to happen?
Before that, I mean, you have lots of UFC models also because they apparently were such popular producers of it that they would sell their wine
David
on
Benavidez
as well. In fact, there's significant evidence that the use of making wine is very popular, not only for Christians, but for the church as well. That is something that I would argue, we all complain about it in 1875. The third was complaining about it still in the 13th century, saying that churches are using specific wine for MMA, because the MMA fans are more accepting. Jews are also using wine in Muslim countries where this was forbidden, so they can get you apparently they had enough Muslim customers to keep their businesses open and not to rely on
I don't think it really damaged him that much. It's still a super
Let's just take a minute. What is it that makes wine kosher or something? Most people have some sense of what kosher is in general. There's basically two types of rules that can make something kosher or not kosher. The type of food itself, like for example, fish, not a kosher type of food, shellfish, not kosher type of food. And then there are kosher and not kosher mixed foods. Meat and milk themselves are kosher, but if you mix them, not kosher. So wine typically does not have any non-kosher ingredients, lard or shellfish in wine. So it's not non-kosher on the basis of its ingredients. It's basically,
The goal is to
grading and maybe some kind of yeast to make it not kosher based on
that might change right there.
and water, like how does it become kosher? There's nothing in there that would mixture as well. So basically, it's a ritual. It goes back to laws of the church that are not where if every idolatrous person is wine dedicated to God or something like that, it's so back to render the wine. Otherwise, the basis of the ingredients or its mixtures, to be kosher, that dedication to a particular God would basically render it non-kosher. But it does not become kosher in the same sense as the other types of
they're gonna have to do this consistently.
So
these people up and
rabbis came up with a rule that said that in order for wine to
what they do
with
with
Jews, it had to
countdown
go
shows, just
all
really
the
get
way
everybody
through its
excited about it.
process so that nobody can somehow dedicate it. That's kind of like a sport and something like a sport is real bit. So that's basically what it is. In other words, wines are kosher on what they contain, but not necessarily kosher on that ritual law. That's why
How much money is getting
it's
distributed
involved in the process of to make sure
that make a lot of money on the canal
there is a significant shift from using wine and trading wine especially because of the reduction in arable land. Central and Eastern Europe is a long so it depends on who's distilling, but primarily distilling here and majority of the money is related to the unusual economic structure of Europe, where called trouble Nazi,
they don't have a high end that's the same
where
like
global
I made
Jews
114 million
monopoly in
something like that. That was at first last paid like 70 something.
No,
we sell houses in the trade. I think it might be like 130.
in 1765 there was a survey of Jews in Poland that reported about 15% of the Jewish economy was derived from the alcohol trade specifically.
So
that's not so much
guys who
in
eat the
wine
most are
as
going to
it is
eat the most with the boxing model. But
I'm looking
it's
for
like
it
the
though.
people that eat that
There's definitely a lot of Jews who settled in the region from the 15th century and onward, but there's not a tremendous number of specifically kosher wines that are produced. In fact, the first mass kosher wines.
We just saw somebody refer to VHS as being around the late 1900s.
established in Chateau Noir. In 1988, so these are the first kosher wines in the West.
Or get the Saudis to
But
pay
this
for this
area of Bordeaux is
Take advantage of that black culture. Those dudes don't give a shit. That money for them
even
is
though I'm
like
not an expert, I recognize
everybody gets
Although Cabernet Sauvignon,
these are all like we don't even know how much money they have because it's not
so
popular.
I'm not sure.
It's not like us, like like
Still,
Bezos and I like
since
disclose as well.
1988,
We're rich as
the rest of the world has
like
gone
sure.
It's gotta be so much if they're paying these
And
guys.
so as a result, you're okay, that's a very quick overview of Jews and wine up to at least the 1980s. I'm hoping to report back more once I start tasting some of these wines myself. Thank you very much.
It seems like they're kind of close to that. I know if they're getting in the 130s, this is great. That's so much money. They guarantee somebody.
They got the early prelims. Shit, I don't miss those. Yeah, you got Edson Barbosa on the early prelims. I mean, that's a fucking sick fight right there. I'll get your call close. He's never had his yeah, he gets to a certain level.
Great in his last fight. Vanilla real
He's a great fighter. He's a little bit older too.
I'd rather you give me a name from house than say
Yeah,
Rabbi
he comes in with that gray hair. He's a savage.
He's very good, man. It's a great time to watch the fights. Oh, that's right, Valiant. Prontes and Jeff Neal, that could be a banger. Yeah, I think it all depends on which Jeff Neal shows up. 100%. 100%.
The good one show up. I think he knocks Frontes out.
Oh, and then it's Jared Cannonier and Michael Page. That's the puzzle. I don't know how that dude just goes from middleweight to welterweight. Doesn't give a fuck. Yeah, just no one even seems to talk about the fact that he's going up and down in weight.
It's like 6'4". Crazy.
Crazy that he can make light, that he can make welterweight. But also just the only person that figured him out was Ian Gary. You gotta get dragged to the ground. Brian Battle was his lawyer. That dude is gigantic. He was welterweight for a while too. He couldn't really. Yeah, remember? He lost to Joaquin. He was like a 6'5" welterweight. Yeah, dangerous, dude. Yeah, so he went up to 185. This is his second or third middleweight because I think that last ugly fight he was like, enough of this war. It's his second fight.
There's no way I'm gonna lose a French fight to a French dude. There's no way he's gonna lose to a French dude.
Everybody gotta remember that's what Kobe did when Brazil. But he was going full WWE. Oh, it made him millions. There's something to be said. I agree. But there's something to be said if you're purely business minded. Talk a lot of shit.
You know what I mean? Yeah, you talk like that. You look at the way show you having a cup of tea in fucking London a year from now. 10 years from now, if we have what it's gonna happen. Everybody brought up like that father motherfucker. I mean, dude, there's some stuff you could do for the entertainment, but then we talk about concussion stuff. I want to talk about somebody's wife and kids.
I gave him a color in the beginning. He was a funny shit talker, and then it seemed later in the career it was more almost like forced, like catch all. It's not fun. Well, it's also you're dealing with people that are dealing with the pressures of being at the top of one of the most dangerous occupations in the world. And every day when you go to bed, you know there's some dude out there that wants to kick you in the fucking dick. He's out there right now. He's out there training, and then that pressure like sometimes wears on guys. And over the course of time, they get like neurological fatigue. Like you're just fatigued from just the strain. You don't give a fuck no more. You just start seeing free and CTE. So there's a lot of things going on. I mean, also pockets get fatter under that microscope. And then there's take over. He probably got some good stuff. I'm sure for Connor's Coke. I tried Coke and I tried Connor.
It's not even like hype.
Hey, bro, you gotta love that part of him. He's just he's a pure savage. Pure savage. That's also why he was so good at fighting, man. In the middle of the Jose Aldo fight, I remember looking in his eyes and watching how calm, genuinely calm he was. Like this guy just, Dana said best, he's like, he eats pressure. He just eats it. He likes it. He wants it to be chaos. Guys say that, but they don't really believe it. Yeah, I was at that fight. Thank you, Joe. And when he came in, like I'm telling a story to everybody about him. When he came in, did his thing, he ran around the cage, and then he went to center cage and just fucking went like this. Yeah, the place erupted, and I was like, God, why did I fucking... Was that when Senator so comfortable? I don't think she came. I don't think she came for that one. It was one of them she did the walkout song for. Yeah, but she sang it live, and it was, oh shit, right? Oh shit.
You know what's a funny thing is when you see a clip of him saying that this was independent when he was a party of his body is this video song or something like that. And then it's like, oh, now.
He's playing music
He was something else as a Chapman. Like how much shit he was talking about, but still in it. Like he got rocked, he goes down, he still comes up and still knocks him out.
I mean, going up to challenge for a second world title and hitting the Matrix. Matrix in a fight with a killer. Like, Eddie's a fucking killer, man. What he did about Phil Dos Anjos to win the title, wild performance, those fights that he had with Chandler, that those guys took 10 years off each other's lives. Sorry, my hands up. We got those top here, have the best. There it is. There she is. The best part about this is how he walks out with this giant fucking leprechaun smile on his face. Yeah, watch this. Get the way he walks out. That dude just knew how to handle pressure. That was a fight that he couldn't even grapple. He couldn't even grapple in training camp. He fucked his knee up. And that's one of the reasons why Chad was able to take him down so fast. He had a hard time training for that fight. He fucked Chad up. So Chad, we gotta get Chad. He got up off the sofa. Oh yeah, he did too. Yeah, 7 or 8 years. Yeah. Bro, Chad's second fight with Aldo, he got fucked. I remember I reached out to him after the fight. I'm like, damn, dude, because the first round after the bell, Aldo cracks him. and rocks him, like, for the first time in the fight. He got rocked. And clearly after the bell, I'm like, damn, that's terrible. After you got knocked out by the guy in the first fight, you come back in the second fight. The first round's wildly entertaining, and then you get hit with a shot after the bell. Yeah. It's still a great fight, though. It's still a great fight, but it makes me wonder, like, if that shot doesn't land, that's a real shot, man. That's a different, that was like a real, like, you're almost outshot. Yeah. If you get one of those in a fight, that significantly changes the fight. It significantly changes it. Gives you some volume. Side of the head of but Aldo was coming on strong, clearly. Aldo was coming on strong. It's amazing how good he still is when he fights a hobby. I think he had his stuff down. I was like, damn, dude, he's still really fucking good, really fast. That's an Aldo. I know, but I mean, when you look at how muscular he is at 45, and then you think about like what Max did to him, that muscle comes with a price. You know, and when Max put that pace on him, like Max is the first guy to really expose him and put that pace on him. Fucking coach.
Aaron deserves translated the Babylonian Talmud Masa.
It's like 48 years into his career. Yeah, right. Like, couldn't take that guy down. His bounce is crazy. He took down, what's his name? Peter Young like 10 times. I couldn't take it all down. Yeah, that's wild. And now that's jiu-jitsu. It's good. Yeah, Eric says that. I'm like, wow, what the fuck? He's trying to hit him even after the referees pulled him off. WEC double knee to the double mask. Oh yeah, for sure, man. And this is when Aldo was in it. Oh my god. Yeah, you ride him like that. Leg was fucked up, man. He told me. He was in his prime or something. But you know, it's like how long can you keep that up? He's kept it up more than that. Like, really? Because he's still a world-class caliber. And bantamweight. I mean, for 10 years, that's a long time to reign, especially in a league that Tommy keeps going. He just kind of gassed out in that last round because he was going for the finish. He emptied out, and Tommy survived. Yeah, you can make a run for Aldo, and that was a close fight. Yeah, he got shot there, nothing. But I mean, how good was he to himself? He's retiring probably because he feels like he can't do it at the level he knows he can. Right. And he's still doing it at a high level. You know what I'm saying? Right. But in his head, he's like, I'm not doing it at the level I want to be able to do it. So I'm just going to retire. Crazy. Yeah. That division, man. Between 35 and 45. It's interesting that 25 gets so little love. Like, Pantoja's only 10 pounds lighter. I know. He's a straight up killer. He's a straight up killer. It's crazy. Like, nobody cared about Mighty Mouse, and that guy was maybe top martial artist in the league. Oh, that kicked out to all of that. It's crazy. It's only 10 pounds. I know. You can't tell the difference. Like, how do you get why? How do you tell the difference? People get real weird. They get real biased. I mean, it was like our shit. Like, we were lightweights in another division after that little tournament. Yeah. And they go to the lightweight to be the best division, and we were told away. Right. They asked me to go back up to welterweight. I didn't just go. I was making weight. Those damn guys. The UFC just had a weird position. Before this morning, we were trying to figure out what we got to figure out what region of Bordeaux, beautiful, much more rural area than the city of Bordeaux was up last night, and we're going to be visiting a vineyard in this region of Saint-Michel. This is the
beautiful river as it ends here on the estuary. And you can see the city of, or really a town of Newport. It's rush hour now, morning rush hour, as you can see. But if you trucks, cars, and things on the road. And we're going to head up to the synagogue, which is not quite a church. It's not at all uncommon to have synagogues near the churches, sometimes cathedrals in large cities, because of the settlement of Jews typically is in the oldest parts of the cities. They tend to be the oldest residents. I think this particular town is especially fascinating to illustrate a widespread phenomenon that we don't study very much because we tend to focus our energies on the larger centers where you have a lot of Jews concentrating and have like great minds involved in creating something amazing. But the truth is, after the Spanish expulsion of 1492, there's a huge influx of Spanish Jewish refugees into this part of Portugal, where they spread out into a lot of the smaller villages and smaller settlements. And they retained their identity for so long here. We're going to go visit the synagogue of Litor, which is still functioning. It's absolutely amazing, and I'm really looking forward to it later today. Here we are, and we have the synagogue of Litor, a really great example. Okay, that's all we here. Really cool. And look at this, they got a summit here in the courtyard. So nice. Beautiful stuff here. And check this out. This is great. It says, let us close the house of God with feeling. 1847, very important date. Very typical kind of architecture with the inner courtyard, like we're taking it from the street. There's a fairly, quiet gate up front. When we come into the synagogue itself, walking in for the first time, this is the whole synagogue. Very, very excellent example of a tiny little provincial synagogue for a community that we know in 1840 numbered less than 100 individuals. They got to win
Music in Milwaukee.
Wow, just fascinating.
Music is like lemon jacket.
Look at this.
He's got great footwork. He's a great technical boxer. They have a sort of 4-inch boxer. So that's especially to
Excuse me, Miguel, ¿has visto sufrir de Aaron Kodesh?
Well, there's a few I was talking about coming back, but then it looks like
Now we're going to look inside and see the Aaron Kodesh. Ah, beautiful. So starting in like
because particularly, in
such a great illustration
moments in the first fight, especially in the early rounds, before you could drop the knife, he was doing really well. He was lighting them up. It was the short damage I've ever seen Usyk take in a fight ever.
in a private home, finally able to build that modest little structure that lasted for centuries now. What a wonderful little visit. We're now headed southeast the next day. We had a fantastic concert last night, concert that was amazing. Local chateau.
Yeah, it's not just the jab, he's got a slick uppercut, he's got a crisp right hand, he's
Now we are headed to the door, which is the synagogue. That contrast tremendously with that tiny little sort of like French cathedral. Now we're going to see the branches of the phenomenal structure of the cultural might and power of the Jewish order. How we found this video exploring. Thank you very much for watching.
If you want a hardcore boxing fans dream fight, it's not necessarily Canelo and Crawford, which is a great fight. But you got this thing where Crawford's jumping up all this weight. You're like, man, I don't know. But the great fight is Canelo. That's everything.
Gorgeous, massive edifice
That's the fight.
of the Bordeaux
Giving
synagogue.
those big going for
Really interesting looking in the lower right corner. This building was originally constructed not on this particular design in the boxing of 1812. It burned the fire in 1873, reconstructed in 1882. And then, unfortunately, during World War II, was used to intern the Jews by the Nazis before they were deported to Sweden. And after the war, it was renovated and rededicated. It was a great flux in the 1960s from North Africa.
He goes up and
It was
now
repopulated
he's
as well.
fighting like heavyweight
I'm
more.
so grateful to be here with Rabbi Rothschild from this amazing Bordeaux synagogue. And he speaks English, so I hear a few words with you about the history and so on, and whatever it is you'd like to say about the nature of Bordeaux. If you would like to say one thing to 100,000 followers with views around the world watching these videos, what would you like to say to them? So this is the entrance here, and there are mosaics and so on. As we come into the main entrance, just gorgeous. Wow, and look, there's that motif of that gorgeous shark and wow, beautiful synagogue. Here I am at the top of the yeshiva in the amazing Bordeaux synagogue. The smell inside is just gorgeous. It smells like wood polished for decades and decades. Coming from the views you can see there's a massive menorah right in the center. We're both in the menorah that's on the interior wall. And here the Tommy, this is a really interesting photo of these huge theatrical lectures that go up. Those are about 4 stories worth. Skylight bringing natural light in over the aisle. You can see that the arrow itself has decorative elements of the 12 tribes, and then the stones of the breastplate of Shangado, and they have a full space of the, not the abbreviated text, of the 10 Commandments. They're all spelled out as per the biblical text. Just gorgeous. They have a large section on the top, and it looks like they have it goes all the way around the back as well. Beautiful acoustics, gorgeous. And look at this, there is a massive organ here. Now, I have to get into the history a little bit to find out what they did with the organ on Shabbos. That was really bone of contention in 19th century Europe. To use the organ, not to use the organ, because it is possible to play an organ without electricity using hydraulics, for example. Press there, but the question is it appropriate on Shabbos? It was a hallmark of reform to use them. Orthodoxy was really quite hesitant. This looks like the Kisei Eliyahu, the chair of Elijah that's used for circumcision. The Sangha, the godfather, as it were, who holds the baby on his lap, which is there, and the spot you put his feet. The Goy notes in the Bishop's tremendous statement of the status that the Jews achieved after so many hundreds of years of living first secretly as Portuguese merchants in this region, and only in the 18th century began to assert their Jewish identity, which had long been artificially submerged. And then ultimately, by the time you get to the 19th century, they felt this great exodus, where finally they'd come of age, they had pioneered the emancipation of Jews, not only in France, but also all of Europe, and by extension, North America, where a lot of the articulations of the Jews, which was just modern society, were finally expressed in a contemporary society that membership in a state is based on citizenship rather than on membership in a church, which has its upsides and its downsides. We've discussed that in other lectures, but it's really amazing to be here in Bordeaux and visit the pieces and actually see artifacts like this, great architectural artifacts like this in real life. I'm going to go into the section right now.
I carry weighted backpack.
Nice curving stairs here.
Weight on my back, and I walk around for hours. I do a bunch of shit with these different exercises just for
How much is how close is archery range?
And looks like there's the center section or to the left section.
inside 7 yards. If I don't take the animals.
Here we go.
So if an animal's moving around like a lot, sometimes they're fighting other males, so they run at each other and then come back. Like then you can't take shots like that because they're not going to be there when you shoot your animal so fast. It's not that simple. With a rifle, you could.
As you can see,
With a rifle, you just need to stop for a
consider here.
second. Just stop for a second.
And look at that. Actually, it looks like consider the photograph worth itself. The sign here says, please don't forget to put your books back on the shelf. And the synagogue is actually, we just saw them coming out this morning. As, I don't think they probably don't pray in this garden here. They probably just follow them somewhere else.
They're standing there
During the
As
week.
long as they're standing,
On Shabbat, their holidays,
that usually takes
they have great crowd.
you want to do is track lead. You got track they're so tough. You track them.
Here is like,
There's so
oh,
much blood. There's no way.
the
This
children
thing's
of
not going to be
Israel.
dead 5 feet from here, and then you'll find them 800 yards away dead. They're so tough because you're dealing with an
Most of the original sacred swords were actually thrown in the river by the Nazis.
every day.
There's several were saved, but hidden away and later returned. There are also, of course, new ones.
7, 8 years
Like
old.
the magic master. So immediately behind me, there is a plaque that memorializes the 1600 Jews who were actually interned in this synagogue during World War II. This is the only synagogue in France that was used actually as a jail by the Nazis. So it's ironically destroyed like so many other places as well. But the Jews who were all held here until they were later deported to Italy and then from there to Auschwitz and their deaths. Someone pointed out that it is a sad irony that on the wall over there we have a memorial to Jews who were interned in the synagogue during World War II. And on the front doors here, we have photographs of some of the hostages who are still being held in Gaza as I record this video. It's a tragic reminder of the historic adage that shows the more changes, the more it stays the same.
Venison.
Hello,
fellow students of history. I'm very happy to have something special to offer you today. I'm working with Fordham University for Berlin to help their esteemed faculty on this project. We're going to spend 20 brief videos discussing with remarkable restaurant tyranny by Professor Timothy Snyder. Professor Snyder is a professor with a tremendous amount of expertise in 20th century politics and history in particular, and this happens to be a very fascinating book that looks at both the historical evolution of politics in our modern era and applies it as well to our current situation in some fascinating ways. Perhaps controversial, but I'm really looking forward to having this discussion with the faculty of Truro University Berlin. In particular, we want to highlight the really creative and important work that's done by the Holocaust Studies and Tolerance Studies faculty at Truro University Berlin. And today, I want to invite Dr. Stefan Leinstein, who is going to speak to us about the first chapter. Welcome, Professor Leinstein. Okay. Do you want to give us a very brief précis of what Professor Snyder says in this first chapter?
So yes, it's basically material how to present how to bring tyranny. And the chapter is called obedience, and it basically means don't be nice to dictators, don't have become dictators if you're not forced to do so. And this obviously makes a lot of sense, and on a general level it means that people should pay attention to the things that are happening around. But on the other hand, we have some historical examples from history, especially of Germany and Holocaust, but also with a smaller scale, with examples of the Soviet Union. But these historical analogies are sometimes a little bit, well, they are not often not convincing, I have to say, at least this very first chapter.
Let's go down into those examples. If I remember correctly, and I should because I just reread the chapter this morning. He gives three examples, right? He gives the example of Austria immediately after the Anschluss has an anti-Jewish wave of persecution, which is then, of course, repeated by the Nazis with Stalin.
So like Lenin rising to power in 1970.
Germany invading with Operation Barbarossa, invading the Soviet Union, you have that kind of spontaneous wave, like for example, the city of Lviv, the attacks on Jews. Or the Nazis even expose these things. And I think that's his idea of anticipatory obedience, that it's as if people try to figure out what the new boss wants, and they step forward to provide it even before the boss asks for it. So what do you make of those examples, and why do you feel that they're not appropriate?
Yeah, I think it's not talking about the orders and examples. I think the first idea is the Soviets coming to power in 1970, and also compared, well, compared, but also mentioned Nazis coming to power in 1933. And I think how those things came to power is completely different. I mean, in Russia there was a revolution, there was a really democratic government. Before the revolution, there was some sort of semi-democratic, authoritarian regime. And the thing is, why would that be anti-historic obedience? I mean, who actually obeyed? There was a lot of, there was a civil war, right? Like, whether they were fighting for a just cause, or especially the White Russians, they were fighting for tyrants, they often extreme anti-Semites, different questions, but they were certainly not obeying the officials. On the other hand, when you think about Germany in 1933, he became the power fighting democratic elections. And you might not like his program, sure, but it's for good reason not to like his program. But it's kind of, an audience of hindsight, I would say that as a democratic election you can be against it, you're not quite like the South and many politicians and many journalists didn't like it, and they tried to disobey. But in a way, it's a democratic government, so what would be the alternative? Like going for a coup d'etat, or like how might that actually work? We should not forget that very soon there was an event on the streets, like they were going towards the brown shirts, not brown shirts, USA was going out of just beating up everyone was just a real person opponent at the beating up Jews and so on. People tried actually to go to court, the police said, well, this is blast. It was a different kind of thing. If they did, they were stopped by the government. So again, while there was this obedience, on the other hand, was it anti-Semitic? I don't know. Yeah, it would be well advised not to let Hitler for sure, but this is kind of another question, I would say.
Maybe the problem is in the terminology, because I really like what Professor Snyder has to offer here. Maybe it's not that we're looking at anticipatory obedience, because I'm not a sociologist, but I would guess that most people just want to keep their heads down, stay out of trouble, and take care of their families and so on. But there is a certain group of people
collapsed.
who will
And you just see Prokop's chin like basically touching his
innovation.
It's insane.
They will say, oh, we've got a new boss in charge. What does that new boss want from me? How can I meet that need? Therefore, and I think that's the especially dangerous aspect of that. We see that, for example, on issue crops, that even before the Nazis implemented a deportation order for Jews, they were rushing to collect the Jews in order to ship them off. And I think in terms of the Soviet Union, things like Stakhanovism, the whole idea of like trying to prove to the great leaders that we are going above and beyond what you are. That I think is a real human phenomenon. Frightening.
It's just the difference was like when he was throwing kicks at you, it was 100% gas. He was not feeling you out. He was trying to let you know, motherfucker, there's some darkness. You will see darkness and then you will flash light.
This is basically basically civil servants which are yes, what might be expected of that. And the results, though they are not yet required to provide the results. And it's always actually is that because they are looking for a career like somebody just because they show well that's kind of their self-understanding, like being a good servant to the state, and hey, we have a new government, so try to work for that government. And if you like, this is what also happened in 1945. It's the same personnel, they just completed their job. They became loyal servants to a democratic state. Maybe not Democrats by heart, but by understanding. They actually, this is how Western Germany in the became a successful state democracy. If you don't kill personnel, them persecuted for their crimes and so on, but these people actually continue their loyal service to the state, regardless of whether it's a democratic state or whether it's a Victorian state. So this is a fascinating thing.
I agree. Let me switch a little bit to the contemporary period. And one thing I like about this book as well is that it inspires me to think about today. And I have young undergraduates who are sort of exploring their immersion with about the franchise, able to vote for the first time, and able to engage in civil society. And I think that Professor Snyder offers us some sort of cautionary message here. What would you say that cautionary message is for other students in Western democracy today?
I think what is very obvious is that people always reflect actually requesting or maybe not even requesting, but what you're going to do is start whether it's really
It's also a thing, like once you become a movie star,
what you're doing is
I don't know, it just doesn't seem to go well. I remember Tommy Boy's
good for the people right after it does really hard, and this is something what is really thinking. I think this is something that really our interest. I mean, many of our graduates, they then work at memorials, they become educators, but not traditional educators, like for grown-ups. And they are interested in this kind of stuff, and that's kind of their motivation ultimately. Just really reflect what they are actually doing and thinking and how they are behaving.
I'm really glad you specifically mentioned that because I wanted to get an opportunity to promote the work that you do at Missouri University. Just take a second in our discussion to say something about why your program is so valuable.
Yeah, I
Only
mean,
one
Yeah,
baby
I
and
could
four.
deal
what
with
we actually
that.
figure
That was
out
like
is
kicks.
that
That's what's
often
interesting when you watch
is
a
that they
box
actually
circles over there.
curate
It's like, oh shit,
exhibitions.
what is
So
this?
it's just about directly reflecting also who we're just discussing, but
Jam was on the
also
podcast. He was telling me about it.
trying
It's
to
like,
get
Jam,
out
tell me,
how
Jam.
to
It's like, oh, little
actually
QB.
relevant to history. And the thing that the lessons that the history teaches us is it can teach us a lot of lessons
So what happened
to
was
what it's like
Tim was
are
not
actually
supposed to
learned.
kick.
So
They
that
only
you
had
can
this
consider
authorized
that
as a fight,
in
but it was
a
like,
way that
you know,
is
and it made like
understandable
they
and
were
it's
supposed
not
to be a
not
boxing match.
academic writing also.
One
But
shot.
well,
Like,
the
this
exhibition
was
can
supposed to be
also
a boxing
be
match. They couldn't get
online
authorized for it to be a
exhibition
boxing match because Tim
that is
Sylvia did not have a
accessible,
boxing
it's
record.
understandable,
So
it
you can't fight a
reaches
former
the
world champion
audience,
and you had not a real
and
boxing record, but you could fight him in
this
MMA. It's a world champion versus a world champion.
this
He
means
knows that
that
boxing is a sport that's in MMA. You can do that.
exhibitions, they are
So they
not
made an
just
agreement.
on
You don't
campus,
kick
but
me.
they are
And I'll fight you in the cage. And then Tim opens up an inside low kick. That's why Ray Mercy, you see, like, he drops his hands.
But I think it's actually self-cutting exhibitions.
The original fight right were
They use
contracted
the
boxing.
That's fascinating. I think I want to put out over the course of these 20 short videos to maybe some of your students. Of course, I'm looking forward to seeing some of the other faculty at Missouri University.
When you see
With that, I just want to give a quick thanks to Dr. Rothschild for participating in this conversation. I hope all of you will join us for the next few discussions that we're going to have. This remarkable book. Thank you very much for watching.
RC 796.
Ray Mercer.
767 ET.
Ray Mercer, fucking lunch, son.
Into the shot.
Later downfall.
It's kind of amazing how few boxers have actually entered into MMA. But not, you know, this was like, you tried to this one, but it's only like James Tony. Well, I guess not. These guys are losing big checks. Right.
Yeah, but how many guys get there?
The great Jewish
How many things like Spencer Crawford made? That was like a big fight.
How many guys have been alive?
He actually titled it. I mean, I'm guessing worse.
Jewish antiquity. So, no, fucking not selling. I bet it's disclosed. So you find out what the purse was.
The next part, Jim's
Short video,
25 million shots. At least 25 million to find this.
But even still, like, it's such a small part. Sponsors didn't make that right. Right. So you would think that Jewish, you know what? I'd probably got enough to make 25 bills. Not good enough to make that. But back up and go to MMA. Right. You gotta sit there.
That's true. You're gonna like Robert started out as a Oh, yeah, that's just unless someone just gave us the money. This is the thing. The Saudis have no do that. I mean, look, they did that live golf tournament. Basically, they just bought the tournament. And if they did that with basketball or with anything else, they have enough money to do that with basically all sports. Say John Jones asked you $30 million to fight Trump Aspinall. They pulled out 2 days after they agreed. He didn't think they'd come up with the number, and they did. Saudi Arabia was involved. He was hoping they wouldn't need the number. Wow, so that's interesting. I wonder where he's getting his information.
He said earlier in the thing that he priced himself out. He got the fight. And he thought that strategy would work again. But they had the $30 million. And then John, a couple days later, Bill retired by the he wasn't going to fight.
citation.
For sure. John
Really fucking
Yeah, but he doesn't want the L. Here's the thing. The real thing is John's reach right now. He's already $1 million. So what is he gonna? What's that extra? It's gonna be nice to have an extra 30. But the reality is he's rich right now. He probably doesn't have to work for the rest of his life if he doesn't do anything crazy. So basically, doing his appearance and he doesn't have to take that ass kicking. Not saying he would, but if you want to look at it from that perspective, if it's a tough fight, he's been through wars, custody fights, all sorts. They all take some time. And if you gotta know when you don't want to do that anymore, and if that's where he's at right now, I hope he stays retired. But then he jumped right back in and said he wants to fight at the White House. So it's like it's so hard for those guys to let it go. When they do let it go, it's difficult to figure out who you are. Man, we gotta see where that track is gonna go off the tracks. He's not fighting with it. Jane kept up with that. That's like an Aerosmith song. I mean, it's an all-time great though. I mean, if not the all-time great.
Let's go to our question. I forgot he's going to be fighting with Dominic.
I'll tell you what, man, I rewatched Dominic Reyes, John Jones, and I can see Dominic Reyes winning that decision. It's a close fight. I mean, I'm not saying I go back and sat down and scored it, but I'm like, okay. I can see the argument. I want to see the argument. I want to know John's story. How much coke did he do in that fight? You know what I mean? Like, how about when he told me that? Like, yeah, right. Yeah, I'm going to this. I say this 9 years that a fighter can fight at his very best. Israel, for most athletes, and I think they did this. Someone's explaining it to me. I think they did this based on tennis. Because tennis is all about like fast twitch movement and the ability to explode back and forth and not taking any damage. And you can kind of keep your level going at the highest level for about 9 years. And then everything just slows down. It's just too many things.
Training for these things, that's one of the biggest things, the chaos, especially as you get older. You know, getting there in one piece is just... This is actually awesome. If you want to just check all the boxes and ready for these fucking things.
But that's, you know, guys like 37, 38, it's so hard to show up to fight. I gotta make predictions. I'm like, well, they're 38. I'll tell you what, dude, I'm not counting on Cannonier anymore. After he beat Gregory Rodriguez, I was like, God, put it on him, man. He tried to take him out in that first round, man. He went all gas.
He's a beast, dude. He just came back and left out the choke. And that was cool.
Gregory Rodriguez would be the biggest threat to Reiner.
That's interesting. They just like using our style. Like, good call. Biggest threat. Good call.
His striking is terrifying. Ritter's got that knee to the body that is so interesting. The way he fucking forces you to clinch. So good in the entrance with that knee to the body. When he did that over and over and over, I was like, wow, that's true.
That's where fuck yeah. Throw that knee. I got locked on his jaw. Yeah. But the came from
he's so big for 85. So it's a horrible matchup. It was a violence knees to the body. His knees to the body was nasty, man. He was so good at He was so good at throwing that knee to the body. He's very calm. Well, he's been through it, man. I mean, we haven't seen him over in one FC. It's that knee to the body. It's so nasty. It's so nice. It's so nice. So that's great. Forward, we think about that division. We got Fluffy, who just like has this breakout performance last weekend. You know, the whole division. Fluffy, so hey, what about that African era? I'm scared of one. He might be the one. Like all the dudes here. You know, it's like, you know,
Sorry if you're offended by that. Sorry.
Gutier.
Comment box.
It's a
Anyway,
so
am I saying that right, Jerry? Early start. Check out your seven.
He's from Cameroon as well,
Is
right?
roughly
Yeah,
3,000.
He's this dude is just God just gave him an extra little
Typical evidence.
There he is. And he's like 6'4", 185, doesn't have full ounce of body fat on him. Look at that photo of him. Just look at that photo. That's crazy. You know,
As a career,
that's like one of those the guy your girlfriend tells you not to worry about photos.
how does that compare?
There's a few of those guys that just they don't even look real. We're talking about earrings and all. You see them, you're like, how's that a real thing? So here he is, man.
Civilization.
This is his last name.
Like that guy's just getting hit like somebody stop the heavyweights, man. I was upset by the
This is basically a factor of the envelope calculation.
I think they're going to resign. I think it's just a matter of like not having so many guys on the roster to have that burden to keep fighting.
That doesn't make sense. The guys on the win streak.
I think they're going to resign. It's just about
So it's just like they didn't decide in time.
you know, it's like when they have so many guys on the roster, they have to promise a certain
very old
amount of fights. So it's like
That guy goes to the North promise.
they have to promise fights.
Is this for sure?
I'm just here speculating. He's got to fight.
very old.
Yeah, because they have to pay him anyway. They don't get a certain amount of fights.
I know, but I mean, imagine you just fought your ass off and then they'll cut you early.
I think what they'll do is like when they need him again, they'll just
Look at this chart. Easy to say, oh yeah, we've got
This is a problem a lot of guys we got from Pride. You know, they come on with different physiques. They look different.
It's a remarkable thing.
We take sides with Octagon MMA, faces off Jim on.
I'm staying busy.
You know, guys
Number,
good.
by the
And we
way,
need good guys in the heavyweight division. There's just not a lot of people. I mean, the thing about it is, it's like, you gotta be exciting. I mean, I think Mitch now too. You gotta be exciting. He looks horrible. Yeah, I think your feet will look more marketable. I bet you still have a contract. I know, but isn't there like something to the guy looks like shit and fucks everybody up?
There is something to that.
Especially when Fedor was in his prime, that was part of his charm. Part of his charm, roll around his face, right? Dead,
He's like in everything. Knocking guys out.
Israel.
Just
that power that boy had was crazy. Like, he came over from jiu-jitsu. Everybody knew he was a black belt in jiu-jitsu. Like, they've always competed in Abu Dhabi and circuit. And all of a sudden, he's throwing.
He got this mullet.
Takes a shot better than any human being that's ever lived. And who took a shot better than Roy? He took some bombs, dude. That guy took some bombs and absorbed them. People love watching the fight. They love it. That's me. Yeah, so I don't buy that. Like shit, it's just the performance wasn't exciting. If you watch that fight wasn't a good fight. You know, but to wrestle at a high level, if you're gonna be a jiu-jitsu guy, and everybody knows he's a multiple world champion in jiu-jitsu, and you're fighting MMA, son, you better have some takedowns, because ain't nobody gonna want to be fucking grappling down you. Why would they do that?
He was just maybe on that single leg. Once he started taking that heat, he was taking away that single leg very well. And I'm like, oh shit. I was all excited. Like, whoa!
Feel around.
Shit.
How many times has we watched a high-level jiu-jitsu match between two black belts, and it starts in a standing position, and no one goes down at all for like 10 minutes? Sizzling good shots. They're just tying up. There's no good shots. There's no one threatens to take someone down. Everyone's afraid to commit.
Never practice your takedown.
100%. You're right. Start on your knees. But it's also that no one wants to take a chance to open themselves up to getting caught, right? So you don't want to dive in for a double and then get caught in the
If you trust it, being able to get back down and call wrestling out there, I was doing that back in the day before it was called it. But like, you know, if you're good at it, not letting somebody pass, especially coming down the move set, after 5 minutes, you know you're dying. Now I'm not even going to get out and get up on the guy down. You know what I mean? There's no strategy with that. But I hate it to stalemate. Just do that. Just stick friends.
I get it from the wrestlers' perspective, too. It's like, hey, fucking fuck sitting on your ass. Like, take me down, bitch. You want me on the ground? You gotta take me to the ground. I get that, too, because that's correct. And that's one of the things you see that's, like, very humbling for a real good jiu-jitsu guy. When there's no way to take a guy down. And the guy starts beating him up, standing up. And you just rushing forward, trying to grab him. You can't get the fight to your expertise level, your area of expertise.
It looks so bad. So it's anything like that. Nothing to fear from you, man.
Exactly. What about Don Frye and Aubrey Touch? That was a ball for that. He was small.
He was tight. That was a stud. He's not done well. They gave him anybody else, but if you watch that again, he's way smaller.
And that's a small Don Frye back there, too. Don Frye was 200 pounds before he ran out of the gas. Yeah. Frye, Don Frye's a lot different than that. Frye, Don Frye's a superhero. He got gigantic. Even his mustache got bigger.
I didn't know that guy, the Japanese guy that they're punching each other in the face. I didn't know that guy became a punching.
Something happened. I saw a picture of him visiting him.
How small he is.
Yeah, Don was not big. You know, look at Don. I mean, he wasn't a big monster. I mean, obviously super athletic. This is crazy, but not the Don from Pride. The giant water of Don from Pride was a different gravity. I'm just trying to look at that now. Full on gravity fence. With shoes on. That's the other thing is your wrestling shoes. It was also kind of crazy.
United States is around. It was bad. I used to train with Marty back home. One time, that was a long fight.
What do you think Aubrey would touch weight in this fight?
I'm going to say about 70.
That's crazy.
He was small.
Yeah, so look how young he is.
Big town also.
Also have British history.
What's 30 years ago?
This video is
It was 96.
also means
I
that
forget
you
I'm
have
fucking in my 50s.
clever units for a driver or hanger on.
Catch weight. I'll be 57.
It was catch weight.
Clever units for a
Did it say Aubrey
hanger or
touches weight?
person. Clever units for a
Hello,
person.
looks like another episode of Jewish history for parents and other teachers.
There was a lot of those fights back then. Oh my God. Not just crazy fights. Fighting someone way smaller.
It's like Kerr and Gagel, or Fabio Gagel.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite matches all the time. I was a big Fabio fan.
Just to give credit to Orange Delonte. They were there for 45 minutes.
I know, yeah. Was a jiu-jitsu guy that had some stand-up and had some wrestling. They took Leland down.
Yeah,
They were defeating each other. Really fun.
Once have like twice.
Delonte is one of my favorites to watch. The thing about the jiu-jitsu guys back then, some of those guys, Fabulous shows that don't want to
How do you answer that question? Your
child
child
where we're from.
how did you end up
He
there?
every day and always
So let's start with
Marcus Berry.
He was great too.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I love guys like across the street special. Yeah, real solid MMA, jiu-jitsu.
Like a lot of staff just came out that came from Bob.
Yeah.
Brady's great.
Let's start with I'm not going for a before that game.
Yeah, well, before, I mean, Warrior was Warrior's awesome.
Together as
Why did you leave top team?
all
David,
so
I mean, he was fat, but that's when they really hired me.
after Sullivan is a split.
That makes sense.
It's just like when Donald Rothschild's coming up. Joe Piper. Oh, yeah, Joe Piper, yeah.
Ultimately,
He's fighting Alex Bagman. Yeah.
by
Joe Piper. I like Joe.
Commentary the last fight. But it's just because they're sent to just because instead of like just letting it come. He was so good in the first round. Unfortunately, like he had so much success. Almost took him out. But started to take him out. And if he had loaded up with Calvin,
Turkey,
And I think it freaked him out a little bit. Kelvin was still there. You know, like he's like, yo, whatever.
however,
I'm sure
is
he's
always had such a problem.
yeah, it's like, you know what, man, it's just like, if that guy was at the UFC PI, and they gave him those meals, he had some babysitter, but make sure you don't, just don't fuck off, don't eat anything other than this. And it's like, too many guys just want to feel comfortable. Yeah, it's like, okay, but you're not going to feel comfortable losing, right? So you're fighting a giant. This guy's coming down from an extreme weight.
my favorites showing Jewish family
Oh, maybe that's pretty fun. Well, let's wrap it up. No. We understand. There's a legitimate issue. Baltimore, Maryland. Sure. Ground control. Hours.com. The shirt on Finance.com. I got your
by the time you get
I'll see this weekend in Chicago, right?
Yeah, I'm here.
context of this,
That's our channel on YouTube. I'm having fun with that. I got a little podcast that can with 30-something thousand, 100,000. Come join the fun.
Ground control in Sykesville opening up soon. Nice. And the website has all the addresses and everything listed. All right. Guys, so much fun. Thank you. Appreciate you guys. Thank you. Bye, everybody.
after the next 132. And there's a really large population over in Mesopotamia. That's that Babylonian population that goes all the way back to the first exile, replenished with the second exile, and now is really a much more hospitable place for Jews than the Roman Empire at the time. But there are also Jews who made their way Besides that, there's migration to Italy. We've got all throughout
Werkzoals het zijn moeten werken.
Allah erased the phrase reading from the Torah biblically mandated.
Here is John Dudley's story. It's surrounded by a wolf pack. Sorry, it's crazy. I was telling a friend of mine about it. The story of you right out Florida, and you shot an elk, and these wolves circled the elk. How many wolves were there? Well, at first there was just the one. One came in, and the one came in on us, and that's one thing I would say on the beginning. One thing that I always do as a hunter is I always buy a predator tag if it's available. If I know that I can buy a tag for coyotes or wolves, I always have one in my pocket because you do see, they're out there way more now. And this is an exact reason why you gotta do it, because literally we had an elk down, and next thing you know, we're out there kind of, getting it ready to cut it up and stuff, to get it out of there. And all of a sudden this wolf comes in, and I had spotted it, and we weren't really being noisy. So I ended up shooting it, and it kind of went off, and there in the face. So what we didn't realize was there was a pack there, and that was actually an alpha female, because of the size of it. You saw the size of it, it's as big as me, and it actually went off, and then kind of collapsed for free. Then about 20 minutes later, all of a sudden we see another one, and we're kind of like, holy crap. So we started moving into this draw, and one of them was like making a noise, almost like it was injured or something. It was like freaks, and we're like, what is the deal? So we were on high ground with the elk, and then we started moving down into this ravine because we saw that the wolves were there. And the next thing you know, we get down in there, and I start looking around, and there's like hair on the trees. There's like, it looked like that movie Into the Gray. The Gray, that's exactly what it looked like. There was like freaking hairy turds everywhere. There was like beds, there was hair on the trees. And I start looking around, there's like holes dug in. And I'm like, I literally look at my two buddies that were there with me, and I said, I think they're fucking dead. Like, and I think that elk was not too far. Our elk wasn't too far. So when you shot an elk, they probably thought it was theirs. Oh, they definitely thought it was theirs. Yeah, they definitely thought that was theirs. So then, once we're down there, all of a sudden we hear this howl. We're like down there, we hear this howl. And it was definitely an alpha, because an alpha's, the howl, it literally turns your blood instantly cold if you're right in on a true wolf howl. It's like so freaking low and deep, and it just like chills your blood. Yeah, then I realized like we're gonna freaking end. And I'm kind of looking down like, okay, well, I shot an elk, then I shot that. I've got 2 arrows left. So, both of my guys kind of had, once we said, oh, there's wolves, they like grabbed a gun and kind of went down in there to see what was up. Well, now this happens, and next thing after that alpha sounded off, it was like, I think it was 12 sounded off all the way around us. We're literally down. Anyone who's been in Alberta, you know that the farmland is level, and then it falls into the river system. So we're literally, they have the high ground, there's a dozen wolves, and we're in the middle, and we're like, what the crap? So I'm like, get your back to a tree, so we kind of all spin around, and we're sitting there. The next thing you know, here comes 2 dogs on a full-blown, I'm talking like full-blown, it turned into chaos. There was like bullets flying. There's freaking arrows skipping off junk. We ended up shooting both of those wolves, and there's a few gunfires going on. Well, I'm down to like 1 arrow left, and I told the guy, I said, how many bullets you got? And he goes, well, I just grabbed the gun, 2 couple bullets, like I didn't know where this was all going down. So we're kind of like, we need to get out of here. So we started backing up, and next thing you know, the alphas sounded off again, and they all reported. This time, there's only 2. There are 2 less. So next thing I know, I'm like, we're trying to back out. So you say they reported, so they know the two are dead. Yeah, so for howling, I'm certain that the first howl was the alpha male pretty much saying, is everyone in position? Because then they're all like, yes, all the way around.
Even today,
Then all of a sudden two come, all hell breaks loose, and we're like, the alpha sounds again, but he's in a different location. He was actually to my left, like right here, and really close. And I mean, it's thick. You've been there. You know how thick it gets. So then they sound off. Now this time there's two less. So I'm kind of looking because I know this wolf is sounding, and I know it's the alpha. So I like grab my bow and I start kind of creeping over there. And as soon as I get to where I can see, he's like freaking standing right there. And how far away? 30 yards. And actually, wolf can cover. Jamie, pull up that picture from Joe's Instagram, like it was about a week ago. You found those pictures of those wolves.
Yeah, I forget who the photographer was, but he's got some amazing photographs of wolves.
Yeah, it was like not the most recent one on that was on that like Dead News page.
That was from National Geographic. That was actually the bison that was from
Yeah, that's right.
yesterday.
So that right there, that is exactly the face that I saw in the, but he was head on, he wasn't broadside, but that face where he was literally looking at me like that. And I mean, you're in a fight or flight. Like, I'm totally in a fight or flight. I had one arrow left on my string. I freaking grabbed my bow. I just kind of looked down. I knew at that moment it was like he was coming. Yeah, that's deja vu, right? The Twitter, the Instagram page, Jamie, to come back up a little bit, is CJM_photography. And if you go to that guy's Instagram page, he's got amazing photographs. And he's out there with them. There was another one that I have that's just right before that, Jamie. Before that wolf picture, there was another wolf picture. That one. Look at that one. He's got snow all over his face and his teeth are bare. That's a cool picture. Like, to me, that's pretty cool. Always are amazing. They're amazing. And the one thing people underestimate about hunters is our respect for grams. Why did you kill it? I totally respect him. I love it. I can tell you that other picture right there. When you have that looking at you in the face, I mean, I knew it was like, freaking do or die. And I literally looked at that thing and I said out loud, I said, I'm going to shoot you in the effing face. Because I don't swear. Yeah, sorry. And my boy went this side. And I remember I drew back. I literally drew back and I anchored and I came into my peep. Which means
events have overtaken us.
circle it through the string. Yeah. So I was literally lining up the shot, and as soon as I kind of brought my shot down to where that wolf was, there was nothing there. I think he just like ninja.
If they're that wise and that big and that old, they've got to know something smart. They had to know that he killed the elk, and they had to know that he killed those other two wolves that chased you.
Yeah. I think he came in to think, okay, you called the fight, we responded. Now he's like sizing up, okay, I've lost. Here's what I've lost. I want to know what I'm going against. He kind of came in, he freaking looked at us all, and then that was it.
Good thing you can't count.
There you go. Yeah, 2 hours left.
2 hours. Well, looks like I pick up.
It was really chilly. And I mean, you and I both have friends that are grizzlies.
Here is Forrest Galante's story on being chased by a hippo.
I got to say, remote place in the bush, and we were going out on safari, and as long as I can remember, this has been what I do.
You know, when you go on safari, even those open jeeps,
Walking safaris.
oh,
Yeah.
what are you doing?
We take a 4.58 elephant gun,
Okay.
put it on your shoulder, and walking safari.
God damn, man. All during the day, right?
Yeah, cannot move at night.
And what
do you do when you're confronted?
I
mean, I've had some pretty close calls. My wife Jessie's here with me. I saved her from a hippo. Yeah, we've had some pretty close calls. And one of the scariest pictures I ever saw was this guy who's African guy running down the street and a hippo's chasing him. And you look at the size of the hippo and you're like, good Christ, that thing's huge. They are the scariest animals on earth. Like, interacting with a hippopotamus, they're so erratic, they're so unpredictable. If they feel threatened at all, I mean, this video is fucking bananas. Oh, yeah. This guy's on a rope and the hippo is swimming after him like a torpedo. So this is where I'm from. This is Zimbabwe. Really? Yeah. So is this common? They swim that fast? They can move. I mean, this is uncommon to have one chase the boat and come that close, but how big it is, man. Yeah. So when you've had these close encounters, where you shoot at the air or shoot at the ground and scare them away? Fortunately, I've never had to put an animal down, but I know people that have. Oh yeah, sure. Look at that. That's the one. What in the fuck? How fast is that big bastard run? I don't know. You have to look up the exact speed, but definitely at top speed, definitely faster than good. But they don't have the maneuverability. You know, you can kind of duck and dodge behind trees. There, just don't run a straight line. Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. Fuck that. 25 miles an hour. Yeah. What does a person run? Rhino runs 31. Jesus Christ. A fucking cheetah can run 75 miles an hour. I thought it was like 50. Fuck. Yeah. 75. A crocodile's almost as fast as the fucking hippo. Yeah. They're good. They're first now. Fuck that. The first sprinters around 21, 22 maybe. That's the same. Yeah. That's also a sprinter. Yeah, right. So a sprinter. Not a doughy white guy like us. Fuck. Jesus Christ. So you just, if you're chased by a hippo, is there a normal thing to do? Do you just have to go left and right? Zigzag, yeah, maneuverability. Yeah, so like when we got chased, we got behind a termite mound and then it kept going straight. Behind termites, yeah. That looks like safety like termites. Oh my God. Fuck, man. Is that the, so that's the scariest thing in Africa in terms of like interacting with human beings. You know what the scariest thing in Africa is? Mosquitoes. Yeah, right? Like old stuff you can see, all the big wildlife, you can kind of feel it out. You put yourself into bad situations. Mosquitoes, there's not, you know, you just, there's nothing you can do about it. Yeah, my buddy Justin Red, he's fighting for the guy charity that built wells with pygmies. And he's got malaria 3 times. So, yeah, one time he got it, didn't even get it medicated. The malaria just returned. So it must be in some way systemic. I believe it is. I don't never had it, knock on wood. My grandfather had it, but I know that it wrecks you for life. Like it can come back, you can get it again. It stays with you. I think that's his situation, and he's a professional athlete. He's actually a fighter for Bellator. He's one of the heavyweight contenders. Yeah, he said that it's affected his performance. I think he's been okay with it. You know, he's received treatment, but it's definitely wrecked him on 3 separate occasions where he was basically death's door. Right. And one of them, he's flying back. Damn, you know, and he's just sweating, just rotting out the inside. So you want to ask what scares me? That's it. Yeah, like I'll take a hippo, a snake, a croc, a leopard, anything over that. Yeah, malaria is terrifying. You see, malaria's killed more people than anything ever. Really? Yeah. Malaria's killed half the people that have ever died. Oh my God. That's insane. Just make sure that's right. That's bullshit too. That sounds good. I think it's real. I think we actually Googled it. Malaria's literally killed 50% of all the people who ever died. That's insane. Here is Luke Bryan's bear attack story. Probably right. Everyone that I know that hunts there says that's concerning because you don't see all of them. If you see a lot of them, there's a lot more that you don't see because most of them are just not just out in the open hanging out with you. Most of them are deep in the wills and so I went on a salmon trip up in British Columbia. And what it is, 99% of your interpretation of a grizzly is this big old fat chunky thing. Well, so we're flying in on these helicopters to go fish the salmon runs that are running up into the mountains of British Columbia, and it's an amazing trip. Like, you fly over in the helicopter, you look down, in the huge schools of salmon, you take a fly rod, you go catch them, and drink your beer. Helicopter pilot was like, hey man, we've seen some grizzlies in the area. Just, at the time, we're like, man, this is all part of the experience. Yeah, it's like, get us kind of going. When we land, and the night before, we had fish that day, so we fall in and drink some wine, and my eyes were like fuzzy, and we're fishing, and I tell my guy with him, like, hey, I'm gonna go to the helicopter and get a beer or something. And dude, I get there and I'm on my beer, and I'm looking down the river. Fuck, that is a fucking grizzly coming towards my boat, and I'm like, Jay. And dude, it was slim.
It's really,
And like, damn, it was lean, like red.
for example, Jews are
Not, I wouldn't say lean, but it hadn't got all fat on salmon yet. It comes down the bank,
they would only
it jumps in, and we ease back to the helicopter. We look back, here comes another grizzly, literally 30 yards from us, and I'm like, we get there, and I left my beer on the bank, and my grizzly sticks his tongue in my beer, and then he jumps in the river. I run, grab the beer, and drink the beer. I'm like, grizzly spit. Anyway, the helicopter pilot goes, you should not drink beer. I tried to sip some of that beer too, but that's, I mean, it's like kenosis, wild shit. Some berry infection or whatever, salmon. So listen, dude, when you get on the helicopter, the pilot's like, man, they're getting too comfortable. Take off, fly a mile down the river.
up against each other, not necessarily get along.
I don't fly rocket get right there where it gets out. I set it in a little basket, and we land. I take off about 200 yards. He started fishing. And I had to slide down this 20-foot cutting bank. Where the river had cut the bank, I look across the river. Here comes a grizzly bear galloping on the other side of the river. And I'm like, well, I've already seen the other two mature ones. And I was like, that's a baby grizzly. I was like, that's cute. Dude, that grizzly hits that bank on the other side of that river and jumps about 20 feet in the air and lands in that river.
Here's a larger picture of it. It shows
Volkswagen
carrying
VW will hit that river. I take off to the helicopter. All my guys are like, get here. A mother and two of the babies were on my table. Oh my God. And when I got the helicopter, it ruined my whole trip. I got really so scared of the mothers. They're the ones that fuck everybody up. They don't play any games. When they have the cup with them, they don't take their chances. Like, I'm going to incapacitate this dude. Fuck him. It is, so that was my crazy fish. All these people that get from, I'm like BC, outlaw grizzly hunting. I wish all those people that experience, you should have to experience what it's actually like that. You should have to see. You have to see the population. You see what the python cowboys pay their story.
Fighting each other.
We've had attacks.
We've had a couple few years later, where people are out turkey hunting or sitting on the ground calling for a turkey, calling for a coyote, something like that, and a panther comes in, and I think some guy got mauled on his face or something like that. And that was pretty wild. Of course, the animal realizes what's happening, he gets out of there. But he still gets attacked. Me personally, just from python hunting down there over the years, I've seen a dozen or more of them. I've been sleeping in my tent in the middle of the night out in the Everglades, and I'm woken up by a panther growling right next to my head outside my tent, circling my tent for about 15 minutes. And I had a shotgun in the tent. I also had a baby raccoon I rescued in the tent with me that I think may have been, the reason he was stalking me. And I popped out of my tent with my shotgun and my flashlight. I thought it was a big bull gator just from the sound. I've never heard a panther growling inches from my head. And dude, it is bone chilling.
bone chilling.
Yeah.
It was so deep and like just devilish sounding. I thought it was a big bull figure. That's the only thing I could think it was. And it would be on this side of the tent right next to my head. Then it was on the other side of the tent. Back on this real footsteps in the toilet. I'm like, what is going on? I'm like, I saw alligators. Like, what's going on?
The writings out of my
So the only thing it could have been is Florida Panther. They need me to
It's so crappy.
Well, it makes me think how many times that I had one right next to me. I had no idea.
I saw one in Montana 20 years ago. Excuse me, 2 years ago. It freaked me out. I was in a truck, 30 yards from it. My friend called, he goes, "Cat." I go, "Where?" He goes, "I can turn it on my side." There's dust. And then I put my finals on them, and I was, 30 yards away. And it was like a pump.
typically on
It was
those
a big man. Like I said, "Cat." I was in spear. Just someone in my seat. I was 60 pounds. I thought it was a guy. So I saw the tail. I was like, oh shit, that's a cat. This one was different. This one just massive. Whereas he's sitting there.
As big as you can. And that's it. The mountain lions are different. You know, they're not a different species of breed, but they're different, you know, physically and they're both not anymore. So our state government and all their wisdom took Texas Cougars, brought them down to Florida and interbred them with the last few remaining Florida Panthers we have. So they're no longer a Florida Panther, they're now Texas Cougars. They're bigger, they're more aggressive, and you know, we're dealing with it for sure. We've seen that it's the cane toads and the sugar cane fields, the bufu toads that we're dealing with now, same thing. They brought them in to control insects in the fields, and they winded up eating everything but the insects, basically, and now they're a big problem. If you look at they're venomous, actually. They're toxic. They produce the toxin from them. Some people try to get high from them, and
They cut themselves and put the toxin on their arm.
yes, or they'll smoke the skin or something.
Here is Randy Warren's story on being attacked by a bear. Coming up on Saturday, Steve ends up getting an elk. We hanging in the tree. We do all the stuff we're supposed to do to get the meat away from the carcass. But we had yet to see a bear up until this point. And when my brother and I went in there a few years earlier, we just saw bears every day. You could see 6 bears a day. So your mind's just bear. You're seeing them all the time. You're seeing them all the time. You get all lax. And that's really scary. Because the attack went down. No one was prepared. We were just sitting around having some sandwiches. And so we're filming, and there's 6 of us all together. And I think that largely about 6 was saved us. Because when the bear ran in, it was 6 of us sitting kind of in like a semicircle, a straight circle. And when that bear came in, we get that scatter effect. And I think that scatter was kind of like if a lion's going after a zebra, they use their numbers and stripes to confuse the lion. So it's scatter, things just go everywhere. Caused confusion for the bear. So I think the bear went in thinking whatever's under that tree I'm going to kill. And if I was one thing, the 12 flew out into 6 different pieces. We just tried to kill everything at once and couldn't actually kill one person.
God, that's so lucky.
Yeah, it was crazy because we're sitting down. We decided, oh, we'll have lunch before we hike back the day before. We hiked a long ways. We got back to camp 3 in the morning or something, or 2 or 3 in the morning. We barely eat. So everyone was just thinking, let's have lunch. Regular hike. So we're Pat, one of the other guys that was with us, brought the some coffee. So I was going to collect water from everyone with tea and coffee, going around. And when I sat down, I took my pack out. I felt like I'd been doing this thing where I take the pistol from the pack, though, and put it on the holster on my body when I dropped the pack.
are all
It was a weird deal. I took the back out thinking, oh, so just gonna yeah, and I thought, I'll just sit, because a few times I'd set my back down, I was like, I'll just sit away on my back, as a chair, and then I'll flop them. There's such a thing to reach out, so when you're in the morning, someone's not going to grab six out, so I sit down across from the back, where my guest is, and I was thinking about how many people I missed, but I just was like, you don't want to be that guy, like, oh yeah, the guy's pistol, yeah, exactly. Not everybody has pistol, just being honest. And then Pat was talking to see, he was like, here's something, and I look up, and that's that bear's like, it says, so Steve, you who are the bear behind Steve. So like Steve was between me and his back was to me, like how far away? Charge over 30 yards. Some of the first time you see it 30 yards, it's a 30 yards. Yeah, it's dead right. Super fast. I just locked eyes while I was saying, I mean, I see it coming in the whole way. Just beady eyes locked in. I mean, I think this thing's gonna kill me. And so I'm thinking, you know, when I say I'm thinking, I don't know if I'm thinking. I just remember what was kind of going through my head every time I thought, oh, fuck, I'm gonna die. And my protection's right there. Like, I'm gonna die. This is that situation where I'm dead. And I talk about it, and he could have saved himself with his guns on the ground. And I think that was like, go for the gun was my whole thing. So I started to go for the gun. You know, I sort of been here as our memory. And so I start to go for the gun and realize, fuck, I don't have time to use my gun. And it's 3 feet away. Two bears right there. So fast. So I kind of do like a football juke move, left, right, and then wheel around right, do like a spin on my back, and then start running to the left. And at that point, Giannis, I didn't know this at the time, because I looked at some pictures after, he's kind of pieced everything together, so Giannis was sitting right next to me. And then she got up and turned, there's some trekking poles right here. He grabbed the trekking poles, really well, I was juking, he reached around, grabbed the trekking pole, swings her, hits the bear in the face. So then I see the bear running off, then I see someone going down the mountain with the bear. It's like he's got something, so I grab my pistol, start going down the mountain. He like, count off. I guess I'll count off. And everyone's like, what? I'm like, oh shit. Sorry. And then Garrett pops out of the bushes, and his body, he's like, wide-eyed. So Garrett, aka Dirtbag, was on top of the somehow he's on the bear's back. So I think when the bear wheeled around, he hit him and he ends up on the back. So I saw just legs and bear going down the mountain. I saw his legs on the back of the bear. So I felt like maybe the bear had his jaw. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. That was a movie. What was that anchor man with the fighting the bear? Yeah, and then we just kind of circled up around the tree. The real scary part was that bear. You're so thick, you really couldn't see. You could see me as far as the walls from the tree. Yeah. And just area over the brush, you hear the bear charging again. And we only had 2 pistols, Giannis and I. And the wind was so strong, there's no way we could use bear spray. So you hear the bear charging in, and Giannis with the pistols out ready, waiting for the thing to pop out at point blank range. And then he would sit in order yelling, bear, bear, hey, hey. And then that thing stops, and then it just, you crash off and then charge it from the other direction. So you like circle around the tree the other way. We did that like 3 times. That was just under, it's like a horror movie where it keeps coming in from different angles. It was weird. It was not a fun feeling. It was so small.
So when you guys had come back to the carcass that was hanging on the tree, it had probably claimed that carcass.
We don't know. We knew that Arius was there. I assume. Now the weird thing was, is it came in the leaf, so it was on pretty stiff, say into our face, and the bear came in with the wind, so it wasn't going into the sand. Probably they go around to get us and charge in. So I don't know if he heard something, if he was there, we saw what slightly looked like bear sign with the skin up. Steve and I kind of pointed it out, but we weren't thinking maybe it was something altered. When you say bear sign, bear shit, yeah, bear shit, things on the tree. Yeah, and so I think, yeah, we did some things that were wrong, but in the instance in which what saved us all, if we were to do it 100 times over, I would say I would do it differently, but it worked out how it worked out. So, like, obviously, I would never thought to just have that thing and have this weird scatter effect to anyone from getting hurt, which is a miracle. Was the fact that when we scattered, it just confused that bear. Because he kind of had this look after he started wheeling around, kind of like trying to hit a person, trying to go, he couldn't target one individual, and then things started hitting him, and somebody started back, and it just freaked him out. He went off to regroup. keep charging back up and never get enough charge on the way back in again.
Wow, that's crazy. How many people have ever gone through a bear attack unscathed like that? That group of 6.
Yeah, and the thing about it wasn't just a bear attack, but had, looking at it later, had someone even grabbed and mauled to death. But usually, I think that it would have been very unlikely that person would survive because the weather that came in was so bad. I don't know if it was 100 mile an hour winds. We were getting risky at 100 mile an hour winds, I don't think.
Right.
I don't know what was considered helicopters. I'm not really sure if it would so yeah, we go, but that would be a very hard thing. The gusts were so bad when we came back over the ridge to our camp. Now we're on the edge. You just want to get back to camp to clip out. And then, of course, we see bears on the way back, and we're like thinking, is this bear going to follow us? Is this bear going to go on the way back? So there's a bear on the way back.
Of electric structure to coast Cosby, often used in constructing an arrow.
Try and cast a positive light on his
We have
hatred.
15, the
It has
factory
the
is
meter
used
in
for
trans
15
value that now
equals
becomes a
that
negative
equals
trans
something
value.
up.
Verlagen we de prijzen van heel veel aanmerken. Zo betaal jij minder voor topkwaliteit. Je dagelijkse boodschappen nog goedkoper. Ga snel naar Dirk met deze week Robijn wasmiddel. Tot 20 wasbeurten voor maar €2,99. Op Dirk kun je rekenen.
My name is Scott Payne. I served in the FBI for 23 years as an undercover agent. I infiltrated biker gangs, KKK, and America's neo-Nazis. And this is everything I'm authorized to tell you. We were all worried about my safety. We had quick response teams, you know. The bottom line is if I'm in the middle of 100 acres and the crap hits the fan, what are you going to do for me other than avenge my death? Unless I take care of that while so, you know, that's kind of like undercover mentality. If you're only going in because you're expecting 3 SWAT teams and HRT to be there for you, you probably shouldn't go in.
Early.
There was an opportunity to do the Outlaws Motorcycle Club in Massachusetts, out of the Boston office. My game plan was to just go in cold. I think I went into the Outlaws case around July of 2005. Massachusetts was what we were going after. They had pretty good intelligence. I'm like, hey, you know, what do you know? And they were like, they showed me, hey, this guy right here, he wants me surrounded by big guys and blood for me to send attention. So they had that down. And I'm like, okay, cool. That lets me know, all right, I can be me. We knew that they frequented a strip club. And for those that don't know, in the biker world, you have a mandatory meeting every week, and that's called church. And they know the club and the chapter. Sometimes that's where you talk about your criminal activity. Cut your phone off, airplane mode, leave them outside, go inside. You know, and that's basically our ways to avoid being infiltrated. There's no way law enforcement protection. I kind of made some stops at that bar when they weren't there. I got to the crowd a little bit, and then one night, when we're ready to swing for the fences, the surveillance was like, hey, they're leaving, they're on their way there. I'm already at the bar. I'm like, cool. I had asked them, I was like, hey, can they wear their colors in the bar? And they're like, no, we don't think they can wear the bar. Let's go. That's an advantage for me. Because now I'm just a tattooed dude drinking, staring, half-dressed guys, listening to rock and roll. So was that guy. But that's one of the intelligence wrong. So I'm in there, I'm on one side of the bar, and here comes about, I don't know, 12, 13 outlaws, all with their colors on. They take the whole back section. That changes any kind of approach for me, right? What do you do? You walk up and go, hey, especially this accent in Massachusetts. You walk up and go, hey, you boys like to ride? I'm probably getting smacked at a minimum, right? So, I'm just trying to great shape, getting to know some of the outlaws, just shooting shit, guys in the bar. And then they had somebody come check me out in the bathroom. That was a little weird. This big Jack Daniel Scott Town, who I got to be friends and know very, very well after that case. Door swings open, and here he is, barrel chested, big muscles. And then I see him eyeballing me and started to walk up. So for that split second, I'm thinking, I'm getting jacked. We're probably going to slam this. I mean, I'm just ready. Prepared for anything. He starts questioning about where I've been, this, that, and the other. Don't
don't bluff.
Written Dora the
Because I
Five
did
Books
try
of
some
Moses,
stuff.
as distinct
Yeah,
from the
Texas,
old Dora,
he'd been to
Shetland Eagles, written Dora.
South Carolina, he'd been to Spartanburg. He knew all the places I was talking to. And I've been bluffing. And not knowing what I was talking about, I'm not going to blow it right then and there. For protection and safety, I got paid. Oh my God.
Let me just step back for 1 second.
I'm pretty sure I wouldn't even wire that one. Because me personally, I don't like being wired at the beginning. If we were certified, it's just been me fighting. Hopefully a cover team can hear me. You should have a cover team on you if you're out. A cover team would be like my case team, would be your response team. You might have multiple response team shifts. But for the outlaw case, it's basically me. For 2 years, it was basically me. The case agent, FBI case agent, who was a friend of mine, he was a Massachusetts State Trooper, task force officer, and it was a Brockton PD detective, and we had a DEA counterpart. But for the most part, it was those two task force officers, the agent, sometimes gaining trust from somebody takes a long time, but I just started hanging. And that night, that first night I was sure they invited me to their Northeast regional meet, which was called the Love Fest. I made sure I came back for that, started meeting more people, and I was just hanging around, you know. But, I was a country guy doing it in Massachusetts. I don't have to have a reason because I believe it. I said I was a site survey specialist because I grew up landscaping. And I started looking for something that I felt comfortable talking about and being able to do for a living. But eventually I started letting it be known that I'm not just a legit businessman. I do some criminal activity too. And I started doing some things. What it turned in for them was, in the beginning, they would report vehicles stolen. They would get their own insurance money. I would buy those vehicles out of them at a stolen price. And what they believed is I was moving them to Mexico. And then we start gaining more trust as we're hanging more, and they're learning more about me, and I'm learning more about them. And then it becomes, hey, we just carjacked somebody. So now they're saying, Tex, we got a hot we need to get rid of them. I'm like, okay, I'll get rid of them. So take that. All of the dropping breadcrumbs about the fact that I did get it. And I did have contacts in the cartel, but I got out because some of my boys got locked up and he get too close. In the Outlaws case, there wasn't a part where I was going to get taken down, but there were several times during that case I did get stopped by law enforcement as our team surveilling me. And I'm getting questioned with outlaws in my car. I'm getting browbeat by a state trooper, and I've got to stay in roll, and I'm not going to jail, you know, kind of thing. So, if that would happen on a case like that, I'd just go to jail. I wouldn't break up. I'd let somebody come bail me out and figure out after that. But everybody bolstered my reputation with the outlaws, you know. The biggest lick, we came as a year and a half into the case. I laid out that I was actually involved in the drug game. And we did a deal where we had a load of better transferred to another vehicle. So we ended up doing 40 kilos of real cocaine, 1,000 pounds of real weed. What they thought was it was a drug crew selling it to another drug crew. And they got paid for helping protect it. But the big issue in that case that most people like to talk about is the night before the op was supposed to happen, Joe Dawes, who's the president of the Tongan chapter, said, hey man, I want you to come over to the clubhouse. They were having church, that meeting I was talking about. And Clothesline, Little Fortune, is supposed to be my good buddy. Says, hey Tex, you got that? And I said, yeah. I've been in that clubhouse 18 times, man. Who knows how many? There's only one door I've never been in. And that's the door up. And we went down a tight stairwell to a basement. But I'm being generous when I say basement. Northeastern home, split level, like a cellar. You know, I couldn't stand up straight. I'm 6'4", and I broke through the wall on both sides. Well, they brandished their weapons. And he's got me down there, and I'm just walking down into that dark, tight area. One outlaw from one behind me. I'm like, something's not good, man. This is not good. And everything starts slowing down in your head because you're having an adrenaline flow. He walks me down there, and he says, hey, there's a lot going on. It's my job to protect my brothers. I need you to take all your clothes off. I need you to write down your full name, your address,
Date
kids'
entitled for
names,
great
your wife's
Rabbinic
name,
leaders. Test.
and I start go bricks at that point. I'm like, oh
Text of
hell.
Babylonian Academy Hebrew.
Because
Date and equals
being stripped in the basement at gunpoint
Independent spiritual
is
place
not a
of
big deal.
purification
If you're
after
not
death
fired,
Hebrew.
you're just naked. It's uncomfortable.
Date equals
It's
valid
cold.
idea.
When you're wired, it's a big deal. And
Our Rabbinic commentary discussion
I
on
went
the
to write
Torah,
my name
part
down,
of
Scott
Talmud
Calloway,
Aramaic.
and I couldn't remember my middle
Gemara
name
equals
because I was having a
studies.
dream. I couldn't remember everything I did. I'm having the auditory exclusion, everything's
Hebrew letters
going
great
really
low
slow.
order.
You can feel your heartbeat, your hamstring is getting rubbery. And I was trying to remember, I was going, Scott Calloway, and I'm like, that wasn't my middle name, that was another alias. And I'm just going through this Rolodex in my mind. And then I do something that if you train, I have no idea I did it. And it's basically a distraction technique, but it's also me trying to get information. Must have been my subconscious doing it, right? And I say, what else do you need? And he says, what? And I'm like, my name and what else? Then I hear them yell up to the probate and say, hey, what else do you need for that website? So now I'm doing active listening. I'm like, oh, okay. So they're gathering intel. I'm like, okay, they're going to Google search me. Back then, there was a huge thing called newsrap.com. You go on that. Anybody that was like locals that get blocked, if they could ID the dog and put a picture, they put it on newsrap.com. I took my jacket, my shirt off. I took my boots off, and I dropped my pants and underwear down around my ankles. And I did remember my middle name finally. And I wrote that down. But the whole time, I'm doing things that were detailed. I'm talking, I'm looking at clothesline, and I'm like, I didn't say it, but my eyes were saying, tell me everything's going to be okay. What the hell's going on? I looked for plastic. If I'd have seen plastic on the floor, I probably would have tried to find my way out of it. But I think, what the hell could I have done? I don't care how tough you are. 13 outlaws, you're downstairs. You got to get upstairs, get out the door. So I told him. But in his look, he's kind of looking back, and he says, see, at one point he tells me, he goes, trust me, man. Somebody accused me of being a Fed, I'd smash him out. And I looked at him and I said, I'm not happy. That was true. I was not happy. And he said, I wouldn't be here. So I'm thinking, then he grabs a piece of clothing and he says, hey, I'm not going to find anything in here I don't want to, right? Like some naked pictures of my old lady, and he laughs. He goes, I laugh like this. Because, without giving too much away, there was something in that piece of clothing. And he starts needing it. He starts looking at it, and he's going over this whole piece of clothing. And he looks right at it, but doesn't see it, and I pass. I immediately go back into this. Now, several things to be learned from that. A lot of people ask me, what would you have said if he would have found it? And to this day, I remember it like it was yesterday. I got two responses. One would have been to buy myself some time. He would have said, what is this? And I would have said, I don't know, some naked pictures of the old lady, because he already threw that ball. The only other line I had was, the gig is up, I'm an undercover FBI agent, I can walk out of here and we can see each other in court, or all hell's not breaking loose. However, that would have been a bluff on my part, because to my knowledge, every time I was in that clubhouse, the cover team really couldn't hear me. That night when I turned in my equipment to the case team, what I found out was Sergeant Higginbotham, Higgy, was the Massachusetts State Trooper, and Joe was the Rockland Police guy. That first exchange between me and Joe Dogs at the door made their spotty senses go off, or if you're me and your believer, it was the Holy Spirit talking to you. Divine intervention. What Higgy and Joe did is they suited up, vests and everything, ready to respond. But because they knew how fortified that door was in the clubhouse, the cinder block wall around it, their plan was to drive the vehicle with their cinder block wall to breach it there. Because it would be easier, in their opinion, to breach that door. I can't tell you how many people in my law enforcement career, or even today, that I would know that I'd say they would they might have went in there, they wouldn't have waited. But Higgy and Joe knew me enough to listen to my voice, and I was in control enough to where they did, and we passed the test. And the case was very successful. I will tell you, there's a whole other side to that 3-year period. I have been going in a pace for 3 years where I'd stop taking care of myself. So in order to work these cases, I take my days off. I'll be undercover and I'll go over the weekend, come back, and I'll take a day off, go right back to work. Because I want to make my bosses happy in the calendar. So I could come to the undercovers and be on SWAT and do all this other stuff. And it eventually caught up to me. By the time the case was ending, I was a zombie. I was on antihistamines, decongest, I was taking hydroxycuds after drinking 3 cups of coffee. It's a cocktail for anxiety. And that's what happened. I crashed physically and mentally. I slept like an average of 16 hours a day for a week. I bet you the first 2 days I was working for 20 hours. I wasn't depressed or sick. I know what that must feel like. I was just that day here. The case finished with a person outside the deal to get the cars. And then the guy that asked me for that deal was another cover truck drivers that were working for me on the case. We were picking up a vehicle because they had for a 10 kilo. They said, yeah, we can get it. And they delivered it to us. We took it down. Everybody played guilty. And I don't know if the whole chapter ever came back. I wish the phone had to that. I believe that white supremacy and domestic terrorism realm of the FBI is probably the most violent, most dangerous. Yes, based on my experience. Because the militia groups that I infiltrated and stuff, a lot of them are just pro-gun. It goes back to what it's always been. You come to take their guns. You're going to have a really bad wake up in 2019. I started hearing about the things. So ACE was an organization considered accelerationist. They want to accelerate the collapse of society. They don't believe in a political solution to save the white race. They believe that society is going to collapse on its own from man-made events, and they want to speed it up. People out there just call in and say, hey, I'll go to this Telegram channel, and there's this guy going on TNB, and man, he is saying some crazy stuff. So he goes on to say, and it's just spewing hate, man, and that's not illegal. For some member protection in the United States. And people hear that pretty much the leader was a guy named Ronaldo Pizarro. His online bloggers were Roman Wolf and Spears. And I would kind of post, you know, hey man, I like what you're saying. I train all the time, blah, blah, blah. And then they don't like it back. Well, at the end of all their bloggers and stuff, there was recruitment. And it said, if you're interested, email base_1. So I answered them, and that started a series of questions from emails over probably a week or two. And they got to the point where they're asking your ethnicity, where you live, what's your background, what's your belief system. I was instructed to download the app called Wire, kind of like a WhatsApp kind of thing, the calls on it too. And I think it was July of 2019. I did approximately 1 hour and 15 minutes. I think I was here like 5 different voices and stuff. Ronaldo was on there. And I get paid questions, and I'll answer them back. 24 hours later, I got a ping on Wire. We'd like to have you. We'll hook you up in a cell in the closest to you. 3 to 5 man cells all over the world. Wait for that call for the boogeyman. And it turns out that Al Qaeda translated to English is the base. I don't know if that was a coincidence, but that's why Ronaldo chose it. I go down to Rome, Georgia, and I meet TNB, and Pestilence. Now, listen, they're pretty squared away. Even though they're like 21 and 19, they told me where to go there. In the town, they told me where to park. They told me to take a picture in the town of Rome, Georgia. There's a Capitoline wolf. It is the Roman wolf statue. They wanted me to take a picture of that and send it. So I met the case team right before that. They want to put a dragon device on my truck because again, we don't know where we're meeting. Technically, we don't know where we're going. They don't want to lose me. I don't want them to lose me. I go and meet them, and I'm pretty sure when they get checked on if they're worth anything, they're going to check me out. You know? So they come up, like, hey man, how's it going? At that point, I was like, we changed it to pedal horse. Shortly thereafter, when I was in the group, he's like, hey man, put your phone on airplane mode. I'm going to check you. So that airplane mode, he goes up as a wall. The wheel like some kind of Geiger counter. There had all kinds of lights and buttons on it in the triangle car. He's running all over me. I'm like, okay, cool. He starts going down the truck. He starts getting to the back of the truck, which is where they had installed the dragon the bus and that thing starts going nuts.
Italy,
And I'm
slaves.
like, oh, somebody picks it up.
However,
And
contrary to popular
turns out that piece of equipment, that kid who doesn't have a job, told him it's $500. It's not chump change.
not at all. It definitely was.
And it does. It takes everything. Bluetooth, Wi-Fi, any signal there is, it'll color code it, make it show. Right, we're slaves to it. Our in the power lines were pretty big. And the pestilence says, I wonder if it's the power lines. And he said, hey, I'm sorry, I'm going to drop the right leg back because I'm over here.
It actually had
He walks over the pole, he's got shit
success.
that detector goes nuts. He's like, man,
Things like this,
God,
which
it's the power lines follow us. So now I'm following it. Now I'm like talking. I don't know who's watching me, but so I'm got like a cup. I got my phone, I'm driving with one hand or my knee, and I'm going, hey, can you guys hear me? They're like, yeah, they shut the tractor off. They're like, well, we're afraid we shut it off. We won't be able to get it back on. I'm like, well, I'm telling you, if you don't shut it off, it's probably going to be the quickest undercover I've ever done. We pulled into an abandoned concrete plant, that's what it looked like to me. And it turns out that the TMB, which stands for the military medicine, his name was Luke Lane, and his dad had 100 acres in Rome, Georgia. And that's where we started training. And that's where I started meeting more members and identifying members of the base as they come down the train. So we're out there, and this is semi-automatic AR-15s. And you gotta remember, at this time, in my career life, I've been the principal tactical instructor for the division forever. I've been a firearms instructor. I can't go out there and tell them they're doing wrong. I can't go out there and make them better. That weekend, a 19-year-old show led firearms academy for basically. And I'm watching, if they really wanted to go bad, they're probably going to get the drop on the watch they're doing magazine exchange drills, fast fire drills, speed, accuracy. No, I did not show my, what I consider above average marksmanship skills when I was shooting from my first rounds. I jacked up some magazine exchanges. Everybody was always building their kit. By building your kit, I mean, most likely bulletproof vests, plate carriers, rifle felt plates, they call it battle rounds, duty belt caricatures. But you got your battle rounds, you got your pistols, you got everything. They were reflector camo. Reflector because that's the German pattern here, and they're white supremacy. So the terrorism world, if you got a base member who's predicated, you can have a case on them, but they live in California. Well, California, LA division is going to have to open that case. You got one here in New York, New York's going to have to open that case. So you got all these case teams, and it got to the point where every Monday was a meeting between like the higher ups, and they blessed me enough to have me on the phone, which was good because I'm a ground level person that can be like, hey, this is what we do. And then every Tuesday was a meeting between all the United States Assistant United States Attorneys and locals. You got pretty big pretty fast. There's a couple of different ways that the base was recruiting. Online was huge. The acceleration group seemed to be really big into what they call stickering or postering or flyering. It would say, save your race, join the race, and there'd be a picture of the swastika and a dude with a military hat on kind of thing. And then it would have a QR code. So you scan that QR code and it takes you right to mid-shoot to a video. And it's propaganda video that the base did. I was in here we did a lot of filming down in Rome, Georgia, Florida base. You know, it might be like a voiceover. It might show up some strong heavy metal, black metal song, and it would just show us running and like fighting and shooting, and there's always like a magazine dump at the end where all there's on the line, just emptying the bag. And the rule was that every recruiter video had to be better than the last one. Because we want to be better. There's a very powerful recruitment video out there called The Lion of Europe, but you can't pull it up. You might be able to find it on like a Telegram, but if you try to put it on Google, everything gets flagged right away. And again, you got to remember, these guys call them last word, they call them saints. They have a leaderboard. The leaderboard shows the scores, and then it gets down to says, what are you going to do? The saints, a leaderboard. Generally, you're going to find somebody that's satanic in that group. And there's groups like the Order of Not Angels, and there's some other ones that are out here that are the stuff they spew and write down is pretty. I mean, like, mutilation of children, and satanic stuff. So fast forward to Halloween of 2019, we held a hate camp in Georgia. Probably about 13 base members from all over the country came that Halloween night. They stole around from the local property. We went down and held a pagan ritual, which I think is pagan. I got plenty of friends who are pagan. They got back and stuff like that. They're all over they twisted just like Christian identity twisted to the Bible. So they kidnapped the good, sacrificed their pagan ritual, drink his blood. A lot of them were acid. The next day we did training, and then we had another little hate camp where we built a fire down there, burned Bibles, burned American flags, screaming, F your Jewish God, F America, F Jews, that kind of thing. But after that, I gained enough trust. We uncovered several murder plots that put me in on. They had found a couple that they believed were an Antifa couple in a couple of counties away. And Luke had already started making a list of lefty journalists and reporters. I'm like, so you actually want to start killing people who are in the news and on TV and stuff? He goes, yeah, I get it. Okay. Well, it's a good thing we're going to take a look at this family to be good practice. Meanwhile, the Baltimore, Delaware crew believed that the huge gun rights rally that was going to be happening in January of 2020, their idea was they were just going to set off the money. They also started getting really crazy talking about like breaking out saints from the prison, using that 6.5 cream, the $6,000 visual scope to shoot cops. And the big thing for us was trying to make this timeline work and get all the evidence we needed to do the airtight case, which we had what's going anyway. But you could always like, hey man, we can find this out kind of thing. I flew to Baltimore on Friday, drove up to Delaware. Those were two of the base members there, sighted their weapons, hung out all day. We got some aids, started having a few drinks. Flew to Atlanta on Sunday, drove up to North Georgia, met with those base members to finalize the plot. Lunch. I found my truck had issues. So I got out to work on my truck, and then that's when another truck came over. I started talking to that person. While that's happening, the SWAT team came over the hill and the Bearcat on my vehicle. And I took the truck top off. They take down the loop without incident. They pick up pestilence at his house. So by Friday, it's starting to come out. You know, I'm in the main chat. I don't respond. I'm not answering anybody. But like, I've seen billboards. Look at this, so and so and so and so, and it's going and it's going. It's like, wait a minute. This report says there's a federal agent that infiltrated his own. Where the hell's the bad news? And I'm just waiting and I'm waiting. And that's all I figured out. Because he attended every training, which could be a red flag. I should have picked on something like that. Now, as soon as he started saying, I go, he knows this man, he figured it out. And somewhere around like 5:15 on Friday night, it was like, Roman Wolf has removed. So I screenshot that and sent it to all the cast people and I put it in. Action. And that was it. We took that one down. Your story has to be straight. We call it your legend. It's your backstory. In other words, especially if I'm planning on going deep undercover, it may not work, but plan for it. Because if I came in here with granny backstop and a name that I don't have anything associated with, you know what I mean? If it's not real, it doesn't look real, it's not real, you can't touch it. Then all of a sudden, something breaks and you can go deep undercover, you're screwed because you have a bad foundation. So know your stuff. You're going to get tested on it. Don't bluff. Because if you have my luck, you're going to get caught. Another big one that I saw and personally dealt with is you need to be able to see that the situation is deteriorating and be aware of it and get out if you got to. Or maybe the thing was heating up and they're like, do it, and then you fake it, and then they're like, oh, everything's cool. And then now you know that the situation is bad. For me personally, the way I was trained and the choices I made, I always stuck very close to who I am. I mean, it's still me. The jokes are the same. I just may or may not be married, may or may not have kids, may or may not play college ball, may or may not be a musician and a singer. But I mean, I'm probably ride motorcycles and lift weights. Is there a danger staying close to the truth? Case by case, subjective. Because it could be. If I got it way too close, like you can figure out that I'm married and my kids and stuff. But I generally felt better, more secure when it comes to there's a few rules for undercovers. It really goes for sources too. You can't be involved in that crowd sources. You can't lead and come up with the criminal idea. You know what I'm saying? That'd be a traffic issue, right? Let me say this, operational security. You should never have anything personal that ties to the vehicle somewhere in my personal clothes. I went more than I picked up my coat from the cleaners and it says Scott Payne on it. And now I'm undercover. Somebody grabs my jacket and you know me as Tech Scott Calloway. And now you see Scott Payne on the jacket. So you get into it with things I would do to kind of get rolled for almost all my cases. Because I take the cross off. I take the cross off my necklace. I got home. That's what you meant.
This might be trade craft. How would you ever look at your cover team with your truck?
And that's not trade craft. It's actually, it gets kind of hard actually. Because you go to meet case teams and case agents all over the country. It comes like, hey, what's your safety word? And I'm like, how about this? If I yell help multiple times in a row, that's my code word. You know, and I get it that you want to set them off or not, but especially at the NARS level, that I got so much experience. You say, okay, your signal, your physical signal is going to be, you're going to take your hat off, you're going to tap your head, put the hat back on. Person's never done it, baseline's never done it, but for whatever reason, subconsciously it's in there, and they don't realize they do it. They're talking to the bad guy, they take their hat off, tap their head, put it back on. It wasn't time for the signal. They did it by accident. Now I got a word. When you come up with something like, if you want a word where, for me to let the team know, I got the evidence, like for something quicker, maybe we're doing crimes against children, we're ordering escorts or whatever. Once I get that money in exchange for sex thing, I can come up with something. Yeah, I always try to do this. People ask me a lot, you know, what was it about undercover work that I'm always looking at. I'm always like first kids again, got a guy, but I will tell you this. I'm always fascinated with undercover. I don't care if it's the cheesiest undercover movie. I love it. I was a cop first in 1998. And for 3 years, I was on patrol, 2 years, license for cops. So I was already certified to do undercover in the state. And I was applying with the FBI. And I got accepted in 1998. It's a selection process. Every field office has an undercover coordinator. If you have a seasoned undercover coordinator, they should be sitting you down, not giving you things that are going to be in the certification course, but talking about, I mean, I did a video. If you came to me right now, I'd be like, okay, so what do you think undercover is? What do you picture? You know, do you have a family? How long have y'all been married? You got kids? How old are your kids? Things like that. But again, the undercover program is going to be voluntary. Even if you're certified, let's say you make it through the certification process, nobody can make you. They can make you a case agent, but they can't make you undercover. Then at some point, you're going to have to go do psychological testing. We have something called the safeguard unit. So you do psychological tests during the day. You're going to sit down. That may be an FBI agent that's taking a position at the safeguard unit, or it could be somebody we contracted in. And then you sit there with somebody like a Stone, or like somebody that's seen to talk about things outside of that later. How's your family? How's your vision? Do they support you, or get a lot of grief for being in the undercover program? I've run into a scenario too, and then they're going to do all their crunching back at headquarters, and they're going to come down with 40 candidates. It's a 20-spot school, but they have 20 backups just in case somebody falls out and they can slide another one in. I got certified in 2002 with the undercover certification. I think in 2003 I started role playing at the school,
Reading
and they started teaching words at the school
Around the year
Rare
from
letter equals.
2003 until I retired.
Readers from Shamar Hebrew
I've
letter
never seen a
equals
100% graduation rate.
the
That doesn't mean it's hazing. I mean, that to me, it gives them course credibility. You go through that process,
Rare letter
if you
equals.
make it this 2 weeks,
Reading from Hebrew
that's all
letter equals
pretty big on speed deprivation because it really brings out the weaknesses. And we want to see that as trainers, as undercovers, we want you to feel it.
Rare letter
If you're going
equals.
through it, if you got a dream while you're undercover, which of course you can, and we want to see that you lose your stuff. Start to fight everybody in the world. You better take off your clothes. I mean, the biggest one, red flag. New York City was my first office in the FBI. I did Cap. And I was already doing some cameos here, and cameos just like it sounds like in the movie. Like I hopped in a truck with a task force guy, and we delivered 3,000 pounds of weed to a Jamaican gang. That's cameo. I mean, I'm not, we're just going, we're delivering it, and then they're going to get it. And when they pop the box, everybody runs out of the rest. There's huge differences from when I started undercover to when I was finished. Get wiser as far as me as a Greenville County narcotics officer, and the first time they rolled me down the street in a trafficking drug area, and they gave me a $20 bill. Told me, so I got this, pulled out the corner, they got out the car, you sold me 120. I don't know what the hell I'm doing. I bought some weed, trying to become a cop, but, multiple times, but I know about going in, to those areas, and I remember I rolled down there, I was so scared. The guy comes up, he's like, what you want? He's like, what is it, what you want? I cracked the window just enough to get $20 like I'm trying to insert it to the vending machine. I'm like, I want to, I'm sure my voice is high because I was scared. Like, I want a 20. Broke out the window, so I got it. He hands it to me. And it probably a slimmer. I'm in New York. I'm signed in New York. I went out. I come back as soon as you fly commercially. And I help cover leads down the West Side Highway and other highways. It was very surreal. But I saw a campus for some undercover work in San Antonio. I put in for it. I got through it for 30 days. Once that happened, I became the primary, and they ended up transferring me. So I was in the next grade for 6.5 years. And while I was there, as a case agent, I'm working cartel stuff, and this, that, and the other. I can tell you transparently, I can't talk about the case because it's only like the only one that's classified. It's been out in, I don't really know, blocks.
So in other words, Rosh was
Operation Public Justice was a public corrections undercover operation. And it took place, I want to say around like 2009 to 2011. The FBI is looking for a systemic public corruption, which means more than just one person, generally speaking. And that was reported. It had been reported for years and years, but nothing was found. So I went in, and then, I tried to infiltrate, ingratiate, get to know people. I was relatively new to the Tennessee area that we were in.
now once again,
That
it's
was
not
right
knowing
when the big opioid crisis was happening.
but the
So I went in
idea
there trying to give me
is that
something,
the way
some kind of something to be a little better. And I came in with stolen cigarettes. And those things were like hotcakes. Right there in the rural Tennessee area, they had no problem getting their opioids. Man, they did not like paying that much money for cigarettes. So once that happened, I was like, oh, this is our end. And I started bringing in reportedly stolen cigarettes and selling them. I was selling for $20 a car. And they would give me like 2 Oxy-8s, which were going for $1 a So they just gave me $160 worth of drugs, the $20 card. And then we started trying to wrap in some local law enforcement. We didn't get it. We got a constable who was dirty. We got a guy that was a reserve who became a cop while I was in that case. There are a few things the good cop hates worse than the bad cop. Don't tarnish the badge. I mean, that goes. We didn't get the constable on some drug charges. We got a cop, and he was still alive and stolen cigarettes from me. I mean, I'm saying there could have and stuff. Which is just a hard bitch when you're a cop. When you go over that, you took the same oath I did.
somehow located
The hell's wrong with it?
Yada Arabic
But
grade.
in that particular
That
verse,
equals
he was
Brazil.
mine.
Below
thought we're
equals
still
Hezbollah.
around bad
Yada
stuff
equals
for
this.
ATVs and
Now,
stuff like
many
that.
other biblical scholars,
But most of the charges were drugs, just from the deal with the cocaine.
further north,
And we did 51 indictments. The rest of them went state. That was a year and a half case. I kind of broke my arm, don't underestimate. Earlier I talked about you need to be able
what
to
we
tell
can
when the
say
situation's deteriorating and not stay in it.
He has not
Get
seen
out.
how get electric divorce.
Early on in the case,
Contact with Chess Hebrews.
I'm at this
specifically
Mike
Alana
and Sherry.
equals love. Chess equals kindness. Refers both to the
I just
middle
want to
of
pay
the
attention. All of a
middle
sudden
of
everybody's gone.
kindness.
It's just me, Mike and Sherry.
Roughly sacrifice
And
the
what I've
kindness.
done is to validate my knowledge about drugs. I picked up some cocaine
Alana
years ago
equals
there.
love. Uber
And
equals
I know
freedom.
this about it.
With the
That's a
set of
good
methodology.
origin. You know, I'm like,
Consider
that's
the
that one
foundation of
with
Jewish
it
ethics.
stepped on. Because I knew a period the other day that wasn't nothing.
British word for God, literally the most
Then
high.
later in the 14th century,
However,
Stop
it
my
is defined
stuff.
in
Try
everyday
this.
Jewish speech.
as a result
You're talking to a mountain man with no teeth in his head
in the mouth of Germany,
who drinks all day, does cocaine, and pills all day. Good guy that I could bond with when he was good, but when he was bad, he was
Central
bad.
to Jewish
I
prayer
mean,
and
he
theology,
was go
symbolizing
off
ultimate faith.
hard to trust
Thou
him.
hast not knowledge in
He's
Hebrew.
where
violent.
there is a
It's a chess game, right? You're always trying to think of the
Thou
next move.
equals on. Net
I
life
missed it.
equals
Now I'm sitting on the couch, leaning backwards. I got a red ball
Lesser
hand
said when washing
in my
hands
crotch
before
around
dress. Collective requirement to purify
teeth showing. I'm leaning back as far as I can on the couch, just
Thou
looking back
hast
at
given us
cocaine.
nothing
Everybody
else
my
than
face, and he's
grain
not
based
doing it.
foods other than bread cakes
If you're
and
not caught
pasta.
doing it, if I find out you're wrong, you're dead man here.
Western
You also
Europe,
had a
Comic-Con.
short barrel, double barrel,
what Ashkenaz
28 shotgun with the hammer's coming back sitting right next to him.
it's a
Sexual
Going in my head,
experimenting on concepts for a thing or not for
I
myself.
can't believe I let my guard down and now I'm in this position. I'm like, I'm not doing it. And I'm told you, and I got hard as shit. I got faced 3 times. I was
Cited 3 times daily.
well, then he's like, well,
Memory, Arabic,
Sherry's on the
Euro,
rest of the squad.
Euro speaker.
So-and-so on the squad's had a heart attack. He got a bad heart. He did this morning. He's fine. I'm thinking, well, that's great. But eventually what happened was I just texted and he went back in away. Clearly the situation's deteriorating.
Arda equals 4.
I did a sleight of hand movement and I faked the text.
Thank you very much.
I did not stick it in my mouth.
Before
And then
species
fine.
separate,
After
Mulan,
that, don't want to give away trade crafts, right? But
Arda
You
Parshi
don't
Young
do that.
Hebrew. 4
now,
4 and
your
4.
life's in danger. Yeah, I'll do the dope. And then I need to tell the case team.
For special
And
Torah
I need
ready
to tell the
before
United States
Texas
Attorney's
Technology,
Office. And I need to
Zachar,
get to an
Sarah,
emergency room
Pachovic.
and let them know that I've interested the drugs to make sure I'm not going to OD.
Aaron equals
Especially
R.
today. I mean, look at the day with fentanyl.
Supporting.
No, you can touch that. Let me give you an example.
Torah Marquis
Narcotics street
Where Scrolls are
I'm a
kept.
narc in the middle of the
Symbol of
night.
reverence and holiness.
And
Action
our
equals
MO was kind of
operate.
like, you could get 3 miles from a location, that was good
One
enough
of
for a
the
search warrant.
sacrificial
You
offerings
know,
is
wasn't
the temple
always
for
the
certain
exact,
transgressions.
roughly we get 3 miles out of the house, we hit it. So I'm going to buy from you, and
Pastor
I'm
Young
a
Arthur
user.
blessing
I
reside
can
of
come up with a reason not to do it in front of you 2
praising
or 3
God for
times.
creating the human
Can
body
I come up with a reason not to do it
The
for 2
Surah
months?
Hazrat Hebrew.
No.
The
It's all your
Surah equals
story.
10.
And it's got to be believable. You got to believe it. You got to sell it.
That's the hard line. Of course, you really have a lot of
Beach happened because I did see a campus. There was a young man who had already been in prison. He was a felon. He shows up at a Ku Klux Klan rally. He is so radical that he is scaring the white supremacists. This guy was attracting attention because he was so radical. And it got turned over to us. I come in as, it's a wrong line to call a closer. I don't know if there's a correct term for it, but to me a closer is this. You want to do something, you want to blow something up, I'm the guy that can get you the bomb. I'm the guy that can get you the gun. I'm a closer. In this case, Benji McDowell was his name. Lived about 45 minutes outside of Little Beach in Conway. So I meet Benji, go down to Little Beach, meet at the hotel room and talk. What are you really planning on doing? We saw what you posted. We've seen what you've said. Do you have the means to do it? How many steps have you taken to make it happen? If any, those are things we're trying to find out. And if any kind of murder or harm to innocent people is going to happen, we got to stop it. So basically, he just kept saying, I got the heart. I got the heart. I got the heart. I just don't know how to do it. I need some guidance. They're going to guide you on how to shoot a synagogue. He'd already looked at a synagogue. He knew that they were having a Saturday family day. And I did point out to him, Cleveland was kind of slow things down because he wanted to do it in the county. He'd been arrested. Everybody knows he's a felon. So I was like, I told him, I'm like, hey, you know, aren't you on radar here? Yeah. So day ends. I'm sitting at the bar at the hotel. I fly out the next morning. I already turned in my recording equipment, my undercover phone. This bitch, because I like what you were saying. And you're right, I have to go here. I'm going to find another spot a little further away. There's another target, another synagogue or whatever, a little further away. But until then, you think you can hook me up with a phone? I didn't even miss a beat. I said, yeah, what do you need, Glock? Sick, what do you want? He goes, I like a Glock. All right. He tells me how many rounds he wants. He tells me he wants a hollow point. So if you're a felon, you can't have a weapon. I'm doing some more calls, coming up with a gun. And then he sped things up because he said, hey, man, I'll move. He's staying in his mom. And we're like, where are you going? He said, Alabama. But I'm like, the case team's like, dude, we've got everything written up. We can't let this dude hit the road and pick what he's possibly. We don't want him to hurt somebody. Number one. And I drove through the night or whatever to Myrtle Beach. And so then we go pick him up. And I sell him a gun. And the gun he requested at a decent price. Would be safe. I gave him a gun. The gun was inoperable. And then we were arrested by the case team. The case team came in and I remember getting my head slammed off the side of the SUV I was renting. So like, man, they come rushing in and I'm looking at the engine. I'm like, be cool, don't say nothing, don't say nothing. And they grab us and they get him. And actually one of the cops in Myrtle Beach used to be NYPD. So it's a total New York accent. And you know, we connected right off when we met. I'm like, I was in New York. He's like, oh man, good. So he's the one that slams me. And then he gets with his New York accent, your friends told you don't say hello, something like that. I was like, when did the ad-libbing come in? What was that? But I'm going to tell you, I said, you guys are going to stick around, whatever they know, we got this guy thanks. As I'm driving back to Tennessee, they called me short. I mean, probably been an hour. And they said, listen, he confessed to everything. I congratulate the case team. Because see, that was going on. Wow. The whole haircut in Charleston Church was in trial. And he represented himself in trial. We teach tactics, we never name the shooter names because that's what they want. I'll name the victims all day long. I'm not giving them any more publicity, right? Mass murders. But Benji told me, when he was explaining what he goes, I want to do something. And he goes, I want to do something like I want to do something in the spirit of Dylan Roof, but on the grander scale.
Girl that's coming both days as well, obligated into the well. Sorry, Harambe. Articles outside,
so the true definition of undercover work is you are forming relationships that you're potentially going to betray. And you need to figure out and rationalize in your mind how you can do that without it having an adverse impact on your psyche. It's not always easy. At least it wasn't for me. That Scott Taylor guy, I bonded really tight with Scott. Even to the point to where, you know, I'm rocking his newborn daughter at his house. We finished each other's sentences, love working out, all that stuff. But at the end of the day, if you're breaking the law, I mean, there's going to be that point. Hopefully the case agent sits down with you and says, you're an adult, made a decision to break the law, you got to come up with a story. Hopefully that's what happened. But I will tell you that the last word I spoke to Scott, he did, of course, he didn't know I was FBI. He told me I was actually in Nevada. Undercover training. And I always kept my undercover phones on. He's like, hey, I just heard you're two drug drivers and Big Timmy got arrested. And I'm like, what? He's like, yeah, he goes, I just wanted to let you know. I said, well, you know, they do things on the side. He said, hey, I'm going to get him to take a shower. I'm going to find out what's going on. I'll call you back. I said, okay. His last words were to me, Beep, I love you, bro. And I went, I love you too. So I hung up. Probably within 45 minutes, the SWAT team was in his house. That's the last time we spoke. I know he's out there. I would talk to him.
Elected with a certain status, operating strictly.
We might finally have the fight we always wondered about, you know? But
It's really quite
I don't hate the
The
guy.
3 week voting period between
He made some
17
decisions.
and
Hopefully he's doing well. That's why I hope.
This article
Hope he's doing great.
a rather
House
disturbing
of
discovery that was made during the construction.
Municipal court that rules on collective projects.
While
State
working
contact
on
Hebrew.
organizations,
House of Holiness.
One of the ones that's
Temple
usually
of Jerusalem.
well,
you arrest him. And maybe the case team's like, doesn't have to go like this. Maybe the case team's talking to him. Now I'm in another room listening, right? And they're lying to the case team and lying. No, I didn't do this. No, nothing. You want to have this. How's it going? Scott, how is it? Not good. Hey, just so we're clear, right? We're about your creds. Special Agent Scott, the FBI. This is what you usually get. Oh, I knew it.
House of Yusuf.
I'm sorry, what?
Major elected written by Rabbi
I'm getting
Yusuf
comfortable
Karo,
country accent
basis
because
of
the one guy I'm
the
thinking of is what he said.
Bedford
I'm
Hebrew.
mimicking here. I can't help it. He was on the house. I knew you was undercover. And I went, you
Refers
did?
to laws
He
of
said,
personal
yeah. And I said,
animals,
and
people,
you continued to sell me
and
cocaine for a
directly
year and a half?
also points
And he's like, well, hell, I like you.
red hair, blue eyes, for example, that they all very
I always like to have one on the corner because
modern day.
there's a chance something can go wrong. You want him to be concealed comfortably, especially if you're deep undercover. These are my personal opinions. And I would always have a backup because, you know, video and audio needs a lot of it. So you might just be spot checking. But picture now we're in trial and you're the defense attorney. So, well, how come you only recorded that 5 minutes? Why can't we see everything else that's going on? You're doing something. It's just about creating doubt in a jury's mind. And the undercover technique
Discovered ignoring
gets such great evidence.
how they got
It's
there.
usually so overwhelming.
Much better.
And the only thing the defense team can do is they can try to claim entrapment, which shouldn't be an issue if you're a decent undercover, because it's like, well, we know we can't entrap. I can't put my words in my mouth. That's wrong. They can argue entrapment, or they try to make you look like a piece of trash on the stand. That's it. Because I mean, that evidence, that's like, that's your client saying it and doing it. But I always did backups. I've had multiple devices on me, and then 3 days later, I go to listen to the recordings, and they all crap to that. And I would document in there. I would say, sure, you noted that every piece of equipment died, malfunction. I wouldn't say crap to bed in 302, but yeah, malfunction. I have never had to testify in an FBI undercover case. As I said earlier, the evidence is so overwhelming. Now, as a case agent, I have. But for me, as a law enforcement officer, I'll take an oath to the entire Constitution, not just one amendment or two, all of it. And if you're breaking the law, it don't mean bad law enforcement. We're just enforcing the law. You got caught. I'm not saying you're a bad person. I'm not saying what you did is wrong. I'm saying you're an adult and you made a choice. You chose this and you got caught. This is illegal.
Blessing the Torah.
Had this particular draft.
Blessings recited before Torah study and
This is the
belief
problem
to
with
the
the
Torah.
FBI. You have a headquarters level that's disconnected from the field. But at the end of the day, we're a law enforcement agency. And we need to enforce the law. But when Mueller came in, it seemed like we got further away from working cases. They started bringing people into the FBI who had zero law enforcement experience whatsoever and giving them the top 3 or 4 positions of the FBI. You got somebody from the old SAC acts coming into the FBI at the top. What do you know about national security? My personal opinion would be made. I came in under Louis Free, and I was really glad that Louis was the last real director the FBI had. But he was also an agent himself and an assistant United States attorney. I know that's going to be like really hard to find somebody with those qualifications to come in to be the director. And when Mueller came in, the FBI, he wanted to push the FBI into more of an intelligence agency, kind of like CIA, taking almost like a broken model from CIA and applying that to the FBI. The bottom line is case agents is what should be important. Everything else is collaborative. You want to try out for SWAT, you want to be a SWAT operator, cool, try out. You want to be a firearms instructor, tactical instructor, active shooter instructor, undercover coordinator, source handler, evidence response team, all those are collateral duties. And you should be an investigator first. And you're willing to stay in DC and live in DC or in that area and stay in the JFK building, you can make rank.
Praise you for your on license for performing topic stuff.
Unfortunately, you end up with somebody with a very high position who has hardly any experience working cases, and you end up with a McKay,
Decided after
Peter
meeting
Stroh,
that
Lisa
will not
Bates
require
situation,
accountability for
and then
Comic
they do wrong things
Lord and I
because
pray
they did not know
for
what to
Hebrew
do,
blessing.
because they did not work cases.
Creates the fruit of the vine. With the civil wine and grace you.
I retired
Lord and I pray Hebrew
June of
blessing.
2021.
Creates
After
the
the base
fruit of the
case,
tree.
I'm sitting
Recited
in
over
Arizona,
fruits that
Phoenix,
grow on
Arizona,
trees.
putting on training for
Lord and I pray
online
Hanam
covered
and Hebrew
employees that do
blessing.
domestic terrorist plans. And I
Creates the
just
fruit
remember
of the
sitting
ground.
there in Arizona
Recited
and
over
thinking,
vegetables and produce from
I'm
the earth.
completely satisfied with my career. I still
Lord
travel
and I
around
line our
speaking
name
for
on the Hebrew blessing.
conferences. It could be civilian groups, it could be citizens academies.
Recited
So
over
my
make
book
great
is called
products
Code
not
Name
considered bread.
and the subtitle is How I Infiltrated America's Nazis. You learn from each case how my skills got sharpened more and more. Personal life and professional life, my
Torah obligation.
they come back and laugh. That's just the way I work with my family works. I've shared a lot with my wife. Obviously,
Things
that's
God has
classified.
made of
I
vain
can't,
and necessary blessings.
the way our
Apocalyptic
marriage
prohibition.
and family works,
Grafted
it's
baseline
not like
and
a
law
typical
Hebrew.
military
Blessing resentment
role
free.
where you can spare for 3
After
months and
blessing
say, I can't tell you what I'm
the
doing.
first
I
council
love
on
you.
ordained wine and truth of
That
the
doesn't
seven
work.
species.
Not mine. I could be gone for about 2 weeks, and after that, I get it. Don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to bring bad stuff home. It's a whole bunch of training for years and years and years of law enforcement. They got that imaginary bush, or you got a bush outside. You step out of your car, get ready to walk into your house. The family's been waiting on you all day and misses you. Take all that from your job and sit it on that bush. Go inside, be with your family, be a husband, be a father. And on your way back to work, pick up off the bush. I'll tell you something very personal. In the Outlaws case, when I was in the basement, that night on the way home, I had told my wife, everybody knows my birthday phone's now. So I told her that phone, and I called her no matter what time it was. Our marriage pretty young, within 10 years at that point. And I would call her, I don't care if it's 5 in the morning, 7 in the morning, I'm finishing up, I'm like, hey, babe, I'm on my way back to the hotel, just want you to know Michigan, and I'll call you when I wake up. Sometimes she'd talk to me for a while, sometimes she'd say, okay, love you, get back to bed. That night when I called her, the first thing she said was, are you okay? And I said, yeah, why? She said, I was driving tonight with the girls from Cali, and she said, I got this overwhelming feeling. And she said, I pulled it on the side of the road and I started praying for her. So I matched up the time. That's when I was in the basement.
Hi, I'm the user unauthorized account. If you enjoyed this video, then please subscribe and comment with more topics to cover in this series.
Loving bread. Prohibited on Passover. Central area of Policia with extensive laws. Chamira Aramaic. Loving. Formula used in Tichel Chemet's nullification of Chemet. Chena Hebrew acronym.
To distinguish it from
Shalach,
Jewish
Lina, Hadlock, and Zera.
Jewish law is a term that's used to
Green
refer
is not
to
traditionally associated with Jewish women milk, kosher, family purity, candle lighting. Correct all modern people. Electricity. Electric discussions about use of electricity on Shabbat center on whether it is overbuilding or recreating or modernizing.
My name is Kenneth Valentine, veteran of the United States Secret Service, including protecting 3 sitting presidents. And this is everything that I'm authorized to tell you.
Called for the final
The truth
Aliyah of
is
the
that
Torah.
the Secret Service is anything but secret. Everything we do is on the front page of the news every single day. And so when you have a success, we shrink into the darkness and you don't even think about you. If you have a failure, it's front page news. Pennsylvania shooting has been difficult on many fronts. We failed, the Secret Service failed. You know, the first and foremost is that one person died inside a security guard, 3 other people, including former president were wounded inside that event. There's just no way you can't use the word failure when shots are fired into what is supposed to be a secure venue. I was actually clued in by a text from multiple agents because I was in the hospital with my mother who was about to have open surgery, and I had to come near the TV in the room for her bedside roommate and put it on a news show to pick up what was happening. I have to assume that we didn't follow our own protocol, that we did not pay attention to detail, which is one of the mantras of the Presidential Protection Detail is to pay attention to detail. And that's one of the failures that I see with Butler is not only was he able to get off rounds, but he was able to focus in, to see the protectee from outside the venue, and to put those shots in with some accuracy. So that's actually multiple failures. You don't want to be reacting to the sound of gunshot because those bullets have already whizzed past the venue. When prevention doesn't work and now you're reacting, your job is to cover the protectee and then to evacuate that protectee. And the cover looked outstanding. The reaction by the detail was very good. They were very fast. It was fearless as it should be. Their training kicked in. And they did exactly what we trained to do, which is get on top of that protectee and put them down. Put them down behind some assets and resources where they can't take another intentional, focused shot at the protectee. There are a myriad of ways that could have been and should have been prevented that worked that day. Shipping containers blocking line of sight. So you can't use a shipping container, which is going to stop the bullets. Could you use a flag? Could you use a banner? Could you turn that stage to where the back of the stage is now facing that threat zone? Maybe you don't have all the resources to post, but you could can the stage such that it takes away that line of sight. And now your line of sight is an empty field, bulletproof glass. We use that at the National Lighting of the Christmas Tree every year for outdoor events. And so those resources are there. I think the investigation's going to have to ask some hard questions as to why were those kind of resources used for this event. A lot of what you see is kind of like the tip of the iceberg. You saw the protective detail around President Trump, and they're the ones in the suits that reacted and jumped on top of it and then tried to affect that getaway from the scene. You also saw counter assault team members who came out from their position, kind of out of sight, at a tactical position, but now they've come out of that tactical position into actual tactics. You saw them on stage because they had the helmets and the black gear. They collaborate, train with Navy SEALs, with Delta, with FBI HRT. So it's a very specialized team. They're highly trained. The images that the media shows over and over on the rooftop was our counter sniper units. So if I'm not mistaken, that's the first round one of our United States Secret Service counter snipers have ever fired at another human being. And it was a really shot. The evacuation looked like it met with some difficulty, and part of the problem was the protecting himself. President Trump had for him the presence of mind to signal to the American people that I'm okay and that we're going to win this battle. Now that's great. It gave me some relief watching from my mom's hospital room. So him sticking his head up high and exposing himself was a big problem that day. What you're looking for is compliance. Ideally, you want to double them over and walk them out, and hopefully they assist you in that endeavor. If they don't, and I suspect what the training is now going to say is, don't expect their help, immobilize them and get them prone. If you have to, carry them out. The way I was trained is you put your hand on the back of their head, and with one arm around their waist, if you push their head forward, they will comply, and they will start moving forward. And the same if you pull backwards, they really come under your control at that point if you get that line. It's amazingly easy, even if you have to, make them uncomfortable or even hurt them a little bit in the process. That is more important.
Refers to the four cups of wine drunk at the Passover Seder, corresponding to the four expressions of redemption.
Hard for me to let go of, and I was on the first of 2 COVID days off in a row, and then my pager went off, and it was my boss I'm at home. I'm ready to go. I said, if you need me to
Scary
do something,
outside
let's
one
go.
that's all famous because
And
the
he said, you know
category
what?
of Tom
Pack a
Bob.
bag and stand by. And I said, yes, sir. And I was angry. I might have hit something. I got a 4-foot page, and they said, get to the White House immediately. Close to midnight, we were rotating to our posts, and we get the crackle over the radio saying, we've got an inbound aircraft. You know, I immediately think of a jumbo passenger jet full of gas. We got an altitude, we got a direction to travel, and we got a speed, and it was on a high-speed mission directly for the White House. So we did not have minutes. We had more like seconds. But the President and First Lady had been released to go upstairs to the residence for the night. And so once their evacuation was complete, my job was to stay and fight, and then to be the point when they made their reentry. The problem was we weren't talking about a ground attack. I was left behind with a machine gun, a pistol, a radio, and a gas mask to fight what I thought was a jumbo jet that was going to crash the house any second. You know, it wasn't a good time at all. The circumstances are different. Just suck it up and do it. And so I covered that evacuation, and then I looked on the ground floor of the White House, where might I survive? What if it hits at the wrong angle and there's a chance? Where would that chance be? And it was the west wall of the original White House has a wide archway. And I thought, if I stand in this archway and the plane hits just right, the fireball didn't burn me alive, maybe there's a chance that I survive this night. So I went and stood in that archway with all my gear, my stuff, and I had what seemed like eternity to stand there and ponder my own lives. But I remember being at great peace, and I just thought, well, I guess this is how it ends. And I've seen what happens when these big planes hit these buildings. And I knew that the wingspan of 747 was wider than the White House itself, so it was probably all going down. And everything was getting done. I thought about my wife for a second, and I said, well, Lord, here I come. I'm ready. You know, they're going to put a plaque for me up over headquarters, and that's just all she wrote. And it wasn't too much longer than we got the crackle back on the radio that the plane had been identified, that there was no emergency to unevacuate the White House. He just went on the right frequency, and he wasn't didn't have his transponder turned on, so they just had no way to identify him without visually identifying him. That Air Force pilot came a lot closer to dying that night than I did, but I sure didn't know that at the time. Part of training to be a presidential or vice presidential agent is being shot at. You don't even know what that sounds like. You don't even know what it feels like even. They absolutely light you up with paintballs and with plastic paint bullets and shot from real weapons. But if you do it wrong, you can count on being shot. And if you stick your head up where it should be stuck up, you're going to taste some of that paintball in your mouth because the instructors are just that good with those weapons. And so they know the mistakes that agents are going to make in training. They've seen it all before. Being shot at is no fun, I can tell you that. And that really drives you as a Secret Service agent to bolster up prevention because we don't want to be shot at. We want to prevent the shots from happening in the first place. So you get hit, you pay for it, it hurts, and you've got those bruises for a few weeks to think about what you did wrong. The very first thing that special agents have to do is go through a 2-week training course in Washington, D.C. And this is really your intro course to being part of the Secret Service family. The second step is a trip to Glasgow, Georgia, to the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center. You learn about defensive driving, you learn about shooting, attacking, a little bit of fighting, a little bit of federal law enforcement in terms of surveillance and arrest, and a lot of classrooms. And then you're sent to the Secret Service Training School just outside of D.C. And this is where the road gets a little rougher. We started with 24. Typically, most make it. In my class, 19 out of the 24 made it. A lot of times we would have a schedule that said that the next day is all classroom, and that's sort of a relaxing thing to know ahead of time that hey, it's all classroom. You can come dressed in your fatigues with your polo, and we're just going to be in the classroom all day. And And that never seemed to work
As
out.
far
He
as
would
we
show
can
up,
tell,
and
this
the instructor would be in his workout attire, shorts and t-shirts, and he
the
says, "What
vast
are y'all
majority
doing?
of Jews
Dressed in
made
those
their way
clothes,
up
get
to
your feet
Ashkenaz
here now,
in the
let's go."
7th,
As
8th,
our
9th
instructor,
centuries
we
were
had
basically migrants, lots of them coming from the Marine Corps of Italy, primarily for the purposes of economic opportunity.
He'd been in the Secret
Jews
Service for
had
a while. He'd been on the
unique
Presidential
set of
Protection
skills,
Detail.
although they were still quite
Training
involved
lasted
in social
between those three stops in D.C.
other
down
classes.
to Atlanta, Georgia,
They're
back to
very
D.C. It's about
skilled
6 months.
trade
One week
because
we're
they
here
are
learning
literate,
about
they are
constitutional
numerate,
law, and
they have lots of
at
contacts
the end
with
of the day, you're heading to the long range to shoot long
So a
guns.
lot of
And we
reasons
would shoot
why
everything
they
from
have a lot
pistols,
to do
and
with
that
the
could be 9 millimeter, 40
trade.
millimeter,
They can start trade
38
going,
special,
lots of pop-up collections and so on. And with their literacy and literacy, also wonderful people in Christian doctrines, which are also later, they're able to
Look, I was
engage
a freak. I showed up there with
so there's lots of reasons
wide-eyed
why
eye, but I usually I closed my right eye, and so what they
territory.
worked with
But
me because I was
bearing in
looking
mind
down the barrel
our
of the
overall
pistol
discussion
with
right
my
now,
left
which is
eye,
Jews
and I just
law,
made it work all these
the
years.
idea of
It was
law
badass,
as
and so they
privilege
moved me to
rather
a
than
different
a
stance,
right.
more of an open
What
stance.
exactly do you do with the
And
Jews?
you
Where do they fit in that
beautiful
structure that we discussed in the last
business.
series? So the answer is
When I came
that
into
the
the Secret
Jews are
Service, that
basically
was the
given
standard
sets
long
of
gun for
privileges
agents,
which
and so
vary
we were all
from
trained
place to place.
These
These
were
are
all
often charters.
Samsonite
So let's have a look at one of those charters. For example, that of Udaga Schneid, which is dated 1084. Now, this is probably a training was just the familiarization course dated with Jews' actual presence there. And there's actually questions about, was Udaga actually issuing these privileges for the very first time? Or was he stating the reality over to a tribal order? So it's hard to say. Maybe we'll get into greater detail later. But for now, the introductory paragraph is quite interesting. Udaga, who is a bishop, but he is acting here in this feudal capacity as the Lord of Shire. He writes, when I wanted to make the village of Shire into a city, I thought it would increase the honor of our place 1,000-fold if I were to drop it behind and render it safe.
Part of the training we received was called control.
And then the charter goes through a whole series of things that Udaga will do for the Jews if only they move in there. Again, it's quite possible that they lived there before, but this was kind of like designed to firm up the relationship. Actually backdated, but let's revisit this. First of all, Udaga says the Jews have the right to have a separate wall. They explicitly refers to the right of the Jews to self-defense, and that the wall around their community, kind of like those dated pillars of the Radan, is designed specifically to protect the inhabitants. He says the Jews have the right to engage in commerce in city limits right up to the Rhine River, and he specifically says the war is backstreet that they can engage in river trade, which is extremely important. And note that you might be thinking in the 21st century manner, like, well, if you're caught off guard, if you're not able to abandon and open up a business, no, not like that at all. This is a medieval society where businesses are controlled by guilds, and not everybody
Somehow we're
become a shoemaker. You have to intelligence agents. You have to be accepted as an apprentice. You have to fill years as an apprentice. You have to go to a place where you're allowed to set up a school on your own. People just can't start a business on their own. They have to have legal rights. Or I should say the records about threats against the president.
Attempts on the president are
Granted
rare,
this
but
privilege.
certainly people who
They're going to give the Jews the rights to establish very, very private right to
John Wilkes Booth was
several
the most famous actor in America.
Everyone in
Space and then played that night, and he was allowed to walk
they will
backstage
not
and
be
have
charged
access
to
to
head
presidential
tracks
box
on
because of who it was.
meaning if a Jew is traveling from place to place and shows up in Shire, they won't be held up at the gate saying, hey, you're not part of ours, you're not allowed in here, or you must pay a heavy tax and so on. Lots of places, many centuries in the future, will ban Jews from traveling through their places. They will set really artificial limits, really artificial limits on how long Jews can remain on the islands and so on. He says, Luther says that honestly, synagogues, the leader of the synagogue, has the same authority among Jews as the mayor of Speyer has in very specifically you guys need to your own affairs will say things that leader and he specifically stipulates that the archie-synagogues can actually judge cases again according to Talmudic law because they're judging within themselves. We'll speak a little later about what happens when you have Christians he specifically says that Jews may employ Christians as nurses or as servants. This is a very hard issue for at least 200 years. We're going to talk about that as a church voice. And also, Luther says that they're allowed to slaughter their own cows for their own consumption, and they're allowed to sell non-kosher parts to non-Jews. This is a very basic Ashkenazi practice that the sciatic nerve in the thigh of a cow is forbidden. The section in Genesis where Jacob is wrestling with them as there is an angel. It says specifically in the Bible that Jews no longer need that sciatic nerve on that particular. I'm not sure what exactly it is.
Secret Service protects the sitting U.S. president.
So removing that particular size nerve is very difficult, and it's much more convenient. It has become widespread practice to simply take that whole section of the cow and sell it to non-Jews because these Jews are intended to leave that nerve and take the rest of the equation. So he says, no problem. We will buy that meat from people. Outlines the responsibilities of the trust. They have to, for example, pay a certain amount of money, coin, Speyer trust fee, to compensate the church for some of the land that was used for the cemetery in particular, and they are in charge of guarding their own walls, so the burden to testify does not fall on scandal. But when you look at the entirety of this chart, it's actually pretty attractive, and you can see why Jews can say, hey, there's actually a place for us here, we have a nice carved out niche for our privileges, we still live and work here, but security. In fact, this is 30 years of the golden age of Ashkenaz, certainly before the Crusades, at which point enjoy that kind of trust with the protectees. For now, I hope you enjoyed watching this video and that they can be themselves very much watching do the job that they've been elected to do. I came into the Clinton administration during his last year, and I was the junior guy who was told to shut up and keep your head down and you figure out what you're doing first. And so President Clinton really didn't get out and do a whole lot during that last year. Went on a few trips with him, but he would say that I got to the greatest part of that world. I've gotten to know him better since he was a former president. President George W. Bush, I was there for his first 4 years, and that's when I really started making strides with detail in terms of your preparation, so your resume all the time, working your way up to being able to advance agent. I ran with him, and certainly appreciated the agents who were assigned to run with him, because he was back in the runner, and so those agents stood out to him, but it wasn't like a codification kind of thing. He had a job to do, he had a job to do, he had to switch very different lives and work with agents. So, President Obama was different though, because I was assigned to him, he was still a senator, and I was already a senior agent. I had already done the president's detail to other presidents. We had to go out for 3 weeks and then come back for 3 weeks. But I want to point out
so I came back to late afternoon, and my wife is 6 months pregnant right after I get home. And I'm going out on my 3-week tour with Senator Obama. It's time for my wife's ultrasound to find out if it's a boy or girl.
So
And what exactly out all 5 kids? We're not on Air Force One. We're on
medieval law is that you didn't have like a single code. That's like that.
And so I told this
over and over again. He said, well, here's our central code. You didn't have
in the
some
back
of
of
this
this movie.
Roman period.
The senator had two staffers on
Also
the plane.
the scrolls
you
with a
have
separate
Yeah,
door
and
are
Reggie,
called Reggie
Reggie hears
and
this.
degree
He's turning around and he says,
other
"Hey, Barack,
versions of
kids having
and
anything
it was
to
in the 12th century, in which
Our
this
category of
writer basically tried to collect
specific
what
rights
want
and
to
laws.
have these kind of personal conversations with us.
customary
We need to
law
protect these kids. We're trying to keep it
certain parts
professional.
of
And so he turns around and
Not
he
to
says,
service with
"You're
part
not
of
going to
the
go."
obligations
And I said, "Yes, sir."
as part of collective
And he said, "Well, how many does that make?"
But
I
as
struggled with that for just a nanosecond because I
many
didn't
municipalities
I
said, hey,
didn't want to lie to him. I didn't want
let's
to
incorporate it.
tell
Let's
him
change
the whole
this a little
truth.
bit.
So I
Let's
said,
that a little bit. So
"Well,
basically keep it. And so it's sort of reverberated throughout the
Three boys, two
region.
girls.
collective
And he was so
racial
taken
taken
back
back
by
by
that. Five kids, he held up his hand. Five, I forgot where it was for a second. And I said, "Yes, sir, five." And I'm pretty sure this last one was your fault.
That were codified in
In my mind, I'm thinking back to being gone for 3 weeks and coming home, happy to be home and good stuff. And he was like, "Well, I don't know what to do with that, but as long as I'm not paying for college, congratulations."
all
So the
over
point
Germany.
of all that
And
is,
it's a local archives, local town halls.
I didn't have favorites necessarily, but he was differently went through each of those. And so Senator Obama gets elected president.
civic gathering with
And
Cindy
I
Laura,
get
how they were
to go
related
back
to
to the president's detail at the same time. I'll never forget the first time I
while
saw
not
him.
great fellowship with his kind published that Mohammed love the fellowship and spiritual growth.
Big hug.
Then,
Far
And there's
equal
just
force,
that
rest
very
equals
where
grace.
these other 200 people that he sees,
all of his pages.
Powerful units
Just
for
mentioned
all
this, by the
party
way,
complex.
there's
Not
just no
selecting
reference.
13
By the way, I worked for
for
this for
message
20 years.
back
Back in that
discussion.
damn plane
Just took it all the way.
when he thought I was
After the war, he writes
Party
about
units for examining discuss.
he tried to get
In
back to
collective
the
usage,
so
refer
it was
to
all
rabbinic or
He
Torah
did know, however, that
studies
we
for
passed
major
for success
studies.
in the way.
based entirely on his research without any attribution.
So the casual observer, maybe from a distance, doesn't know.
What goes
Is that a
around
secret
comes around,
conversation
however,
or is that high ranking?
that have stolen all
The
this
special
material.
agents typically wear suits, and the truth is, the suits, they don't help you buy those suits. So, Joe Biden said, buy one, get 22 free. And so I had a bunch of Joe suits for a while. The wear and tear of the suits is immense. I would wear holes where my gun, where the gun was hit my hip. I would wear holes in my pants and
separate
my
set of
jacket.
notes
There would be a
specifically
hole
about
where the hair was covered. So sunglasses,
legal
sunny,
decisions reflect
don't
the
want ideas to be was a requirement.
didn't turn over
You got your issue side
he was working on
this
this
was
fluctuating
caliber.
he was able to save those
It
side
was
notes and then come up
either a
with
sand or a block. And
Ron
the
Campbell
nine
says
or
and
40
Campbell's hard
rounds
study of inspections for
carry
separations
extra
as before. Sean
So
Battling
at
to the
least
collective
one extra
area.
magazine, most agents carried at least 2 extra. We all carried the same gun, we all carried the same ammo.
Prior
So
to
they
his modern Hebrew
are out of
slang for
ammo, you
sucker,
can get more
naive person.
from a partner or teammate. If there's a gun on the floor, you can pick it up and use it because you've been trained on that weapon.
Taking advantage of others'
Got
knowledge
handcuffs,
of
you've got an issue, extended
So
baton,
units were
you
hazardous.
had a flashlight.
by
And that
looking
was
at a
kind
different
of
charter. This one
minimal.
goes about 100 years later.
Everyone signed up for some time, buy some kind of cool flashlight, they didn't issue those things. So you had to buy your own. And so it was another way to kind of be cool. It's larger ways to use a flashlight that you spend on yourself to have it goes away in case the lights go out.
Over
Appears in Holocaust era Wisconsin,
A lot of
where
times,
was collecting
agents
through
have
subject
the courage
later
to carry
stations.
so it's just a trauma kit that in case you are shot and
What this refers to, we'll get into a lot more when we talk about the economics, is that Jesus came
first aid
in
equipment,
terms of his system of privileges and medical status, it became sort of
and
like
they start that
the
medical
possession
treatment immediately. So
of the
we
king.
also carry the hangers back in the day, which was the transition to some guys would carry backup batteries to radios because they didn't know
So let's have a look at this
got that one
particular
down
charter
by
and what it
there's
refers to.
information that you carry with you,
Implications.
just in case that
There's a really interesting preamble
wouldn't be comfortable
in
with
which
you.
Rabbi Rothschild describes
Information about the president,
led
about
by Judah
our
Ben
plans, about our
Colonis. This
means,
is based
methods.
on Colonis family.
That's what got all authorized
one of the greatest elected authorities in
the Secret Service agent
Union law and
uses
practice.
equipment. It's a big deal.
The Viking Road for
You
collector
know,
preparation.
certainly a weapon or even a baton.
ask
A
for
Senegal
his
official who oversees
Maybe the
Puerto
worst
Rican
thing of all
people is
citizens
the
and
idea
you
that
can lose is
that
their
higher classes,
by making
especially the
Italian and
That's
extra
where
order.
lower classes,
just by virtue of wearing that pin.
The Viking
not
Road
serving
for charity
extensive
Too many places
searchlight
like
appointed to
capacity,
collect and distribute charity funds according to galactic guidelines.
goes out to the entire Secret
not
Service.
serving
That's
say,
all
hey,
for grade one.
Valentine lost.
physically
Reserved by George Wright for major galactic authority as all and/or equal to the greatest of the generation.
Now it's entered into the National Criminal Information Database as a lost item.
He says, yes, I will provide this protection. Once again, this may be sort of like a confirmation of a much earlier kind of status that organically evolved in relation
And more specific instance of
That
Harold
usually
White,
for the
locally,
appears in collecting context by heritage and second
unlikely
fit the circumstance.
you see.
I went up to this agent and I said,
What does the charter have to say? So first of all,
you really
Emperor Henry IV says, no one,
either
small or great,
and he said, hey, come on,
or
my mom said it was pretty cool. And I said, well, that should have been your first sign.
right? They live under
They don't
his
work. So
protection.
I don't want to say
That's with the Jews,
galactic
you're going to mess
those
with the king.
burial prayer and
So,
something
nobleman,
popular for the righteous.
local peasants,
That's
they
what they're
want to get,
for
they don't
personal
accept the
say
Jews
about the
in a way
car.
that's
I know a
detrimental to
lot of
the
people
emperor
call it
of
the
those
beast,
districts.
but I can tell you,
The charter goes on to say that no one who
beast
allowed
that
property illegally,
kind of caught on
including
and
their
their
lands,
hands on
this,
this
by the way,
detail. We took delivery of the
widespread
first
misapprehension
upgraded car.
that Jews are not allowed to
or
own the land.
spiritual cleansing after
Every
death.
car
In fact, while there are some places where
and
this was the
the
case,
real
the
car
vast majority of Jewish refugees weren't allowed to own real
Here
estate.
in Hebrews
It's likely that they may not have been very wise
stretched
in
and
relations, particularly
in
because
process.
there's a lot of expulsion.
Not waste too much for the frame.
require
The tires were
violence
imported
and
3
that
times.
have
Brakes won't stop. The gears won't pull. Those were not ideal.
Hard to
In
run.
fact, the first time I drove, the president was in
Therefore,
style
real estate
car.
does not
I missed
years
the
of the Babylonian
Anyway,
afterwards
the charter goes on to
the
say
Lord
that
is
no one can seize this on a colonized
century.
chattel
That's just the way it
or
was.
real estate. And what happens if someone tries to do that? Well, first of all, they'll have to pay what the Bible calls
$2,000.
that is a double payment. So it's over $100 for a car. Jewish property. You have to pay the Jew back $200.
So it's got a Cadillac dash, it's got a Cadillac furnishings on the inside, it's got a nice steering wheel, but
to the treasury. So in other words,
that
you have
car
to
actually
actually
work. You step on the gas and that thing goes.
State
It's got a huge engine in it, the tires get rounded into. It really is quite
Charter goes on to say the Jews have the right
its capability. But it does have a downside.
charge
And,
and
it does
So in other
not
words,
fly,
the
it
Jews
does not
probably
float. We get some major loss when the transport goes out because
trade.
they don't have enough gas pumps. We take it to
All
a
of the
local gas station. You put high octane gas in that thing.
Local authorities would never be allowed to steal it. So Jews or other people
You get a kick out of the fact that
This
they
was
think that
interesting.
might be the
Also,
president's car.
after
You
the
get gas
category,
at the Chevron oil station. The only
our
people
favorite
authorized to drive that car
British
are
laws and civil
the
laws
presidential
and China
protection
and
detail
There's
agents
soldiers
who
in
are
private
currently assigned
Now, there's a really
to
interesting
transportation
section
section.
here about
We built out a
what happens
program
with Jews
called
who
the
caught
Versus
driving
Driving
stolen.
It's not nothing.
So this can
It's a
happen in
tough
one of two
course.
ways.
It's
First
a
of all, it's
two-week
possible
class
that
that you have to pass in order to remain in that section and to be eligible to drive the president in the car.
someone steals
Carried
goods,
by
always
people
travel
who
with a
versus
mechanic.
to
John
drive collateral
And it's one of the coolest things
Zero
I
forget
thought
the
about the
Lord's
Christmas
document.
detail. The mechanics are
John
not
sells it to a
agents, they're
Jew.
protective
Also,
support
the
technicians.
Italian
It's
sort of
their
sell
title.
the Lord's
And
law.
we recruit them
before they
from
don't have to buy them.
certified
Here
mechanics.
comes says, hey, these are my parts. They were stolen.
Certified GM, ASC certified mechanics who also trained
Exercise some diligence to make sure that they're not stolen.
Maybe they have to qualify with the weapons. They have to requalify with the weapons.
At any rate, what if you bought it in good faith? John said, these are in fact my promises. I do not steal the people have no idea how to pay for it from another case. So Peter has the right to take back his promise. But
simply
Peter,
driving
the
from the
Jew,
Air Force Base where we landed, taking the cars to the hotel.
Abraham paid for
And,
those
and
promises.
I was
So
driving
what
the
happened
liquid
was
lights,
interesting
and
to note that
it
this
just
phenomenon
broke down and stopped. And I called the mechanical radio. I said, hey,
charter. So on the circumstances, the charter says that Abraham, the Jew,
the cars from the airport to the hotel.
of faith,
And the mechanic came
has the
up and
right
he said, hey, it's the
paid
alternator.
for
And this mechanic had that alternator swapped out.
and furthermore,
You know, if we hadn't told you, no one
would
would
be
know.
able to take
The
a
second night,
regular
I was
oath
supposed
to say that yes, I paid for that house based on good faith that John had
practice and rehearse, being shot at, being
So it's
having rocks, all kinds of things thrown at
a lot
you.
more
And
discussion.
practice what you're there really to prevent someone from getting too close to the car. But on that day, the charter we came to a certain group of people that were throwing snowballs and
Charter goes on to a different direction
some
to
threw
say
a fish,
that
goldfish, something they brought at the store.
we can't like the
People used to get things out there. I remember driving the limo for President Bush.
raised as a
People
concern
were
by
Columbus and others holding crazy
or the
signs.
emperor
But
suggested
not
the
a
French
French
just talk about that in the church. But what if it happens? So what if a is kidnapped?
was totally
As you can see,
every time
the
you
church
got back to
regarded
Force One, you
moving back
relax
to
for just a minute.
as a
You know, everybody loosen their tie a little bit.
church, especially in upper levels, Pope George is great, and others
Catch it now.
specifically said,
Take that dust off, put your hair out a little bit,
and
and let your hair down
but
just a
if
little
it
bit.
happens,
The food was outstanding as well. Funny thing
so
was,
what the charter's
I remember
says,
saying
it reiterates the
the
whole
ranch
discussion
early on in my
on
presidential career.
But it says that if it happens, then
from Texas back to
form
DC,
supports
during
baptism
meal
has to be
time, so
12
I
pounds.
was trying to pretty cool meal.
No word.
It was hot dogs and potato chips. And I remember thinking, you know what the heck, man? Who ordered this? And it turned out that's what the president wanted, so that's what everyone got.
And a couple of weeks after the trip, what happens if a
And you had to pay for all
forward
food that was consumed on the plane, so they would add up all the food,
in medieval ages?
everything that was consumed on a trip.
So basically,
They
they
added
had
that
3-day
up,
course
divided it by the number
where
of people traveling on the plane,
Christian
and you got
required to separate it.
that was a little bit of a shocker for me coming in, just to say that, you know, G's gonna take care of you, you got all this good stuff.
Here because
Stairs are always
there's
a
also
problem and an issue, and I'll tell you
with
why.
regards to
I mean, you see a president slave, unsure how part of it is that. It's a different set of stairs getting up there almost every time, unless they're at entrance. All the ones that
but
let the
Jews
president
are
in
not
that
allowed
upper
to
door.
buy any slaves.
The door with the presidential seal on it, the door that creates that
My slave
economic
and their lots of
opportunity to turn around and wave to the country. The problem is those stairs are
slave market brought.
built into a truck.
Slaves are
And so you have to drive a stair truck up to Air Force One, and they tend to be slippery and wet or cold.
So they
Air Force One has built-in stairs.
if
A
they
set of rear
Christianity,
built-in stairs that
the charter says that
and
it
it has
has
a
a
front
name in the
set of stairs that
of
can
the Jewish
fold
owner,
down.
and the
That
person
camera
who
shot is
shows
blocked
them
by
others can get fined.
people that are kind of clogging up that view.
Okay,
So
we're going to continue
Air
by
Force
looking
One
a little bit
is a great way to go. It's not the best way to go because the press plane is absolutely the best way to travel. They have so much freedom on that plane and so much food. And it's just a lighter environment, and it's a beautiful thing because we will buy seats on that plane. And the plane is only partially filled.
note
The
that
presidents
until
have
now,
fun.
large
They have a great time. There's all laughter. Agents who know will choose to go to a press plane.
what the
Festival commemorating the rededication
I
of
was
the
still in my
temple.
mom's hospital room thinking this is going to change
The
the rest of my life because I am branded as a former Secret Service agent, as a retired agent. You know, when people ask you, what do you do? And I say, I'm a retired Secret Service agent. Now it's going to be about the art. They don't care about the books. They don't care about the speeches. They don't care about the leadership training. They want to know what happened in public. And I knew standing there in my mom's hospital that this was going to change the conversation. Not this week, not for the next month or year, but for the rest of my life. It's going to be about what happened in President Trump was the sitting president for 5 years. He was defeated in an election, and now he's coming back running again. And you don't typically see that. You know, when we look at protective people, there's a lot of anger toward our politicians in conjunction with the temperature of our country should have signaled to leadership that this is a big deal. Butler's ultimate failure, in my opinion, is going to go back to leadership. Certainly, we saw the Secret Service director come and testify and not give satisfactory answers to some pretty simple questions. It goes above that to the Department of Homeland Security. I don't think we've seen anyone from the Department of Homeland Security be pressed on their leadership of the Secret Service. Ever since the Secret Service moved from Treasury to DHS in the wake of 9/11, I think the culture of the Secret Service has been impacted by that move. Autonomy for the Secret Service means that you have the ability to innovate and validate when you get where your protectee goes, especially given a little bit of time, you can do a whole lot to render that safe. And so whether it's the president or golfing or going for a run with a little bit of heads up, we can deploy assets and clear an area for them to operate that's safe and secure. You know, a lot of people have asked me recently about the future of the Secret Service. Do you see a bright future for the Secret Service? And my answer is going to be yes. Every time something happens that makes them reassess, they want to come back stronger. There's no excuse for error, for failure, but their success is going to be tied to their ability to get out of DHS and get back to the Treasury Department. And then, it goes back to the time when wanting 10,000 applicants was accepted for the job. So I started as a special agent in 1986 and retired in 2020. The Secret Service has mandatory retirement at 57, and I think it used to be 55. It got bumped to 57, but at 57 you're put to pasture and you go do something else. And I think there's a lot of agents that their identity is so wrapped up in that whole Secret Service thing, and that whole law enforcement thing, the badge, is that whole identity. Well, I was really ready after 24 years. I let go of that pretty easily. I think I was ready. There is a change that happens too. You go into a restaurant and after doing it one way for 24 years, it's a little hard to give up. And so my wife will point out if I'm being hired, or surroundings about the exit doors, about who's coming in and looking them over, assessing what's going on. That's my cue that okay, I need to calm down, or I need to relax a little bit. I'm trying to get better about that, but I think it's part of your DNA at this point. I think you get changed. So I just go into scenarios and situations where there's the opportunity. I have to think about, well, if this breaks bad, I'm sitting in charge of things. If somebody comes in here, shoots the place out, I'm not sure I will recover from that. I'm not sure I need to. It does change it. It makes you a pretty formidable asset to a company or to you're trying to hire you in the afterlife. But these days, my life is consumed with reliving the past through leadership training and teaching and coaching and mentoring. And so on the side, I'm writing books and they're going out and giving speeches, but leadership is my focus. The first book that I wrote was called Cheating Death, which was really a combination of letters to my kids, combined with advice and then stories from the Secret Service. And the second book is really an offshoot of the first book. It's called Stay Sharp in February.
Please operation account. If you enjoyed this, please subscribe and comment below. If you'd like to see us cover.
was quite popular in St. John Chrysostom's Antioch.
One of the 39 Belgian forbidden labors on Shabbat involving carrying between the veins.
Besides the
Of the
fraternization
Chalk
issues,
for statute law.
which will receive a lot of attention in the 12th century
Of
and the
its
13th
values
century as
rationale
the church
does not
goes
reveal
stronger.
E.G.
One of the
Petra,
things
Red
that's really
Hunter.
good that is especially
Of the
important
Chuck and Hebrew
discussed
for
in the last
Pantheon.
video is the idea of slave ownership and
The Latin
specifically
marriage ceremony
slaves
requires
become
standing
Christians.
under a chuppah.
One of the most important
The
voices
German
on this
Hebrew for
is
destruction.
Bishop
The BetMGM Season Pass. Enjoy over 1,000 euros of promotions during the year.
My name is David Marquet. I commanded a nuclear-powered, fast-attack Los Angeles-class submarine, one of the most powerful, lethal, and silent weapons on the planet. This is everything I'm authorized to
Now,
tell you.
Aquabar was not against slavery per se.
You're poorly fed, poorly rested, feel like you're under stress basically all the time. There's so many things that can kill you, let alone the enemy. That was the deal. We run a efficient little democracy. Everybody is just working together.
Regular employment arrangements,
He
often, for example, to
Nuclear
compensate
submarines are classified as nuclear because they have a nuclear propulsion. So the thing that drives the submarine is a nuclear reactor. Currently, the U.S. has a fleet of submarines. First, they're the attack submarines. The SSNs, that's a sexy job. This is the kind of submarine that I call. The attack submarines are like the fighter jets. So the submarine force. We go far, far in front of all the friendly forces, and we operate deep in enemy territory. The other kind of submarine that we have is what we call boomers, or ballistic missile submarines, and they're identified by the designator SSB, which means ballistic missile. The N means it's nuclear powered. SS is the Navy nuclear submarine, so SSBN. These submarines are there in case there's a nuclear attack on the United States.
So anyway,
These submarines can they're so good at hiding, they can be quieter than the ocean around them. We had two basic kinds of tomahawk missiles and torpedoes, 48 heavyweight torpedoes. One of the things that makes American submarines so good is the torpedo tubes aren't at the front of the submarine and don't shoot straight out. We move the torpedoes back about a quarter of the way at the bottom, and the torpedo tubes are angled with canisters on the side of the submarine. So if you want to shoot a target that's straight ahead, the submarine, you have to make mental calculations. The torpedo is at an angle and there's kind of a line. So this is a mathematical problem. It's one of the reasons why not all navies do this. Secondly, there's an engineering problem because if you shoot the torpedo on the side, the water catches the torpedo, doesn't impulse out fast enough, then you kind of get jammed, or it's like sticking your hand on a car, kind of a car. But when you can do it, now you move this noisy torpedo head back away from the sonar. The sonar system sits way above the wire, so you can hear back. Because it's back here, the submarine and the hull itself shields some of the noise. So if I were going to shoot a guy over here on the left, I would shoot him from the right side too, because the submarine in the middle will mask the sound of the torpedo coming out. Sorry, that's quiet. You want to stay quiet as long as possible, and it's trailing a wire, which is connecting the torpedo.
What would happen if you
So, continue to monitor the target. No sound from the target. The target doesn't know. Good. Just keep going. We're also maybe good big birds noise from the target. See, very long. They're turning. They must have detected the torpedo. But now, I can steer right. We can steer the torpedo. The torpedo tells us what it's seeing. It's saying, sending back cryptic messages. So here's the target.
all this content.
The torpedoes come in. It actually never hits the ship. It'll go under the ship and it detonates. It's going to blow a big hole in the ocean. Why? Because ships are designed to be stabilized by this wall of water around them. And when there's a big hole in the middle, it goes like this.
cracks in half.
Report investigation
Even a big destroyer. Only the captain can authorize that. It's tragic. We never like to sink a ship or kill people because it's not. We're humans. And it also means if you had to do it, it means that deterrence of the sense of feeling. It war. So think up, everybody. Like, you mess around, we'll put you on the bottom, we're gonna chase you until you can't stay awake, and then we're gonna put you on the bottom.
Land returned to regional owners.
Two basic kinds of missiles.
And agricultural
One, we have the
work.
stealth ones. They can go without. These are the kind of missiles where you see in the news, the Navy launched missiles into the beginning of the Iraq War. They launched missiles into Iraq. They're about the same size of a torpedo. In fact, they're designed so that they use the same handling equipment, basically. They go through the same size tube and all of this stuff. And the way that works here is you get an order to launch missiles. Now, as a submarine commander, you don't really know what's on the other end. You can read the targeting package, which is kind of an armor that gets it there and then launches it. And then, same thing. It goes over here. So you would only launch those on the order. Then, a whole nother level, nuclear. So that's highly controlled. You have to get one of these specially formatted messages that gets decoded right, and it has to say the right thing in the message. And then we bring these codes, and you have two sets of officers independently checking, sort of like party authentication on your phone, where the links are. But let's say the link is like 1, 2 Alpha Bravo. So you'll have one group of officers, you pair over here, and like 1, 2 Alpha Bravo, and then the officer's looking at the message, looks at it, and says it matches 1, 2 Alpha Bravo. And then over here, in a different part of this, a few feet away, another pair of officers do the same thing, but they'll do it backwards. They'll say Bravo Alpha 2, 1. So we're doing this multiple ways to make sure that no one makes a mistake and it's an officer. And then they come together, they agree, they talk to the weapons officer, the second in command, and the captain. They have to work. So it's very serious. At a moral level, you know you're ordering death people. It's not like the movie. It's not cool. You're not happy. So,
a way of looking at Jews who lived in France as
the captain on a submarine has a lot of authority to punish people. And the scary amount has authority. So I can find a person, I can reduce them to rank, which would take maybe 2-3 years to recover from. I actually never recovered from it. So that's terrible, because then you also lose pay. I put them in 3 days for every one. If I wanted more than that, I gotta get professional. So there's this big code book called the UCMJ, Uniform Code of Military Justice. It's got all these rules about what punishment basically are assigned to different things. So some of the really bad things to do are AWOL, unauthorized absence, leaving your post, falling asleep on watch. Insubordination, I'd say, is incredibly rare. I cannot remember a time when someone deliberately followed the orders, which is good, but it's also bad, because then you gotta be really careful when you give an order. They're gonna do it. They're gonna try and do it. And if it's not right, they're gonna try and still do it. And so you gotta be really, really, I learned the hard way on this one. Integrity.
But the Jews of Alsace
really take it serious. Whatever you say, we're going to believe you. Explosive missile submarines have a lot of pressure to get underway at sea. We got to get out there with us.
But
this pressure to get to sea trickles down to the ship. And you come to port, you have a few days to fix everything that's wrong, go back out to sea. Sad situations happened when I was engineer. And I had a chief who was I would say it's a good guy in the engineering department.
Central paraphrasing not recited by
There's a technical organization where the bulkhead needs to be tight enough on the threaded part that it's actually sticking out the other side a little bit. I normally was doing is looking at the bolts on this one big piece of equipment
deliver
And
the
it just didn't look like this was right. And like, so that's because of their silence. It turns out this chief had cut corners, signed off, and they were good to go. They were good to go. So he was done the next day.
the Jews that was destroyed in the Roman Jewish war.
Most of the time, to get communications, you gotta stick a mask out of the because radio waves don't penetrate. So you come shallow, you stick a mast out. There's satellites that go overhead at a certain time. They download this burst, so they can download a lot of data in a very short period of time. So when the message comes in, it's not in the right format. It's not about what wanted to hear. Doesn't matter what it is. And the codes change all the time. It's like programs on your computer. Things are coded at one end, uncoded at the other end. So it's got to get through all these wickets before you read it. We had a funny situation happen. This was during an exercise. When we were in an exercise, we were supposed to sink another submarine. We had an exercise submarine, so you take the warheads off, and it's painted orange. Because we've been playing this cat and mouse game with the submarine, we haven't clicked the project. The time comes up, and one of the junior officers, because we're so used to operating in peacetime, is like, oh, I need to raise the mast and clear the message traffic, and I kind of lost my cool then because no, we're we gotta sink this guy, and then we can get to admin. Most of your radio communications comes from these satellites. We also have a backup. The backup is called ELS. Extremely big long antennas. They're out in Minnesota. They make the cow milk turkey. And they send these really long radio waves out, so that the antennas need to be really long. And because of really long wavelength, low frequency means that they penetrate the first little bit of the ocean. They run an antenna up that runs close to the surface of the ocean, and it can receive ELS radio. It's very limited data. So you get 3 letters. That's all you get. So you look at a code book, it's ABC. ABC, nothing. But every once in a while, a letter will say, oh, we have something urgent for you, you gotta come up. If you're on an SSBN, you are always getting things because they always need to be ready to go on launch. And they are. And it's big, it's a huge deal. Yeah. You're changed after something, and you lost one radio before you get home. That's a huge deal. So you practice, you're always 100%, 0% of the time. Submarines can do things that you can't do. There was an exhibit at the Smithsonian that showed one of these things, so I know I can talk. It's called an underhaul. Let's say Chinese and Russians have this ship that we don't really know what it does, but it kind of sits there, doesn't really move. And we kind of get suspicious that, well, maybe it's dropping something, it's got something underneath it. So next time the ship gets underway, we have a submarine here. We do something. We can also collect intelligence from cell phone towers, radio transmission ships. Some of them are really good just because they're there, so they act like they make the same communication, the same permission. We dare not know exactly what they all mean at the time. We collect it all, put up hard drives, send it back, how to talk. They can do all sorts of taxation. They can use the funds. We spend a lot of time getting ready. Our philosophy is the more ready we are for war, was not strong. less likely will happen. Sinking the enemy, the less likely the enemy is to try something like So one of the things that you need to be able to do is operate your submarine for a long time on enemy waters. Most of the time we don't have it protected, but sometimes we'll do something. It's in international water, so it's all legal. We'll shoot an exercise weapon, or we'll shoot an actual war shot. We do this every once in a while. You need to send these little signals. Hey, we can do this. Don't mess with us. If you come after us, we're gonna punch you in the nose. We'll punch your nose so hard, you're going down. You're not coming. You would be surprised at how hard we work to follow rules. And when I mean rules, I mean like rules of international law and where you can drive stuff. We don't go sneaking in other countries' water. When we want to go someplace, we get traditional and legal waterway to go. For example, there's Malacca, which is the waterway between Asia, basically, and the Indian Ocean that goes past Singapore and Malaysia, so we have Malacca. But because it's one of these international straits, it's legal to go through there. We go through on the surface, fly an American flag. If there's land, then you try to swim them out. It's an island. It's like the Chinese. So they're taking these like underwater atolls that don't break the surface or haven't in 1,000 years. And piling up with concrete. And they say, oh, that's an island. Now, they draw a 12-mile circle. And we're like, no, that's not legal. So, in a case like that, we would drive here, but it's not like we're violating it. We don't think we're violating international law. We think we're enforcing it by driving there. But if we did that, we'd probably send a destroyer or something that we ought to see. We would, if you don't send something that's secret and say, oh, by the way, we went over here. I think the public would be surprised at just how busy you're underfed, you're malfed, you're underrested. You have your operational job of standing watch, and everyone on something has a ship, officers and those guys. Then when you're out of watch, you have more responsibility. You have to do cleaning, you have to do some of this minor maintenance, changing oil, checking machines, changing gaskets, fixing the small oil leak, that kind of thing. And for the officers, we're not necessarily doing the cleaning, but planning what happens next, where we're going to go, how we're going to get there, we're going to have charts ready, looking for hazards, and we need to go around this way, because there's some uncharted seamounts or whatever it is. Then on top of that, we have training. What we'll do is a fire on a submarine is an all-hands, everybody's satellite alarm, everyone wakes up, hands are stationed in the air, then you got to put out the fire, you got to throw it away, so that like half an hour. This can happen at any time. Two worst things on a submarine are fire and flood. The most common cause of fire on a submarine, it's mundane, it's dryer. There's one washing machine, one dryer, you got 140. Disagree with taxes. Yeah. So they're pretty much going all the time. Flooding is really good. Flooding before the big day. So first of all, it starts the rest sign. So if the water sprays out, takes out the electrical panels, we still sprays at least 2,000. And then if you have really bad flooding, then you have to emergency blow up the surface. So we have two candles in control. They're called chickens. And they also have electricity to operate. And they allow the compressed air in cylinders to go through a very short length of time. It goes in the ballast tank, boils the water out of the ballast tank, submarine rises very rapidly. I never had to do that for real. We would practice. There's a couple big rooms on the submarine. The engine room, the torpedo room, and the mess decks. The mess decks are where the crew eats. we have two dining rooms. We have a little dining room for the officers. We call it ARD. It's a table, long table, assigned seating, 12 chairs on the table. Then we have the mess decks, again, long tables, it's like picnic table set up. And in some reason, you could decorate your mess deck. So on Santa Fe, which was named after Santa Fe, New Mexico, we had chips low, cacti, and that's sort of kind of stuff. That space is so so we go to see about 140 people. Really, 170 actually built in bed. So a bunch of people share a bed called hot racking because the person gets out of bed, goes on duty, the person on duty gets in the bed, it's still warm for the body. When you go to see, you typically go out with 90 people. So when you go on one of these 6-month deployments, a couple times during the deployment you'll stop and you're not more food. Most of the food is dehydrated or canned or frozen. Your fresh food basically 3 days, and then there's no more left. And it's a big deal. Food's a big deal because there's not much else that you can do that's fun and socially brings the crew together. There are certain staples that submarine sailors like. One is hamburgers and fish sliders. One is pizza, which we always serve on Friday night, and one is ice cream. And we have an ice cream machine. We call it the auto coaster. Which is a pleasant thing about it. It's a very important machine. So like you have the machine that makes oxygen, and then you have the ice cream machine. We try and maintain all the benefits. So we'll celebrate Thanksgiving and Christmas holiday, and we have halfway night's a big celebration. Meal is a big deal. Hearing from the fans is a big deal. Well, after I was doing my time as a submarine, sometimes like 80s, 90s, early 2000s, the families were allowed to send these very short
They would receive funds
of course,
the taxation.
you deal with people that are so you can imagine, like some of the wives are trying to sneak in, like little sexy things. So you kind of let that go, but you can't say, for example, traumatic news like, hey, your dad died. We filter that out and make sure the sailor got that in some kind of control. If it was sent that out, you drink the sailor milk. They always been like this camera. She laughs at people going to the you just tell them this is the deal. And then by the next port, we're going to send you home. When you're on a submarine, you don't really have a sense of where you are. Try and block out the fact that, hey, I'm 150 feet water. Somebody's very quiet. So it's kind of like a library where, even though we don't really have to, we kind of speak it. You don't hear things. There's a lot of sound, and most of it we know what it is. Oh, that's oil. I can't say we understand everything. So that doesn't sound bad. It's stored. It's strange. I joined the Navy because we were in the middle of the Cold War. I was this geeky kid in high school, and my dad was a scientist, and I was on track. I should have been a scientist, but I really felt passionately about what we stood for with the Constitution and liberal democracy. So I graduated from high school in 1977. About 4 weeks later, right after July 4th, I reported to the Naval Academy as a plea. You're in the Navy at that point. The day you show up, cut your hair, you sign up for the long lines, you get your uniform, just like you see in the movie. I loved it. I had a strong little guy, I was a physics major, and we would study together. I knew I wanted to be a scientist because it matched my personality. I was quiet, introverted, 3D chess in my jam. It's hard to get accepted to the submarine force if you don't have a technical background. There's two paths into a submarine force. There's the officers they enlist in the U.S. Armed Forces. We have this dichotomy, and it's basically split. If you have a college degree, you're going to become an officer, and if you don't have a college degree, you're going to become an enlisted person. It has nothing to do with intelligence or motivation. It's good for the force to have diversity of thinkers, but most of the guys are engineers, physics majors, math majors, that kind of thing, because you're running a nuclear reactor at all ages. I graduated right at the top of the class, and we had at the Naval Academy have to call service selection night, which is maybe like 6 months before you graduate, maybe a little bit longer, and you get to express your preference for where you want to go. Rarely are people forced to go into submarines. There is separate training for the submarine force. Most of it is technical, but there's a screening process, which I just vaguely remember. There's these psychological exams that you take, and they ask you questions like, you have free on Saturday night, what would you rather do? Stay at home and read a book, or go to a bar with your friends? Stay at home, read a book. So that's the kind of question. Hey, if this happened, you'd be mad, sad, happy, whatever. And so we're looking for people like no drama mamas kind of people. We do a lot of training that puts people under stressful situations. One of the most memorable trainers that we have is a flooding simulator. It is basically a small room, so it's a couple floors high, but it's not very big. You have a team, there's maybe 6 of you. You have these little bandits, or these little straps, plugs, patches, leaks. They tell you, so here's what's going to happen. The water's going to spray out. You guys don't patch the leaks, the water's going to keep rising. You all die. Well, what they'll tell you, the water is freaking cold and can hit you with force. It's like a fire hose that's at 33 degrees. And so you're sort of stunned, and the instinct is, oh, I see a hole, I see water spraying out, let me go grab it. But that is the instinct that kills you. Why? Because what you need to do is get the hole on the bottom first. Because what happens is, if there's a hole down here, and then the water starts to fill up, once the water fills up past that hole, it's super hard to penetrate. You see it down there. And so there are a lot of these things where your instinct is to do A, but you need to do B, and so you need to kind of override your impulsive instincts to do the right thing. But then you get through that, and everyone's laughing. Not everyone makes it through the training process. And if someone's ill-suited, they generally select out, they self-select out of the program, because they know, hey, this is for me. So I graduated from the Naval Academy in 1981, so this is, we're in the height of the Cold War.
6-pointed star.
Typical deployment cycle is 6 months.
Not galactic, but ritual cultural.
So the whole cycle is a year and a half training, year and a half workup. During the year and a half workup, you're at sea about 1/3 of the time. My favorite deployments are my first deployment when I was a junior officer on board the Sunfish. This is back in the cold. The Sunfish was as I said, it was Sunfish operated out of Charleston, South Carolina. You go out locally, maybe down the Bahamas, up and down the East Coast, and you would train, you would operate the submarine, you would get everybody up to speed. As a junior officer, on the operational side, I was officer of the deck, so I was driving the ship for 6 hours once a day, and I had various division officer jobs. I had a captain who was sort of a very strict, formal, authoritarian guy, but still a guy who really knew his stuff and followed the battle. Then he was replaced by a guy named Mark Polite, and who later became an admiral. And Admiral Polite was great. He was really good at empowerment. It was varsity level stuff. He needed someone to drive the ship. He could get me up there. So we're getting ready for one of these deployments. We're going to go up and chase the Soviets around. And there's a part of the Atlantic Ocean which we call the GIU, Greenland, Iceland, and the Soviets, if they were going to come out of the Atlantic, had to come to the GIU. So we're off the coast of Charleston, so we're not anywhere near any Russian submarines. And I'm on the periscope, we're just doing a training exercise. We're not tooling around. I look out and I see this ship on the horizon. And we use the sonar system very judiciously on this. We listen all the time because listening is quiet. No one knows you're there. We're just listening. We occasionally use active sonar. And so you go out, it pulses sound, and then you get an echo back. It's a trade-off because as soon as you do that, that sound can be heard a lot further than we get used to. So it's going to be heard from miles. And it can be fingerprinted to not just the submarine, but so we're very judicious. You need the captain's permission to use this active sonar. And I was talking to the sonar supervisor. Wouldn't it be cool if we go active and get all the sonarmen out here, so I can actually see what it looks like, and then all of a sudden I hear this voice, the captain's voice. He says, well, why don't you just tell me what you intend to do? And little captain, I intend to go active on sonar. He says, okay, and he walks away. I'm like, what? So it's like basically like your dad handed a keys to Ferrari or something like that. It's crazy. And it's just like, it's so cool to hear. How does this relate to women? Many years later. We get all the sonarmen, they come and they look at stuff, see what it looks like, rotate them through, rotate some of the crew members through, do the 5 or 10 minutes before we got this playful attitude, this attitude, this curiosity, like, this was just me being a student. It was so cool. So then every time I went back on board, the guys were like, hey, Lieutenant Marquez, we do this. Let's go to see how steep we can go down. And the last minute, let's throw the rudder, let's go fast, flank, and then we'll throw the rudder over hard enough. So again, this is training off the U.S. coast, so we wouldn't necessarily go through this stuff unless you're running with a torpedo or something. But because of that, we really understood what the submarine really not just theoretically. We go to the GIUK gap, going up to where the Soviets would be operating, look for Soviets. We would make sure that we had to go to war with them, and we knew where the submarines were, so we could take them out. Your yachts, exciting, you're doing this super cool thing. Even now, we can talk about all the stuff that you did. So that was cool, and we did good stuff. I can tell you, we went kids. There's no doubt.
But general values.
The hierarchy of a submarine is defined and it's very clear. And there's always a captain, a second in command, a deputy, or an alternate. And we run drills where we need capacity captain. What we're trying to see is, can the ship operate without the captain? Because the captain may become incapacitated. Typically the person doesn't keel over from a heart attack, but we had, for example, the second in command, his father can't really get home, so we need to send him off the ship so he can go back and be with his dad, so he's feeling it. An officer's career path would be division officer, department head, second in command, XO, executive officer, first in command, commanding officer, captain. On the enlisted side, it's a little bit different, but you move to what we call the COB, chief of the boat. Advancement in the Navy, both for officers and enlisted, is highly technical. No one gets advanced because they're good looking or someone really likes them or things like that. It's an meritocracy. On a submarine, there are 4 main departments. There's engineering. Those guys run the reactor. That is the biggest portion. There's weapons, as you would expect. These guys maintain the missiles, torpedoes, and the missile tubes, and the torpedo tubes. There's what we call NAVOps, navigation operations. These guys run the charts. Where are we? Radio room. You get these missions that come in, and then the ops guys plan out, okay, we're here, they're there, how are we going to get there, and then the final department is supply. They feed the crew, they manage all the spare parts. Which is a big thing because You need to have all these parts. You have all these lockers all through the submarine, and then you need to know where the part is. The vast majority of senior submarine officers and admirals from the submarine force came through the engineering pipeline. There's three options: engineer, weapons officer, and nav officer. They did well in the schools that matter for engineering, so I was pretty confident. So I wasn't too surprised when I got selected to be an engineer. Now the thing I didn't want to be an engineer on a ship in maintenance, because then you could spend 2 years. You might spend your entire time, 2 or 3 years, without actually driving the submarine, and that's a luxury. So I wanted a ship that was operational. I got vector to the Will Rogers. Will Rogers was one of these ballistic missile submarines. We're operating out of Holylock, Scotland. The Will Rogers was a ship in trouble. The ship had failed an important exam before I got there. This is an exam that basically lets them handle nuclear weapons. So it was one of the deterrent submarines. So they needed to do something, everything under supervision, and that's a terrible place to be. And then number two is they had a collision with a Scottish fishing trawler. Going there was a hard job. I was an engineer. I was not a very good engineer. It was a really hard time for me. Unfortunately, I squeaked through the cracks and I got advanced to the next level. I was coming up to the ranks of submarine force, and I got selected to be a submarine commander. Which was I wasn't sure it was going to happen because I had this kind of dismal time on the Will Rogers. But I got selected. I was super excited. Being a submarine captain that's what my training job was. That's what I wanted. But you have maybe 10 to 12 junior officers, but you only have one captain, so there's kind of a 10 to 1 down select going from just once you're in session. What the Navy does, because there's such a reliance on technical knowledge, is we send it to school for 12 months for the ship he's going to command. And so this is very orchestrated and choreographed system where you know you're going to command for 3 years, so at the 2-year point, your successor, you send them to school, and the 3-year point, they graduate from school, they come out, they relieve you, you go to your next job, they take the ship for 3 years, and then 2 years into that, you pick their successor. I was identified the submarine I was going to go to, and it was a kind of submarine that was pretty well made, so a lot of what I was learning was stuff that was refreshing. And at the very end, what happened was there's someone at the 2-year point who was the captain of the USS Secretary. And there was a family shape, so it wasn't 100%. I think it was distributed. He said, you know what? He stepped aside. So now the Navy has a submarine captain, and I just graduated. And the officers around the school got me. I talked to him afterwards. I said, well, I love you. You're really curious. And this curiosity is going to stay well. And I had no idea that he was so right. The Santa Fe only had 2 problems. She had the worst ground war before. She had the worst realism for the Navy and had a bad reputation. The Santa Fe was a different kind of submarine. It was different. I'd never been on the submarine like this. The reactor plant had missile tubes. They used the position of the fair plane out here. So now I'm about to take the worst performing submarine on the fleet with the worst morale. So I had 2 weeks to take over, and my head is like Alice in Wonderland. It's kind of walking around and talk to people. They're all looking at the floor, and there's dispiriting. Because one, they knew, they've been told, hey, you're the worst. Morale was bad, and now the boss quits. And they get this guy who wasn't even trained for the ship, and I make a big deal. There's nothing in place. We run an exercise, and the exercise we call reactor shut down reactors. When you have a reactor on nuclear submarine, it's serves water, you have all this power. When there is, when you don't have the reactor, it's terrible.
training on the banner. Yes, it's like the drill we like to watch. Because I just wanted to see how. And so we start the drill. I turn to the officers. I want to make it harder. I say, hey, let's speed up. The electric motor was going to drain more current, drain the battery faster, and really compress the time. And it's going to add stress. And I'm trying to, see how bad we are. But it was an order that could, is essentially, hey, shift to the second gear on the motor before we seal it. Didn't do anything. Just turn it on. Hey, what's going on? He says, Captain, there's no second.
Controversial, but
that's like basic stuff. Now I'm looking up. I look at the officer and I said, you know about this? And yes, sir, I did.
Sometimes electric current in those contexts.
And my whole life that because I was so ingrained in this idea that we need to make good decisions and tell people what to do. And it was just all blew up because there's no way I was going to be the one
I want to say
was the difference. Stopping
equals customary practice refers to my net, custom kept by a community or individual.
I was a robot. So
The last equals going to electric concept of something newly produced is something called the Shabbat and Machta.
So I reached all the way back to that moment on Sunday.
Electric trading, e.g.
Goliath asked me, Market, what do you like to do? I intend to subvert the ship. I intend to start the reactor. I intend to learn to program. I intend to change pizza from Friday to Saturday. No, don't do that. I think it was pretty novel, this language-based focus on using the word intent rather than getting permission, but it didn't spread throughout the submarine force. Part of it is because over the next 10 years, all these junior officers on board Santa Fe, there was a disproportionate number that became submarine players. 10 guys, which was a huge number. And no one would have predicted it, including least of all, what happened. This conversion of people from order takers where we're reliant on the captain to have all the answers to 135 people thinking. I said we used to go from one thinker and 135 doers to 135 thinkers. People like to solve problems. And submariners are highly trained. Want to be good. And so they work extra hard. So morale increased. Prior to that day, the previous 12 months, we really reinvested 10% of the sales, 1 in 10. Starting that day, up to 100%. Over the next 12 months, every sale, a year from this date where I made a decision never to give any orders. We were inspected by the Navy. So these guys spent 3 days watching all this stuff. They're all taking notes. It's top to bottom, inside out. The inspection team, the officer, the captain of the inspection team, he's senior to me. He says the highest score we've ever seen. The highest score we ever record. No one can understand. Like, well, your those guys were what happened. People didn't understand it was because now we're activating this thinking. We were getting everybody thinking. That's like that's the real dark side to being a leader makes it happen. Think you're making it happen. And you're like leading into your team. You want your team. Look at this in the back. American, UK, the Australians are building towards all have certain capability, which is going to be envied by the rest of the world. Very close to them are, I would say, guys like Japan, which have a very robust, highly capable submarine force, but they're not nuclear, so they can't do quite as much. But Japan, they don't even go as far as get to the battlefield. So a couple things we can do. One, stay at sea for a long
with burial.
because it doesn't break. If it breaks, sailors can fix it. So this ability to be there longer, it's really hard to combat that. It's really hard to defend system. It's not like you're trying to defend for a 10-minute attack. You're like, you don't know what the attack is coming. You got to defend for 6 months. Other countries keep their submarine for sea a long time. It breaks, they got to go in. Or it just starts to degrade slowly, so it starts to rattle more, makes more sound. In other countries, they're much more reliant on the cow. U.S. you have this really deep you take away one officer, it doesn't take away another, it still doesn't. Because everyone just sort of, they fill up the ranks. And we practice another example. We're always saying, like, well, if you were me, if you're the captain right now, what you do is kind of see, okay, how are they thinking, how they solve problems, how they manage things, how they manage this, what happens to the system. The average age of submarine force is getting older and older. Just built up a whole bunch of submarines. The average age came down, now it's getting longer. Now it's placing up as much. During the Cold War, there was a clear threat. So we were about, and so there was a bipartisan consensus in the country. Congress needed to spend money to buy submarines. Because we knew
On the left, the figure holding up a submarine. I always think
as a deterrent. And then when the Soviet Union disintegrated, that's what was the enemy was led. And so now we have terrorist groups, pirates out there, submarines are not the optimal those kind of stuff. So this united front to maintain a healthy submarine force fell apart. Now we see the rise again of bad actors, we'll call them bad actors, potentially China, certainly Russia. So now they're re-emerging this consensus that we really need to get submarines. It's expensive, but you get a lot of things. There are advances in submarines, in U.S. submarines. It's the same trend you see with automobiles, with all electric. Santa Fe has big steam turbines, so the reactor heated water, turned it to steam. And we did two things with the steam. One, we ran these turbines with electricity, and then we ran big turbines that propels. It's more efficient if you just make all electricity and you have the electricity to drive the electric motor. It's a more complicated problem, so that's why we haven't done it up so far, but we're now, that's one of the things we're heading to. I think submarines, just like drones or autonomous cars, self-driving cars, the same thing's happening on the water. If you don't need to put people on the submarine, you can do a lot of work with the submarine. A lot of the equipment on the submarine is there to keep people alive. Because people are the ones who fix the submarine. But the argument is, well, I can buy 100 of these underwater drones for $800 for one big submarine. I mean, who knows? Look what Ukrainians are doing. Drones. I play with AI every day at home, and it's fun. AI certainly makes the bad guys harder too. And for me, the worry would be spoofing one of these messages that tells the submarine, your new mission is to go over here and put the submarine out of position so that they can do whatever. Something like this. Any interference like that, which gets through the regular filters and using AI to get better at that would be scary. I think it's a lot harder now to be a submarine officer. I can tell you, when I started, we were on a mission. We felt like we were the spear tip of democracy. First of all, just the proliferation of technology, I think makes it so much. It's very, your brain is like going and then this overall arching sense of why am I sacrificing days of my life? I spent 14 years actually on submarines. I actually spent 7 years on the why do I like giving up so much of my life doing it? It's just getting harder now. That really gives your sense of purpose. My son was so like I visited him about he's a passionate, active, thinking young people. There's no monopoly of sense of dedication. The introduction of women on the submarines was happening about the time that I was transitioning off the submarine sort of management. It was sort of argued that, hey, we can't exclude half the population of smart people from submarines because we won't have enough smart people on the submarine. The way I thought about it was they need different ideas and different ways of thinking about the problem. And the more kind of different people that you get, typically you get more different ideas for thinking about the problem.
Median time is Hebrew.
Santa Fe still in operation, still doing well. Had an amazing time as a captain of Santa Fe. 3 years went by today. We went on to deployments, did the highest score in the history of the Navy. We turned protection around from 10% to 100%. I left the submarine and I got awarded a nice job. I was the inspector of the submarine force and then became a commodore. I was getting promoted. For me, this idea of going back to being not telling people what to do, and seeing what they came up with, and expressing intent, really changed the model. And so now we like say, well, look at leaders. It's a leader will lead leaders follow. About these people who had success. Many went on the Major Commandment, many went on to become admiral, several previous became admiral, and just from this one submarine. I went to the Pentagon, which was a frustrating time, and I was not the best Pentagon. I said it, I was going to be more influential outside than inside. Jen is right. I wrote Turn the Ship Around, which is a story, this turnaround of the submarine, and this uses over 10 years entirely. 2013, published by Red Rothschild. Then I wrote a book called Leadership as Language, which talks about the way language influences the culture. Turn the Ship Around was a big success, happened in about 5 rounds to a lot of companies. There's a lot of interest in creating teams where people are thinking and expressing what they're thinking. So now I just wrote a book called This, which is really helpful for everybody, including me. We have a superpower. Every human does. The superpower is that you can imagine yourself as an ideal. Because when you go to make decisions, or when you go to react to something, we view it from our position of ourselves, called the work self. I view it from here. This is where it's centered. When you don't have to, you can pretend you're somewhere else, someone else, or someone else. But we rarely do. And it changes the way you think. People ask me, hey, do you miss it? And my flippant answer is no. Then I said, well, yeah, I'd love to go back on the submarine as a passenger, as a fly on the wall. I don't want to responsibility. It's too hard. I don't know what it is. But just to see, I almost said the word kids, see the kids operate. Because again, like they're so young and they're energetic with thought. See the crew operate, see them interact, see them do this really cool mission in the purpose of defending the Constitution, defending liberal democracy. If anyone has an opportunity, if you like this episode, check out our new podcast and comment below with the names of people who'd love to hear us.
Regarding wins for combat and constant handles. Still technically Hebrew.
Jewish law was basically
Still equals bread. Technically equals blue by the biblical blue bread discussed extensively in Halacha. First Hebrew. Third equals Lord's holiday commemorating the salvation in the time of Esther. Galactic Mitzvah includes Medulla, reading, Mishnah Unit, Davidna Evanim, Sina. Current Hebrew Hebrew. Current equals
Everything you crave on an everything bond. Get the pepper grater burger at Culver's.
Tonight, for the first time, a former senior military intelligence officer comes forward to say what we only imagine is true.
To pay the price for the first time. We're definitely not alone.
Claims that our government has proved an alien life within space craft from other species. We do. Quite a number. Some were landed, some were crashed. Allegations of a secret government program that has hidden the truth and technology from the world.
There's a sophisticated disinformation campaign targeting the U.S. populace, which
is extremely unethical and immoral, and it's totally different.
From Roswell to the present day.
Offers and cases 100% unexplainable, like tangible temporal accuracy.
Is this decorated officer a liar?
Why should we believe you?
A fool?
Is it possible that you're doing this?
Or a hero?
I'm a patriot, and I believe the British power in this.
We're talking about the biggest secret in human history.
We are not told. The UFO whistleblower speaks. Good evening, I'm Elizabeth Vargas, here to bring you a News Nation exclusive interview with a man we're calling the UFO whistleblower. David Rush is a career intelligence official who this week is making some bombshell claims of a U.S. government cover-up going back nearly a century, shedding light, he says, on that existential question. Are we alone? News Nation has confirmed David Rush's credentials and resume. We have not seen or verified the alleged proof he says he's provided to investigators. But we want you to hear his story so you can decide for yourself. Mr. Rush sat down with investigative journalist Ross Coulthart, who was reporting for News Nation. Mr. Coulthart is an award-winning journalist and author who has reported for the Australian version of 60 Minutes, as well as other news programs in his home country. What you're about to see is part of their conversation, touching on Mr. Rush's work with the UAP task force, his background and his service to this country, and the alleged secret military program about which he says the world needs to know.
For decades, the UFO question has been consigned to the realm of speculation, conspiracy theory, and science fiction. But in recent years, serious people have started taking the subject seriously. Prompted in part by the release of these videos purporting to show encounters between American naval aviators and what the Pentagon has labeled unidentified aerial or anomalous phenomena. Congress has convened hearings to determine what these UAP are and what effect they might pose.
Represent a potential threat to our security. The capabilities, systems, processes, and sources we use to observe, report, study, or analyze these phenomena need to be classified at appropriate levels.
The Department of Defense has established a special team, formerly known as the UAP Task Force, recently renamed the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, or ARROW, to investigate and identify what are now hundreds of reported sightings. So far, they have not found any to constitute proof of alien life. Officially, the government continues to state we are in the unknown. But now, for the first time, a former member of that official investigative team is speaking out, telling a stunning story that impacts every person on this planet. And now you're about to meet that man for the very first time in this exclusive television.
Let me start off telling me, my name is David Rush. I came from a blue-collar family in Pittsburgh. Didn't have money for college. Always admired people in uniform. And I always wanted to be a part of something American myself. 18 years ago, I got an Air Force scholarship for physics. I originally commissioned on active duty in the Air Force. Served 14 years in the Air Force.
I look at this photograph and I see a very proud officer.
I was getting promoted to captain.
And you still work in the
Absolutely.
A career intelligence officer, Rush spent time on the ground in Afghanistan and other places he can't mention before rotating back to Washington.
Intel officer for the U.S. for 14 years. My last position, which I left in April of 2023, I co-led UAP portfolio for the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, and some of the highest officials within the Department of Defense intelligence area used to call on me to advise them on some of the hardest target sets that the country had.
You one of the most trusted
Gordon Eagle Operate,
intelligence officials in the US Defense and Intelligence Secretary.
Operate,
Yes, I was.
You were trusted with the last 13 secrets.
Gordon Trumpet, Gordon Trumpet Hebrew.
And he says the most earth-shattering of those secrets were revealed after 2019 when he was invited to join the UAP task force. You have the security classifications to go anywhere.
I had, based on my former security clearance and multiple polygraphs, I had the ability to be read into any program that I needed. At one point in time, I was extremely highly cleared.
What conclusion did you come to at the end of your time on the UAP task force?
The UAP task force was refused access to a broad crash retrieval program.
When you say crash retrieval, what do you mean?
These are retrieving non-human origin technical vehicles. Call it spacecraft, if you will, non-human, exotic origin vehicles that have either landed or crashed.
We have spacecraft
Our feature operated
other
for the
species.
Rabbi Rothschild, Rabbinic
I thought it was totally nuts, and I thought at first I was being deceived. It was a ruse. He started confiding in me, they approached me. I have plenty of former senior intelligence officers that came to me, many of which I knew almost my whole career. They confided in me, they were a part of the program. They named the program. I've never heard of it. And they told me, based on the oral testimony, and they provided me documents and other proof, that there was, in fact, a program that the UAP task force was not
You are alleging that the US government has been concealing the existence of this planet of alien life.
I would couch it as non-human intelligence, NHI, like we like to say in our language.
Why do you say that? Why do you say NHI?
I don't necessarily to know origin. I don't think we have all the data to say, oh, they're coming from a certain location. And I couch it as somebody who studied physics where maybe they're coming from a different physical dimension as described in quantum mechanics. There's extra dimensions due to high energy particle currents, etc. There's a theoretical framework to explain that.
Let me come to the quick though. You say there is an intelligent species engaging with this planet.
Yes, that's potentially extraterrestrial.
That's not for everybody sitting around. That is a shock.
It was to me, and I had a lot of sleepless nights.
Rush says he's never personally seen non-human intelligence, but he's spoken to enough people directly involved in what he calls the program that he's convinced it's real.
I started out as a non-believer. I came to the problem as a hardcore physics guy, intel officer, so I have excuse my language, factor. I was very methodical, interviewing people who know each other, making sure this wasn't some kind of program.
He says he pressed to gain direct access to this program, and that's when his trial started. Rush claims his investigation was stony, his requests for access rebuffed.
They shut the door in my face and denied me access to these programs.
Soon after, he says he endured reprisals and retaliation from above. He then reported that information to the intelligence community Inspector General. That's why he's filed this whistleblower complaint. He says the experience is why he decided to go public here, and in a recent article by Leslie Kay in the debrief. You're not getting paid for this interview.
No.
Why are you doing this?
It's a sense of service, call me a Boy Scout or whatever. When I saw the kind of wrongdoing I did, I don't want to be 60, 70 years old in the future and have that coulda, shoulda, woulda kind of feeling where I could have made a difference. I did not want to live my life with a regret.
You are saying to the human race, for the first time, an official intelligence representative at a high level from the US government is saying publicly, we are not alone.
We're definitely not alone. Absolutely, the data points empirically that we're not alone.
You see, we have the United States has spacecraft intact chronological do we have bodies? Do we have species?
Well, naturally, when you recover something that's either landed or crashed, sometimes you encounter dead bodies. And what we heard of is fantastical as that sounds.
It's true. Have you seen
I've seen some interesting photos and I've read some very interesting reports.
He says the specific documents and photos that would prove his claims are still classified. He cannot disclose them here. You could not.
Also titled a plastic work.
Why should we believe you? You're just somebody coming out of nowhere, making claims that we really ultimately can't prove.
Well, we provided the proof internally to the Inspector General and held staff with all the details. I mean, I have the credentials. I was an intelligence officer on the UAP task force.
Let's face it, allegations of aliens and their spacecraft are hard to accept. Even kindness of a respected insider. If you call them NHI and UAP, how could such NHI troubles work in the first place and go undetected by the general public? Rush says the craft may not be traveling through space as we understand it.
It's a well-established fact, at least mathematically, based on empirical observation and analysis of the most likely are physical additional spatial dimensions. You can imagine 4 to 5D space where what we experience as linear time ends up being a physical dimension, a higher dimension of space where you are there could translate across what we perceive as a linear flow. So there is a possibility that, and this is a theory here, I'm not saying this is the case, but it could be that this is not necessarily extraterrestrial, and it's actually coming from a higher dimensional physical space, located right here. What can you tell me about these craft, these technologies? Why do you know it's exotic? Based on very specific properties that I was briefed on, isotopic ratios that have to be engineered to be at those levels, but also just extremely strange, heavy atomic metal, high up in the periodic table arrangements that you don't understand what the emergent properties are, but there's just a very strange mix of elements.
So you're absolutely sure the materials that these craft are made of clearly not of this earth.
Yeah, they're sophisticatedly engineered, certainly not by
And while Grush says the US has gleaned some insight from these materials for military use, so much more could be done if academia and the private sector had access.
It's totally nuts that humanity as a whole, especially the U.S. citizenry as a whole, we're not even benefiting of research on this to solve, propulsion, energy issues, novel material science, and what's going on. It's just totally nuts. How it's been protected and inhibits progress.
If you're right, if you're telling us the truth, everyone, the entire American public has been lied to for decades.
Yeah, there's a sophisticated disinformation campaign targeting the U.S. populace, which is extremely unethical.
Coming up, how long has this been going on?
A lot of things that was briefed on
Equals harmful spirit collective concept ties to warning and widening
So let's start from the very beginning.
Spirit, sometimes
Besides the 19-year cover-up,
just about 19 years. 1933 was the first recovery Magenta, Italy. We recovered a partially intact vehicle.
it's long been known that the regime of dictator Benito Mussolini documented numerous UAP during this time. This internal memo from the Italian secret services includes crude drawings of the UAP. business.
Collectively must grow from the
Yeah,
ground
that
and
actually
not be
happened.
susceptible
The
to
Italian government
insurance.
moved into a
Aspects
secure air base in Italy for the rest of kind of the fascist regime until 1944, 1945. And the Empire backchanneled that. Yeah, told the Americans what the Italians had, and they handed them over.
So let me be very clear about this. You're saying that the Catholic Church, emphatically, they know about the existence of non-human intelligence on this planet.
Certainly.
Rush says shortly after the dawn of the atomic age, another major crash recovery took place. You've probably heard of it. What can you tell me about the Roswell craft?
Fortunately, there's details we're not approved for me to talk about right now.
This much we know. In 1947, an object crashed in the New Mexico desert near the town of Roswell. The Air Force recovered material described as metallic and rubber, though the government changed its story as to what it was, calling it a flying disc at first, then a weather or spy balloon.
Just ridiculous to me that the US Air Force had changed its story. Yeah, added additional elements over time and played additional programs to explain some of the events.
Why are these things crashing?
Yeah, some were landed, some were crashed, and I think that's an interesting discussion that's come up, as advanced as, we are, as humans, right? Planes crash, cars crash, just because you're some advanced sentience and advanced technology doesn't mean some small percentage of your, Air Force term, like sorties, meet unfortunate operational conclusion, as people I want to say.
Most people would tell you the Roswell incident has been thoroughly debunked. In fact, the Air Force published this report in 1994, the issue to rest once and for all. Rush has read it.
That analysis ended was a total hack job. Anybody with analytical skills, if you read it, you can deduce that they're conflating multiple situations, crash test dummies, and mobile balloons, and they're just saying that the townsfolk who personally witnessed it were totally imagining things and concocted that whole just a discipline.
So the reason for the secrecy exactly is what?
Realistic dominance, you can have asymmetric technology for, it seems like, just a war machine.
Rush says that through the 50s and 60s, encounters with the NHI continued, as did the cover-up. One incident in 1967, about which multiple Air Force veterans have gone public, involved UAPs tampering with the nuclear missiles at Malmstrom Air Base in Montana. They saw a craft appearing to be intelligently controlled, hovered over a nuclear weapons site, and shot down 10 nuclear ICBM missiles.
It certainly looks like they want to understand how far we've advanced in our physical kind of technologies at the very least. It looks like preparatory probing activity. It might be innocent kind of scientific gathering. It could be ISR probing.
Meanwhile, Rush says the crash retrieval program continued. And while he won't reveal where the downed craft are stored, he does say that the people working with the technology have been putting themselves at risk.
A lot of them, were injured looking at some of this stuff. You can imagine the nuclear, radiological, biological risk looking at an unknown unknown. And a lot of them have literally suffered physically because of their service.
But as we know, anyone who's come forward claiming non-human intelligence is behind these incidents has been dismissed as delusional or deliberately deceitful. If you're right, if you're telling us the truth, everyone,
The entire American public has been lied to for decades. Yeah, there's a sophisticated disinformation campaign targeting the U.S. populace, which is extremely unethical and immoral.
coming up, new evidence and perhaps new attitudes in a new age of UAPs. American people need and deserve to know, has the U.S. government changed its tune?
Combat Denmark and
over king.
Shabbat of blessing, Shabbat
These
with
are the videos that started it all. Footage captured by naval aviators on military-grade cameras that defied all prosaic explanation. Dave Grush has investigated this one, shot in 2015 off the east coast of fighter pilots of the USS Theodore Roosevelt. There's an industry of buckets out there on the web who say, oh, they've got this one wrong, it's a jet exhaust at a distance. The aircraft's turning. Give me an answer on that.
That's electrical engineering. The experts look at that. Why is any nuclear system, reason for saturation, apparent size? It's certainly something that's not a jet. It might be some kind of natural phenomenon, quite strange, but it's not as simple as a jet.
He has even stronger opinions about this UAP, known to history as the Tic Tac, shot in 2004 in the Pacific by aviators off the USS Nimitz. And the Tic
Charlie
Tac
is equals agent,
Truly
messenger,
anomalous,
galactic
absolutely
representative, empowered to act for
vehicle,
another.
physical,
Charlie
that's
is
absolutely
Hebrew,
something that we're
representative of the congregation, leader of communal prayer.
The videos were leaked in 2017, then officially released by the Pentagon in 2020. At the time, it seemed the Pentagon may have finally abandoned its obsession with secrecy and decided to do what other countries have been doing for decades: establish a properly funded, publicly accountable team to investigate reports of UAP. Dave Grush was part of that team.
This is a hunting mission for what might somebody be doing in our backyard that we don't know about.
The task force set about investigating these incidents, including more recent and likely odd encounters that took place during naval exercises in 2019 off the coast of San Diego. This video, shot on the USS Omaha and later leaked to documentarian Jeremy Corbell, has received particular attention. Seems like so far that you can't see it already sinks into the ocean, but it seems to drop.
It was truly anomalous.
Grush says the promised new age of government transparency is a fallacy. For starters, he says the videos that have been released are just the tip of the iceberg.
There are many videos that are totally clear to release through a declassification process, and I find it very concerning from a transparency perspective that all that the department has declassified were those three famous videos. There are more concerning videos that left me a lot of questions.
He says there are credible witnesses who could testify to Congress about spacecraft, big spacecraft.
Very large. Field kind of size. I remember interviewing these personnel. I'm like, either this guy were lying to me or having a psychotic break. This is crazy but true stuff that's happening, and I have no good explanation that's been saying this is not explainable by swamp gas, and signals, fire, lightning, etc., etc. This is like tangible technical craft for seeing up close and personal in some cases when I interview them.
And at the center of it all, the crash retrieval program the government has never publicly acknowledged. The program, Grush says, has included at least one private aerospace company that is storing alien craft. Is that true?
That is how a lot of these relationships are. I don't want to name the specific companies that have that so much. Overall, the government has been the custodian of a lot of this, right? And we're seeing it out defense contractor use analysis, which I find highly unethical. You have basically a source arrangement, and you allow certain private corporate elements to look at this, develop a potential insight, and then sell it back to the government for profit. And I think that's totally unethical.
The problem you've got is that being categorical
denials from high-level officials in the US government, even presidents.
Shattering of vessels is
Now,
still
what you're saying is true.
Unfortunately, some elected officials were not brought in. A few weeks ago,
The head of the Pentagon's UAP investigations program, Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick, told Congress Arrow, that's the Pentagon's UFO investigation body, has found no credible evidence thus far of extraterrestrial activity or technology or objects that defy the known laws of physics.
While a large number of cases in our homelands remain technically unresolved, this is primarily due to a lack of data associated with those cases.
Was that live?
well, I knew Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick for about 8 years, and I expressed some concerns to Dr. Kirkpatrick about a year ago on starting to uncover. And
Starting perhaps
follow up with me. He has my phone number. He has called me. I hope he ultimately does the right thing. He should be able to make the same investigative discoveries I did. It's totally crazy if he doesn't.
So the implication here is that the head of the very body that Congress has ordered to tell the American public the truth about UAPs is possibly spread everywhere. Do you think the American public is being lied to?
Well, they've been lied to over the years, and I'm hoping that the lies stop.
Coming up, it gets even scarier. The UFO whistleblower says the NHIs aren't friendly. Have human beings been
especially
After and answer classic collective responsible work. Show how
they might be working
will borrow
We're in
collective
competition with
status
their
and
own
borrow
series to understand
obligations.
this. And it's a multi-decade Cold War that has been under our nose for so long.
Galactic obligation to blow on rock action and Yom Kippur usually
particular ray of
the common interpretation from some commentators is that
equals guardian galactic category of
non-human
inductive guardian
species and it's
responsibility.
incredibly benevolently well disclosed to the human race.
Yeah, and I think that is the logical fallacy here is because they're advanced, they're kind. We'll never really understand full intent in that because we're not them, whatever that is. But I think what appears to be the local activity has happened. Based on not only nuclear site probing activities, honest testimony, I think at least looking at it through a humanistic lens, it does appear different, at least to us.
I'm being told that there have been attempts
Stricter lives are
using the fact that God reacted offensively against non-human craft.
There have been instances, and there are certain techniques that have human beings
right upon death. So
by human intelligence.
Well, I can't get into the specifics because that would reveal certain U.S. classified operations. I was briefed by a few individuals on the program that they're a lot of limits now.
certainly
People who just use non-humans
very wrong for
like human beings.
That seems to be the case in California.
And there's more. Rush says the United States is not the only country that's encountered NHI and their technology. He says our geopolitical have their own crash retrieval programs, which they are also secretly exploiting for military purposes.
We're in competition with their adversaries to understand this. And it's a multi-decade Cold War that has been under our nose for so long. And, there is no good way to level the playing field and hold other nation states accountable if they're doing unethical or illicit activity as it relates to this subject. And I think the military secrecy is actually putting us in a very dangerous position where a country might make a breakthrough, let's say, an adversary of ours. And it is so destabilizing.
This has been a cold war China.
There has been a Cold War that started with our peer adversaries.
Why has Russia or China come
haven't spoken openly about
Second
this.
Hebrew.
I think they're in a similar pickle as us. Whereas they understand maybe some of the socioeconomic destabilization factors in their own society.
But if this non-human intelligence is so advanced, and at least some of them are malevolent, why haven't they destroyed us already? Perhaps some fragile yet combustible détente has been reached. Russia's written an internal document about his discoveries that refers to agreements that risk putting our future in jeopardy.
Downside
It's
is
quite clear that you're talking about agreements
Central
between
Rabbit Safeguard,
America
Plural of CA.
are
non-human intelligence
if the Jews
with
are
non-human intelligence.
successful and
That's the kind of information I really hope national leadership is going to get to the bottom of.
I need to pin you down on this. Are there agreements between non-human intelligences and the American government?
I think that's a question that I would like to know all the details of as well.
We do know of at least one agreement among humans that's worth noting. This 1971 agreement between the US and the USSR on measures to reduce the risk of nuclear war. Whether or not you believe Dave Rush, this document proves the two superpowers were aware that UAP existed. Whatever they were.
Article 3 of that treaty talks about unidentified objects in facilities or interfering communications, and that is a treaty that has been used, from what I understand, to notify each other if there's a concerning event.
And that's why I'm saying to the Russians, hey, don't shoot at us. It's not us.
Yeah, I mean, that's certainly a concern that because of secrecy, as an environment where you could have almost like a false flag, where true non-proximity UAP situation would be construed as, provocation of something the nation state would have century.
If this is true, if the stakes are so high, if the fate of the human race is at stake, perhaps it's no surprise to hear Grush say the US government will do anything to keep these secrets safe.
At the very least, I saw substantial evidence of white collar crime that was committed. Based on the people I talked to, that was an ongoing concern. Unfortunately, I've heard some very un-American things I don't want to repeat right now.
So you have a strong suspicion that people have been murdered to protect
Over the years, yeah.
Coming up, a reality check. Possible for you to lose. It's time to put our whistleblower's credibility to the test. All this right is looking at your face.
always be aware
They're going, is this guy for real?
in some places this
Let's talk about how Dave Rush doesn't have smoking gun documents or photos. He doesn't have official confirmation of his claims. He's just a guy talking on camera, and a lot of his answers to our most pointed questions sound like this. Can you comment?
Unfortunately, I cannot.
So, who is this guy really?
I don't want to think about fortune. I'm just here to provide public leadership on an issue that I uncovered, and I thought it was totally outrageous.
News Nation has confirmed through multiple sources that Dave Rush is who he says he is. An Air Force veteran from Pittsburgh who worked in military intelligence and was part of the UAP task force. Maybe he's just a confident, well-spoken ex-military intelligence officer who just happens to have lost his mind. Do you have any kind of mental illness?
No.
Have you ever had a psychosis? Is there anything in your medical history that might be capable of being interpreted as a reason why you might be confabulating?
No, I'm not a disgruntled employee. I resigned on my own accord because I thought altruistically it's more appropriate to show thought leadership on the outside of this now. Because I don't think past within the government to try to right this wrong.
I'm not being blunt about this. You're not making this up. This is not a lie.
No, absolutely not.
Black leather boxes with floral packages, worn on Margaret head during weekday prayers.
They're going, is this guy for real?
I am for
Here's the
real.
Hebrew for
And I'm,
offering what he
sitting here
offers.
at great personal risk and
Separated from
obvious
clothing.
professional risk by
Here at
talking to you today.
Massachusetts is your Hebrew for
You've
tithe
told
of the
us
tithe.
that we really are not alone. Even though you believe you say is true, you haven't been fed disinformation. It's a common thing in intelligence for governments to mislead.
Yeah, I was very sensitive to that
Because we have
fact.
Hebrew for nines of that.
Was this some kind of
Major
ruse against
Saturday
me?
morning, the
Am
destruction of the
I being
temple.
used in any kind of way? And I took about 4 years being very methodical before I filed my whistleblower complaint to be absolutely certain of these basic facts.
So take me through the process of how you convinced yourself
Refers to the
that this is real.
acquisitions in Torah Leviticus 26,
Based on the
28.
credential people that came to me, some of these subjects provided me
Also refers to
sensitive
the
for
Thanksgiving
intelligence to
offering
read,
in temple
some
time.
program documents and photographs to evaluate, and
Torah
then
Hebrew for teaching or
described in very
instruction.
specific detail
Refers to the
how
five
all
books
this
of
worked.
Moses
And
and
they were
more
telling me
doctrines,
the
the
exact,
law of teaching.
extremely specific details that all
Aramaic
checked out.
for Egyptians. Medieval
You know, the thing I
Talmud
have trouble
commentaries
with,
written
it's
by
the
the
fact
French
that
and German
my
Safavids.
experience as a journalist is it's very hard for governments to keep
Communicated
secrets.
Hebrew hybrid.
Most things
Refers
leak.
to immersing
Your
utensils
government
in
leaks like a
for
sieve.
use.
Why hasn't this leaked?
Well, I've certainly been the recipient of a lot of these government secrets, and I can tell you they've never
Refers
seen
to
the light of
the 12
day.
minor prophets.
That's for sure.
He's adopted
And
Hebrew for
I
righteousness.
guess ostensibly this has leaked like a sieve for decades, but it was a very
Refers to charity
sophisticated
and social
disinformation that
justice
campaign
obligations.
where they have allowed some of the truth to come out.
Magic brings more
Nurturing
non-garments to the
crowds,
mind of
they
Pentecost.
disenfranchise people, they stigmatize it, they make it like this total
He
whack
wanted a daily
thing
Hebrew
to
for
talk
fasting
about.
Gedalia.
So anybody
Fasting commemorating the
may come forward
assassination
with that
of
kind of
Gedalia
information
Ben
is looked like a total tinfoil hat guy because it's a
He's brought up the
perfect
past
amalgamation of
Hebrew for
disinformation
doorway.
to just make
Legal
it look
device
crazy.
used for creating
The
a
best
era of
reason to
boundary.
believe Dave
Your
Grush
podcast
may be
will
this document. Remember that whistleblower complaint he
English
filed?
and hard
It
back
would seem
Eagles
it
walk.
hasn't fallen
Step
on
to
deaf
the Passover
ears.
Seder.
So the Inspector
Washing
General
the
of the
hands
Intelligence
without
Service
washing
of the United
before eating
States
harvest
has the
vegetables.
information that you've got.
Yes.
And more importantly, the Inspector General
You
made
equals
a
and
determination
equals
about
less
the
astute.
credibility
Tilted
of it.
equals strength
They
before
found
the
after interviewing myself and the subjects and other
central
subjects that I'm
holiday
not
prayer
even
describing the
cognizant of who they
defendant's
were,
life and
they
death
found my
decree.
complaint urgent and
While
credible
United
for
equals
the intelligence community.
U equals and
The word
Rock
credible is
equals will
important.
come. L United equals
So,
united.
an official investigatory body of the United States
Including
government has to
weekday prayer
determine that
emphasizes
your
redemption
allegations
and
are
holiness
credible.
of God.
Correct.
You got
Coming up,
that behind
if it is true, then what are we going to do if the biggest secret on the
Rock
planet
equals
is now
equals
out in the
space.
open?
Hat behind
And what
equals
are
the
they
seven.
going to do?
Liturgical
How
galactic
far
reference
the
to Shabbat and on the seventh day.
We had
Recited in Kiddush and other prayers. You let Hoffman Latin Hebrew.
This is one of
You
the
equals and
gravest
let Hoffman equals you
constitutional
shall
crises
be.
in your
Latin
country
equals for yourself.
ever.
absolutely.
Give me some hope here.
Stand to Torah about taking
There
note
are
of
very good
species,
people. I want that
ethics,
message to be
etc.
crystal clear.
Constant thought.
Let's not demonize holistically the U.S. government. There's a whole army of people
You
that want
equals and
change.
you
I am one
you shall
of
draw.
tens, if not
That
hundreds,
equals water.
of individuals within the government office
Civic based
programs that would like to
activation
change.
celebrations. Drawing the
What kind
water
of
for
change
temple
does David
service.
Grush want? As he said here tonight, he wants the
That
NHI
part
technology to be shared so the rest of the world can
that part
benefit
equals
from
you
it.
shall choose.
And
Bob
I use nuclear
equals life.
weapons or nuclear physics as an example. It's an acknowledged program.
Dora
We have
connects
nuclear
by
weapons.
the Deuteronomy
You'll get to
30.
know the designs, but nuclear
Nineteen
physics,
galactic and
holistically,
ethical
is
context.
unclassified. Academia studies it.
Hebrew.
And why would you suppress basic astrophysics, astrobiology, other hard and soft sciences broadly? It's totally nonsense.
Grush has
Dora
left
connects
the
for
government.
Israel to
He
live in
wasn't
holiness,
part of the
foundation
mirror
of
during the
galactic
most
ethics.
recent congressional hearings when still more UAP were revealed, including this one captured by a drone in the Middle East in 2022. This whistleblower case will take months to conclude.
In the meantime, he says he's starting a scientific foundation, and he's willing to speak to anyone in Washington who has the clearance and the desire to hear the classified information we could not share here.
Make myself available to Secretary Austin, Deanna Haynes, who is a recipient of my complaints. I'm happy to further brief elected officials on the specific ecosystem of secrecy down to the fine details.
How will the non-human intelligence react to the revelation that human beings now know they're here?
I mean, obviously, the non-human intelligence has been around for a while, at least multiple decades in modern history, and they've allowed ourselves to annihilate ourselves, genocide, war, famine, etc. So at the very least, I think they're kind of neutral on what humans decide to do with their free will.
And as for how we, the human race, react to his story, here Grush evinces the quintessentially human characteristic, optimism.
I don't have this utopian ideology that this is going to solve the problem, stop the war entirely. But all I want is a moment of pause and see if the subject unites us as we obviously been more divided over the last couple of decades.
Because, if anything else, maybe we all start thinking of ourselves not as American, Australian, Russian, Chinese, but as human
Human family, I think that's
I can imagine all of you out there are asking the same question I ask myself. And despite his credentials, can Mr. Grush be believed? The allegations presented by Mr. Grush tonight are true. The answer to the biggest question in human history. Thank you very much for watching.
Language and by religion. Color
Works without spreading out, used in songs winning blessings.
race.
You caution Hebrews.
Make 2 medium, 2 topping pizzas for $6.99 each. Or get 2 burgers for the same price. Your choice.
This is serious. It's been serious for a long time, and it's been
the biggest danger is not the biggest danger is secrecy, not transparency.
Praise about the horrible worship.
The technology that we faced was far superior than anything we had. I started naming names. Now it's about time. The dam has broken and it's overflowing. I personally witnessed this very disturbing. So whoever reached into the mail, got a right Pearson. We do not have access to something. You gotta start asking yourself what the hell is happening. We have universal knowledge of people who've been longer injured and concealed these extraterrestrial technology. Yes.
You made a lot of people.
Personally.
You shall do.
Good evening, I'm Brian Enton. Welcome to our special report on historic congressional hearing in July. Spectators to the nation's capital. Under oath, 3 witnesses told lawmakers and the world we are not alone and our government has proof. Remember, this all started with Pentagon whistleblower David Grush, who sat down with investigative journalist Ross Coulthard for an exclusive interview with News Nation. He alleged the U.S. government has a secret master treatment program. He claims it is in possession of UFOs, bodies of dead pilots. David Grush sat before a House Oversight Committee this week alongside former Navy pilot Ryan Graves, Black Mesa Squadron Commander Nathan Frater, both who say they saw something not of this world. You are going to hear their testimonies tonight, along with some new major developments that have come out since that hearing. What Russia knows about UFOs and reports Russian warplanes have actually engaged with UFOs. Then we will discuss it all with our panel of experts, including investigative journalist Ross Coulthard, who first broke the story right here on News Nation. Whether you believe it's UFOs or something else, It seems like there is something out there that the Taliban government leaders do not want us to know, something that is being hidden. So let's start with that allegation of a cover-up deep inside our own government. And the stunning moment when David Grush reveals to Congress just how high the stakes are.
Thank you for being here, brother. Thank you all very much. Have you raised any reconciliation or reprisals for any of your testimony or anything? Yeah, I have to be careful what I say in detail because there is an open whistleblower reprisal investigation on my behalf. I don't want to compromise that investigation by providing anything that may help provide somebody information. But it was very brutal and very unfortunate. Some of the tactics they used to hurt me both professionally and personally, to be quite frank. It's very unfortunate. As they say, when you're over the target, that should have made it the most fire action. Do you have any personal knowledge of people who have been harmed or injured in efforts to cover up or conceal the extraterrestrial technology? Yes. Personally, have you heard if anyone been murdered that you know of or heard of? I have to be careful asking that question. I direct people with that knowledge to me properties. Maybe we could get in a confidential area, see if we can talk about that. But unfortunately, we were denied access to the skiff. And that's very unfortunate, this scenario.
You heard Representative Ted Burchett just reference a skiff. You're going to hear that word a lot tonight. It refers to a sensitive, compartmentalized information facility. It's actually an ultra-secure room for government contractors and officials to review some of the nation's most sensitive and classified documents and information. This is all to protect our national security, which is also a top concern for this week's witnesses, especially when it comes to technology associated with UFOs.
This is Freedom Money. Based on each of your experiences and observations, do you believe UAPs pose a potential threat to our national security?
And all of that.
Yes. And here's why. The technology that we faced was far superior than anything we had. And you can put that anywhere. If you had one, you captured one, you reverse engineered it, you got it to work. You're talking something that can go into space, go someplace, drop down in a matter of seconds, do whatever it wants, and leave. And there's nothing we can do about it. Nothing.
Okay.
I would also like to add, from commercial aviation and military aviation perspective, we deal with uncertainty in our operating space as a matter of professional actions. Identifying threat from foe is very important to us. So when we have identified targets and we continue to ignore those due to the stigma or fear of what it could be, that's an opening that our adversaries can take advantage of.
What steps should be taken to better understand and respond to UAP encounters in the interest of national security?
There needs to be a location where this information is centralized for processing, and there needs to be a two-way communication loop so that the operators will front end have feedback and can get their best practices of how to process information, what they do, to ensure that their reporting is being listened to. Right now, they're not all evaluated.
Mr. Grush, in your complaint to the Intelligence Community Inspector General, you claim that you believe information is being hidden. What kind of information do you think was hidden in your engineering meeting?
Yes, I can speak to that very briefly in unclassified manner. As you know, the preponderance of my complaint was classified in the intelligence communities. Both material acquisition, exploitation activity, also baselining the UAPs, not sharing it with the intelligence professionals that are actually doing step briefs and pilots, that kind of information.
So why do these pilots, why engrave David Fravor say they believe what they saw in the skies were not of this earth? Here is exactly what they said under oath.
Mr. Graves, again, I'd like to know, how do you know that these were not our aircraft?
Some of the behaviors that we saw in the air, we we would see these objects being at 0.0 Mach, that's 0 airspeed, or certain pieces of the ground. So what that means, just like a river, if you throw a bobber in, it's going to float downstream. These objects were staying completely stationary in Category 4 hurricane winds. These same objects would then accelerate to supersonic speeds 1.1 Mach. They would do so at very erratic and inquiet behaviors that I don't have an explanation for.
Okay, if you've spoken to commercial and military pilots, have seen these off of our East Coast. Mr. Fraser, I noticed that TikTok video, it's TikTok like the candy, not TikTok like the Chinese communist. That's correct. Yes, sir. That's something like that. Because my daughter agreed to be on that. Don't be a boomer. And say, I said, no, baby, it's TikTok like the candy. You have to just look it up. And what I also like to say today is the day of the 21st. It's miracle that we're having this meeting. That's also a miracle that my wife has put up with me for 9 years today. Today it's my anniversary, so I want to tell my wife happy anniversary, and I love her very much. And she likes to say this 9 years have been the best 2 years of her life. Thank you. Mr. Faber, what astonished you most about the flight capabilities of these TikTok very briefly?
The performance. Absolute performance of this.
You're not aware of any other objects that anybody in the world has in this world that has those capabilities.
No, I think it's far beyond actually our material science that we currently possess.
Are you aware of any other reconnaissance platforms that track and record the TikTok's maneuvers? I mean, the NORAD system or any of the others.
You heard Representative Tim Burchett really trying to get to the bottom of what and when they knew it. He wants names and he wants titles. But as you're about to hear, a lot of that information, Dave Rush says he did not share publicly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to direct this, I believe, to Mr. Brush, but if you need to go, feel like you can jump in, just jump right in. We're good. Has the U.S. government become aware of the actual evidence of extraterrestrial other outside explained forms of intelligence? And if so, when do you think this first occurred?
I like to use the term non-human, and I like to denote origin, staff, which are open, both scientifically. Certainly, like I've just discussed publicly, previously 1930s.
Good. Can you give me the names and titles of the people with direct first-hand knowledge and access to some of this crash retrieval, some of these crash retrieval programs, maybe which facilities, military bases that would cover material will be in? I know, like others have talked about, we're going to go to Area 51 and, you know, there's nothing there anymore anyway. It's just, you know, we look like a glacier as we announce it. Sure, the movie bands will pull up, but please.
I can't discuss it publicly, but I did provide that information both to the Intel Committees and the Inspector General.
We could get that in the skiff if we were allowed to get in a skiff with you, would that be probably what you would think?
Sure, if you had the appropriate access.
Okay. What special access programs cover this information, and how is that possible that they have evaded oversight for so long?
I do know the names. Once again, I can't discuss that publicly and how they've evaded oversight. In a closed setting, I can tell you the specific tradecraft used.
When do you think those programs began? And who authorized them?
I do know a lot of that information, but that's something I can't discuss publicly because that's
All right. If you want to jump in on any of this, you're more than welcome to. What level of security clearance is required to fully access these programs?
Well, anybody who has
I can't say that because myself, Representative Gaines, Representative Luna were basically turned away at one point at Eglin, so please go ahead.
certainly difference between member access and say somebody like me, but anybody who has a TSSCI clearance and meets the eligibility criteria, the access adjudicating authority should be able to grant you access. Ms. Burchett, if you'll yield, so just to be put a fine point on that, there's nothing that you're aware of that's above special access program classification.
It's misnomer that there's anything actually above top secret. Executive Order 13526 delineates the classification rules. Right. But I drop one of that because we can have access to those programs. And so the notion that we're not being given that access sort of defies our typical Muslim memory here in Congress. Thank you, Mr. Birch. I'll get back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Along those lines, Title 10, and you might not know this or not, but that Title 10 and Title 15 authorization, that's just mixing the sailor inefficient. So who gets to decide this, in your opinion, in the past?
It's a group of career senior city officials. Okay, are they government officials? Both in and out.
Do what?
Both in and out. Government, that's about it. As far as I actually go,
That leads to my next question. Which private corporations are directly involved in this program? And how much taxpayer money has been invested in these programs, to your knowledge? We audit the Pentagon every year. I've been here 5 years and they fail the dadgum thing every year. And lose over $1 billion a year, we think. And I'm still Department of Defense, maybe 60% of their assets are unaccounted for, whatever I think that means. In the public sector, you go to jail for that kind of crap. So tell me.
yeah, I know when I'm doing a total off on my DTS travel voucher, I get hammered, but it seems like that's worth it. If you sell over $600 worth of stuff on eBay, now you get it off the IRS. So, what corporations?
Yeah, I know these specific metrics towards the end of your question. The specific corporations I did provide to the committees in specific divisions. And I spent 11.5 hours with both intel committees.
Okay, has there been an act of U.S. government disinformation campaign to deny the existence of unidentified aerial phenomena? And if so, why?
It can go beyond what I've already exposed publicly about that.
Okay, I've been told to ask you what that is and how to get it in the record.
What have you stated publicly in your interviews for the congressional record?
If you reference my News Nation interview, and I talk about a multi-decade, campaign to disenfranchise public interest, basically.
I apologize, Mr. Chairman, I yield back. I have 21 seconds.
Okay, this is really just the beginning of club because we have a lot more ahead from those hearings. We're about the incident at Eglin Air Force Base that got the attention of Florida Representative Matt Gaetz and AOC's exchange with the witnesses over a possible money trail. Plus,
Do you believe we have crashed craft? Stated earlier, do we have the bodies of the pilots who piloted this craft?
the shocking answer to that question and much more, it's all coming up in this live special right after the break.
Well, naturally, when you recover something that's either landed or crashed, sometimes you encounter dead bodies. And believe it or not, as fantastical as that sounds, it's true.
That was definitely one of the most shocking claims made by Pentagon whistleblower David Grush during his exclusive interview with investigative journalist Ross Goldhart right here at News Nation. You're going to hear from Ross later in the show. We'll have him on live along with other experts as part of our roundtable on historic hearings and what comes next and what's been learned since those hearings. But first, Congresswoman Nancy Bates presses for more information about what military pilots Ryan Graves and David Fravor say they encountered, which pushes David Grush on his claim about dead pilots and shares more detail.
So my first question, I have several questions, and if we can just be quick on these first two, I'm asking each of you the same question, and then I'll get to each of you individually. The first one, have you reported your experiences with the UAP, and did you face any repercussions with your superiors, yes or no?
No. I've actually never seen anything personal, believe it or not.
Right. And then do you believe there's an active disinformation campaign within our government to deny existence of UAPs, yes or no?
I don't have an answer to that. That's pretty public, yes. Like previously with like Project Blue, yes, but currently I don't speak for the United States government.
Okay, thank you. I have a few questions for Mr. Graves. What percentage of UAP sightings in your belief go unreported by our pilots?
This is an approximation based off of my personal experience with the number of pilots, but I would estimate we're somewhere near 5% reporting grounds.
So like 95% basically don't report seeing UAPs.
That's just my personal estimate.
In the incident off Virginia Beach, do you believe the Navy took the danger to your aircraft seriously after it was reported? A few questions for Mr. Favor. As an expert naval aviator, have you ever seen an object that looked and moved like the Tic Tac UAP?
No.
Did the Tic Tac UAP move in such a way that defied the laws of physics?
The way we understand them, yes.
Many dismiss UAP reports as classified weapons testing by our own government, but in your experience as a pilot, does our government typically test advanced weapon systems right next to multi-million-dollar jets or pounds informing our pilots?
No, we have test ranges for that.
It took over 15 years for your encounter with the Tic Tac to be classified. Do you feel there was a good reason to prevent lawmakers from having access to this footage?
No, I just think it was ignored when it happened. It just was sad. Water file. Never got reported.
And that happens a lot of here. Shocker. Mr. Grush, a couple of questions for you too this morning. What percentage of UAPs do you feel are adequately investigated by the U.S. government of the 5% that are reported?
I can only speak for my personal leadership over at NGA. I tried to look at every report that came through and I triage also.
Do you believe that officials at the highest levels of our national security apparatus have unlawfully withheld information from allies and subverted our oversight authority?
For certain elected leaders that had more information that I'm not sure what they've shared with certain gang of eight members or etc. But certainly I would not be surprised.
You say that the government is in possession of potentially non-human spacecraft. Based on your experience and extensive conversations with experts, do you believe our government has made contact with intelligent extraterrestrials?
Something I can't discuss in public setting.
Okay, I can't ask when you think this occurred. If you believe we have crashed craft, stated earlier, do we have the bodies of the pilots who piloted this craft?
As I've stated publicly already in the agitation interview, biologics came with some of these recoveries.
Were they, I guess, human or non-human biologics?
Non-human, and that was the assessment of the people which were acknowledged on the program I talked to that are currently still on the program.
And was this documented evidence, video, photos, eyewitness? Like, how would that be determined?
The specific documentation I would have to talk to Jessica about.
Gotcha. Okay, so you may or may not be able to answer my last question, and maybe we get into a skiff at the next hearing that we have. But who in the government, either what agency, sub-agency, what contractors, who should be called into the next hearing about the UAPs, either in a public setting or even in a private setting? And then you probably can't name names, but what agencies, organizations, contractors, etc., do we need to call in to get these questions answered, whether it's about funding, what programs are happening, and what's out there?
I can give you a specific cooperative and hostile witness list of specific individuals that were in those.
And how soon can we get that list?
I'm happy to provide that to you after the hearing.
Super, thank you. And I yield back.
Okay, so still ahead tonight, we are sharing a new letter just entered into the congressional record from George Knapp about what Russia knows about UFOs. Democrat AOC and Republican Tim Burchett become allies, plus this.
The image was of something that I am not able to attach to any human capability, either from the United States or from any of our adversaries.
An incident so serious at an Air Force base in Florida that Representative Matt Gaetz had to get involved. We're back right after this. Welcome back to this special edition of News Nation. After a historic week in Washington with bombshell testimony on UFOs and allegations of decades-old secrets kept deep inside our own government. We have brand new details and documents tonight entered into the congressional record and new bipartisan alliances coming together in the wake of all of these allegations. More on that coming up ahead by our panel. But let's go back to a significant moment during Wednesday's hearings when Florida Republican Representative Matt Gaetz made a guest appearance, and he shared for the first time ever a chilling encounter with the blogs he says he faced while trying to get answers.
Several months ago, my office received a protected disclosure from Eglin Air Force Base indicating that there was a UAP incident that required my attention. I sought a briefing regarding that episode and brought with me Congressman Rothschild and Congresswoman Luna. We asked to see any of the evidence that had been taken by flight crew in this endeavor and to observe a radar signature as well as to meet with the flight crew. We were not afforded access to all of the flight crew, and initially we were not afforded access to images and to radar. Thereafter, we had a discussion about how authorities flow in the United States of America, and we did see the image, and we did meet with one member of the flight crew who took the image. The image was of something that I am not able to attach to any human capability, either from the United States or from any of our adversaries. And I'm somewhat informed on the matter, having served on the Armed Services Committee for 7 years, having served on the committee that oversees DARPA and advanced technologies for several years. When we spoke with the flight crew, and when he showed us the photo that he'd taken, I asked why video wasn't engaged. Why we didn't have a FLIR system that worked. Here's what he said. They were out on a test mission that day over the Gulf of Mexico. And when you're on a test mission, you're supposed to have clear airspace. Not supposed to be anything that shows up. And they saw a sequence of 4 craft in a clear diamond formation, for which there is a radar sequence that I alone have observed in the United States Congress. One of the pilots goes to check out that diamond formation and sees a large floating, what I can only describe as an orb. Again, like I said, not of any human capability that I'm aware of. And when he approached, he said that his radar went down. He said that his FLIR system malfunctioned, and that he had to manually take this image from one of the lenses, and it was not automatic in collection as you would typically see in a test mission. So I guess I'll start with Commander Frager. How should we think about the fact that this craft that was approached by our pilot had the capability of disarming a number of the sensor and collection systems on that craft? I think this goes to that national security side. You go back through history of things showing up in certain areas and disabling our capabilities, which is disheartening. And for us, I mean, like I said, it completely disabled the radar on the aircraft when I tried to do it. The only way we could see it is passively, which is how we got that image. So I think that's a concern on what he's doing, not only how they operate, but their capabilities inside to do things like this. And how should we think about 4 craft moving in a very clear formation, distant from one another, in a diamond, in all of the phenomena, perhaps Mr. Grave, that you've analyzed? Have we ever seen multiple craft in a single formation?
I have one particular case, and that was during the gimbal incident. The recording on the AT FLIR system shows a single object that rotates. Here the pilots refer to a fleet of objects that is not visible on the FLIR system, and that was something that I witnessed during the debrief as part of the radar data situational awareness page. I would like to add, whoever Congressman, just a small bit of anger, I would say. I feel that those pilots are still facing that difficult reporting this topic. They don't have the tools to be able to mitigate this issue. It just goes to show how serious this is and why this is such an important issue for our pilots and for our nation.
It was stated explicitly to me by these test pilots that if you have a UAP experience, the best thing you can do for your career is forget it and not tell anyone. Because any type of reporting, either above the surface or below the surface, does have a perceived consequence to these people, and that is a culture we must change if we want to get to the truth.
So what kind of threat could these UFOs pose to Americans and also our government, even without all the information and the answers? We got some more that we're expecting on your own. It's very, very stunning.
Sort of on the National Security Subcommittee for the Financial Services Committee, so I really want to stay in the national security lane, if I may. So we'll be thinking about traditional adversaries and both us towards them and them towards us. You know, we probe their capabilities, we look for weaknesses, and we collect that data, that reconnaissance for in the event we need it in the future. For each of you, yes or no question, based on your own experience or the data that you've been privy to, is there any indication that these UAVs could be essentially collecting reconnaissance information?
Yes.
Mr. Brush, very sensitive. Mr. Freeman, very possible. Again, in the national security vein, is it possible that these UAVs would be probing our capabilities as troops? Yes. Brush, yes. Definitely. Is it possible that these UAVs are testing for vulnerabilities in our current systems?
Yes.
Possible. Do you feel, based off of your experience and information that you've been privy to, that these UAVs provide an existential threat to the national security of the United States? Mr. Graves? Yes, potentially. Definitely, potentially. Mr. Graves, if ever, in the event that your encounters have become hostile, would you have had the capability to defend yourself, your crew, your aircraft? Absolutely not.
Stay marked by Kevin County Customs.
Based off of the information that you've been privy to, is there any indication that these UAVs are interested in our nuclear technology capabilities?
Yes.
By external observation, sure, that could be a fair assessment. Yes. Is there any indication the Department of Energy is involved in UAV data collection and housing? I can't report it on that in the public setting. Actually, do it in a secure setting. Yes. No, I don't know. Mr. Chairman, I think I'm the last member to go, but there clearly is a threat to the national security of the United States of America. As members of the Congress, we have a responsibility to maintain oversight and be aware of these activities so that, if appropriate, we take action. I would encourage the chairman to demand that we have any and all, but in particular Mr. Brush, talk to us in a skiff. And if that access is denied, I will personally volunteer to initiate the Holman Rule against any personnel or any program or any agency that denies access to Congress.
You heard Congressman Andy Ogle's referencing using the Holman Rule. That is a House rule that allows amendments that could reduce the salaries of specific federal employees, fire them, or cut a specific program. Okay, members of Congress are hyper-focused on tracking down people that could be connected to allegations of a government cover-up, including AOC. They're into the programs, but they're also asking questions about the budget. We'll talk about that. Pentagon whistleblower David Grush's bombshell claims and an exclusive news interview has set up an unprecedented movement in Washington and calls for transparency from local lawmakers, including Democrat Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, who tries to connect the dots between alleged UAP secret programs, government contractors, and government agencies.
Mr. Crush, you sat on the Unidentified Anomalous Phenomenon Task Force created in the 2020 NDAA grant. There have been some things that have been mentioned here during this hearing that I wanted to pick up on. Mr. Graves, you mentioned specifically during the answers to one of your questions, you named Boeing contractors being engaged in an incident regarding this red cube about a football field alignment. was wondering if you could speak a little bit about the interaction, or Mr. Grush, either of you, the interactions between defense contractor companies and any UAP programs or activities.
So I'll just say that the information about the contract himself was provided by a witness, and I have no particular detail on that relationship.
Mr. Grush?
We got a general class wave tops. Certainly the contractors, are the metal vendors, so to speak, are the ones actually make specific report about performance under the contract.
Are they required to issue any disclosure regarding UAP sightings, or do they engage in any reporting around this?
In terms of the contractors that I'm aware of,
They do not. Okay. Now, when it comes to notification that you had mentioned about IRAC programs, we have seen defense contractors abuse their contracts before through this committee. I have seen it personally, and I have also seen the notification requirements that Congress abused. I am wondering, one of the loopholes that we see in the law is that there is, at least from my vantage point, is that depending on what we're seeing, is that there are no actual definitions or requirements for notification. Are there, what methods of notification did you observe? And when they say they notified Congress, how did they do that? Do you have insight into that?
For certain IRAD activities, I can only think of ones conventional in nature. Sometimes they flow through certain, SAP programs that have Congress authority over the Air Force or something, and those are congressionally important departments. But IRAD is clearly internal to the contractor, so as long as it's money, your profits, private investment, etc.,
To put a finer point on it, when there is a requirement for any agency or company to notify Congress, do they contact the chairman of a committee? Do they get them on the phone specifically? Is this through an email to hypothetically a dead email box?
A lot of it comes to what they call the PPR, periodic program review process. If it's a SAP or controlled access program equity, and then those go to the specific committees, whether it be in SAS,
Thank you. I apologize, my time is limited. Mr. Graves, one of your main concerns is that the FAA currently does not have an official process to receive reports of UAP from pilots or others, correct? And in your experience, what data should the Aero program prioritize for potential collection? We have, location, date, time, but are there other specific characteristics that should be included in these reports?
Certainly, I think that there's two categories that would be important. One would be kinematics and understanding the specifics of how the vehicle or objects are moving. And the second would be a more zoomed out approach of being able to look at origin and destination after and before the incident, as well as getting a better contextual understanding of how these objects are interacting with each other.
Thank you. Now, because I only have a minute left, I apologize, we only have 5 minutes today, but for the record, if you were me, where would you look? Titles, programs, departments, regions, if you could just name anything. And I put that as an open question to the three of you.
I'd be happy to give you that in a closed environment. I can tell you specifically.
Thank you.
I would say, and I've told people, you have to know where to look. They're not going to divulge it to you because of classification levels. But if you know where to look and who to talk to, which is exactly under suppression for you, then you have them.
Okay. I was an operator, so depending on folks like Mr. Grush to do that homework.
Okay. Thank you very much. I yield back to the chair.
So now it seems the floodgates have opened, and the response from leading lawmakers on UFOs is about as direct as it could be.
We're going to start talking to people. We're going to start naming names.
What has happened since these witnesses testified, and the new information that has since come out? We've got it when we come back. Representatives Tim Merchant and Ed Polino have essentially been leading the charge to uncover whatever secrets they believe the government may be hiding about UFOs, and immediately following this week's hearing, they shared their war plans.
we were denied access to the SCIF, and so to my knowledge, what's going to happen now is some of the new habits for the chairman, but they're going to get a nice letter from Congress, and as you heard Representative Ogle said, if we're denied, we're going to use the full enrolled, we'll defund the position.
Repository, after living rabbis, that's something you're going to report.
It's very multifaceted. We've got so many ideas now, and like I said, this is just the first of many. And the reason we got this is because we told them we were just in the field area, so we were going to do it in my front yard. That's, my wife and daughter were going to grill out hamburgers and hot dogs, and all be invited, and we could ask everything. We could bring everybody there, so they didn't want that, so they brought us back here. So, we're going to get this going up till that. Every step of the way. I know it before. I didn't need this. I'd seen enough. And I would hope that you all get that opportunity to see what we've
I read the part enough too. I think you read the testimony of some of the technology. Representative Ogle's asked some great questions. We have senior military pilots and officials saying that there's technology that they don't believe is from us, from humans.
So you realize 3 United States congressmen were denied our military. We're supposed to be telling them what to do, not the other way around. And so we're going to continue on that path. Well, I just think you should be doing it. I posed the question, does UAP technology potentially pose an existential threat to the national security of the United States of America? And all 3 of the witnesses answered yes. Congress has a responsibility now to move forward aggressively to get the answers to these questions, even if it's in a secure environment.
What do you think about that situation as well as what are
Well, reverse engineering, of course, we're talking about something that we have no concept of. So it's like I'm a motorcycle guy. So if I took a Harley Davidson or one of the new Indians and took it back to the people on the lake bar, they could shine it. They wouldn't be able to fix the carburetor. They wouldn't be able to change the plugs. They might be able to figure out where the gas goes. They might get it started. That's sort of where we're at with the reverse engineering. It's just so much ahead of us. But the question you have to ask, and it was alluded to in there, was that it's been handed off to people within the business community so that there is no FOIA, that you all in the press have no access. So, where does the line end and where does it begin between the government and big business? And they got to be wise for you all to start looking at some financial disclosures of some of those corporations, some of the people who do the stonewalling in this town.
Corporations,
that's why we want to get in the skip and get some of those names that these folks can say, they've all been up again. And a piece of legislation, very simple. It just said that when a commercial airline pilot reports a sighting or something unusual anomaly in the air, and when he reports that to FAA, they're reported to Congress. And I was told by leadership that it was blocked by the intelligence community, not the intelligence committee, but the intelligence community. And that has a very chilling effect. If you agree, someone could reach through the veil of government and pierce it to the point of we do not have access to something. You got to start asking yourself who the hell's in control.
You guys also should be asking these questions of the intelligence community. We can only do so much as members. That's where you guys will get on the slide, right? So keep the pressure on.
Well, Matt Gaetz alluded to that, and we were there, and that's when the CIA folks got a little nervous when we were talking, and we were told that apparently that they do destroy the evidence because they don't want to come back and be pulled off the flight line. Now they say they're debriefed, but it's 8 hours. They're interrogated. They're pulled off the flight line. These guys don't make a lot of money. They fly a $50 million piece of machinery. Yeah, they're treated like dogs. And on the backside, they get a blemish on their record. So, this is military intelligence. Like I said, military intelligence is like congressional evidence. It doesn't exist.
Representative Eads, as well as Representative Burchett and Wilson. Yes. We will get you that information.
I will be talking to Speaker McCarthy. obviously he's the one that gave the green light to this meeting, and he's the one that I went to, I went to maybe USB something.
There's something nefarious going on with the person. Is there anything any reason to believe that?
I don't know about nefarious, but this is aircraft Americans. This country has apparently, according to witnesses, that they've retrieved. Yet we don't have access to it. If someone else is profiting from it, I think you can get into some, I think, get espionage from other countries and things like that. I'd rather we have that than China. It's a national security issue too. If there's technology that's being reverse engineered, it's being done by a third party, ultimately owns and has control of that technology. So again, those are questions that Congress should be asking and get answers to.
To that point, David Rush did say in there that he gave information to the Inspector General about where these things are actually located. Do you have access to that?
The letter that's going to be the members who are here today will let the sign on, as well as any other member, Democrat or Republican, to get that information and then also the hearing.
Potentially visit those sites?
I'll see what they have, yeah.
Yeah, 100%. We're going to formulate some more ideas, get some legislation out of this, but what I hoped, honestly, was I'm shocked, actually, at just the amount of information that came out because all the roadblocks that we were put up against us. So I think what's going to happen now, the floodgates, other people are going to say, I've got some information I'd like to come swear in, and that's what we're going to start doing. We're going to start talking to people. We're going to start naming names. Now, I want you to think about this. Think about this. Something with the capabilities of traveling light years, showing a heat signature and the energy capabilities of that. That would put the Pentagon out of business. We would be fighting these worthless wars overseas over oil, and the American boys and girls wouldn't be dying. It would put the war pigs out of business, and they'd have to go somewhere else. And I'm all for that. I'm all for that.
All right, guys.
Is that
Minutes. You see her there standing by along with her panel of leading experts. We have Representative Burchett. We'll also have journalist Ross Coulter joining us among others as we share brand new documents entered into the congressional record on Russian encounters with UFOs. Downright sure there's so much more to come. New interviews coming up ahead. Welcome back to our special coverage of the UFO congressional hearings. We went through all the major moments from this week's hearings. It's a lot to process. So much has even happened since then, though, including new allegations that Russia also has a secret UFO program that has been shot at UFOs. I want to welcome Congressman Tim Burchett, who's really at the forefront of making the UFO hearings happen. You saw him over the last hour. Thank you so much for being with us, Congressman. I want to start with this new letter that was entered into the congressional record from George Knapp, the investigative journalist. It's really unbelievable claims for Russia and their UFO program. He has information from a program head in Russia called Colonel Boris Sokolov. It says Sokolov said there have been 45 incidents in which Russian warplanes engaged with UFOs, chased them, even shot at them. The most recent incidents, UFOs shot away at unbelievable speeds. The incidents, the Russian warplanes were dibbled and crashed. 2 of the pilots were killed. And after those incidents, people want to say that there was this nationwide order that should be left alone because, in the words of the top defense official, they have incredible capacities for retaliation. That's a new letter that's been entered since the hearings. Congressman, I haven't heard that before. Pretty unbelievable. You know about this Russian connection?
Well, as you know, George Knapp is probably the most expert in your field on this issue. What really we wouldn't know about Area 51, just the rumors that were about him. He actually wrote that story and many others, and he's still an active journalist. Anything George comes up with, I'm not surprised about, but George is also a friend of mine. I just actually stand up for the record. But yeah, there's always been talk about Russia. Of course, the secrecy around it, things that have happened over there, but sure, it's a lot of, they cover a lot of ground over there, so obviously they had some instances, and this one in particular is of great interest.
Yeah, it's interesting to hear that they had this program, very intense program, where they were studying UFOs for years. He said there was other evidence about the secret Russian program that he received from former Senator Harry Reid. They were very, very close for years, giving each other information. He says UFOs appeared over a Russian missile base. This was also interesting again now in the congressional record. UFOs appeared over the base, performed astonishing maneuvers in front of stunned eyewitnesses, and then somehow took control of the launch system. The missiles aimed at threats were suddenly fired up. Launch control codes were somehow entered, and the base was unable to stop or could have been initiated. World War III, then just as suddenly the UFOs disappeared and the launch control system shut down. I mean, if you're not concerned about national security with this issue, that pretty much sums it up right there. Yeah, that's all true. And if you talk about George Knapp's credibility, it's really alarming.
Well, and an event like that happened in the United States of America. You can research it. I can't recall the name of it right now, but it's been pretty well documented that UFOs were sighted over a nuclear installation, and it was completely shut down. And they couldn't figure out what was going on with it. And to this day, they're not sure, other than the fact that there were UFOs flying around it. And that was actually alluded to in the intelligence committee's only open meeting that they had concerning this issue. It was asked by one of the congressional members about that specific incident. Of course, the gentleman who ran that program for the Pentagon couldn't spell UFOs, much less they had no clue what he was talking about. I'm sure they went back and asked their grandkids, and their grandkids probably didn't Google their granddad.
Yeah, we just spent the last hour going over all of the highlights of the hearing for Wednesday, but you talk about your site, there's so much digital, it seems like this is just guys.
Very much so. You know, we're going to start. I would hope that Speaker McCarthy and I would hope that the American public would contact their legislators and say, hey, their congressional legislators and their senators say this is something of serious nature. We want to know what the heck's going on and why are y'all covering it up? Why do we keep funding the Pentagon that loses over $1 billion a year? That has never passed an audit. Yet they're coming to us now, whispering in some members here, hey, we need to study this, we need to get ahead of this. Send us more money, when in fact they've been asleep at the switch, and not when they haven't been asleep at the switch, they know exactly what's going on. And they're already asking for more money. They're already asking for more money. Why, sure, they've already started to get, look at Chuck Schumer's bill. That's going to cost money. I don't know how much, but that's going to cost money. I've seen it along. NASA, Pentagon, our Department of Defense, turn loose your files. Quit sending us these redacted files that look like a piece of Swiss cheese. Like somebody shot it with a 12-gauge shotgun. You can't make out heads and tails maybe the day. That's about it on it. And they don't, it just continued to be covered up. The legislation I have, you just said you're a commercial airline pilot, and you were going to send a report to the FAA about an anomalous sighting or a UFO or what have you. That report they sent to Congress, yet it was blocked by the intelligence community. These people that do not have an elected, they're not elected, they're not appointed. They're sitting behind some desk over there at the Pentagon or somewhere. And they're making the decisions, and they're laughing at us. They're laughing at us because they know we don't. Listen, I'm the one I've heard in Congress. There's a couple of us, Jim Jordan, myself, and some others. That have said, Luna and Gates, we've all said that we need to get to the bottom of what's going on with the Pentagon. But at some point we got to cut off the money.
Yeah, I thought this was interesting, Congressman. One of the things that seems to have struck a nerve with people on both sides of the aisle that don't seem to come out there is the possibility of the secret government program and the money. Where are the funds coming from? Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, someone that you totally agree with, she spoke out on Wednesday. Also, she then went on social media very concerned about who's funding these programs. I want to play what she said on social media.
Do I think something is going on? Yes. There were specific defense contractors named. There were programs that were being abused that were named. And do I think there are grounds to pull on that thread further? Yes, I do. And I think that it should be pulled further. Do I know what it is? No. Am I going to be a hater? No. But I'm always interested in corruption and cover-ups. Like, that's my thing.
I saw your tweet this morning, Congressman, that you said your friend is on to something or something shady. You got a lot of heat from some of your constituents calling out your friend, but it is interesting that you guys have agreement on this issue.
Yeah, we've been buddies. We both came to Congress at the same time. I call her Cortez. She calls me Virgin. We're fine. I don't care. I'm not going to go to New York City and get her opinion. Sure as heck going to come to East Tennessee and get me beat. And so we're friends, and it's a good relationship, you know. And I was encouraged by her line of questioning. If you saw my second or third line of questionings, I just went down that list. And I got down to the point of where that exactly is what's going on. They're hiding money or what have you, that it's unchecked money. They're overcharging people for stuff, and they're using that money for something else. And what the hell they're using it for? Well, I'll tell you, it's covering up the biggest issue that faced us in our lifetime, and that is their life out there, and do we know about it?
Yeah, it's the question that has all this fascinated. You mentioned during the hearings that you wanted to get David Judge's to get more information. Are there plans to make that happen?
Yeah, but as you saw, my friend Representative from Florida, and that was her deal. She was in charge of that, and she was denied it. And through no fault of her own. And I'm trying to get an appointment with the speaker. So, when that's going on, we've got to get some love in this. You brush this under the carpet, it's going to stink, and people are going to come unglued, and they should, frankly. We'll get to the bottom of it eventually. I just hope it's in my lifetime.
What do you make of the government contractor administration? You've reached out to every government contractor. What do you think of Lockheed Martin in terms of what they know about aviation and being funded? Lockheed Martin did write us back a very simple statement. It just said questions about the Yankees are best addressed by the U.S. government. What do you make of that?
Well, you can't do a FOIA request for the folks watching. That's a freedom of information. You can't ask for that from a private business, nor can I as a congressman. So what they do is it's kind of hand in glove. It's been handed off to these businesses since the 40s, I guess. And that sort of shields them from us. And they get these sweetheart contracts doing who knows what. And they're the ones researching it. Most of them aren't realizing the people working on it probably don't even know what they're working on. They're working on analyzing a piece of metal or some other biological entity. They don't know what they're dealing with. And so it keeps it very compartmentalized, and that's what's going on. I would encourage you all to start, and the media will start its public record and the public will start looking at these financial disclosures of these elected officials, the ones that are in compositions, and just see what gravy train they're on, and you might see why they don't push the envelope on any of these important questions.
What's interesting is it's not hard to figure out the ones that don't want to talk about it or don't write us back or don't want to do the interviews or nowhere near the hearing room because things will go on. Let's take a rocket scientist to figure that out. One quick thing I wondered about, Congressman, I interviewed you about a week before the hearings, and you said you thought there was going to be about half a dozen witnesses, 6 witnesses. We ended up seeing the 3 witnesses. Was there a plan to have more?
Absolutely. We had one tell us that he received a call from, I guess, maybe the Pentagon, and he or she decided that maybe it wasn't best that they were on there. We had somebody with an affiliation with NASA, and NASA was like, well, they didn't work for NASA. This is news to us, but it was one of their quasi
something, I don't know. But anyway, and they turned us, they backed out. We had one more, I think, that backed out. And, we just had so many roadblocks for the press conference. We were going to do a press conference to talk about this, myself and 3 others. And a reporter, actually, one of our colleagues, put his microphone down and threw out was leaving the Republican conference and said, "Hey, you're having this press conference, right?" I said, "Yeah, it's tomorrow, I think, or whatever." And he said, "Well, they put you in a room that's under construction, and it is tiny." I said, "This is amazing. This is a big deal. You need to be in the main room." I was like, "What the heck's going on?" So I got to check it, and sure enough, and staff members told us that David Grush wasn't viable, and it's not their position to do that. See, that is the swamp. You got somebody whispering in your ear, some contractor or some friend or somebody in Congress has compromised because they went on a trip overseas and they let their guard down, ended up getting killed doing something they shouldn't have been doing. And that's exactly what the Russians would do. When they have these honeypots and our own people do it just as well, they're just as dirty. And so, this whole thing just stinks from top to bottom, right? Every step of the way they have fought this.
I just want to ask you, I'm just curious, I just want to nail that what you said, because I'm very interested. One of the witnesses that backed up the last second you said the Pentagon made a call, was that someone who was also a whistleblower who had like first-hand knowledge of something?
Yeah, we thought they did. We get these names, I give names because I've been following this issue for years, maybe 40 years. I was a kid, 50 years, I guess. And so these names keep popping up, and you read about it, you research it. They're decorated veterans, and they want to talk. They might want to talk. And you get a hold of them, and they say, "In fact, yes, I do want to come talk." And then lo and behold, they started backing out, and I'm told by reliable people I need to be careful, and I don't know what I'm doing, and other Congress members telling me that they actually had several congressmen, pretty reputable congressmen, tell me they had sightings and they described some pretty interesting things that have happened to them, but they wanted, I said, "You want to come talk about it?" And they said, "No, I want to be anonymous, but I want you to know that I'm not against you on this thing because I have seen something that I could not describe."
I think there's still an embarrassing factor. It seems like that's changing.
Yeah, that's changing.
No, I was just going to say thank you so much for coming on tonight. Thank you for being so with us throughout this entire process. And we look forward to talking more for coming on.
Thank you, Brian. You can always call me Tim, and it's a pleasure for y'all at News Nation. This thing will probably live because of your persistent nature on this issue. That is very important. Over half America thinks I'm not alone, and I just can't imagine God's great, incredible universe, the best that He can do.
Yeah, well, we'll stay on it. It'll be interesting to see what else comes out. Thank you so much for coming on. I want to bring in our panel tonight to discuss all these developments for the British government investigating UFOs and then incidents for the FBI agent also investigates UFOs. It's great to see you person. First of all, I want to ask you, Ben, very interesting. That's the first time I've heard you say that. Before the hearings, they were expecting 6, and then it went down to 3. And I was wondering,
That's great to hear that kind of behind the scenes. We always hear the rumors of who the witnesses might be because we know others will be involved. I mean, both Nick and I know because they've been kind of active on social media. We're expecting to hear from the Malmstrom case. And this is there that witnessed the 1967 missile shutdown. I mean, that dovetails exactly what George Knapp just came out with. So I do believe, though, there is plenty of room for the next hearings. We're going to hear from some of these.
What do you think of Nick and this information that came out of George Knapp's letter? Well, Russian. I mean, that really takes it to the next level. That they had 47 encounters, that they actually had a UFO shut down and a missile base at one point. really alarm themselves.
Yeah, it's a timely reminder that this is a global phenomenon, and certainly Russia had and still has a program looking at this. China has a program looking at it. The UK, of course, where I work, I'm intrigued that there are missiles being shot down, there are missiles being put into their pre-launch sequence. Most disturbing, well, almost as disturbing, these shootdowns, or these attempted shootdowns. I've heard 3 previous stories, but not from Russia. One actually from the UK, of aircraft ordered to shoot down, over moved off. One from Iran, where the actual aircraft systems were disabled, and one from Peru, where he did shoot at the thing, and he said the rounds were inflated but got absorbed. So fascinating to hear that there are Russian cases too.
It's interesting. The head of Aero, which is the automated hourly resolution office, we're supposed to be investigating UFOs. They apparently didn't want to go through across during this hearing, and Dr. Kirkpatrick, who's the head of Aero, put out a personal statement. He wasn't a statement official. It's actually on his LinkedIn, which is kind of interesting, but this personal letter, I want to feature part of it because he's very, very upset about the hearing. He said, I'm deeply disappointed at the denigration of Aero's dedicated men and women hailing from the Department of Defense intelligence community and civil partners who are pouring their hearts out for our mission on behalf of Congress. Finally, to be clear, Aero has yet to find any credible evidence to support the allegation of any reverse engineering program for non-human technology. It seems like he was personally by
refers to intent back and forth related to
Absolutely.
our
I've been
ideas.
following this for a couple days now, and I'm trying to play devil's advocate because I do think that Kirkpatrick is doing the best he was happening, right? But you have to remember he came out a couple months ago with co-authoring a paper with Avi Loeb and Professor Gray. Mainstream media took that, a lot of them, and said the headline was, Harvard professor and director of Aero claim that there's a mothership possibly orbiting. That's it at all what the premise of the paper was. And so that was his initiation into this. And so now he feels like this is basically an ex parte hearing, so the other parties aren't present. And they say some things, he felt offended. I don't know what is in his mind, but I think he's so out of defense. And yeah, I don't know why.
So it was a good look coming right at it.
It's not. It's not.
We got a real quick break. I've got a lot more to discuss over the next half an hour or so. Whistleblowers coming to the fore, especially pilots. Keep an eye on that coming up. That's Ryan Graves. The fighter pilot testified in this week's hearings. He's standardized the joint slot.
I recognize the skepticism surrounding this topic. If everyone has seen the center of the video that I witnessed, our national conversation with haters, I urge us to put aside stigma and address the security and safety issue this topic represents. If you appear foreign drones, it is an urgent national security problem. If it is something else, it is an issue for science.
It takes a lot of bravery to come forward, especially as a member of the military, and speak publicly about seeing a UFO. Our next guest, Ryan Graves, testified once he was on air about what he saw while piloting the F-18. He's been instrumental in encouraging other pilots to speak out. Ryan joins me live now. Thank you so much for being with us tonight, Ryan. I'm curious, it's been a few days since the hearings. Pilots feel comfortable coming to your organization. Have you seen an increase in people coming forward with stories? Have you heard anything especially interesting in the last couple of days?
Yeah, absolutely, you're correct. So, since the hearing, there have been an influx of people coming to saveaerospace.org and joining both as pilots and people to support this conversation. And a lot of those pilots have shared their stories. There have been a number of commercial pilots that have recently signed up that have been confirming some of the sightings that I spoke about, as well as sharing some new data about potentially some new cases. So we certainly have a work cut out for us.
An interesting development since the hearings, Ryan, is the Aero head, Dr. Kirkpatrick, coming forward with this statement that I just read a couple of minutes ago, really not happy about the hearings, calling out the rush. Did that surprise you? What did you make of that? Like, here's the statement again, saying that he was deeply disappointed. Were you surprised to see him about with that statement on his LinkedIn?
Well, disappointed to see him come out that way. I would be disappointed to hear if he thought that hearing in any way was a slight on any of the men or women that were serving him in Aero that he's worked with. I don't think anyone would would speak poorly to any of that staff. I think there is perhaps justification for calling out improvement to the office there or their processes that they've demonstrated thus far. So I hope that message got through clearly.
I'm just curious, you've been outspoken, you've done a lot of interviews over the years. What did it feel like, testifying there? You've told the story many times, but did it feel different being under oath on the record? And it's obviously such a historic moment.
Yeah, it's very difficult to describe it. It was quite the experience. Even just from home, we, opened the back doors and came out. I honestly kind of lost my breath for a few moments. But, sitting there, it was something that I had spoken to before, and for me, it was a story that I had considered for a while, and it was nothing but the truth. So, for me, at the end of both, in a way, it was almost empowering that I could show people that I was being as honest as I felt.
Yeah, absolutely. I get to hear him talk about AFPs at England Air Force Base, and he saw a radar image, now wants that image to be released. That's what first needed a force that to release that image. Does that sound at all like what you saw? What do you make of Representative Gates' story about what happened in
Yeah, I thought that was very interesting. It actually did remind me very much of the fleet of objects that was seen in the vicinity of the Nickel incident. That was something that wasn't seen on the FLIR footage, but was seen on the radar data on the situational awareness page, and you can hear the pilot speak to it. When Representative Gates spoke to that particular incident in Florida, it reminded me of the same incident. What was even more interesting is just how positive the congressman was that what he had seen an image was not ours.
One thing I wondered too, I heard David Grush say over and over again that it was confidential information that people talk about in a skiff, in a confidential environment. Is there stuff that you know and saw that you're not able to talk about, or because it was sort of a first-hand account? When you get into it, it's all just open to the public.
When I first testified to my case and I spoke about it behind closed doors, there was classified information relating to our weapons and sensor ranges that would be considered classified now. However, there would be no information related to UAP or related to the security classification guidelines or defined through the security classification guidelines specifically for UAP themselves. So I was never run into any classified UAP program or anything like that, like Mr. Grush's experience.
Makes sense. Well, Brian, we really appreciate you coming on tonight. It's really something to see you testifying on Wednesday. Hopefully you've got a little bit of rest, although it seems like you work all the time. Thanks so much for coming on with us tonight.
Thanks, Brian.
Okay, perhaps one of the most alarming things to come out of the UFO hearings was that UFOs may not necessarily be friendly. In fact, there's evidence that they have much aggression at certain times in history. We're going to discuss that.
So we can reach through the veil of government and pierce it to the point of we do not have access to something. You got to start asking yourself if the hell's in control.
Close up cover up on Capitol Hill. We'll go back to our special coverage of flight hearings. I want to bring back our panel. I think we'll work with investigating UFOs and aliens, also former FBI agent, now also investigating sightings. I'm going to start with you, Nick. I've got a lot of friends and family who followed our coverage for the last couple of months who just say, look, like, until I can see evidence for myself, until I can see pictures, they don't believe just hearing people's stories.
I get that. I feel the same, but still, even in these days of forensics and DNA evidence, eyewitness testimony still lies at the heart of the criminal justice system. So we can, we must listen to that. But yeah, Congress is working to try and validate this. I was intrigued in the hearing where David Grush was very specific, and when he was asked, who do we need to get in the room, and we need to ask whether they're in agencies, corporations. He said, I will give you a list of hostile and friendly witnesses.
That's a good question.
It was a big question. And he said, if you do it after the hearing, I want to see that list because that will tell us where to look for these programs.
Yeah, man, I've asked myself over and over again, a lot of these guys their history, top military officials. Does it make sense that they just simply make all this up? I want to play a soundbite David Grushberg confessed initially something that was kind of alarming when he talks about potential that these EAPs could actually be aggressive homeless security. I've been told that they have been attempts to bring down against no there have been instances where some techniques have Well, I can't get into the specifics because that would reveal certain U.S. classified operations. I was briefed by a few individuals on the program that there were elements of that. I mean, that's scary to hear. I mean, it's scary. Like, you always don't want it to be true. I mean, is this something we've known? You've been studying this for a long time. Is this something that we've known about?
Well, the problem is a lot of this is rumor that we can't document, and so if David Brush has information, it's going to be spectacular. But we can go back as far as what we call the Red Alert PC in 52. Right, 2 weekends over July, these soldiers would show up and then scatter within scramble jets. I have information I can't verify yet, but we actually lost the jet that night. Even if they're not shooting down, this is very dangerous. It's still a game when you scramble jets. You have a sortie to go after something because you're flying at extreme speed. That almost dangerous. Right now, we're talking about that they might have actually shot down. Rothschild said he saw something that made him feel as if they had the weaponry to target techniques that right. So that automatically should make this a very serious issue. We need to know what the intentions of they are.
What's this nuclear incident, Nick, that we hear like representative incident in your plan? The Congressman kind of
it's a whole thing claiming this connection between UFOs and nuclear weapons. There's been a series of incidents where there have been sightings of nuclear power plants, missile silos, and such like. And one of them in Maelstrom Air Force Base in 1967, a number of the missiles, when there was a UFO over the facility, apparently went offline. Whatever we think caused that, there will be a paper trail. And that's why it's so important. We've got questions about the Department of Energy, that's why they're looped into this. It's also important that we get this information declassified, because that's one of the things going forward that's going to be in Trump shadows amendment to the new defense bill.
That's what I thought. I just want to congressional record talks about the advanced weapons system application program. It's this secret program that apparently Harry knew about, and he's saying, like, go back and get all these documents and that these congressmen need to go back and get documents. He's been at a pilots conference essentially in Wisconsin for the last several days, talking to pilots. What have you learned from the pilots coming forward?
I got the Wednesday, so right after the house, and we had a booth that we had a line of people. Several people deep every 5 minutes. I was getting reports from people that some of them are really extraordinary. I'm talking about stuff that I'm going to be talking to my grades this week. I'm going to be talking about description. People that might become whistleblowers because some of these happen on daily ships. Some of these things happen in commercial pilots. Really extraordinary. Some type of information has its like dream.
Something interesting.
There is, and I think when I finally be able to vet that was willing to come forward, I could say was going to involve the USO underwater suppression.
Which that Tic Tac video kind of looked like it went in and out of the water. I think of the right video.
There are several. There's actually there's one where something is doing to and then come out. Absolutely, Tic Tac accident there. This is this so-called trans-medium travel ability of these objects, whatever they are, to move seamlessly between space and the atmosphere of the water and in reverse.
And the thing with the Tic Tac is Again, some of my friends, oh, where do you know where that video came from? Yeah, we do. It actually came from the military. Like, you can't dispute where the video came from. That's obviously one of the most important things. Don't go anywhere. One more question, two more time. We hear so much about his, his family. In hearings, and we hear what happened in hearings, and we hear about a lot of information on the outside. What's happening next? What's planned next? We're going to talk to our next guest here all about this literal growth story area as Ross Coulthard standing by with us with his learning from sources since the launch of this stuff. That's coming up. If there's one person who deserves a ton of credit for sparking recent interest in UFOs that led to the hearings, it is our next guest. Investigative journalist Ross Coulthard broke the David Rush story by characterization about 2 months ago. Ross joins us live now. It's always good to see Ross. First of all, I know you've got sources in Congress. What are your sources saying about the possibility of another UFO hearing?
If they had a bright spot on their
what's been achieved with hearing is significant media interest. It's refreshing and quite lovely to see the bipartisan approach being made by different politicians on both sides of the House. What I'm hearing is that for a public hearing to take place, which is a very different proposition from being private hearings in secure, sensitive, complete facilities skiffs that have been taking place for the last 2 years. In order for that kind of public hearing to take place, an inquisitorial hearing where people are subpoenaed before a public committee asked to give evidence under oath, including first-hand witnesses from the legacy program. It really does require the Senate Intelligence Committee, and particularly Senator Kirsten Gillibrand, the senator from New York, to step up and lead growing public opinion on this issue. I'm pretty confident she's certainly motivated to do that, but we have significant pushback going on at the moment from the Defense Department and sections of the intelligence community who frankly do not want the sterilising disinfectant of sunlight shone on some of the issues that we're talking about.
Yeah, tell me about this pushback, because it sounds like when you talk to Rothschild and others, they say, this is just the beginning, we're going to have more hearings. What are you hearing from your sources about pushback? How does that work?
As you know, David Rush has raised very serious allegations of possible criminality, certainly illegality, certainly misappropriation, if not fraudulent behaviour with government funds. The allegation is that essentially the law has been pulled over the eye of Congress, that there've been lies told to oversight committees, that even potentially presidents have been misled. It really doesn't get much more serious than this. That's why people like AOC, Burchett, even Senator Marco Rubio are talking both sides of the House about the importance of accountability and restoring Congress's transparency, control and oversight over these programs, if they are real, to make sure that they comply with the congressional requirements. And the difficulty is there are people who are obviously responsible for this, presumably in very high positions in both the defense and intelligence community, and who also are very influential inside some of our biggest aerospace contractors. I've just had a conversation this morning with somebody who approached me on behalf of a potential witness from within the legacy program, somebody who purports to have direct knowledge of the very same program that David Rush is talking about. And they're asking for my advice about how to approach. And frankly, one of the issues at the moment is that the Pentagon's UFO UAP investigation office it's sending out a shocking signal. It doesn't have a phone number, it doesn't have an email address, it doesn't even have a website, and its Twitter page hasn't posted a tweet since the very first tweet posted last year. So if this truly is an agency inside the Pentagon that's seriously interested in proactively investigating and hearing from witnesses, it's not seeking that message out. So I'm going to consider going forward to either the Inspector General of the Intelligence Community or the Inspector General of the Defense Force, or to frankly just come forward to the Senate Intelligence Committee with the evidence they have. Because I have to say, a lot of people have a lot of faith that the current leader of the Pentagon has entrusted that Congress has mandated to do these kind of investigations.
Yeah, we know there firsthand where Rush mentioned in his testimony that there was someone else with firsthand knowledge of the crash control program didn't go to the Inspector General with the document and testimony what they saw. So there is more to come. It's incredible reporting. Thank you so much for coming on with us today. Talk to you soon.
Where I live,
Okay, still to come. Is there no judgment fact now when it comes to the question of a possible UFO career? Or is it possible this all fits what you heard Ross say? Is it possible there are powerful people that want this to unfold and it's going to get shut down? That's what I have to say.
Because I'm not part of our
Welcome back to our special coverage of the UFO hearings. I want to bring back in our panel that we hope worked with the British government investigating UFOs in many hands. It's a full FBI agent now, also investigates UFO sightings. I want to ask you both, I think I want to start with Anthony. What Ross say? There are people behind the scenes. Ross saying, like, don't worry, you shut this down. And you have to kind of wonder, is there someone behind the scenes saying, this isn't the right time, for whatever reason? Russia and Ukraine had a bad relationship right now with China. Is there someone saying, like, now is not the time for this?
We've seen this week with the letter from Patrick and the statement from DOD. We've seen the Empire Strikes Back, and of course the government will try to control the narrative, and there's the struggle for narrative control right now, but you can't get the toothpaste back into the tube, and ultimately, there's a critical mass that has built up here. There's too much interest, too much at stake. I mean, there are allegations of what they might be criminal offences. Certainly, Congress being misled. Congress is not going to let that try. And we've got more things coming out to the NASA report is due next month. More hearings, of course, and then the National Defense Authorization Act 2024 is going to have even stronger UFO provisions, including eminent domain, so the government can take back anything that has found its way to the private sector.
Interesting. What do you think? I mean, is it possible that someone behind the scenes saying, let's just drip a little bit out, so people can process it, give it some time?
Well, let's flip your question around a little bit.
Okay.
You're saying, is it a good time? Is it a perfect time? Have so much going on in the country. If they slip something in there, like big disclosure comes out, a lot of people, kind of miss what we said, right? And then we're not alone. And so, these other distractions, but I do think, and based on some research I've done, the best strategy is a slow drip. So as much as I hate it, as much as I want it out right now, I think the rational thing to do is to slowly release this. So like Nick said, we can't put it back. It's already in the history books, but it might take long.
And that makes me wonder, like COVID, like they had stuff from us, they didn't want to tell us everything. It's like, we're humans, we, don't hide stuff.
Congress is a perfect example, and the problem is they were told that we're supposed to talk. They're told completely opposite things. Like something we can talk about, the pandemic. We've been planning for pandemics. That's why I'm so little about something such as this, and who are the experts? If this comes out, there's going to be mass confusion, potential, and I think they need to see that.
Or is it possible that social media, from one story to the next, we'll give about 30 seconds, is it possible that people just process it wrong?
I think so, but I think Ben's point around COVID is a good one. Societal panic, we saw it. When you panic, you don't make good decisions, whether it's government, health authorities, the media, or the public.
Ben Hansen, you want to help us process all this for the last couple of months. Thank you so much for that tonight. That's very much appreciated. It's crazy to think that it was 55 days ago we hearing the story of the whistleblower in Russia organization. We vetted him, if he was legit. We also knew that we were going into uncharted territory. I don't think any of us expected just 55 days later to be covering congressional hearings. But here we are. feels like a moment we could be on the cusp of learning a lot more. News Nation figured out we have no agenda. We're not a network of UFO customers or UFO skeptics. We're journalists committed to following the truth wherever it takes us. We're born out of a need to be different, to cover stories that no one else is covering. You can count on us to keep pushing and demanding the truth of the American people. Thanks so much for watching.
This is where the rabbis get involved, where I basically step off the track.
Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to find News Nation on your television provider. And don't forget to click the red subscribe button below to get more of News Nation's fact-driven, unbiased coverage.
What we can say with some confidence is that they are not based on the so-called lost tribes, which is in itself sort of a misnomer. The Bible describes the transfer policy of both the Assyrians and later the Babylonians that wreaked havoc on ancient Israel. The Assyrians in particular in the 8th century moved huge swaths of Jews from the northern part of Israel and shipped them off to regions within their large empire, largely as a way of trying to control popular dissent. It was like essentially a divide and rule strategy, where if you take away especially young males and you remove them from their homeland and you send them very, very far away, then there won't be anyone to rebel in this territory, and it will act as a break as well on uprisings far away, because they won't necessarily have the same connection to the population where they moved to. The Assyrians also moved other peoples into the land of Israel. That's a whole discussion of where the Samaritans So where, by the way, the 10 tribes that are moving primarily to the north, it's a misnomer to think that the north is completely the Jews. There were still Jews who remained in the area. Many of them fled south to bolster the populations there. But it's not like a modern operation where you can actually conceive of something like a Uberine environment. This was a heavy population loss, and so much that it deserved mention in the Bible, but it certainly does not really make calculation of all the Jews. We know where those Jews went from the biblical description, specifically in the region of Hamath, Gozan, and the Median Empire. I've shown here these three circles, these three red circles. If we put that into a modern map, most of those 10 tribes, or the people that were displaced, were sent to what would be the borderlands of Lebanon and Syria today, or northern Syria, perhaps the Kurdish areas, and then further east from Mesopotamia, east of northeast of Baghdad. And it's quite possible we do have archaeological evidence of Jews in those areas, which is really quite fascinating. There is a long period where they do try to retain their Israelite identity and so on, but ultimately they just merge with the population as a whole. But that's where the 10 lost tribes end up, as best as we can tell. We don't have any indication of them making their way south, but we do have lots of other Jewish populations. One of the most fascinating ones, I think, is the Jewish population in Elephantine. You see here on this map, it's in the Upper Nile. I know when you look at this map, the Upper Nile is in the lower part of the picture. That's because the Nile flows from south to north to a higher elevation of the Nile is in the south. And there's this settlement there that was discovered in the 20th century that actually has a Jewish temple there. Amazingly, it was kind of like a rival temple to the temple in Jerusalem. And it's just tantalizing to us as to what the Jews were thinking in Elephantine to have a separate temple besides them. But we also have, the ruins of the temple have been excavated. We knew they had a lot of conflict with local Egyptians. The temple was ultimately destroyed by the followers of another Egyptian religion. And we also have a significant number of documents, many of them stored right here in the holy city of Brooklyn, that are Aramaic documents of communications between the ancient city of Elephantine and
I had
Jerusalem.
Yiddish
It's
slang for
fascinating
heated
to see
up.
how they communicate with
Used in
each other.
yeshiva
Where
when
did
a
this
vagrant
community
gets
come
intense.
from? Most scholars believe that this was originally a military colony of Jews that was set up during the period when the Persians dominated the region in the 6th century before the Common Era. We're talking about a very, very long time ago, a very significant Jewish population in the Upper Nile region. And we don't know what happened to them after their temple was destroyed. Not impossible to imagine that they have some lasting effects on the local population because it's not that far from Ethiopia, which is the part of our story. If we go to the lower Nile Delta in Africa, you see there's a very important city here called Alexandria. Alexandria, established by Alexander the Great, 4th century before the Common Era, also very, very ancient, had a huge Jewish population that was actually recorded in the writings of
period, historical Jewish era after
and
the
others.
Talmud,
We know that they had a very large population in a specific Jewish quarter that occupied quite a good fraction of the city. We know
Central
that they
focus
had
on the coming
significant
of Moshiach.
conflict with their neighbors as well, and there was actually a series of attacks on them in the context of larger political forces at play. But there's no question that we've got very, very ancient Jewish communities living in the Egyptian region of Africa, totally separate from the entire Exodus story, which would have been 1,200 years prior to the settlement that I'm describing in Alexandria today. Okay, so this just gives you a sense of how Israel had a tremendous amount of interaction with its neighbors to the southwest, just on the African continent, and it's not surprising that they would lose some. Now, I mentioned many different Jewish groups, or many groups of people who identify Jewish origins in Africa. Some of them have some interesting support from DNA studies, but for the most part, they're completely bereft of any literature that describes what their presence in the African continent. Major exceptions to that rule is the famous Jewish of Ethiopia. We know for centuries that there was a Jewish community in Ethiopia, a living Jewish community in Ethiopia, not long gone like Elephantine or Alexandria. But the real question is because these Jews were largely illiterate. Even the Torah that they have is different from ours. It's not written in Hebrew. It's written in Ge'ez, which is a local Holy language. And today they speak primarily Amharic. So they don't have a strong literary tradition. What we know about in terms of, I'll describe kind of like the legends that we have, some of which may have basis in reality, but we're unable as historians to determine how that exists. The Ethiopians themselves, both by the way, the Jewish Ethiopians and the Christian Ethiopians, tied their presence in Africa to the marriage of King Solomon and the Queen of Sheba. That is the dominant thinking among Ethiopians. It's recorded in their holy book, the Kebra Nagast, in the 14th century. And in fact, the Lion of Judah is something that the United Jewish Appeal shares with Ethiopia as their prime symbol. So that would go way back. We're talking about King Solomon. That would be like 1,000 years before the Common Era, which took place Ethiopia very, very far back in time. And by the way, there are some really tantalizing things about the way that Ethiopians practice Judaism that would suggest that level of antiquity or something nearby. For example, the Ethiopians had the holiday of Purim, which commemorates events that took place in Persia in the 5th century before the Common Era, right? So the whole story of Esther and Ahasuerus is set in Persia at that time. But they lack the holiday of Hanukkah, which would have taken place in the 2nd century before the Common Era. Which, if that was the only data point we had, we'd be able to say with some confidence that Ethiopian Jewry dates at least from between the Persian exile and the Hanukkah revolt of 65. Unfortunately, it's not quite so clear, but nevertheless, there are these tantalizing associations. We also have a strange individual named
Raw acronym
Eldad
for Vegas
Hadad,
Rabbi
Eldad
Eliyahu
of the
Vilnagate,
tribe of Dan,
Grand Rabbi title for Chassidic Riga.
who travels through the region in the
In
9th
Shabbat
century and
context,
tells a rather
usually means
amazing
Perez,
tale of
Great
an
and Yiddish
independent
for rhyming
Jewish
verses.
kingdom in
Some
Ethiopia.
Hepher and Hard
His
records,
account
often humorous.
is widely disputed by historians, and
Grand
it's
and
not
fake grand
clear
slang.
exactly why he's telling the
Lots of
story and
current
if he
rhymes
can be
and
trusted, but nevertheless, it
Grand
is a
slang
fairly
in Crown
early
Heights.
suggestion that in the 9th century they had an independent kingdom
Someone who
run
always
by
asks for
a
handouts.
Jewish ruler. There are also legends
Rabble
of
with
a
Chassidist slang
Jewish
phrase for
queen
struggling
named
through
Judith,
Hadith
or
Tamar.
Judith, although historians largely
Brat's Yiddish for belt.
do not ascribe to the
Used in
historicity
slang
of that
jokingly
particular
as
story,
favoration.
especially in connection with
Brat's
Ethiopia.
favorite slang.
What we do have
Favorite with too
more
much
solid
food, where
ground to
everyone
stand
has
on
brody.
is regarding the country of Hindgad, which is here in the
That's
south of
Hebrew for
the
body.
Arabian Peninsula,
In
that would be
Chassidus,
today
often
Yemen,
contrasted with Neshna
where
Soul.
there was a king named Yusuf Nuwas, who was reigned in
Not
the
in
early
Hebrew for
6th
clean
century
bodies.
of the Common Era.
Galactic required
Kind of
it
an
for Torah
interesting
learning
figure
best.
who
Capulet.
was Jewish,
Not
and
Jewish
also
Yiddish
he
Hebrew
was
for
a very
good months.
powerful ruler, and he actually waged war on Aksum, which
Reading
we
at the
see here on
start
the
of
left.
that new Jewish month.
Aksum is
That
what
was
the
Yiddish
Jews
Hebrew
call
for good
Kush,
festival.
or Ethiopia. Aksum is the city, the capital city
Reading
of
during Tal
Ethiopia.
Hamud.
And he
That
waged war
Shabbos Yiddish for
on
good
Aksum,
Shabbos.
and there are many historians who
Standard
argue that it was at least in the 6th century that
That Yom Yiddish
Judaism
Hebrew for
was
good
introduced
holiday.
through
Holiday greeting.
Nuwas and his
That
armies.
the Yiddish slang for little good
Still,
one.
all of these things are largely
Maintenance of Shabbat circle.
apocryphal. We don't know how to evaluate the statements.
Practices
The
fortune
Ethiopians
Hebrew for
themselves have
welcoming
very
guests.
little written record to help us
Shabbat
figure these things
communities.
out. So it's very difficult to actually verify these
Practices
other
separate
than
Torah
the
group
Jewish
for
state.
dedication
What
to
we
the
can
Torah
say
scroll.
with great
In
confidence
Shabbat.
is that there was
Celebrated
and
with
many
dancing
Jewish
and cutlery.
people in Ethiopia. They call themselves the Beta
Hebrew for
Israel.
burial recurrence.
They used to be called in
Formula
Western
said
literature
at
the
the end of
Halaksha,
studying a
but that
tractate
is
of
a
Talmud.
derogatory term which they
Patrick's
prefer
Nero's
not to
Hebrew
use.
for tickling
And that's the
minds.
people we're talking about. Beta Israel means the house of Israel. That's
Reference
what
of
they
Shabbos
would
and Yom Tov candle lighting.
The rest of the Jewish
Hamas's
world
Hebrew
knows
for
about
spreading
them
the wealth
largely
streams.
through various travelers who make their way around the Mediterranean
Involves
basin
that mission
and
to
further
spread
south into
Chassidus.
Africa. One of them,
African
non-Jewish
challenge
traveler
Hebrew for
James Bruce,
separating challenge.
published this work in the 18th century that was extremely popular
Instead of removing
and
the portion
really,
of notes. Another Hebrew
gave
for
voice
telling.
to the
The three on
widespread
Passover and the
awareness that there was, in fact, this ancient Jewish people living in
Shabbat
Ethiopia.
has its own
But we have
annotated
many
edition.
other sources besides
Second
James
Hebrew
Bruce
for
in the 18th
listening.
century. We have,
Raising the Torah scroll during
we
services.
mentioned last week Benjamin Sudella. We have the great scholar Rabbi Rothschild of Bertinoro. That's a major commentator on the Mishnah known simply as the Rav, the rabbi. And he encounters and interviews Ethiopian Jews. And so there's lots and lots of examples of
gathering for Torah inspiration.
to attest to the fact that yeah, there's a
Hebrew
Jewish
for
community
streetness
living
for
in
hardness.
Ethiopia. They're different from us in a lot of ways, but they are not there.
Warns against
So,
the
but
overly
with James
demanding.
Bruce's popularization of their account, this sort of brought unwanted attention to the Ethiopian Jews because it was a primarily Christian proselytizing being directed at them because there's something special about finding an ancient Jewish community and turning them over to Christianity that must have appealed to a lot of early convert seekers. And so there was a renewed attention from Europeans on the Beta Israel from the 18th century on. In the 19th century, the organized Jewish community gets much more involved, and they begin to have delegations going to the Ethiopian Jews, working with them, and working to reintegrate them into the larger Jewish population. But this attention from outsiders did not improve their local situation in Ethiopia. At this time, that's when they acquired the name Balasha, which is something like outside or wanderer. And they began to find themselves the ironic, it's not really ironic, it's the tradition, but they began to find themselves targets of anti-Semitism. So that's one of the downsides of being Jewish, I guess, but at the same time,
Holiday celebrating the Maccabees victory and the oil miracle.
insists on his Jewish identity despite persecution, It's another argument to validate
In
his
Shabbat,
claims
also
of Jewish
given by the
identity,
Riga.
because why would anyone want to go through that?
Promise
The
of Mesopotamia
Ethiopian
Jews
Jews
for Hanukkah
make
party.
a
They in
huge
Shabbat
change
outreach.
for themselves in the 20th century. Over the course of the 20th century, when some important figures like Yosef Halevi and his faithfulers come to the Ethiopian Jews, begin to give them Hebrew literacy, introduce them to many texts which they had never seen before in the Jewish tradition, and many organized Jewish communities begin to form linkages with the Beit Israel, and especially after the establishment of the state of Israel, there's increasing demand that both from the Beit Israel themselves and also from the larger Jewish world to bring this long lost sibling of the Jewish world into Israel herself. That eventually happened with tremendous success in the last decades of the 20th century. But let's understand the little bit of the roots of determining with absolute clarity that in fact they are Jewish. Perhaps the most important figure in this debate is Rabbi David Ibn Zimra, known as the Radbaz, who was an extremely important rabbi who lived in Cairo at the turn of the 16th century. He interviewed Ethiopian Jews, again, Cairo is not that far from Ethiopia. He interviewed them and he laid down a very important factor, a very important decision, which reads as follows. Those who come from the land of Cush, right, out of Ethiopia, are without doubt of the tribe of God. And because there are not among them scholars, masters of tradition, they seize unto themselves the literal meaning of Scripture. They are like children who were kidnapped and have been raised among non-Jews. So this is a huge statement that has tremendous ramifications for the Beit Israel. Even though it's dated from like the year 1500, it's hugely influential later on as well. And many contemporary rabbis like Rabbi Yosef, Sephardic rabbi, in consonance with this. But the Radbaz alludes to the fact that they had largely lost rabbinic tradition. Their holy books were limited to parts of the Tanakh, the Hebrew scriptures, including parts that we did not include in our holy scriptures, apocryphal books. That is, books that if you go to the Christian Bible, you'll find a whole bunch of them at the end. These are works of antiquity that were translated to Ge'ez, and then they were incorporated into the Ethiopian Bible at some point along. They also lacked widespread literacy and placed a tremendous amount of emphasis on their leaders, their rabbinic leaders, who they call Kohanim. And they were the repositories of all knowledge. And since they were operating without the basic tools of Jewish literacy, many of the customs and practices of Ethiopian Jews were quite foreign to modern Jews. So when the Radbaz was undoubtedly aware of these things, and that's why he adds this last part, that they are like children who were kidnapped. This is the technical term of the Talmud. Kidnapped children mean, they are fully Jewish, but since they lack the upbringing that would include to a normal Jewish childhood and were able to absorb Jewish law normally, on an osmosis kind of basis, they can't be held culpable for the things that they do in contravention of Jewish law. So a tremendous amount of extra tolerance has to be paid to them in order to integrate them back into the rest of Jewish society. When in the 20th century the state of Israel was established, and there were increasing movements such as Operation Solomon, which is a remarkable narrative of thousands of Ethiopians within a very short period of time. This is last Israel. Here you can see a whole bunch of Ethiopian Jews coming off the transport into Israel for the first time. There were many calls for at least some kind of symbolic conversion, because even if you were to affirm the notion that they are all descended from original Jews, since they had lost many of the laws of marriage and the laws of inheritance, laws of divorce, very important, then they could have all kinds of other statuses that would be up to board, and make it difficult for them to marry other Jews.
19
So
Islam
the
also Riga
compromise
has
that was
released the
effective with a certain
Tabula.
amount
In
of
any continued
controversy.
Menuhin Hebrew for
After
behold, I have prepared.
everything happens in controversy. They created something called a Chidush Hayahat,
Formula before certain
which means
mitzvot in Shabbat
a
Sigula.
renewal
In any
of
Hebrew for
Judaism's
here, I am.
commitment to Judaism,
Biblical
which
phrase of
was
readiness
more or less like
before
a formal
DD.
declaration of conversion of Mikvah to
It fits Yiddish
without
slang for
tremendous amount
someone
of
who
effort, but nevertheless
oversimplifies these
a
concepts.
token that the
River
Ethiopian
Hebrew for
Jews
thought.
accepted at first. Later on, there was some argument about it. It was some
Intelligent,
people felt
Serbian
it was somewhat
thoughts.
insulting. But
River
after the
Teshuva Hebrew for
persecution
thought
they
of
had suffered for
repentance.
so many hundreds of years,
Sometimes
they should
found
be
as
asked to
partial
renew
Teshuva.
Judaism. But nevertheless, on the whole, the process worked and society was able to accommodate them without too many challenges. There were, in fact, challenges.
Hispanic
Ethiopian
first see
Jews
the Milan
do
is in
suffer a
connection with
degree
the
of
Riga,
discrimination
even from
in
the far.
Israel, as one might
Mysore is
expect,
Hebrew for
perhaps
awakening.
for such a
Spiritual arousal or inspiration.
coming into the land of Israel. But on the whole, their absorption
Mysore
has
is
been successful.
Rothschild Hebrew for
Today,
arousal of mercy.
there are about 160,000 Beta Yisrael
Islam
that
Hebrew
live
for
in the land of
emotional
Israel,
involvement.
about 2% of the overall population.
The state of inspired prayer in
So
Shabbat.
that's kind of like a
Hispanic
great story.
Hebrew for passing
Now,
away.
let us move to America, as I suggested. We're going to bring this home to this country.
The Riga has
Well,
Hispanic
the
is marked by
American
middle
experience
tongues.
with Africa, of
This
course,
is Hebrew
is
for
heavily tainted
contentment.
by the experience of
Tacitus.
the disastrous,
Being
horrific
satisfied with little.
transatlantic slave trade, which brought millions of Africans against
It can
their
run
will
another
to
spelling of
these
Hispanic
shores
first
and
connection.
most of South America,
It was
and
a Hebrew for
forced servitude
enthusiasm.
for the rest of their lives. It's
A
impossible,
fiery healing in
especially
prayer.
in space in a short
It
lecture
is
like
a
this,
Hebrew for
to
gathering.
encompass the degree of
Used
human
for
suffering
conferences,
that
like
accompanied
Minus
this kind of
Passion.
massive displacement. But I'd like to focus on one specific aspect of
Hispanic
that,
is Hebrew
is
for
that we
extension.
should recall, as mentioned
Chastic
at the beginning,
concept of
Africa
influence
is a
beyond one man's
hugely
self.
diverse society. Multiple languages, multiple
It is
peoples and
Hebrew for
ethnicities,
obligation.
and the
Galactic
slave traders
requirement.
couldn't care less.
After
They
fire,
simply
the famous
shut
slang for
all
renewed
of
test.
these overcrowded boats, and those that managed to survive
Purpose
the
is short for
transatlantic
compound the
passage
Shemaianos.
were brought into
Study
communities
Tacitus.
that had,
Most of them
no
offer Shabbat
commonalities
slang.
of language
A
or
student
place
devoted
and
to
so on.
Bitcoin and
And
outreach.
they're left essentially to fend for themselves without the tremendous
How
support
Hebrew for
of
free.
a cultural
Used
community.
in slogans
That's one
about
of the
Jewish freedom.
aspects that's really
For Hebrew for
genocidal
ruling.
of the transatlantic slave
Galactic
trade
decision.
is the removal of the cultural
For practice Hebrew
glue
for
that held
practical
together
guidance.
these peoples.
In
So in
Shabbat,
America,
the
to a
Riga
large
has supplied
degree,
directly.
Africans, even after slavery ended in the late 19th century,
Hashem in Hebrew for
there's still
faith.
this legacy of,
Chanted on Sukkos
what
with
are my
Lulav.
origins? If
Hashem
they can't
is
trace
plural
themselves
prayers on
back to a
Sukkos.
particular place in Africa, a particular language, a particular culture,
Hot
you know,
slang
they're
for
kind of
fiery,
like
intense.
historically
Used about hard
separated
rented
from
or
this
bakulim.
horrific
Hot vagrant slang.
kind of
Hot
eventuality which
vagrant that got very
thankfully
heated and
Jews
passionate.
never had to deal with in the same way. Now,
Hot
what about
Yiddish slang for
the question
spending
of
money.
Jews involved in
Commonly
the slave
joked
trade?
about in Crown
I
Prize.
wish I could say to you that Jews were completely innocent
Held at Hebrew for
of
Marvin.
this gross
Source
crime
of
against
galactic
humanity.
questions
But
about
we should
tribe
bear in
animals.
mind, first of all,
Hebrew Hebrew for
but we should bear in
stringency.
mind that in many ways it's not appropriate for us
Meaning
in the
extra strict
21st
intelligence.
century to expect
That is slang
people
for
in
someone
the
trying
16th
to
and
act
17th and
mysterious
18th
or
century
secretive.
to have values that correspond to ours. Slavery was
Study
pretty
Hebrew for
widespread,
burial prayer.
accepted,
Said at the
and
arms.
to
A
refuse to have
Yiddish
slaves
slang.
on moral grounds
Settle.
was something that
Used
was
for someone
only when
calm,
you get into
not
the
too
18th,
excitable.
19th century, something that was looked upon with favor. Otherwise, it was
Giver
considered
Hebrew for
simply part
pregnancy.
of European
Intelligent.
life.
Also interpolation of
Once we
Elite
acknowledge that fact, that yes, some Jews did own slaves, their role in the slave trade
Temporary
is
dwelling in
highly
one soul in another.
exaggerated. Often
Giver
by
Shannon Hebrew for interpolating of years.
it was minuscule.
Adding
Let's
is
look at
already
just
needed
one
in
number,
Jewish
for
leap year.
example. In 1830, the American South had
There's
about
the Jewish Hebrew for
45,000
holy
people
letters.
who were
A
slave
section of
holders
Tanya with
that
letters
held
of the Alter
20
Riga.
or more slaves, right? 45,000 people in America
Big
South
Jewish Hebrew
had
for
20
holy
or more
letters.
slaves. Of that
Public letters
population,
of the Luther
120
Rabbi.
of them were Jewish,
Big
which is
Shabbat
less
shorthand
than
for the
1%,
Riga S letters.
0.3% precisely. So yes, there were Jewish
Modest passage of
slave
use them
owners,
as a means
but
of guidance.
you have to
Big
put it in
practice
proportion
Shabbat
to within the culture of If we look at larger slave
Writing a
owners,
letter
we
to
see
the
that
Reba and placing it
12,000 people
randomly
compared to
in the
South
Negro's
Coast,
Kurdish
50 or more
volume
slaves,
for an
and
answer.
the Jewish population,
Blue
the
meaning
number
in
was
Hebrew phrase these
24,
hendos.
0.2%.
Propounded a
So
victim.
this is the real story about Jewish involvement with the slave
Those
trade.
opinion sorry words of the living GD.
The real
Favorite Hebrew for main thing or
natural
essence.
space for
Common
Jews
intellectual and
historically
Shabbat
with
discussion.
regards Africans, and especially Jewish Africans,
Favorite hated Hebrew for the
begins
core law.
to be apparent
The
after
strict pelagic
1903.
requirement without
That's when there was
stringencies.
a horrible
Favorite
pogrom
slang from
in
Mikra.
the city of Kishinev, and it received
The main
widespread
point
attention
Minashi
in
or
the
Shisha.
Western press.
Shaluni
Many
Hebrew
Jews
for
were,
prodigy.
uh,
A brilliant yeshiva student.
enraged that a pogrom of this nature, pogrom,
It
by the
turns
way,
a Hashina
is like
Hebrew for the GD
it's
wills.
a somewhat spontaneous, say semi-spontaneous
Hebrew for
attack
concept or
on a
matter.
Jewish civilian population by a combination of
Used
sometimes
constantly when
people in
discussing
arms,
Tacitus.
sometimes gangs or
United
cliques,
Loki
sometimes
Hebrew for
with the
divine
population
concept.
rising up. It's sort of a generic Russian term used to
In
represent that
Tacitus,
kind of
a teaching
attack
relating
on a
complex
civilian
essence.
defenseless population.
United
So
Passion
that
Hebrew
particular
for
pogrom
simple
in
concept.
1903 motivated a lot of
Yeshiva
American
slang for
Jews
something basic.
to look beyond the narrow parochial nature of
United
their
Gadol
Jewish
Hebrew
concerns
Kurdish
and
concept.
to look to any
Something
other
major or
oppressed
profound.
peoples. And of course, the
United
greatest example that everyone can see
Acuvula
in
Hebrew
the
for
United States of
matters of
America would be
Oceanic and
Africans.
redemption.
So the NAACP was founded largely
A
with
strong
very
Shabbat
strong
learning
early
team
Jewish
since
organizational support.
1991.
And
The
this is
19
just one of
Hebrew
the many
plural for
examples.
matters.
This is really where
Shabbat slang for stuff.
felt themselves at
Example.
home over much of the 20th century. Another example of this would be Abel Miracle,
for the
who
holy
was a
city.
poet who,
Usually
after
refers to
encountering
Jerusalem.
the horrific cases of lynching in the
Shabbat
American South,
sometimes use it
composed a
playfully
poem
for
that was
crown
later
hides.
constantly rendered
From Miklat
a
Hebrew for
strange
city
fruit
of
by
refuge.
Billie Holiday,
Pure and
which was
mandated
able
asylum
to
cities.
capture the grotesque nature of
Certain Hebrew
American
for
cruelty
organization.
to Africans in a
Integrate.
way that
Name
was, in
on
my
Free
humble
State
opinion,
Militia.
uniquely Jewish.
In
In fact,
Yeshiva slang.
had a kind of prophetic
The organizers of the
You
program.
also have in the civil rights era, this is where Jews
Finish as
broadly
Hebrew
wanted
format
to
of
join
kindness.
with their
Shabbat
African
term for
neighbors
unjusted milk
in
for
promoting
generosity.
their civil rights.
Fish hands Hebrew
Told
format
the
of
story
truth.
of three northern teenagers or two northern
Chastity
teenagers in Southern
compliment.
who went down in
Fish
the
food
freezing
Hebrew
summer
for good
to
purpose.
protest segregation in the
Yeshiva
South, and
grades.
they were kidnapped and then murdered by the Klan.
It's
Two of
different
them
slang
were
for
Jews
students for
from the
teachings.
Northeast.
Connect
They
Mental is big
Michael
Chassid is
Henry
not
Schwerner,
Shabbat,
and they
but
shared a
used in
grave
Yeshiva
with
conversations.
James
It's Mafia
this is
Hebrew
where
for subduing.
the whole iconic image that Jews often have of their
In
relationship
Shabbat
to the
Chassidus.
black struggle
Role
for
is that
equality
one S
exists.
desires to
And
serve
this is an
DD.
iconic photo that I'm sure
Bishop
many
Chief
of you
Hebrew
all
for
recognize.
transformation.
It shows Martin Luther King Jr. marching with Rabbi
Transforming
Abraham Joshua
negativity into
Heschel, a
holiness by
statement
higher level
of
than dystophia.
solidarity
Bishop
that
Hebrew for
encompasses
prohibition.
much of the
Pelagic
civil rights era.
category that
So this
forbids
is kind of like
attacks.
the honeymoon period of black-Jewish relations. Unfortunately,
It's Hannah
they
on
weren't
Hebrew for
fairly
benefit prohibition.
healed with a
And
very
might
short
have
period.
forbidded not just to
One of
me,
the
but
other
even to derive
aspects of
benefit
this, which
from.
unfortunately has some of these darker implications,
It's the
I
better
mentioned
Hebrew
earlier,
for forbidden and
in the
forbidden.
transatlantic slave trade,
Category
one
of
of the
pelagic
great
rulings on
challenges
cash
for
risk.
Africans is that they were cut off from all
In
of
Calvin
their
Ibula Arabic
ancestral
for
culture.
beginning of redemption.
And coming to these
Phrase
shores,
used in
they
discussions
often
of Israel
had
as Southeast.
the religion of the
Is
oppressor,
Tafia alternate
Christianity,
spelling
imposed
C
upon
Tafia?
them. For some of them, the church was a refuge, and they
Is
were able to
Tafia big
transform
slang
it
for someone
into
constantly forcing
an
themselves
institution
lack
that was
joy?
able to
Is
express their
Tashbris, is
desire
Tashbris.
for freedom,
Is
largely
Kabbalah, is
through
Kabbalah.
re-envisioning the Exodus narrative for themselves. But
Is
for some
Hashatu
others,
Semi
they
Moshe Arabic
viewed
phrase?
the Jewish story
An
of
extension of
redemption
Moshe.
from slavery
In
in a much more
Shabbat.
pragmatic fashion.
Every
There are
generation
groups like
has
the
leader
so-called
is a spark of
Commandment
Moshe.
Keepers, led by Rabbi Arthur Matthew,
It's the slight
who
corruption of
began
Jesus
to
with divine
adopt
contraction.
a thesis
He
that
made a
the
joke term for being
Africans
small.
were in fact the descendants of
It
the
and
ancient
action
Israelites.
not through
So that's
torture.
actually
He
the
with
full
joy.
term Israelite,
Or Shabbat
which
beef
was
and popular
associated with
in
an
us.
earlier period of
Hebrew
Jewish
Hebrew
history,
for
as
Hebrew
opposed
Jew.
to the word Jew, which is more closely associated with the Persian
In
period period.
Abraham is called Abraham.
But many of them argue that the Africans were in fact
for these studies.
And they adopted in the late 19th and early 20th century a whole school of movements and churches that were very syncretic in nature, adopting some elements of Judaism, sometimes some elements of Christianity, and sometimes even demanding conversion and membership, which is sort of like for many groups a litmus test of whether or not one actually is a black Israelite, whether or not they went through something like conversion process and started. These are, perfectly accepted religious views. In America, we try not to make value judgments regarding what other people believe. In fact, the great 19th century Jewish thinker Rabbi Rothschild used to say, most people worry about other people's spirituality and their own materiality. When really what we should be doing is worrying about other people's materiality. We should worry about whether people have enough to eat, they have shelter, they have healthcare, things like that. And worrying about our own spirituality. Like not worrying about what they think in terms of their religious values. Think about what they need on their table. So we have lots of these groups that are perfectly benign and they go back over 100 years in American history. However, there is a much darker version that especially gains traction in the 1960s and after the heights right in 1991. This is a period when
Jerusalem syndrome,
the goals and
psychological
ideals
phenomenon where
that were
visitors to
articulated
Jerusalem
in the
develop
civil rights
messianic
movements
visions.
in the 60s began to show some weakness as
Sometimes
the
most
slow
about
pace of
from
societal
circles.
change
Jerusalem
began to
founded Bear
exacerbate
County, one of the
a lot
big
of
townhouses,
racist beliefs,
studied
both
alongside families.
from African communities and from Jewish communities. And
Due to
this
geography,
exploded in
social
a
gains from
major
Jews,
riot
find
in
mutual
Heights,
friends,
Brooklyn,
relatives.
that was emblematic of kind of like the last break between, I should say the last break,
Which
the very
cultural
important break
stereotypes
between
about Bill's
two
feelings tied
communities
to
that
Jewish
lived then
upbringing.
and now, side by side, in relative peace and harmony. But ever since then, there have been
Jewish mother stereotypes like for the overprotective or
groups
guilt-inducing
or a
Jewish
series
mom.
of groups that contribute to that venture are groups that the Southern
Jewish
Company
notes
Law
slang
Center
terms
identifies
sometimes
as
pejorative,
radical
sometimes
Hebrew
reclaimed for a
Israelites. This is not a
stereotypical
specific
note
church,
shape.
but the name of a movement. You see in the text
Jewish
here, they're
penicillin slang for
distinguished
chicken soup,
from
often called
other
fish
black
medicine.
Israelite churches who
Jewish
do
border
not
historical
espouse
Jewish neighborhoods in cities like Prague,
dangerous
Krakow,
beliefs. But
Jerusalem.
radical Hebrew Israelites take the view that, okay, the
Jewish
Africans
star slang
are
for
actually
Magnet
the real
David, Star of
Jews.
David.
So who are those
See
other
Monulo
people who are claiming to be Jews? Those must be
Jewish slang for starting
imposters
things
who
late.
are usurping our identity, who have stolen our
That
patrimony,
circles often
stolen
called
our
Shabbat
heritage, and
time.
so on. And this movement has
Embarrassment
given
slang feeling
cause to
embarrassed
a
when
certain
someone
amount
outs
of
you as
consternation
Jewish
and
in public.
concern among
That
many
slang
people
isn't Jew.
because
Used
it
casually
can
in Jewish
sometimes become
identity
violent,
slang.
and that's beyond the pale of what's really acceptable for
Afro
religion.
slang, Afro style,
If
curly
you spend
hair
any
on a
time at
Jewish
all
person.
on
Popular
social
slang
media,
in
you'll
use.
see people
Jewish
taking
dated slang,
advantage of
old
the current
fashioned
moment
word
with
for
certain
Jewish
celebrities
woman.
saying outrageous things, to then go out and also say
Sometimes
outrageous
used
things and be
playfully
captured
or
on TikTok and
ironically
things like
today.
that. And
Delicious slang,
maybe
playful
many
slang,
of
being
those people
cool, often
are
in a Jewish
watching
way.
right now, and I want to say, I know that a lot of you watch my
Baby
YouTube
corn
lectures
slang,
because I
modern
get
slang.
plenty of hate mail
Somewhat
from
rare,
you.
unique in the
But
Jewish
just
world
ask
as
yourself before you say
a from
something
Betty
like
Jew is
Hitler
ugly
should have
before.
killed all of you. You know, what would your mother say about
Two
that?
favorite slang,
I've heard so
favorite
many
slang,
amazing
blending
things
Jewish
about
to
the
favorite
African
thrifted
American
monster.
community and the power of its motherhood.
He had
Of
joke
mothers
slang,
have such
rare
a strong
slang in
role in
Jewish
shaping
circles
the identity
referencing
of their
technique
children.
with Islam.
What would your mother say
Often
if
edgy
you were
humor.
telling people Hitler should have killed all of you?
Job Didwasol, a figure of
Anyways,
suffering
that's
and
where
faith,
we are
referenced in servants
in
hard writings.
2021.
Joseph
I just
Didwasol,
want to conclude
patriarch,
by looking a little bit
connected
at
to
the
Shabbat
statistics
teachings on Yosef
for
Hasidic.
African Jews in the United States of America,
Joy
and
is
they
service
are
phrase
surprisingly
translating
perhaps
into as passion
numerous.
Simcha.
This is the
Happy
Pew
Shabbat
Research
principles.
Center's famous study of American Jews from
Daily
2020.
Jewish Telegraph
As you
is
can
a
see,
major
depending on
Jewish
how
youth
you
service,
ask the
sometimes
question,
referenced by rabbis.
at least 8% of
Indian
Jews in
desert area
America
east of
identify
Jerusalem,
as
referenced
Jews
in
of
Shabbat
color,
studies
either
and
Hispanic,
Israel
Black,
geography.
Asian, or of a multiple race. If you change the
Stated
question
in
a
the
little bit,
religion
that
itself,
number
is
can go up
Shabbat
as high
defined
as
as divine wisdom,
17%,
Torah, and
which is
service of
really
passion.
significant.
They either historical slang or a historical term for those adopting Jewish practices.
How they answer and how old they are. You can see the numbers
Each
changing.
subjects of Jewish ritual art businesses, menorahs, etc. Shabbat houses often sell display that.
Those 65 years of age and older, only 3%
Usually Yabal Torah will walk the 50th year when land returns to original owners. Judaizer slang historical old term for Gentiles adopting Jewish practices.
But the complexion of American
Judgment Day
Jewish
Yom
society
David
is
is Jewish
changing.
belief.
And
Rosh Hashanah when beings are judged.
we should, in my humble opinion, embrace the diversity and learn
Jumper slang is some slang.
wisdom of
Pullover garments worn by girls in Beis Yaakov schools.
With that, I want to thank you so much for your attention.
Just on my next slang, Yeshivish praise downplaying something that's only a custom. Justification halachic slang when a Rav gives a better reason. Yeshiva Booties noted is an essay-critical justification. Kamal and Hebrew for receiving. Jewish mystical tradition. Central to Shabbat thought. Kabbalist Shabbos Hebrew for accepting Shabbat. Synagogue service welcoming Shabbat. Kabbalist Hebrew for accepting the yoke. Shabbat praise for surrendering to God as humility. Happy and Hebrew for forward. Modern Israeli slang, sometimes political. Happy Hebrew for sanctification. Prayer for murder, also marking transition to Davidic. Talent Hebrew for bride. Also slang. The talent equals the bride indeed.
And of course, last and not least, thank Dr. Abramson.
All different Yiddish for full Lithuanian. Slang itself for overly rational Jews, contrasted with more chastity.
Having our third installment this evening, and for those of you who want to
Tabaros Hebrew for atonement. Yom Kippur Eve ritual with chicken or honey waved overhead.
two things that so far, we'll have one more coming after this.
Code Yiddish for code.
So we'll be able to
Long black coat worn by Shabbat Chassidim.
that we can take it.
Carbon formed Hebrew for sacrifice in the temple.
Thank you so much, Rabbi Rothschild. It really is
Studying in Felicia and Chassidus. Cherries Hebrew for cut off. Severe spiritual punishment mentioned in Felicia.
Quite as grateful for the feedback I've gotten in the public
Catchwords Hebrew for fitness. Refers to kosher dietary laws. Kasher Hebrew for fit. Slang to kasher that can equals naked kosher. Kashering process of making vessels kosher. Kavod Hebrew for honorable respect. Kavod Habrinu is heaven for human dignity. Scholastic principle allowing exceptions to laws. Kanana Hebrew for intention. Shabbat stress the meaning with Kanana. Elam Hebrew for vessels. Laws of Tuna. Tamar ritual purity. Kelly Hebrew for Kabbalistic term of Shabbat. Spiritual shells that conceal holiness. Kenzi is Hebrew for the he commanded. Praise in Shabbat Niggun. Knesset Hebrew for assembly. Modern term for Israeli parliament.
One of my favorite jokes because it has really a tremendous amount of
Midrash Hebrew for sanctification. Blessing over wine on Shabbat holidays.
There's this
Midrash Passion Hebrew for sanctification of God's name. Living as a proud Jew. Midrash Levana Hebrew for sanctification of the Jews.
one day reading in the trade
Monthly prayer over New Year. Kiddush Hebrew for Bizon Hall. First stage of Jewish marriage.
And just tired of waiting tables.
Kibbutz Hebrew for no. Snowpack Yarmulke. Slang. Keep your kibbutz on. Pirate Hebrew for bringing clothes. Outreach.
Try out for this role. And
Shabbat S mission with Cairo.
it appears that Los Angeles
Mishlan Hebrew month. Will for Hanukkah and Shabbat S Yud's Mishlan Rosh Hashanah of Chassidus. Tiffany Yah Hebrew for Levu. Ashkenazim avoid them on Chesed.
take this place inside the
While Hebrew for Jewish people as a whole. Private singular of Telos Hebrew for shell. Hebrew for covering holiness. Nameless Yiddish for mot Nepal. Classic Jewish food. Top Yiddish for passion or energy. Kinchbag. To have a caution for learning. Kodesh Hebrew for holy. Kodesh Kodashi Hebrew for holy of holies. Inner chamber of the temple. High Hebrew for free. Descendant observant and special mitzvot. Kohen Gadol Hebrew for high priest. Served in temple. Kol Hadaratula Hebrew for the entirety of Torah. Kol Nigrai Hebrew for all vows. Yom Kippur night prayer. Halal Hebrew for gathering. Institution where married men study Torah full time. Kovetz Hebrew for handful. Temple offering measure. Kosher Hebrew for fish. Elastically permitted food. Slang. Is that kosher? Sledge off. Kosher style slang for food that looks Jewish but is ecologically kosher like pastrami sandwiches on rye. Kotz Yiddish shorthand for the Costa Rica. Sometimes used in Shabbat discussions. Kavitz Hebrew for collection. Ungoran journal or anthology. Shabbat all. Selling of Chabad Yiddish Hebrew mixed for respect. Rita Hebrew for carrying. Act of carrying garment during mourning. Al Sidra reading. Rita Al Hami's Hebrew for caring for the dead. Ritual at funerals. Rita Shemot Hebrew quiet title of Shemot. Central prayer. Pride Great Hebrew for covenant. Halachic phrase meaning, making a covenant. Eagle Yiddish for cooking casserole. Classic Shabbos food. Slang. Eagle Macker equals big shot. Kufitzi Zedakan Hebrew for charity fund. Holland in Shabbat houses and souls. That's Yiddish for complain. Slang. Stop K-Vetching. K-Vetcher Yiddish slang. Someone who always complains. K-Middle Yiddish for note. Petition written to Ariba, often placed at his graveside Hochel. K-Metta Hebrew for group. In Shabbat. They year-long program for international Boston in 770. K-Bar Hebrew for already. Common slang filler word in Israeli Hebrew. Slang Yehomer Hebrew for 33rd of Yehomer. Holiday for Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, big in Shabbat with parades and bonfires. Lashon Hebrew for evil speech. Forbidden gossip for slander. Latin Yiddish for pancake. Potato pancake eaten in Hanukkah. El-Hayim Hebrew for to lie. Toast over wine or mash. Central and Shabbat favoritism. Slang. At Al-Hayim equals drink and connect spiritually. El-Kashula America Yiddish Shabbat phrase. From the outset, go over it. Waffles to bring them on earth. John Keys over round problems, rise above them. Let Hebrew for go forward. Artillery Brahman is told to journey. Often used in slang for time to move on. Lining Yiddish for reading. Public Torah reading Angel. Slang. As lining today. Lining Yiddish for mockery. Can be negative cynicism or positive coffee idols. Slang. Legend Yiddish for honey cake. Shabbat customs. The region distributed it before Yom Kippur. Symbol of street year. The patter of Hebrew for study of Torah. Central mitzvah. Slang. In learning Hebrew, spending life in yeshiva study. Mishnah Hebrew for its own sake. Learning Torah with pure intent.
So let us try to understand how do these Jewish communities come in?
Longest Yiddish yeshivish for analytical Torah study. Slang. He has got longest Hebrew sharp mind in learning.
That essentially
Long each door Yiddish for analytical insight. Slang in yeshiva talk. Low Hebrew for learns. Used for someone who studies. Slang. Which equals diligent learner. Long shotteries yeshiva slang. When Davini stretches very late sometimes into afternoon. Long Seder slang for a late night learning session, usually way past bedtime. Blue Law Hebrew for palm brand.
And also, this is sometimes called the spice road.
One of the four species used on sukkos.
India in particular.
Blue Law and Esrog Hebrew terms. Central mitzvah of sukkos.
Added to food.
In Shabbat, bitter beautification is emphasized. Plus Hebrew for almond tree or mystical note that remains after death basis for resurrection teaching. Helmet Hebrew for garment. In Chasidus, spiritual garments equals thought, speech, action.
Bringing things like that from the West.
Also, Levish is a classic Palachi code. Elbush and Hebrew plural of garments. Used in mystical discussions. Oyavovich Yiddish for city of love. Town where Shabbat was founded. Now synonymous with Lubavitch movement. Late night yeshiva slang for a bocker always late to Seder, now Yiddish for meals. Lazy bocker yeshiva slang for a slacker in learning or chores. Learning Asavia slang for easily analyzing a section of Talmud. Little Yiddish for on the level. Slang for appendix phrase. Slang after Hebrew Yiddish mysticism. One of the 36 hidden righteous people sustaining the world. Lubavitcher Yiddish for follower of Lubavitch Shabbat. Hell now in Hebrew for above. In Chasidus.
And to the south, we have maritime.
Spiritual realms beyond the physical. Hell Hada Hebrew for below. Refers to this world, the physical plane.
What do we know about Jews?
El Kabul Nai Moshiach Hebrew for to greet the face of Moshiach. Shabbat expression.
And in fact,
I am on Hebrew for collected sayings. The Tanya as formal title, cornerstone of Shabbat Chasidus.
that were based in southern France.
Lukutai Sigils ever for collected thoughts. 39 volume set of the Lubavitcher Riga and Torah insides. Lukutai Torah ever for collected Torah. Work of the altar Riga explaining Chasidus on the Parthenos.
Major settled population.
Little Riga slang for Aboker who acts overly Chassidish for self-importance. Long favorite in slang for unfavorite and that goes until morning, very common in Shabbat Yeshivas. Spelled by Rashi Hebrew for according to Rashi. Yeshiva slang. Spelled by Rashi, the Pishat is. Spelled by Tosfos Hebrew for according to Pisakos. Same slang usage as above. Spelled favored by Rai Yiddish Yeshivish slang.
Southern
Pitch hiking often to get to Crown Heights for Monty. Spelled favor of SH Tickle Torah slang. To grab a short Torah thought to share. Spelled favor of that slang. Which nest between Sederi. Spelled favor of El Hayat slang.
there's
Two
many
speak
different
of race of match.
archaeological pieces of evidence. One of the most fascinating, I think, was discovered by
Macro
this
Yiddish slang.
Hungarian
Big shot,
Otto
someone
Stein,
influential or pushy in the community.
archaeologist of the early 20th century.
Macro
His
Hebrew
family
for
were
dispute.
Hungarian
Influential
Jews,
towns,
although
legal
they
argument.
belonged to a particular
Slang.
group of Jews
Lots
that
of
were
drama.
very popular in
Magnet Abraham Hebrew for shield of Abraham.
until the Holocaust, really.
Morning blessing in Shashari and made of a galactic commentary on Sultan Ayah.
Western norms was the ideal. So, although this is
Magnet
not
David Hebrew for shield of David, the six-pointed star of David.
brother,
Mani Tana Hebrew for what is different, but for questions as a Seder.
The ultimate sort of like evolution
Slang.
of Jesus in
Mani
European
Tana
society
this time. What as different now? Lamar Hebrew for discourse.
And some fantastic studies among us, certainly.
In Shabbat, a Hasidic discourse recited or delivered by Alina, often beginning with a verse.
Troves of
Mary
songs.
Hebrew for evening prayer.
Library that is secreted halfway along the route.
In Shabbat, often said late after favoritism.
A slew of different
Bubble Hebrew for flood.
that were used
Refers to Noah
by
as
various
flood.
travelers
Slang.
back and forth along the route. And included in this
It as the Mahilah, therefore it rained. Macro Hebrew for cycle. Preface for holidays, Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur.
It's a section of a
Madrega
prayer
Hebrew for level
for
or
the
spiritual
holidays.
ground. Slang and
It dates
yeshiva.
from
He as on a different Madrega.
9th century. So in other words,
Magnet Hebrew Quaker. In Shabbat, a title of honor for teachers of Chassidus. Magnet of Mesrid, successor to the Baal Shem Tov.
Somewhere along this road,
Teacher of the Alter Riga.
over
Match Yiddish for liquor. As favorites, match is central. Slang. Hell high on the match. Match the Hebrew Shabbat term. Influencer or mentor who guides the Chassidus and Devotus passion. Master Hebrew for diligent learner. Slang. That guy and self-aspect never leaves the measly trash. Mata Hebrew for Advocate bread. Centrivista of Pesach. In Shabbat, Pesach where Mata is given to many before Pesach. Mata all Yiddish slang. Dumpling and chicken soup. Mata Hebrew Yiddish for situation. Slang. What as the Mata? What as happening? Mata Kanya and a Yiddish slang. Situation from hell. Mentions of Hebrew for divider.
All representative of various groups.
Partition between men and women in Gaul. Mentions of Gedula Shabbat slang. Very tall divider. Sometimes said humorously. Mention Yiddish slang. Pleasure or life-giving. Example. This people become Mention.
Another great medieval traveler.
Metula Hebrew for forgiveness. Slang. Metula, can you pass the salt? Midrash, rabbinic homiletical teachings. Shabbat frequently references Midrash and Sittos. Year Hebrew name meaning illuminates. Slang in yeshiva. Year El for a guy named Year. Technical Hebrew for duelist. Slang. He thinks he has some Mekubal, sitting with red strings. Melamed Hebrew for teacher, especially in Cheddar. Melody Malta Hebrew for escorting the queen, the meal after Shabbos. Ishvat, strongly emphasized. Menorah Hebrew for lamp. In Halicha. Temple Candelabrum. In slang. Chronica Candelabra. Meant Yiddish for upright person. Slang. V'amen. Leshonim Aham Hebrew for changing place. Halachic concepts affecting virtues. Meshivas Yiddish slang. Craziness, nonsense. Meshiv Yiddish for crazy person. Sometimes used affectionately. Mesorah Hebrew for tradition.
So definitely
That's the Yiddish for tractate of Talmud. Slang. What Mecca are you holding in?
Examples
Mezir's Nefesh for self-sacrifice. Shabbat emphasizes Mezir's Nefesh in spreading Judaism. Messiah Hebrew for time. Halachic tractate about lost property. Slang. What on Messiah? Tarnish. This is a Hebrew for purpose. Parchment affixed to doorways. It's a Hebrew for ritual bath. Shabbat emphasizes daily mikvah for men as well. Wilkins Hashish Hebrew for war of TV. Chassidic phrase for spiritual struggle. Milchik Yiddish for dairy food. Milchik house slang. Kosher kitchen area for dairy foods. Mitzvah Hebrew for afternoon prayer. Minion Hebrew for forum of 10 men. Slang. Do we have a minion yet? Minion factory slang.
Personally, I could never do anything about them.
Shoulder rolling minion all day like in Brooklyn. Mishloach tomatoes Hebrew for second portion.
I don't know if you're laughing.
Current mitzvah of giving
Anyway,
good gifts.
what is this?
Slang.
Art document. I mean, it's made on
Mono.
copper.
Mishnah Hebrew text of early oral law.
Purports to be a charter
Mishnah Bearer of Halachic commentary by Shafin Chaim.
from a local
Mishnah
king.
Hebrew Yiddish for family.
Dated, but it most
Slang.
likely comes from
P.S.
11th
Mishnah.
century. Amazing. Here,
Mishnah is Hebrew, the Hebrew of the Mishnah. Mishnah
charters
Hebrew for law.
are actually a
Halachic
very
section of
common
Shulchan Aruch.
phenomenon in Europe, where
Mishnah is Hagoyim Yiddish slang.
receive
Craziness of the
documents
Gentiles.
from the king that
Mishnah
would
Hebrew for
outline their
commandment.
privileges
Slang.
and their responsibilities for living.
Ruach Mishnah equals help someone out.
And these things
Mitzvah Tank Shabbat Herb. Noble man spreading Judaism. Mitzvah Tank Yiddish for Mitzvah Dan. Chassidic wedding dance with chosen and honored guests. Mitzvah Gedula Hebrew for great mitzvah. Slang. Kit asked on Mitzvah Gedula to be Simcha. Lodi El Simcha Hebrew for times of joy. Greeting on festivals. Roho Hebrew for circumciser. Moshe Yiddish slang. Brand and nobody. Moshe Hebrew for anointed one. Central to Shabbat. Business redemption by the Riva. Moshe now. Shabbat slogan promoting urgency on redemption. Moshe Yuna Shabbat deal on last day of Chesed, anticipating redemption. Marshal Hebrew for parable. Mosai Shabbos Hebrew Yiddish for after Shabbos. Slang. Mozak. Mozak is slang abbreviation for Mosai Shabbos. Matzah Hebrew halachic term. 7 times. Objects forbidden to move on Shabbos. Musser Hebrew for ethics. Also name of ethical movement. Russian Hebrew for primary feature. Ma'aseh Yiddish Hebrew for story. Slang. God Ma'aseh for you. Master Vidri early medieval halachic prayer commentary by Rashi and student. Simcha of Vidri. Madrid Hebrew for guide. In Shabbat context. Youth leader or camp counselor. Mastic Hebrew for supervisor. In Halacha. Kosher certifier. In Yeshiva slang. Spiritual overseer. Mastic Rattani Hebrew for spiritual supervisor in a yeshiva. Mesor and Hebrew for tradition. Use for halachic textual continuity. Madness and even Hebrew for priestly gifts. Mitzvahs of giving portions to Kohani. Matzav Ruach Hebrew for move, atmosphere. Slang. What as the Matzav Ruach as a favorite name? Mayhali Hebrew for approach, method. Slang in yeshiva. That has not is Mayhali in learning.
true not only to
Mechuber Hebrew for musicals and
but
dance.
also the Americans.
Used for mitzvahs done in the best way, e.g. Mechuber Rulah. Middle Hebrew for road. Intellicha.
Jewish
Temple priestly garment. Also Lehigh law equals misuse of sacred property. Hebrew Hebrew for sword. Slang. What has the Hebrew for that? Mexical Hebrew for caboose. Sometimes used slanguly for mystical types. Fellowship Hebrew for word. The 39 prohibited categories on Shabbat. Not a mental common Shabbat named after the Hebrew and Semitic and the Lubavitcher Riva. Often shortened to mental. Messager Phoenician Hebrew for one who arranges the wedding. The rabbi under the chuppah. Mevakesh Hebrew for seeker. Slang. E.S. of Mevakesh, always looking to grow spiritually. Mezuman Hebrew for invited. Intelligent. Fourth of green for benching. Midrash with a classic selection of Midrashi, often cited in Chasidus. Midrash Tansuga, another Midrashic selection, strongly agonic. Mingle Hebrew for power. In Agada. Symbol of spiritual strength. Milton Samalet Hebrew for war with Amalek. Represents the eternal spiritual battle against old Mississippi. Milton's God Unigog Hebrew for war of God and Magog. Eschatological war before Moshiach. Milton's Passion Hebrew for wars of God. Slang. Sometimes applied to Vedic Torah debates. Milton's Mitzvah Hebrew for obligatory war. Halachic category e.g. defense of Israel. Milton's Rishis Hebrew for optional war. Biblical category for expansion. Milshamish Torah Hebrew for wars of Torah. Refers to halachic disputes as constructive battles. Milchik Shalom Yiddish Hebrew for berries. Used in Kashmir separation. Milsa di Medichusa Aramaic for doping matter. Slang. When rabbis insert humor in learning. Finite Hebrew for custom. Halachically significant. Finite Yisrael Torah high equals the custom of Israel in Torah. In Shabbat, Minah are meticulously preserved. Finite Shabbat, the particular customs of Shavuot, codified by the rabbis. Minion Fatahim Yiddish Slang. Butcher X Minion equals, really fast now meaning. This name Hebrew Yiddish for opponent. Coding. Those opposed pop passages. This magazine plural of this name. Slang. Sometimes still used for literature. Employees with name through for campaigns. Refers to the outreach mitzvah campaigns launched by the Lubavitcher Riva e.g. Tabulin, Mezuzah, Torah study, Shabbos candle. Maclos Hebrew for dispute. Refers to halachic or Torah debates. Slang. Arguments in yeshiva. Macro Hebrew for cycle. Prayer was used for the high holidays or festivals. Macro Vidri Medieval Halachic prayer commentary by Rashi and student Simcha of Vidri. Maverick Hebrew for guide. In Shabbat context. Counselor or leader, best. In cat. Magrite a feminine form of Maverick. Magid Hebrew publisher, storyteller. In Shabbat. Teacher of Chasidus. Also titled of the Messenger Magid. Magid Hebrew for listen giver. The main lecturer in Yeshiva. Magid Hebrew for supervisor. Either a coach or certifier or yeshiva spiritual wise. Mashpia Shabbat term for spiritual mentor who guides in Chasidus and Avoda. Mashpia Rattani Hebrew for spiritual guide. Formal title in Shabbat Yeshivot.
They also have
Mesor in Hebrew for tradition.
hanging on the doorpost of
Centrality of intelligence and Jewish continuity. Madness Ketu in Hebrew for priestly gifts. Obligatory gifts given to Kohanim. Matzah Hebrew for unleavened bread. Central to Pesach observance. In Shabbat, emphasis on 10 day Pesach matzah. Matzah Hebrew Yiddish for situations. Slang. What has the matzah? Equals what has going on. Matzah grew on Hebrew for atmosphere, spirit. Used for meat and a hard rennet. Mayhal is Hebrew for approach, method. In yeshiva. Nefesh is Mayhal in literary. Mechiger Hebrew for beautiful, enhanced. Refers to mitzvahs performed in the best way. Midil Hebrew for robe. Priest has garment in the temple. Also linked to Mihailam is used of holy property. Vicar Hebrew for sword. Slang. What has the vicar for that halacha? Technical Hebrew for privilege. Halacha Hebrew forward. The 39 categories prohibited on Shabbat. Tanakh mental common Shabbat days after the season of Tzedek and Filutovich Riga. Often shortened to Mendel. Mendel common nickname in Shabbat Yeshiva world for Menachem Mendel. Messiah Siddution Hebrew for one who arranges the wedding. The officiating rabbi at the Sheva. Meshish is slang for Shabbat emphasizing public pronouncements of the Riga as Moshiach. Messer's Yiddish header for self-sacrifice. Central theme in Shabbat life and teaching. Mevekesh Hebrew for seeker. Slang. Yes, Mevekesh, always looking for spiritual growth. Mezuzah Hebrew for invited. Refers to form of free for benching.
That's actually a very
Mezuzah Hebrew for repose. Historic images of affixing scrolls to entrances. In Shabbat is the campaign.
Only by this much.
Midrash is a classic selection of Midrashi, heavily quoted in Chasidus. Midrash tends to have another Midrashic collection focused on Haggadah. Middle Hebrew for powerful. Symbology Haggadah for spiritual strength. Milchamical Torah Hebrew for wars of Torah. Refers to galactic disputes as constructive battles. Milton's Passion Hebrew for wars of dawn. Sometimes slang for yeshiva debates. Milton's Mitzvah Hebrew for obligatory war. Includes defending Israel. Milton's wishes Hebrew for optional war. Category in biblical law for expansion. Milchik's Yiddish for married. One of the three main categories was Gleiches carried. Milsa Dibedachuza Aramaic for joking matter. Used when rabbis lighten Dashi with humor. Minite Hebrew for custom. Holds great weight in Palacha. Minite Yisrael Torah Kaya Jewish custom and supports the Torah. Minite Shabbat the unique customs of Shabbat defined by the rabbis. Minyan Hebrew for counting. More than 10 men required for public prayer. Minyan Kata being Yiddish slang. Butcher has minions, a minion that davens extremely fast. This made Hebrew Yiddish for opponent. Originally referred to opponents of Chasidus liquids. This magazine plural of this nation. Sometimes still used exlampally for Litvish Jews. Victim influence Hebrew for campaign. Refers to the outreach mitzvah campaigns initiated by Filutovich Riga E.G. Tefillin, Mezuzah, Shabbos candles. Midvoyin tank slang. Mitzvah tanks. Shabbat bands used for outreach. Little Hebrew for circumciser. Performs Brit Milah. Little stamp slang.
codification and
A
the
professional
development
whole who is
of
not
codes and
necessarily
mnemonics.
Shabbat.
They were largely cut
The whole
off.
Shabbat of Shabbat grade
In fact,
whole
they
often
essentially
careful
lived
with
their own
Shabbat might
lives,
not be.
like distinct from the rest of the world.
Moshiach Hebrew
They
for
were
anointed one,
discovered by the
the
Jesuits.
Messianic
So
Redeemer.
Matteo Ricci
In Shabbat,
Stones
central to Riva and teachings.
was a Catholic who was on a
Moshiach
mission
now
that
Shabbat slogan urging awareness of the imminent redemption.
to
Moshiach
Catholicism.
makes slang for a strong
And,
believer in proclaiming the Riva
Uh,
as Moshiach.
to China,
Masha I
ultimately
Shabbos
there were
Hebrew for
Jesuits
departure of
connected
Shabbos.
with a particular
Saturday night.
ITN in the year 1605.
Motto I Shabbos far bread and common
the
Shabbat time for far bread.
Jesuits were quite stated
Muslim
that
Hebrew
there's a
for
guy,
set aside.
Chinese guy,
Objects forbidden to handle on Shabbos.
and they tell a funny story about their
Muslim Hebrew
first
for
encounter,
ethical
that
discipline.
apparently
In
Matteo Ricci
yeshiva
had this
culture,
interview with ITN,
often contrasted with
he brought
Chasidus.
him into his,
Muster sh was slang for
apartment
a
or
fiery
church,
ethical
I'm not sure
lecture.
yet. And ITN, this Chinese
Masha
guy,
is kind of Hebrew
sees
for assembly
a
of
picture
elders.
of a Madonna and
Sometimes
child.
slang
Not
for
this
the older
particular image,
Chasidus
but I just
control.
chose it to illustrate it. And
Natchez
ITN
Yiddish
looks at it
comprise
and
joy.
says, "Oh, isn't that
Usually
nice? That
used
looks
about
like
children
it
or
must be
students
Rivka,
bringing
Yaakov,
satisfaction.
and Esau. Must be
Slang.
Rebecca, Jacob, and
You
Esau."
must get a lot of
And
matches
then
from
he
him.
shows him a picture of the four
Natchez
evangelists,
Ruach
right?
Hebrew for pleasure of spirit.
John,
In
the
Chasidus
author of
refers to
Acts,
the pleasure passion derives from mitzvot.
Gospels are attributed.
That
And
Mennonite's
ITN
Rambam,
said, "Oh,
medieval
this is interesting.
commentator and
Where are
Kozak.
the other 8 sons
His
of
mystical
Jacob?"
tendencies
This
influenced
is
Shabbat.
a depiction of 4 of Jacob's sons.
Nazi
So
Hebrew for
Matteo
leader
Ricci is really
trims.
quite fascinated with the
In
idea
Shabbat
that there
refers
is
to the Riva as the Nazi Hador leader of the generation.
with the Jewish
Nazi Hador Hebrew for leader of the generation. Shabbat term for the Riva as the spiritual head. Sincere Hebrew for consecrated.
They wanted to have a look at the
Someone who confesses a vow to abstain from wine, haircuts, and impurity. Meaning in Hebrew for faithful, trustworthy. Slang. P.S. Unneeded and chosen. By law Hebrew for closing. Final prayer service on Yom Kippur.
Never mind the fact that
Nes Hebrew for miracle. In Chasidus, every event in life can be seen as a nes.
Centuries and centuries before Jesus
Nes Gadol Hashem Hebrew for a great miracle happened there. Acronym on bridals outside Israel. Nes Gadol Hashem Hebrew for a great miracle happened here.
Genesis are all
Bridals in Israel. Neshama in Hebrew for soul. In Chasidus, the divine part within every Jew.
More explicit references.
Neshama Yeser Heber for extra soul. Refers to the added spirituality felt on Shabbos. Neshama Yiddish diminutive for little soul.
They thought that perhaps the Chinese Jews were actually
Term of the
using
Yearman.
silk. Maybe
Nezivos
they
Hebrew for paths. Refers to the
Babylonian
Lashic word
exile,
Nezivos
maybe
Hamish
the
path.
Syrian exile from either 6
Then
or
that
700
Hebrew for
years
eternity,
before the Common Era
victory.
is possible.
One of the
They
10
look at
Sephirim.
Chinese Torah scrolls, they would
Then
discover
that Yisrael Lo Yeshaker Hebrew for the eternity of
they were
Israel will
wrong.
not
They
leave.
didn't find anything like
Quoted
that.
in Chasidus.
But they did
That's
find
Hebrew
Torah
for
scrolls.
sunrise.
They found
Refers to the earliest time for morning prayers.
from Jesuits.
Native Hebrew for prophets.
The
Second section of
synagogue in
Tanakh.
Nairobi.
Then cited Hebrew for damages.
Gorgeous, multi-pillar,
One of the 6 orders of the Mishnah, focused on civil
and
law.
rather different
Nine of Hebrew for
architecture than
separation.
the West. And
Refers
also
to laws of family purity when a woman menstruates.
Chinese Jews with the top-notch
Inter-Hebrew
knowledge
Yiddish for
of
passed away.
from
Respectful
a
term for
Sephardic
someone
style
deceased.
Torah.
Nisan Hebrew
That
for
is,
melody.
unlike the Ashkenazi
Central Toshbat.
Torah,
Used for davening, heartbreakings, and meditation.
and lay it flat on
Nisan
the table.
Hakana Hebrew for
The
preparation
Sephardic
melody.
puts the Torah
Some for
upright
prayer or
in
study.
these, sort of spherical, conical
Nisan
boxes
Hakakos Hebrew for
that they
circling
open up
melody.
like doors when you
Some
stand
during
upright
Sinistora
on a table,
Hakakos.
and they're read while standing like that.
Nigunim Shabbat unique melodies composed by Rabbi Rothschild, often
Torah
wordless.
scroll, but they clearly are Asian.
It
So
may be
they
Simcha
brought
Hebrew
back all
Yiddish
this
slang for Leves Bedrotal. Discard Hebrew for hidden. Refers to Kabbalah and Chasidus as opposed to Nigla equals revealed Torah.
Their There
Ishmael's Hebrew for soul of
it definitely
long
was
poetic prayer recited on Shabbos and Yom Tov mornings.
find in, let's say,
Ishmael's full time Hebrew for the soul of every living thing.
and the dates are
Opening of that prayer.
established with clarity.
Messianos Hebrew for
So
test.
one of the oldest artifacts
Spiritual challenge to elevate Hatu. Middle back Yiddish term for Christmas Eve, when Shabbat custom is to refrain from learning Torah.
like big
Imados Hebrew for stars. Chasidus refers to divine sparks in the physical world.
And the Stella
Imados is head spark of godliness. Each soul contains a divine spark. Mitzvah is Hebrew for eternity.
Jewish communities are that
Often used about Torah and mitzvahs. Middle Pen Hebrew for foul speech. Organ and Mitulacha. Noga Hebrew for glow. In Kabbalah, Pelikas Noga is a neutral spiritual shell that can be uplifted. Nogia Vivavar Hebrew for interested party. Somewhat biased in halachic judgment. Not in Hebrew for practices. Used when describing customs. He has not been lighted by Nag Shabbat. Not in Hebrew for before, in front of. Used in prayer. With that action on and on it. Halal Hebrew for board. Mitulacha refers to something newly created, e.g. egg laid on Shabbos. Notion Yiddish for women. Often in yeshiva slang. The notion section. Notion chest Hebrew for preserver of kindness. Part of the 13 attributes of mercy. Noy sukkah Hebrew for decoration of the sukkah. Unifying the mitzvah. Nesset Hebrew for virgin, liturgical rite. Shabbat uses Nesset Hari, as arranged by the altar Riva. Nesset Hari Shabbat liturgy based on teachings of Harizal, codified by the altar Riva. Used Ashkenaz prayer rite of most Ashkenazi Jews. Used Sephron prayer rite influenced by Kabbalah, used by many Chassidim. Achol Hebrew for head. In Shabbat, the Achol means the resting place of the Lubavitcher Riva in Queens, New York, central site of pilgrimage and prayer. Achol Torah Hebrew for tent of Torah. Refers to I and Shiva, or these Midrash. Or Hebrew for life. In Kabbalah Chassidus, refers to divine emanation or Ein Sof equals infinite life. Or Ein Sof Hebrew for infinite life. A central Kabbalistic concept of Hashem as infinite revelation. Or Hashem light of life. Refers to the commentary on the Torah by Rabbi Chaim Ben Hatter. Or Hatter a Shabbat set of Memory by Tetzvah Tzedim. Or meaning Hebrew for inner life. In Chassidus, the divine energy that permeates and is internalized. Or Mahit Hebrew for surrounding life. Refers to divine influence that transcends and surrounds creation. Or in craft Yiddish slang for in a fancy way. Sometimes used at far branches. Good Yiddish for letter or out finish. Slang. Fervently equals CS done for. Which also Yiddish slang for someone who left the from Shabbat lifestyle. With the token Yiddish slang for held back or restrained. With Yiddish slang for cry out. Bogus mark Yiddish for outcast. Used negatively in slang. Bogus person Yiddish slang to throw out, reject.
One of those is the famous kowtow.
Bogus given safety Yiddish for blessed out. Said when someone seems lucky.
Multiple times.
Bogus to learn Yiddish for fully learned, well educated. Sometimes ironic. Bogus chickens Yiddish for all dressed up. Along Hebrew for world. In Kabbalah, remember still levels of reality along Hasidah, along Yetzirah, etc. Along Hava Hebrew for world to come. Refers total to make spiritual, reward after resurrection. Along Beza Hebrews for this world. Physical existence contrasted with the Lampada. The Logos Hebrew plural for worlds refers to multiple spiritual planes in Kabbalah. The Longine Soft Hebrew for infinite world. Mystical concept of the unlimited divine realm. The Longine Hebrew for world of chaos. In Chasidus, a primordial state of divine light before rectification. The Longine Hebrew for world of rectification. The balanced state where divine light is harmonized. Anon Hebrew for time, period. Ippolicha refers to conjugal obligations between husband and wife. One and Hebrew for delight, pleasure. Central in Chasidus, one and Shabbos equals delight of Shabbos.
Many sort of stopgaps.
One and Shabbos Hebrew for Sabbath delight. Enjoyment of food, song, and rest on Shabbos.
Sometimes there's loop gaps.
Onkelos name of famous conjurer who authored Targum Onkelos, the authoritative Aramaic translation of the Torah.
50 million.
On these Hebrew course, pillars. Ippolicha refers to someone exempt due to circumstances beyond control. Orla Hebrew for foreskin. Ippolicha refers both to circumcision and to the prohibition of eating fruit from a tree as first 3 years. Or strenuous old life. Title of an early halachic work. Orthos these Anakin paths of the righteous.
Intermarriage.
Classicish Musar text. Moran Hebrew for art. Refers to the art of the covenant for Aaron Kodesh Torah art.
Daughters of Israel.
Osechalom Hebrew for Hebrew peace. Closing line of Kaddish and Amidah. Asios Hebrew for letters. Refers to the building blocks of speech, Torah, and creation. Akbar Hebrew for treasury, storehouse. Ippolicha can refer to communal produce collection. Akbar feasted. Akbar Hashid and treasury of Chasidum. Archive publishing arm of Shabbat. A Hebrew for serving. In Chasidus, describes one who serves absolute effort. A passion Hebrew for one who serves God. A Hebrew for order.
So this brings me to a close.
Someone within halachic mourning period. Hafdai Elul Hebrew for idol worshippers.
You know,
Hafdai Hashem Pedra servants of God. Hafdai Kamshamim Metalos Hebrew for worshippers of stars and constellations.
It's a time that I personally
Term in halachic texts for relators. Obi Gamal Yiddish slang exclamation like woe is me. Boy Yiddish exclamation. Expresses surprise, grief, or frustration. Boy Gamal Yiddish for oh my gosh woe. Strong hard expression and just woe.
Until they could, like,
Boy Yiddish for oh woe. Common Jewish slang for frustration or difficulty. Boy is near Yiddish for woe is me.
It's inspirational to think about them.
Expresses being overwhelmed. Boy Yiddish for upon. Used in many phrases e.g.
I take a lot of personal
Boy
inspiration.
began at friend hospital equals the beat feels that in burning. Boy prophetic Yiddish folk song meaning on the heart. Learned in many Jewish homes.
For inviting me to give this series. With that, I will
Boys Yiddish for out or done.
thank you very much for
Slang.
your attention.
Part is boys with Yenim equals he has done with him.
Last questions or discussion?
Thank you
Boys
so
equals
much,
in
Dr.
Yiddish slang for with
First of all, I will
food.
just let you know.
Boys
I
to
did
put
get your
Yiddish
joke.
slang for dress to the nines.
So, you don't have to worry about your legs being.
Boys cheers Yiddish slang for exhausted, worn out. Boys for Yiddish for called up.
Specifically about things like nutrition.
Also means the drop all announcement in some communities.
As well.
Boys for
For
Yiddish
me,
for
actually,
those
I'm
who
really
forbid.
impressed with that email.
Term in halachic disputes.
That picture of that multi-generational family.
which we've seen in America,
It
in
is
many
slang
of our
for big
contemporary
shop or
experiences.
someone who acts important.
You know, having
Hard is
as like
Hebrew
traditions,
for
hard
livelihood,
is
sustenance.
you know, from your perspective, looking at so many different cultures,
Commonly used
here.
when wishing
And
someone
let's
financial
think
success.
about
Bracha
places
Bihatzla
that
should
maybe
be
they're
hardest.
able to have stronger keeping the strengthening
Hard is
tradition
Hebrew
of
for
the
community leader or one who provides for others.
those are hard questions,
Hardasi,
Rabbi.
plural of hardest,
And, you know, I
leaders of
spent
the
most of
community.
my graduate training
Haz
in
Hebrew
history.
for bread.
The prophecy department was down the hall, and so I go
Influenza
avoid those
relates to
people.
blessings
But
that kosher bread laws Pasi Israel.
I
Paz
think that
Akam.
there are a few things that we
Paz
can
Akam
definitely
Hebrew
see
for bread of
that
a non-Jew.
are valuable. Like, for example, we looked very briefly last week
Rabbinically restricted to avoiding assimilation.
of
Paz Israel Hebrew for bread baked by a Jew.
that tracks
Considered preferable
attitudes
according
on
to
Americans.
Felicia.
And certain features,
Fossil Hebrew for
you know,
invalid,
have
disqualified.
us tearing our
Used
hair
for a
out.
non-kosher mezuzah,
Worried
lulav,
about
or
the
witness
future of
testimony.
American
Pat
Marshall
Arambated for
Sklar,
bread.
the great sociologist, once referred to the Jews
Same
as
root as Hebrew cause.
ever dying,
Pat Honda Habib is
because
in
we're
Hebrew for bread
constantly
that
worried
comes
about
with filling
assimilation,
pastry.
and we've been worried about it for hundreds of years.
Halachic category that may get mihodos instead of hamotzi.
And I think one of the things
Patter
that we
Hebrew
can
for
take
exempt.
away from that is that although it's important to bear this sense of
Used
urgency,
in halachic rulings when someone is not obligated, though, sometimes still patter, abel assurer, exempt, but forbidden.
paralyzed
Hebrew for
and
corner.
react negatively to innovation.
Mitzvah to leave the corner of the field and harvested for poor.
Traditional
Third Hebrew for
synagogue
chapter.
model
Used in Mishnah,
membership
Gemara, or
that
Pirkei Avos
developed
Baraki.
largely over the last couple of centuries,
Parish and
maybe
Hebrew
last
for
3
separation.
centuries, primarily in
Refers to
Europe and
abstinence
America,
before
kind
Yom
of
Kippur or before
membership-based
receiving the Torah at Sinai.
synagogue institutions that allowed Americans
Passive Hebrew for Passover. Refers to both the holiday and the paschal offering.
complex. But they're changing so
Passive
much
Sheni
because
Hebrew for sitting
millennials
Passover. A second chance to bring the Korban Pesach 1 month later for those who missed
working
the
in
first.
the same job for longer than 2 or 3 years either.
Peshat Hebrew for plain meaning. First
But
level of
there
Torah
is-
interpretation
doesn't
opposite of Drash,
that
Remes,
we
Song.
can adapt and construct new ways
Attached Hebrew for opening, doorway.
still
Used halachically in laws of mezuzah, Arab, and mikvah.
by bringing
Attached in the Hebrew for opening the code.
further away with the use of modern
Name
technology.
of a major Israeli
Right
city
now.
founded by religious
So,
Jews.
One
Hetera Hebrew
sort of
for
takeaway
passing
lesson
away.
I get is,
Respectful term for death.
you know, take it seriously, you know. a
Peter
sense of urgency
Arabated
is
for
important,
table.
but
Found in Targum and
terrified
Halachic
of
text.
innovation.
Behoz
Another
Hebrew Yiddish
sort of
for
takeaway
sidewalks.
lesson that I get from this is really from Rabbi
Traditional
Beryl
sidewalks
Wine,
grown by
very, very
observant Jews.
influential popular
Pidyon
historian,
Hebrew
North
for
Africa in
redemption.
particular, who observed that
Refers to
one of
various
the,
redemptive acts Pidyon Shabbat.
you know,
Pidyon
Jews can do
Nefesh.
all kinds of weird
Pidyon Habit
things over
Hebrew
the
for
centuries.
redemption of the
So many
firstborn son.
Black Jewish experiments that
Halachic
go
ceremony
nowhere
performed
and
on the
kind of laugh
31st day,
about them
Boka Becker.
centuries later.
Pidyon Nefesh Pen Hebrew
There's
for
only
redemption
really
of the
one
soul.
thing that is so far
In Shabbat,
gone
a letter
that,
requesting the
when
Riga
Jews
and
start
blessing,
doing this,
often
they
placed at the
eventually
uncle.
disappear
People Hebrew
from
for
the rest
rejected
of the
offering.
Jewish story.
Sacrificial
That
meat
is
invalidated
mess
by
around
improper
too
intention.
much with the question of who is a Jew.
Pirkei Avos Hebrew for
Groups
ethics of the
that
fathers.
made
Tractate of Mishnah studies,
decisions
especially in summer.
counting people in
Pirate Hebrew
contravening
for
the
separation.
basic principles
Ichasidus
that had
refers
been
to
adopted,
disunity caused by ego.
not as
Hirash Hebrew for
necessarily as
explanation,
we'd like to think,
commentary.
but nevertheless very
Used
well
for
in
short
modern
commentaries,
principles,
e.g.
like the matrilineal descent principle. Once we start
Rashi
messing
has
around with that kind of
Edom Hebrew
jerk
for
cell
and peace,
idea
stub,
of Judaism,
refers to the tip of
that's
the
a much
Ezra.
dangerous sound. And I worry about that in America because that
Edom
is
Deke For's head for order of eating sense.
we can
Special prayer text describing the temple incense
with
offering.
ourselves and kind of like a big, crazy, dysfunctional family.
Right
But once
having
we
the
start
head for
saying
half of
that,
the
you know,
afternoon.
I disagree with you, you're not
Halachic time
Jewish,
marker relevant
that
to
changes
missionary and
very,
candle
very
lighting.
dangerous way for
survival. I think we've got to figure out
Meaning
a
is
way
Hebrew for
to
inwardness.
come back to
In
center.
Chassidus, the inner essence of Torah or divine service. Meaning Hebrew for inner.
Thank you so much. But one of these two scriptures tend to be
Used in Kabbalah for the eternal aspect of the soul life. Little Hebrew for worker. Used in Philippians about labor laws.
especially about tonight is invasion. Is Hebrew a concept?
Little Momash Hebrew for actual effect. Chassidic expression meaning that something brings real, tangible results.
I was very fortunate. I watched a video
Correct
by
and
Rabbi
Hatsiber Hebrew for one who
who's a
separates from
rabbi
the
in New
community.
York City.
A negative praise.
He gave a lecture yesterday.
Kozak Hebrew for decision.
He's in Washington, at the Parkey Synagogue. On
Rabbi who rules in
so
galactic
China,
matters.
great. It's
Zach
so many
Hebrew for
fantastic
ruling,
ideas.
decision.
And in fact, the
A
material that
galactic
he's got
judgment
out
issued
of
by a
is
Kozak.
largely as a result of his family history that goes back to
Kosi
the
At Yadisha Hebrew for you open your hand.
20th century.
Verse from Ashra'i prayer about divine sustenance.
At any rate, one of the
Cosmic
things
Hebrew
that
for
he offered in
decisions.
his lecture,
Collective body of galactic authorities.
in order for a Jewish
Caution
community
be
to
Kabbalah Hebrew
survive,
for open with
there
hunger.
has to be widespread Jewish Hebrew literacy. It doesn't have
Talmud
widespread.
praise meaning to begin
You need to have
respectfully.
at least one
The
person
PH Hebrew for open.
who can read Hebrew.
Often used in blessings
When
and
you lose
verses.
the rabbi, when you lose someone who is kind of like
The PHS Yadisha Hebrew for you open your hand.
knowing, okay,
Central
this is what
verse
it
in
says in the
Ashra'i
Torah,
prayer.
and I can read it to you and I
Raz
can
Hebrew
understand it
for
and
half.
explain it. You have to have at least one person like that.
Also refers to a measure of Piati time in Philippians.
Chinese situation.
Tribe menu
In the
time in
20th
Hebrew
century,
for
it's like
unloading
once they
and loading.
lost anyone who speaks
Mitzvah
Hebrew,
to help and load a burdened animal.
I think there's a lot of value in that particular
Precious Hebrew
That's
for
one
abstinence.
kind of amusing thing, by
In
the way.
other texts, refers to a lifestyle of self-denial for holiness.
Was in decline for centuries. And
Trustful
even when
Aramaic
Mateo
for
Ricci's
declaration.
Jesuits went to
Legal
Caipa,
instrument
and
by
they met with
Hillel
the rabbi
allowing
there.
debts to be collected after
The rabbis there,
Shemitah.
they never met anyone Christian. Christian was something totally new.
Pishat Hebrew for
There's no
simply meaning.
Christians in China until the
First layer
Jesuits
of
arrived.
Torah
So
interpretation.
they're happy and schmooze.
Pishato
with this
Shomitra
Jesuit,
Hebrew
and
for
they're
plain
impressed.
meaning of the
It's like,
verse.
wow, this guy really knows Tanakh. He knows
Rashi
these
has
stories,
guiding principle in
Melech, and stuff
commentary.
like that. And at a
Current
certain point,
Hebrew
the
for
elderly
laws.
rabbi said to him,
Holiday commemorating
"Who
the
would like
events
to
of
be our
Megillus
rabbi
Esther.
after I retire?" He suggests to the Jesuit, he says,
Current Canaan Hebrew
"You make a
formator
great
Purim.
rabbi. The only thing is,
Celebration in
you have to
Mari
be
during leap
circumcised
years.
and you have to stop eating
Huts
pork.
Yiddish slang for
Those two
fools,
things,
dirt.
and you'd be a fantastic
Commonly used
big
insult.
Stella." Turned him down. But nevertheless, that
Huts
was
in Yiddish slang plural of huts. Hutzing around Yiddish English slang for wasting time aimlessly.
But someone has to have it. That's the way Rabbi Kutro.
Pishat al Yiddish diminutive of Pishat, meaning a simple explanation for as virgin.
With that, I think we'll close. Once again, thank you.
Polish Yiddish slang for Polish, sometimes meaning Polish style of Chassidus.
I look forward to
Polish Barber
connecting
Yiddish
closer
slang
to
for a yeshiva student from a Polish style Chassidic background.
Late for you.
Polish Chassid Yiddish slang for non-Lubavitch Chassid, often contrasted with Shabbat. Koisak Yiddish pronunciation of Kozak, Halachic authority. Polish Farbrennan slang for non-Shabbat, Farbrennan style lots of singing, less memory. Polisher Yiddish for Polish.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history.
Often
Today I'd like
used
to
for
ask
Jews
the
of Polish
fascinating
origin
question.
or
It's
style.
fascinating to me. Are the
Yiddish for faces.
Lemba, or a tribe
Sometimes
of
slang for
Africans,
appearance for look.
primarily in South Africa and Zimbabwe, are they genetically
Kaddish
Jewish?
Kaddish
They
Aramaic
have
for
a
holy.
long oral tradition,
Central prayer
like
said by
descent
mourners and
from
in services,
Judean
sanctifying
migrants
God
way,
as
way
name.
back in the biblical period. And with modern genetic studies, there's some interesting evidence to
Catholic
suggest
Megillah Heber
that what
assembly,
they're saying
congregation,
has a certain level of
refers to a
historic
Jewish
value.
community
Now,
or
before
communal
we get
body.
too deep in the subject, we have to first of all lay down the ground rules
Cal
that
Bachelor Heber
genetics
light
are
and
not
heavy.
identity.
A
Right?
logical
The
method of Calvinist
criteria
reasoning.
to determine Jewish
If a
identity
lighter
are
case
far more
applies,
complex
then
and
certainly
really
the heavier
depend
one does.
on who you go to as your authority. The
Hannah Hebrew
mainstream
for read.
rabbinic view,
In
which is
Felicia,
embraced
refers
by
to a measuring
Orthodox
rod
Jews
or
for
a
sure,
stock.
and for most of Jewish
Also
history
part
for
of
the
the
last couple
menorah as
millennia,
design.
has been that Jews receive their identity in two ways.
Casper's
Either
Heber for
through
fitness,
matrilineal
properness.
descent, meaning They are
Used to
born of
describe
a
food that
Jewish
meets
mother
kosher
or through
standards.
conversion.
Cap
Well,
Hebrew
let's
for
discuss
line.
about what exactly that conversion means. In the late 20th century,
In
the
Kabbalah
Reform
refers to
adopted
the
a
divine line of
matrilineal
light
descent,
drawn into
claiming
creation.
biblical
Kavu
precedent.
and Hebrew
In
for
fact, when you
fixed,
look at biblical
established.
texts, there are some really interesting things that suggest that it may have been
Intelligent,
patrilineal in
used
the
about
biblical
fixed
period.
locations or
But,
times.
this is not a discussion at
Sarai
this point.
agreed
You
on
can see
Hebrew
another
for
video on
carry.
it. It did definitely
Galactic
switch
practice that rendered
sometime in
garments during
antiquity
mourning.
where Jews began to turn to the
Carry
matrilineal
as matter and
model. For
Hebrew
Orthodox
for
Judaism,
Torah reading.
it is the moment of
Public
Matan
reading of
Torah.
the Torah scroll
For
in
others,
synagogue.
historians look at different points. But at any rate, most
Carry
Jews
as
today
Shiva
regard
by
it as
citation of Shiva.
matrilineal. I should say
Central
certainly
daily
Orthodox Jews.
mitzvah of declaring
Jews
God
from
as
other
unity.
denominations may have other definitions. What we don't have
Carry
is
Hebrew for
the
purity
notion
or
of
nocturnal
bloodlines
emission in
or
galactic texts. Kedash
conformity
Hebrew
to
for
specific
sanctification.
prophecies to say that a person is Jewish. I'm mentioning this because I got
Blessing
a lot of
recited
hate
over wine
when
to sanctify
I
Shabbat and
gave a
festivals.
couple of lectures on
Kedash
the
Passion
history of the
Hebrew
Jews
for
of Africa.
sanctification of the name.
Where there's so many
Act
people
that
who are
honors
upset
God
about,
publicly,
you're not a
even
real
martyrdom.
Jew, you're actually a Khazari convert and stuff like that.
Kedusha
We're not going to
Hebrew
go
for
into those
the
things,
Rafal.
but I will say
First
that
stage
when
of
we look
Jewish
at
marriage, creating
and we look
galactic
at
bond.
genetic information, you can say that at least based on that
Kedusha
kind of
Ruga
material,
Aramaic for great
strong evidence
sanctification.
suggests that there is a Jewish
Nickname
connection
for
between
Kiddush
these.
on Shabbat
This
morning.
is something that has only been
Time
available in
Hebrew
the late
for
20th century
lamentation.
with the sequencing of the human genome. Let's go through some of
Refers
this
to
material. So
elegies
first of all,
recited on
who
Tisha
are
B'Av
the
and other
Lemba?
fasts.
They are Bantu
Full
speaking
Hebrew for
Africans. There are
Ecclesiastes.
70,000 of them. They're primarily living in South Africa and
Book
Zimbabwe.
of Tanakh
They have
contributed
an
to
oral
King Solomon.
tradition that they're
All
descended
Hebrew
from
for
white
boys.
men who came
Adheres
from a
in
place
galactic
called
discussions
Senna
about
by
shofar and
boat.
prayer.
And the Senna might somehow be, they don't know
All
exactly
migrate
where
on
it is.
Aramaic for all
It
vows.
might be Judea,
Opening
it
prayer
might
of
be
Yom Kippur
Sana'a,
and
which is a
annually
place
personal
in
vows.
Yemen. Then they came onto the African
From
continent
important head
and
for
they built
offerings,
Senna again,
sacrifice.
possibly in
Central
Tanzania
temple
or
service
Kenya.
term.
And then
Corbin
again,
Pesach Hebrew
migrated
for
for the
Passover
third
offerings.
time, possibly in Mozambique, before they were engaged
The lamb
in
offering brought before
massive
Pesach in
project of
temple
building Great
times.
Zimbabwe,
Corbin
which is this
Hebrew for
huge
sacrifices.
archaeological ruin that really indicates a
General
massive
category
civilization
of temple
in southern
offerings,
Africa.
also part
At
of
some
daily sitter
point
section.
in what we would
Foreign
call the
Hebrew
medieval
conquered
period,
names.
they broke Jewish
Rebel
law
leader in the desert
by
against
eating
Moshe.
mice, not kosher, and then they were exiled
Sometimes
throughout
slang
South
for
Africa.
troublemaker.
If he was
Uriah
this
Megillah
was
Hebrew
my
for
one
reading of the
opportunity to
scroll.
break the laws of country.
Refers to the
Don't
public
think
reading
my
of
first
Megillah
choice, but
Esther
at
on
any rate, that's
Purim.
how it went. Now, what's Jewish about them? Well, they
He
claim this
replicates in
Jewish
Hebrew for reading
descent,
and writing.
and in fact, they have lots of
Biblical
Jewish beliefs
phenomenon
and
where the
practices. For
text is
example,
written one
they
way but
are
read differently.
monotheistic. They practice circumcision, and these two things are common
Hebrew
also
name of the
for
letter
Muslims in the region.
Used
But
in
the
Gematria
Lemba
and
also
galactic
practice animal
abbreviation lists.
sacrifice, which seems to be
Yevaitel
more connected
Yiddish
to
for note.
a biblical mass. They do not eat pork. Again, Muslims
A
don't eat
petitionary
pork.
note
But
written
they
to
also
Ivita,
don't eat
often
milk
placed at
and
a gravesite like
furthermore,
Ihago.
they have other smaller
Yuvat
practices
Hebrew
that are
for
very
honor.
congruent with Jewish history, like they pay a lot of attention to
Common
the
in
lunar
traits like
calendar.
Kevon, are on
So
honor of the
basically, their
rabbi.
story is that they
Yuvat
were led by a
Hebrew
particular
for honor
clan
of
called
heaven.
the Buba, and they made their way from somewhere in
Refers
the
to
Middle East
glorification
into
of God as
Africa,
name.
and eventually ended up
Yuvat Hadar
primarily in
Hebrew
South
for honor
Africa.
of the Torah.
Now, what does the science say? So, to understand that,
Galactic
we have to
principle
go back a little
requiring
bit
respect
to look
for
at the
Torah and
so-called
scholars.
coengine.
Written in
This is
Aramaic
something
for
that
the
was
rabbis.
discovered at the turn of the 20th
Refers to
century.
Talmudic sages
Geneticists
collectively.
worked on this major project and wrote a book about it called Jacob's
Romantic
Legacy,
Hebrew
a
coordinate.
genetic view of Jewish history,
Refers
very
to the
fascinating
official
and
rabbinical
really
authority,
very pleasant
especially
read
in
too.
Israel.
I was laughed
Rabbinic
out loud
Hebrew
sometimes.
for our
It gave me
teacher.
a great sense of humor. At any rate, what Goldstein and his
Title
extensives
for
did
messages,
is
easy
they
Rabbi Tam.
swabbed
Rabbi
self-identified
Takon
Jews
Hebrew for our
and
holy teacher.
self-identified Kohanim to look for genetic patterns. They
Title for
swabbed
Rabbi Yehuda
Ashkenazim and
Hanasi.
Sephardim. They did a
Tyler
lot
of
of these
Tevishah.
swabs, for example, on the
Rabbi
beach
Tam,
and
the
Tel
evil
Aviv,
friend
but in other
Sakis.
places around the world as
also refers to
And
his
the
unique
bottom line of their
petulant
research
style.
was they found that well over half
Rabbi
of
Hebrew
Jews
for my
who
teacher.
claimed to be
Title for
Kohanim
ordained scholar.
had a
Read the
similar
image for master
genetic
teacher.
feature, which they ended up calling the Kohen model.
In Tacitus, the
Let me
Tesatic
just
and
back up for a
spiritual
second. I
outline
realize
of
I
the Hasidic dynasty. Rabbi
Jews
Cyril
are
Agrippa
divided
refers
in
to
a
successive leaders,
patrilineal system.
especially
Well,
Shabbat.
identity, the status of being Jewish is matrilineal.
Read
It
and
comes from the
Wanderach
mother, as
Acronym
mentioned
for
earlier.
Rabbi S.H. Buell
Tribal
Pearson, the fourth
status,
Luke of
on the
the
other hand, is
Cherubim.
derived from the father. Right, so you know the 12 tribes
Read the
are
Rashab
divided and so
acronym
on.
for Rabbi Shalom
But
Dr.
there's
Pearson,
one
the
tribe,
fifth
the
Reba.
tribe of Levi,
Read the Ritz and
which
Acronym
was
for Rabbi
divided
Joseph
into
Yitzchak
two
Pearson,
brothers.
the sixth
One
Reba.
was Moses, i.e. the Moses, and the other was
Read Yiddish
Aaron,
for Mr. a
is
respectable
also
title,
the
not
Aaron, who was
necessarily
the first
indicating
high
a
priest.
rabbi.
All the male descendants of
Rex in
Aaron
Yiddish Hebrew for
were
Rabbi,
called
S.Y., often
Kohanim,
respected as a
or
leader
priests.
herself.
And it goes
Red
through
Nachman
the male
refers to Reba
line.
Nachman of Breslau.
Now,
Red S.H.
about
Bull, Red
genetics,
Mendel,
of course, you're
etc.
aware that women have two X chromosomes,
Yiddish
men
way
have
of referring
an X
respectfully to
and
people
a
by
Y
first name.
chromosome. There's a lot more
Red
to
with
say about
Yiddish for
differences
Jewish
between
fellow.
these two, but not for this video. But that means that all
Red
men
Shlomo colloquial for Red
receive their
Shlomo
Y
Parleva, Seymour
chromosome
and Rabbi.
exclusively from
Rachel
their
means Hebrew
father.
for mercy
Whatever
compassion.
their father's Y
Often used in
chromosome
prayers.
has is what they've got on their Y chromosome. So this means
Ratzon
that
is
theoretically,
Yiddish for compassion
every
or pity.
Kohen alive
Also slang
today
for kapan,
has a Y
kapan.
chromosome that is like Aaron's chromosome.
Rachni,
A
Bina
long, long
Rachni,
time ago.
Hebrew phrase
Now,
merciful children and
That's
merciful
fascinating kind of
parents.
thing to measure because
Describes Jewish
you know,
character.
we know that a lot of people today claim to be
From the
Kohanim.
acronym
Probably
Kohavi Abraham
even
Ben
in the
David
18th
of
century,
Koskiers,
great
critic of
Vilna
Rambam.
who was a firstborn child, and you have your firstborn
Rambam acronym for Rabbi Moshe Ben Raymond
He
Raymonides.
was famous for performing
Rambam
this
acronym
ritual
for
for
Rabbi
himself
Moshe Ben
with
Nachman
every Kohen
Nachmanides.
he met, because you could never be absolutely sure that the
Reba
last Kohen
acronym
was a
for
real
Rabbi
Kohen.
Moshe Cyril,
Maybe this one's a real
Ashkenazi
Kohen, so he
Halachic
would do it
authority.
over and over again just to make
Risonic
sure
Hebrew for
that
early
he did it
authorities.
right. Most
Medieval
firstborns,
Halachic
like myself,
sages.
for example, only had it done once, and that's enough already. But
Risen
nevertheless,
Levian
this
Hebrew title
represents
for
the
Sephardic chief
possibility that
rabbi of
many people
Israel.
simply adopted the Kohen identity. It
Rita
has a higher
acronym for
status,
Rabbi
for example.
Yaakov Ben
So
Abraham
maybe like when
Ishvili,
they
medieval
moved from
commentator.
Eastern Europe to
Rita
America,
acronym for
you
Rabbi
call them
Yitzchak Al
Messianic,
Sasi,
like
early
Steve
Halachic codifier.
great jokes about so we don't know really how many of
Rosh
those
Rabbi
Kohanim
Elazar
really are
Opiad,
Kohanim,
Biblis
and
and
how many
Halachic.
others really do descend from Aaron. So when we look
Rashi
at this
acronym for
Y
Rabbi Shimon
chromosome,
Bar Yachai,
most
attributed author of the
Y
Zohar.
chromosomes, we
Rashi
found out
acronym
that
for Rabbi S.H.
amazingly,
Buell Ben Gir,
well
commentator
over
and
half
Pesachist.
of the people who claim to be Kohanim
Rashi
share
acronym
the
for Abi
single
Shlomo Ben Adari,
genetic
Halachic
footprint
authority.
called the Kohen
Rosh Hebrew
modal
for head.
haplotype. That's fascinating, which confirms that
Refers
there
to
is
Rabbi
this
Asher
long
Ben
tradition
Yechiel or
of
leader
Y
of Bai
chromosome
Yeshiva.
descent that was
Rosh Chodesh
preserved
Hebrew
among
for
Kohanim.
Numa.
And even more
Marked by
fascinating,
special prayers.
when you calculate how far back these people had a
Rosh
common
Hashem
male
Heber for head of
ancestor,
the year.
it works out
Jewish New
just
Year,
about
day of judgment.
3,000 years ago.
Rosh
It
Yeshiva
was more
Hebrew
than
for
that,
head of
possibly a little
Yeshiva.
less, depending on how long the generations are, which essentially is
Spiritual
the same
leader of
as
Torah
the
Academy.
ability of
Rav Yiddish for
how
Rabbi or
how
Halachic
that
authority.
is. Like, wow, it was an earth-shattering discovery. Lots of people were really
Rav
interested.
Potter Hebrew Yiddish
There
mix.
is also fascinating
Rabbi of
material
the
we
city.
discovered about
Rav Vinyan Vinyan Halachic
mother's
principle.
descent, which is
Majority
more
by
difficult
both number
to
and
measure
stature.
because, of course, both the father and the mother contribute an X
Rav and
chromosome.
Hadris full of
But
the
there is a thing
multitude
called
of people is the king and
mitochondrial
glory.
DNA, which is
Used to justify
exclusively
public
from the
mitzvah
mother,
gatherings.
and through the DNA in the mitochondria is
Rav
possible to
Cosmic
determine
Hebrew for majority of
women
Halachic
and their
descendants.
role
Rav Raven and Aramaic for majority of the rabbis.
We'll say more about that, God willing, in another lecture, but it is important to point out
With the Hebrew
that we shouldn't be
coordinates.
thinking exclusively
In
about the men.
Tacitus,
One of the things
Nancy
that's
his
really important
spiritual
about the
service.
Kohanim is that their
With the
wives
Shrill of
maintain
everything.
fidelity.
Ruthius Yiddish for
Sons
spirituality.
of these women were in fact the
Opposite of
sons
Ganymius
of their
physicality.
husbands at the same time.
Ruthius
Now,
Yiddish
let's
for
go back to
spiritual
the
minded.
lemma. Now that we have
Ruach
identified
Hebrew
this
for
Kohen,
spirit wind.
so-called Kohen. Several scholars working with Goldstein,
Ruach
including the great
Kodesh
Tudor
Hebrew for
Hartman, a
Holy
tremendous
Spirit.
historian who's worked
Divine
extensively in
inspiration.
Africa,
Below prophecy.
retrace the
Ruach
migration
Ra
patterns
Hebrew for evil
described
spirit.
in the Lemba tradition. We put that into
Associated with
context with
ritual
the
impurity.
oral tradition that they
Rimani
have of
Hebrew
the
for
Seventh Day.
congregates.
So we can First of
Silver
all,
adornments for
push
tourist
aside
strolls.
the whole question of mitochondrial
Rabbi
DNA,
Abraham
because
Ben
when
David,
the
medieval
lemma
Galactus.
women were tested, there was no similarity to Jewish men.
Rashi acronym for Rabbi Shlomo
Their
Yitzchak,
DNA
faith
was
biblical and
primarily
Talmudic commentator.
similar
Rashash Rabbi Shalom Shahami, Yemenite
to they
Kabbalist.
lived. It's useful to know that the Lemba are very, very
Rabbi
strict
for
about their
Rabbi Master,
matrilineal descent,
often
not
refers
their
to leading
matrilineal
sages.
descent.
Men,
Men, in
common
other
Hebrew
words,
honorific,
cannot convert
the
to
devious
become a
rabbi.
Lemba, but a woman may. There's a lot of
Rab
really
Desire
rigorous,
Hebrew Kori Rabbi.
kind of
Rab Tactile
rituals that are
Hebrew,
associated with female
Community
conversion,
Rabbi.
including things like
Rab
they have to
Slang
crawl
in
through
Yeshiva World for
ants'
Rabbinic
gill,
Mentor.
and they have to eat these horrible emetics that cause
Ready
them
Aramaic
to
Hebrew
vomit,
form
and
used in
thus
Talmud for
move their
Rabbi.
impurities, really bizarre things like that. But in other words, the bottom line
Ready
is
Akiva famous
that
Tanakh,
all
martyr,
Lemba men
teacher
are
Octara.
the sons of
Ready
prior
near Tana known
Lemba
for
men,
Palachic
but
rulings.
Lemba women
Ready
can come
Yochanan
from
Amara
anywhere
cited
and join
extensively in
Lemba
Talmud.
clan. And once again, that underlines the fact that by rabbinic
Ready
status,
Tarshan
they can't be
1086.
Jewish because they don't
Ready
have
Shimon
a
often
matrilineal
refers to
descent.
Ready Shimon Bar
What
Yachai.
about the men? What about the Y chromosome on the Lemba men? Here we go.
Ready
This is
Nikuda
really the
Hanasi
answer to
compiler
our
of
question.
Mishnah.
They have a
Raknana
very, very high
Aramaic for the
content
versatile
of
one, i.e.
Semitic
God.
DNA,
Common
which
in
is
Gemara.
unlike the populations among whom they live, consistent with the
Raknana
idea
Mitzvah
of a
Aramaic.
migration from
May the versatile one save us. Used when
They also
discussing
have
tragedy.
a surprisingly high incidence of the Kohen
Raknana
proto
Livabani
haplotype.
Aramaic. The versatile
Somewhere
one
in the
desires
single
the heart.
digits for most Lemba,
Used in
but among
Chassidus
the
for
Uva
sincerity in
clan,
Mitzvah.
that was especially associated with leading the Lemba out
Raw
of the
Hebrew
Middle East.
formulas.
It's over
In
50%.
mystical texts, refers
Wow.
to spiritual tremor
That
or excitement.
if we say that
Riva
people who have
S.
the
Shabbat
Kohen
slang.
haplotype are in fact Kohanim, which we don't
The
have to say
Riva
that
S.
at all,
Pamir
but
special
many
focus.
Kohanim have that same
Riva
genetic
S.
feature.
Pam Yiddish
If
Shabbat
we were to say
slang.
that,
The
then
Riva S.
the
passion for
Lemba
what he
might not be
emphasized
Jewish,
strongly.
but they are certainly descendants of Kohanim.
Reg Missing Yiddish slang.
So this should
A Riva
demonstrate that
story,
genetics is
usually
not the
miraculous.
entity.
Reg
The Lemba
Uniting
themselves,
Yiddish
although they
slang.
claim Jewish descent, they have no problem with
Matters
participating
related to the
in
Riva.
Christian life and
Riva
Muslim
S.
life,
Barbren and Shabbat
churches and
slang for
mosques, things like
gatherings
that.
with the Riva.
But it does indicate that if you're one of those fans of
Rosh
bloodlines,
Hashanah Hebrew for head of the community.
maternal
Rosh
bloodline
Mezuzah Hebrew
as
for head of
access to
Mezuzah.
the
Middle
same
High
people,
Yeshiva
the
needs.
same man possibly, that provided the basis
Rosh
of
Hashanah
many of
Hebrew for
today's
general
Jewish
principles.
Okay,
Talmudic phrasing.
I hope you found this
Rapid Hebrew for will. In Chassidus, the divine will that underlies creation.
Thanks very much for listening.
Razo Bishon Hebrew phrase from Ezekiel, running and returning.
Hello, fellow students of
In
Jewish history.
Kabbalah
I'm
Chassidus,
so excited
refers to spiritual
to be here
yearning
in
quality
Mexico
grounding.
City. I'm right now
Rapidly and
with
Hebrew
Daniel
for
Fati,
supreme
who
will.
is the
God has
chief
ultimate
academic
desire in
officer of
Kabbalah.
the Universidad Hebrea. Really impressive organization here.
Rapid cottage and Hebrew for lower will.
I'd like to ask him, take this opportunity to say a
Rapid
few words
passion
about
Hebrew
the
for
nature of
God
the
has
community
will.
and Jewish studies here, Jewish history in particular. So, Dr.
The last
Thank you so much to spend some time.
Razo Hebrew for running, yearning. Spiritual striving upward.
1 second. Okay.
Riva S.
Yo
Citrus
estoy
Hebrew
muy
slang for the
feliz
Riva
de
S. thoughts.
estar aquí con ustedes.
Riva S. Hebrew Shabbat slang for the Riva S. letters, often used as spiritual guidance. Riva S. Metal Yiddish slang for notes submitted to the Riva requesting blessings.
Please tell us about this amazing.
Riva S. Rambam Hebrew for the Riva S. New Testament. Wrote the at medieval Kabbalist Palakis. Raw Halachic principle. Majority. Raw Virah Talmudic phrase. Double majority. Raw passive or Hebrew. Majority of the community. Important for galactic rulings. Ragnostic Yiddish slang. Cynical or pathetic. Raw Rashi Hebrew for chapter headings. Written Hebrew for first. Also refers to the first of the Risani authorities. Risani Akroni Hebrew phrase. Early authorities and later authorities. Galactic categorization. Seder Hebrew for order. Most famously the Passover Seder, also used for structured study time. The Seder Mishkol Shelis Shabbat Kabbalah. Question of descent of divine energy from infinite God to physical world. Seder Migulim Shabbat. An ordered set of minimums and Edapar Brennan. Seder Migulim Hebrew for order of service. Refers to Yom Kippur temple service for spiritual discipline. Sefer Hebrew for host, usually Torah text. Sefer Hashem's medieval collection work listing the 613 mitzvah. Sefer Hamarim collection of Shabbat Rabbi Mass discourses. Sefer Hasikos compilation of Shabbat Rebus talks. Sefer Torah scroll handwritten on parchment. Sefer Kanye foundational Shabbat text by Alter Rebbe. Sefer Hadis book by Randall enumerating the 613 commandments. Sefer Hadover classic Kabbalah work attributed to Rashi. Sefer Halichos generic phrase for Halachic code. Sefer Peter Shorten Halachic guide e.g. Peter Shulkin Dayah. Sefer Lukitai Torah Shabbat collection of memories on the Alter Rebbe. Secular Hebrew for spiritual remedy or practice believed to draw divine favor. Selachos penitential prayers recited before High holidays. Seneca rabbinic ordination. Sefer Jews from Spain, Middle East, and North Africa. Sephardic plural of Sefer, Sephardic Jews. Sephardic lucid prayer rite of Sephardic tradition. Shar Hebrew for gate. Used in mystical texts as sections. Shar habitat on gate of trust in Shabbos daily most often studied in Shabbat. Shar Ha'ichad gate of unity. Section in Kanya on divine unity. Shar HaKavanos mystical work by Rabbi Chaim Vital. Shabbos Yiddish for Sabbath, day of rest. Shabbos Kodesh Heber for Holy Sabbath. Shabbos Kavachim Shabbat when the new month is blessed. Shabbos Hagadol Great Sabbath before Passover. Shabbos is the Sabbath of return, between Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur. Shabbos Nagbamu Sabbath of comfort after Tisha B'Av. Shabbos Tish Yiddish. Sabbath table, where I label singing and Torah. Shabbos night Yiddish play. Shabbos life atmosphere. Chaldean Hebrew for Usari. In Shabbat, a representative sent to spread Judaism. Shlichim plural of Chaldean. Shlichus mission of a Shabbat emissary. Shalom Aleichem Hebrew greeting. Peace unto you. Response. Alive Shalom. Shalom Badi is Hebrew for peace in the home. Shema is Hebrew for heaven. Shus acronym for Shisha Seder in 6 orders of Mishnah, or colloquial, or full Talmud. Shastic Yiddish slang. One who studies the Talmud. Shastik's biblical prohibition. Mixing rule and limit. Sheshinah divine presence dwelling among people. Show sacred names of God, forewarn have holy books meaning burial. Shidol was born by Mary in observance of Moshe. Shema Central Jewish prayer. Hero Israel. Shemitah sabbatical year, farmland rests.
Because today 60% of the Jews came from
Shemitah every 18 blessings. Central of the prayer. Shem Hashem the name of God.
Today they are around 60% of the demographics.
Refers referentially God as name. Shem Had Korah the ineffable exclusive name of God. Shem Shemini, name of heaven, refers to God in indirect speech. Shem Baal Shem founder of Chassidus, Rabbi Baal Shem Shidduch matchmaking process in traditional Jewish communities. Shidduch crisis slang. Difficulty single space finding partners in Orthodox world. Shidduch slang. Drum. Shidduch had a hard regiment that slang. One to overindulge in match liquor. SH Boyd slang contraction of Yasser coach. Good job, well done. Sloppy Yiddish slang. Sloppy, poorly dressed. SH Mad Force conversion or persecution of Jews.
Said that outside of Israel, this is the
SH Mad Yiddish slang. Rad also used for old clothes. Yiddish slang. Casual talk or a discussion depending on context.
I would say that we have a small college.
Shawshank ritual slaughterer. Shawshank plural of Shawshank. Shul Yujik rabbinic role. One who answers halachic questions. Shomer Hebrew for guardian. Shomer Shabbos, one who strictly observes Sabbath. Shomer Negia, one who avoids physical contact with opposite gender outside marriage. Shomer Torah Yujik fully observant Jew. Shomer Ephraim Hebrew for guardian of faith. Mystical word.
You know why? Because
Shorashim Hebrew for roots. Foundational principles. Shomaim acronym from Torah portions.
I couldn't figure it out.
He's an unspiritual repair. SHKI items to those offered in temple on Shabbos.
May I ask you, prosecutor, please tell
SHKI to those require rental eat meals on Shabbos really free. SH Kettle Yiddish. Small Jewish pound of Eastern urine. SH Kettle Yiddish for Little Light. Small informal synagogue. SH Kettle plural of SH Kettle. Shit Yiddish slang. Yiddish trick or bit of showmanship. SH rival fur hat worn by some the city on Shabbos holidays. SH term Shabbat slang. Spiritual enthusiasm, storming with energy. Sitchin or informal discourse by Arriba. Sitcho's plural of Sitcha. Shabbat, the Riva as public thoughts. Jewish prayer book. Spiritual Shabbos Shabbat Gemara about Shabbos prayers. Sitcha Hebrew for joy.
Yes, this organization was very active because
Torah festival celebrating the Torah at end of Sukkot. Simcha for its Getter Shabbat Yiddish phrase. Joy breaks barriers. Simis Chosin be Kala joy to drive and groove. Simis Yom holiday joy.
They are very active in the workplace. They know how to organize the
station of a traffic or major Torah studies.
Dentists, they have paramedics, they have
CI Param of Shabbat celebration of finishing random mass Mishnah Torah.
So they were very
CI Pasha's completion of full Talmud study cycle.
Which now it's
SK Burton Civic Dynasty Center in Middle Square, New York. SK Bearer follower of SK Burton Civic Dynasty.
to train people because we know
Via rabbinic coordination called spelling of Semica. Sovereign scribes to write Torah, Tefillin, Mezuzot. Sophik now Intelligence. Sophik Neva raised out regarding Torah law stringent. Sophik be written out in rabbinic law median. Sophik Sage Hebrew for adversary. Accuser angel in Jewish thought. Soda biblical section on suspected adulteress.
This is a very nice program.
Also Mahal in Ramjay. Sukkot for Sukkot's holiday. Sukkot's festival of Sukkot.
You'll help us So that guy,
We can, of course, we can explore.
Sukkah Midosh Shabbat Yiddish term.
We like
Sukkah
to
with intense
have
spiritual good. Two lamp letters. Title of Kabbalah commentary on Zohar.
Okay, that's nice. So, this is what we are. This is
Bar logic for reasoning in galactic debate. Bar clear and clear logical reasoning.
one of the largest JCCs in the world.
Sephir and Safi, especially the Kabbalistic Sephir. Sephiros tend divine emanations in Kabbalah.
By origins, but today
Sephir and Day over counting the over between Pesach and Shavuot. Sephardic usage prayer rite of Sephardic Jews. Sephardic Yiddish plural of Sefer holy books. Sephardic Chassidic slang. Chassidic books. Sephardic store slang for Jewish bookshops. SH Mark Yiddish slang. Strong, intense, religiously serious. SH Mark Mocker slang. Serious yeshiva student. SH Mark the quality object without zealous. Ted is Hebrew for fast day. Refers to public fasts like Tisha B'Av, Ted is Esther, etc. Ted is Beckeros fast of the firstborn before Passover. Ted is Esther fast day before Purim. Ted is Hebrew for public fast day 3 for Pesach. Ted is often individual voluntary fast. Cunning pleasure, spiritual delight. Cunning acts being essential pleasure. In Shabbat thought, the soul has deepest delight. Common desire or lust, often material. Takan and supplicatory, prayer said after Amidah, omitted on festive days. Takan and impersonal supplications in prayer. Takan is Yiddish slang. Purpose, ultimate point, bottom line. Opposite Hebrew for ornament or decoration, also slang for sweetheart. Toxic youth slang. Kajutu and Sabil Jen, wonderful person. Acting role, duty, or mission. Talking small round like notes on certain sore letters. Kapara ritual purity. Also washing preparing of the deceased body for burial. Converse habit of the family purity laws with abusive. Temper pure, ritually or spiritually. Talmud student or disciple. Talmud action for as follows. Talmud by Baal Shem Tov, early disciples of the Baal Shem Tov. Talmud rabbinic work of law, commentary, and discussion. Talmud Babylonian Talmud. Talmud Yerushalmi Jerusalem Talmud. Talmud Torah study. Also a Jewish religious school. Talmud Hebrew lunch in the summer. Camp symbol or goal. In the Haggadah, the symbols of
typically, where I've served, it's always been all Jews involved.
Said after completing a work. Tommy Cole, complete, simple. In Shabbat, students saw Paul Kennedy Yeshiva. Can seem to restrict, contract, conceal. In Kabbalah, divine contraction teaches us. Talking foundational Shabbat philosophy book by the Alter Rebbe. Catholic Apple. In mystical texts, symbolizes sweetness and divine fragrance. Part of Aramaic translation of the Torah. Teriyah Mitzvah 613 commandments. Acronym for Teriyah. Catholic Rosh Hashanah custom of casting sins symbolically into water. Catholic Kedusha sacred objects connected to holiness tefillin, Torah scrolls. Catholic mitzvah items used for mitzvahs but not inherently holy lulav, sukkah. House mistake. Galactic error. Cat image for father. Also affectionate term for God in prayer.
I see them sometimes.
Cat in Himmel Father in heaven. Yiddish phrase. Cat Riva affectionate Shabbat slang for the Riva. Cat Ragman merciful father.
Okay, we should probably wrap it up because we have the other.
Tes short for three eyes aha. Classic commentary. Tefillah prayer. Tefillah BT Zibber Ugly communal prayer. Tefillah El Moshe specific psalm prayer, also name of Shabbat Sefer.
Earlier this month, I
Tefillah
had
phylacteries
the
water
opportunity
during
to visit
weekday
Mexico
morning prayers.
City, which has a really
Tefillah
remarkable
Torah
Jewish community and a really fascinating and unusual past. I was invited by Uber, which is this wonderful organization that provides all kinds of learning opportunities in a whole series of events. We visited the old downtown of the city and found some beautiful 18th century architecture there, really fascinating. But it felt a lot like the Lower East Side must have been at the beginning of the 20th century. Lots of bustle and activity. It was really a fascinating place.
Students of Shabbat Yeshiva Tom and the Jews. All agreement before marriage.
Just a few days past the Day of the Dead visited it, so there was some strange like shrines still around, especially on the old Jewish street, Calle de Jesus Maria, Jesus Mary Street, which was unusual for the central core of the old Jewish neighborhood. But in fact, there was a synagogue of Jesus Maria on this street, which is kind of ironic. But it's textile region where there were all kinds of businesses tucked away in little tiny corner stores, many of which are still owned and operated by Jews. You can see mezuzahs in the doorposts of a lot of them.
So
why does Casa Mary decide to keep a mezuzah? You know, it's really still quite an active place for
Fabulous Ezra version enacted by Ezra for certain cases. Fabulous Elam version of vessels in liquid before use. Fabulous Elam version in a ritual bath. Takes Hebrew unto Tibet.
One of the downtown synagogues renovated in the early part of the 21st century. And my favorite part of the renovation is that the upstairs women's gallery is on one side, but in order to balance it out, they put an identical structure on the other side of the room, but there's no access to it, so it's purely for show. The second synagogue, just a few doors down, of course you have to have two synagogues in the same street, but the second synagogue has a kind of like a sleeve-like structure.
What they have this like patio, because every synagogue is also a social living place, and there are two buildings. The one that you saw, the office, and upstairs there was a conference room.
I really thought these
Israelites have those times when Chassid and gathered in trial times for the
Mexican feel to them. But afterwards, we spent some time looking at the modern which are really quite gorgeous. And also, soy un ciudadano de Latvia. Se sigue a tu papá en YouTube. Muchos saludos. Bienvenida a México cuando gustes con tu esposo. Well, this is the Shara Shammai synagogue from the Sephardic community of Mexico. It was the style and influence of the Sephardic communities and synagogues in Spain. Because of beautiful community, I don't know, it's from North Africa and other places, which is oil, not intellectual. Do you see? Yeah, I see. That's beautiful. Look. Oh, wow. Look at that.
Token Peter awesome sanctity as in prayer
very
and
active.
Sonic
This is
Token.
very active community. We're recovering from the pandemic, but it's very
Tom
active.
Kemeny Shabbat Central Yeshiva Network, founded by the Rabbi Rothschild.
These are
Token singular statement of
large
Tom
synagogue
Kemeny.
complexes.
Dora the Divine
Huge
Teaching.
cavernous sanctuaries. I had the privilege of meeting with Chief Rabbi Abraham Tawal, who invited me to speak to several rabbinic colleagues in Mexico City. And
Dora
that was
leads
a
the study of
distinct pleasure.
Dora for
And
its
then
own
he
sake.
led us personally on a tour of the Mount Sinai
Dora
complex.
checked out Peg Oral Torah.
Really so
Dora checked peace out written Torah.
spaces for learning, and I was especially amazed.
Dora for life Torah, center of
They
Shabbat
have
memory.
sanctuary.
Dora attempted Dora commentary linking verses with Talmud.
Wow, they are very impressive.
Dora teasing the famous children experts. Dora was commanded to us by Moshe.
These are Chagall windows.
Dora knew mitzvahs, Dora had commandments at Gunhold. Dora need a the philosophy of combining study with service.
But
This
look
Talmudic commentary by the evil rabbis is
Oh my gosh.
so big.
This I've never seen.
Commentary
Wow.
by
To see
Talmud.
how many
Commentary by the Rosh.
Oh my gosh, this is
Very good.
beautiful.
Look how many. These are only in one. In one.
This is gorgeous.
Not that place.
It was really interesting to see a Mexican flag where normally we would see an American one. These synagogues have like beautiful restaurants inside them that are really more like community centers, but they're gorgeous and they're all over the city. We rounded out our visit by going to the archives, which is housed in a beautiful facility right next to a renovated synagogue. And the director of the archives gave us a personal tour, which was really amazing, and they had actually curated a few objects for us to see.
First book of the Central Committee of the Jewish American Psychology. Some of the last Jews that could go escape from Germany. You know the J, the big J, was really established by the Germans. This was an aspect of Switzerland. Switzerland got incredible. Supposedly natural Switzerland asked the Germans to.
The Ashkenazim are a minority in Mexico City, but I also had the opportunity to visit one of their amazing synagogues as well, and I was especially impressed with the stained glass window in one of the sanctuaries, which has the verse from Ezekiel 37:21. Really impressed me that despite the tremendous natural beauty of Mexico and the strength and vibrancy of this community, they still had that same yearning for Zion. One day they would be taken out from their places of exile around the world and brought back to Israel.
Tizim associated with Hope for Redemption. Tizina Urina Classic Yiddish Women as Dora book.
Hello, most valued students. I am delighted that you decided to sign up for PHIN 233 Biomedical Ethics. My name is Henry Abramson, and I'm proud to be your instructor over the course of this semester. My background is not from the medical field. I'm a historian. My first degree was in philosophy. So I'm especially interested in the history of ideas and understanding how groups of ideas come together to create values that later inform decisions that medical personnel have to make. And the approach that I'm going to take to this course is primarily one of issue spotting, meaning we're going to look at the major issues that you will most likely confront as a medical professional and try to understand what the intellectual and philosophical background to those situations might be, and hopefully that will help you understand how to approach your professional duties with responsibility and with integrity. The emphasis of the course is therefore mainly to just sensitize you to the important issues rather than to provide definitive and final rulings on exactly how you're supposed to behave. Quite often, the technology changes so rapidly, and societal rules change as well. So the specifics of how you're supposed to behave in your particular professional environment will really depend heavily on the ethics guidelines more consistent. But for our purposes, there are several broad areas of inquiry that will certainly give you the intellectual grounding to be able to make informed decisions together with the ethics below your Let's take a few minutes to go over the syllabus. The main textbook is this one here, Legal and Ethical Issues for Health Professionals, and it takes a decidedly secular approach, understanding the various backgrounds that come to bear on any given question that you may face. But we're also going to look at it specifically from the Jewish tradition. That is a required text, and I would rely on it very heavily. We also have a couple of recommended texts. Edward White has The Anatomy of Jewish Law, which just appeared this year, actually. Very brilliant. Really a history of medicine, again, from a Jewish medical ethics perspective. And then this classic 3-volume encyclopedia of Jewish medical ethics, which is absolutely fantastic, but it's long out of print. So we'll be reading it from the library copy, things like that. Now, the units, there are 6 of them. We're going to start with foundational principles like what are biomedical ethics? How do we decide which ethical system we're going to use when we make decisions, things like that. Unit 2 is going to be on issues of health and wellness, which relate to things like the ethics of smoking, the ethics of organ transplant, and how exactly people have priorities, things like that. Unit 3 is going to be a complex and very relevant section on reproductive issues. For example, at the debate over abortion, you may be surprised to hear what the Jewish perspective historically on abortion is. Unit 4, of course, is going to be on end-of-life issues. So these follow kind of a trajectory from birth to death, and we'll look at things like euthanasia or assisted suicide and so on. And finally, Unit 5 is going to look at emerging technologies, things like pre-implantation, gestation, and screening, a lot of genetics information, and so on. And I hope to look also at some of the issues surrounding vaccinations, public mandates, things like that. Finally, Unit 6, we will have a summary of issues where we'll talk about ethics for health professionals today in a rapidly changing technological environment. Now, how do you get an A in this course? So it's basically 2 big things. The first is attendance, and what that means is coming to our section prepared to discuss the material. I hope to create much of the material for this course in advance on a recording, so you'll be able to watch the lectures in advance and then come to the discussions, and we can dispense with simply going through the material and just focus in on those areas where you might have questions, or I might bring case studies, might analyze them, and things like that. But attendance is crucial. You're expected to attend every class. Then there's another big chunk of assignment. That's where, by the way, 20% of your grade. Now, the other 80% of your grade is made up of one big assignment that's divided into 4 parts. And this is an area where, well, here we go. So the first part is a paper proposal in which you are going to write to me in 250 words about a topic that you would like to research for the rest of the semester. A list of suggested topics will be posted on Canvas, as will all kinds of other things about this course, but you will also have the opportunity to suggest something totally new as well. And that is due on December 8th, and I'll give you back some feedback on, oh yes, this is a great topic, don't forget to look at this issue, you might want to look at this book or this article, and that kind of thing. And then you're going to start working on that, and then at the end of January, you're going to present your research in progress to the class, oral presentation. It's going to be accompanied with a PowerPoint or a Prezi. Let's say you want to write, for example, about public health issues, such as the controversies that erupted over vaccination mandates. And so you'll do a lot of your research. You'll write to me in the paper proposal, say you want to talk about this. In your research, you're going to do all kinds of materials and looking at how they were responded, how doctors responded, how the public responded. And then you put together a PowerPoint, and then you're going to present a 15-minute presentation to the class of where you are at in your research. It's not a final product, it's not a finished product, it's just designed to let the class know what you're writing about and get their feedback. And in our discussion, you'll get some ideas about, hey, maybe you should concentrate on this. Or here's another question. Hey, maybe you should consider that question. And you'll get all kinds of ideas from your peers. And then finally, the last 30% of your grade, you will submit a final research paper, which is 1,500 words, and essentially puts your research and proposal presentation into prose, incorporating the kind of ideas you receive from your peers, and that's the whole course. So there's no exam in this course, it's just those 4 elements: the attendance, the paper proposal, the research in progress presentation, and finally the research paper. I think it's a really great course. Okay, I'm going to stop here, and in the next video we'll talk about some of the philosophical underpinnings of medical ethics as a whole. Thank you very much for watching, and thank you very much for joining us.
Recounting plagues in Egypt. Portions in Gemari with the Shemites.
Hello, most valued students. In this first
The
video,
opening word of the second line of Teshuvah.
about
And you shall love the Lord your God.
where do they come from, and how do we determine them?
The hilarious commandment to love your neighbor as yourself. Central Torah principle.
Now,
The begun
this is
to
not
have
something
value
we're
some
going to
of the
bottom
words
up
of the
in
Shema
a very
section.
short lecture like
Later
this, but
did it
nevertheless,
explain.
let's just explore some of the philosophical underpinnings of the
Furthermore,
very concept of ethics
often
before we
used
get
by
into
teachers for
much more
progression.
detailed specific
Make
examples.
Yiddish slang.
First of all, what is the term ethics? What is it?
Wake up,
It comes
said
from
jokingly
two
at progression.
related roots.
That's the
First is
Yiddish.
ethikos, which
Wax
means
for
like
Kendall wax.
character or
Sometimes
quality
slang
of
for
morality.
drinking from
Speaking
yarn
to a
candles.
person's essence. A person is ethical. It says something about who
Our
they
Yiddish.
are. And it's something
Word,
they mean.
but in
And
context means
perhaps
such
more
or Torah
relevant
teaching
for
or
our
student.
purposes, the term
Nardo
ethos,
diminutive.
which means
Little saying
custom
or short
or
teaching.
attitude, meaning the way people regularly behave.
Basic Torah
Not
important
necessarily
final one
as a
except
kind
for
of
righteous.
philosophical conscious
They
decision
achieve not
as
have
to why
famous
one
chapter
might choose
discourse
one
from the
course of
Alter
action over
Riga.
the other, but rather, that's just the way it's done.
They include Friday night Kiddush passage from Genesis.
So ethics, in
Since
a
the
certain
heavens and the
sense,
earth were completed.
really speaks to Derek Harris, the way of the world, the way in
Not
which
a
people
Torah
conduct
portion
themselves,
beginning
without
separate
necessarily
autograph.
having a firm
Torah
philosophical
portion
foundation.
describing
The
missing and
implications
approaching
of
uses.
these two related roots are that there's
Matthew
something about
Torah
ethics that is
portion
deeply
describing
personal.
Yaakov sending
Every
messengers to
person
Esau.
has to have some kind of
They
system
government,
of
he
ethics.
said, common
Hopefully something
biblical
they've
phrase
thought
used
about
in
in
prayer.
advance, and that's why you're taking this course. Hopefully
They
you
also song
get
from
work
Exodus
through some
14
of the big
recited after
ideas
the
and
splitting of the
develop
seas.
your own position on many of these
David
ethical
and he went
dilemmas.
out, used in
But
scriptural
they
and
are
midrashic
nevertheless
context.
constrained by the
Later
cultural
did Yiddish.
values of the
To
society
go
in
further
which
or
we
move
live.
on. Based on
Ethics is
Yiddish
very
slang.
much colored by
A heavy side or grown.
history and religion
Basic in Yiddish.
philosophical
Grown,
orientation
used
of the
comically as
outside world.
progressions.
Regardless of where
They
you
should
personally
Torah
may come
portion
from,
telling the
you're
Joseph
affected
meaning
from the
soul.
outside, and when you are placed in a situation
They
where
had my
you
Torah
regularly
portion
have
of
to make
Yaakov
very
meaning
serious
calm,
life and
reading
death
of the
ethical
latter.
decisions, it's really important to sort out these things,
Not
get a
include
solid
begun
foundation
traditional begun
for your
some and Kiddush on Friday night.
This image,
Matthew
by the
7
way,
keeper,
which
often
the
used
original
in Torah
exists
and
here
liturgy.
in New York City in the map. It's
The
the
history and
apology
he
of
remembered
Socrates.
appears in Torah texts and prayers. They hovered locally at Ebor as God said, let there be light, foundational first creation. They hovered El Moshe and he said to Moshe, opening of many divine commands.
Because he was corrupting you by getting them done.
They grew and they said Torah phrase often quoted in the graph.
And
They were within Yiddish slang.
the death was to be carried out. So he said that was he was to drink a cup of poison.
They
And,
used their Yiddish slang
here
for
he
a
is
person,
having one of his
always
students
complaining.
handing him the cup of
He
poison.
died
The
Hebrew.
student just left.
Enough for
Very
sufficient.
depressed. And Plato is shown, that's his primary
He doth
disciple,
and check his
sitting
voice,
at
used by
his
galactic writers,
hand on
when
his
they
knee.
don't
And
equally explain
Socrates is
something.
saying his famous lines,
The end of the prayer
I'm
phrase.
not afraid to drink
His faith.
because it would either represent a dreamless sleep
Part
or
of
a
morning prayers.
just reward.
Behind I fall and behind the fall,
Very
phrase used
well
in
thought
Benjamin.
out ethical system, so much so that he was not even afraid.
He got Alpi, and I redeemed.
But
One of the word expressions of redemption in Exodus, swords for the 4 cups of wine and the Savior.
What are medical ethics? What
In
are
righteous,
bioethics?
and I will bring
So
you,
these
another of the
are
redemption
basically
phrases.
a sort of subset
It
of
will be
general
and I will
ethics
save you,
that
one of the
specifically relate
redemption
to
promises.
medical procedures. Meaning, if you have an
Because I
ethical
needed I
system
took you out. First
and then
redemption
you
praise
find
in
yourself in
Exodus.
a medical environment where you have to
Be
apply
like me
those
and I will
ethics,
take you.
the application of
Such
those
not
ethics to
redemption.
those medical settings
These are
are
covered
medical
in
ethics.
final Torah 14.
Kinds of
Read
issues
on
that are
Siddur
really
Torah.
very fundamental. We'll get into them throughout this
These
course.
are Pater and Chen
Priorities
decided
in
when
medicine.
lifting the Torah during Haggadah.
If you have scarce
We compare with
resources
prayer.
and you have to
Purify our
approach
hearts
them
from
according
the
to
Amidah.
an ethically consistent system, how do you decide
And
which person
you shall
gets the
rejoice in
benefit
your festivals. Commandment
or
regarding
how do you decide
Sukkot.
which person gets it at all? This is a very, very crucial learning question that continues to affect all
May our
societies.
eyes behold your return to Zion.
Secondly, what about types of treatments?
Ye
There are
shall
certain
and you
treatments
shall well
which
return.
might be
Physical
effective
produce
on a
in
medical
Amidah.
level, but would be
These
highly unethical on another
Canvas,
level.
common
Let's say, for
Torah
example,
phrase.
stealing an internal organ from a living person
These
or
and
give it to
this
another
is
person.
used in
That would
galactic
clearly
and
be a
chastity
violation
writings.
of most basic
The
ethical
author
norms.
of that
But
paper and
nonetheless
you
might be
shall
very
love the
effective
stranger.
technique.
Biblical
So,
command.
choosing your medical ethics, working them out, is so
The author
crucial
of
to
the
your
that a
functioning
well-known
in
melody
medical
sung
field.
to the Shema
And
passage at Far
that there's
Brendan.
no one
Wadi
system of
Arabic
medical
Hebrew
ethics. There are some
word.
basic principles which are widely accepted. We're going to go
Rye
over
River
those,
Bed or seasonal
but
stream.
it's subject
Sometimes
to
used
cultural,
in Chenak
historical,
geography.
geographic
Wailing
variation.
Wall, Western
Let's
Wall,
look at one
Hotel,
classic
Hana
example,
Baha, meaning
the
Jerusalem.
Hippocratic Oath, which was an oath that was first
English term,
outright in
often
the 4th
avoided
century
by
before
Jews
the
in
Common
favor
Era,
of
not too
Hotel.
long after
Walnut
Socrates.
Israeli slang
That
borrowed
was
from
an attempt
heritage.
to kind of,
Really.
in a paragraph,
For no kidding.
say what doctors believe.
Walnut,
when it
Walnut
comes
extended
to
for
medical
Walnut in
ethics.
Israeli
But
slang
it is
for
so
emphasis.
deeply steeped within the cultural
Walnut
environment
Yiddish surname,
which was
also
written.
used
For
as
example,
shorthand for
it
Sete families in
invokes
Shabbat
the
European Jewry.
divine authority of all kinds
Slang
of Greek
for bell or
gods
way
that are
span
certainly not
is
accepted
jokingly.
by Jews or any monotheistic
Lost
faiths
Islamic
today.
religious trust
And
in
it says, I
stolen
swear
temple
by
now.
Apollo, physician,
Galactic
Anastasia,
discussions often
IGA,
reference it.
kind of saying all the gods
Warm
and gods. It's
Yiddish.
like, invoking that as your authority is clearly a
Warm.
violation of the
In
beliefs of many
Shabbat means
people.
spiritual
How
warmth and
can we
sincerity.
base our ethical system
Water Yiddish for water.
if it's fundamentally founded on a polytheistic
Often
faith
used in
system
phrase
that
like
we've got
waters and say the water
there's all
blessing.
kinds of other interesting things in there
Water
about
wrote Yiddish.
depth teachers,
Water
deference to
blessing,
surgeons,
highly blessing
particularly
made on
distinction
water.
between various types of medical workers,
Water
and a
pressure Yiddish
massive,
slang.
massive opposition
Water
to
guzzler.
abortion,
Country
which would
name
also
for
be
someone,
quite
always
problematic
drinking.
for modern medical procedures, as we shall see.
Green Yiddish German for wine.
So,
Use
even though we have
your
something that
context for
everyone seems
Sidduch
to
and Calcula.
sort of generally agree on,
White
the
brown
Hippocratic
Yiddish
Oath, that's the
surname,
really important thing.
meaning
Let's
brave.
actually look at the text of the Hippocratic Oath. It stands a
Common
lot
among
of difficulties
advocacy.
for
White Yiddish German for wine.
So we have to go a little bit
Also
deeper.
a common surname.
We have to say, what are ethics based
Wiser the white
on?
one.
So they are based essentially
Nickname or
on
surname.
values.
Wyvern Yiddish
What
slang.
are the things
Women,
that we
often
consider
used in capitals
important?
for negative
When
tone.
we can rank the things that we consider important, we can
Wyvern
structure
Yiddish
our
slang.
ethical system based on
Women
that
as
ranking.
stock or gossip.
Once again,
Wyvern
values
teaser
are
is Yiddish
culturally
slang.
determined. A couple of
Women
examples.
as struggles.
Not too long ago, it was considered
Yiddish
absolutely
certainly
appropriate to pay women
Word Yiddish
less
for who?
for identical
Used
work,
in songs and Yiddish
especially in the
questions.
Industrial Revolution.
Word Yiddish
Men
for
were
work.
considered the ones who were responsible to be the
Words in
prime
Yiddish
breadwinner,
German for
and therefore
workshop.
salaries given to men
Myself in
had to be
Yiddish
larger
slang
because
nickname
they
for
were
a far off
expected to
place,
support the
like
life
middle
of
of
children.
nowhere.
Women, on the other hand, were basically just
West
getting
Bank
by on the
modern
side.
political
That's what
geographic term
side
Julia
hustle.
St. Maria.
So therefore, they didn't have to
Comes
be
up in
paid.
Jewish legal political
Obviously,
discussions.
this would be highly problematic and illegal
Western Wall
in
common English term for
contemporary
hotel.
values,
Word
especially
Yiddish
in
German.
Western world.
Joke.
Other things, for example,
Still used in
Jews
Jewish
consider
slang.
very valuable,
That has a good
very
roots.
full of value, would be the need to preserve the dietary
Woods
laws
like
of
diminutive.
to observe the
Little
Shabbat,
goats.
to
Woods
preserve the
figure in
Siyum,
Yiddish
right,
slang.
the laws of modesty, all
Wizard
these
for
kinds
clown.
of extremely important to Jews, but not necessarily shared by the broader
Wrote
society.
a card read in slang
what
round
you
now
value
exclamation
is
and
something that
lively
is clearly
gathering.
shaped by the society
Roll
in which
Yiddish
you
German
live,
for well or
and
Prosperity.
live in a
Surname and
multicultural
blessing.
society in which you may be dealing with patients who have a very different set of
Solstice
values
mental
that you
control. You should have
deal with.
fortune and well-being.
Hopefully, respect them.
Wolfgang Swedish German.
And how to be appropriate way. Now,
Prosperity for
values
affluence.
frequently clash.
Was Yiddish for
One
what?
person may have one set of values,
Equivalent
another
to
person
Hebrew law.
might have a
Was is
very
was.
sincere belief in a different set of values, and
What is
those
this?
two people clash with each other, and you have to make a decision.
Common
The
beginner
Gemara, the
phrase.
Talmud, is Bachman and
What's
Sia,
that
says
do?
a fascinating discussion. We will come to again
How are
later when
you?
we talk about
Or
scarce
literally, what are you
the
doing?
allocation of scarce
What's
resources.
this?
Two people are traveling in the desert. Scenario set up. It's kind of a lifeboat
What
morality
adds up?
situation.
Let's
And
do
they
Yiddish
have
slang
one
for girl
flask of
or
water.
just something.
One
Let's
flask of
do
water.
Yiddish slang.
The distance between where they are and the next
Two ways for messed
point
up.
of civilization is
Let's do
sufficiently
Yiddish.
far that if
Yiddish
they
on
try
that.
to share
Let's
that
do Yiddish
flask
slang.
of water,
Stop
they'll
muddle or
die
confusion.
first. It's not enough for both of them to make it next time.
Weekly
On the
Bible
other
Christian
hand,
translation historically
should the
criticized by
person
Jewish
who
scholars,
owns that flask of water
sometimes discussed
simply
in
say
galactic
it's all
contexts.
mine and refuse to share it with the other person, even though
With
that would
Yiddish
mean
slang.
certain death for the other person.
Anyone.
So the Talmud
Beyond
brings
short
into
for
a
Christian.
tremendous discussion over what this means. What are the values?
Often used
Is
in
it
Jewish
more
scholarly
important
writing to
to
distinguish
share and
Jewish
risk your
versus
life with
Christian
others,
sources.
or is it more important
X
to say, hey, my
common
life
shorthand
comes
for
first?
Christmas.
And these are the kinds of examples where there's no clear-cut
Often used
answer.
it
Ultimately,
jokingly or
you have to make
dismissively
a decision.
instead of writing
There's no
Christmas.
clear-cut answer right away. And structuring
X
a
also
valuable
Jewish
system,
slang for the
a
Hanukkah
values-based
book,
system,
a Jewish
is
parody
so
response
crucial
to
to this
Christmas
situation.
tree. X comes
There
up
are
in
several
literature
different
regarding
systems.
medical
I'm going to look
procedures
at
on
two of
Shabbos
them
Yom
in
Tov.
particular for this brief lecture. The first is systems
Xerox
which are
used
based on
in
the
response
concept
to
of
about copying
intrinsic
separating
good.
Jewish holy books.
Intrinsic means something which is good
Sometimes joked about
in
in
itself,
yeshiva slang.
for itself,
Xerox to
just
Gemara.
because it exists. Such as, for example,
So
art,
the Jews,
one
a
might
small
say,
community
is
in South Africa
intrinsically
with
good.
Jewish ties.
It doesn't. It's true that it
Mentioned
may
in
have
modern
some
Jewish
extrinsic
anthropology.
value. Like, for example, if you have a big stain on your wall,
X
you might get
used
a
slang
piece of
joking.
art to cover that
Jews who
stain.
celebrate
So
both
it has,
Hanukkah and
it's good
Christmas.
for something else.
Sometimes used
But in
critically in
reality,
Greek
we appreciate art
circles.
simply because it is good in itself. It makes us happy to
X
look at it.
chromosome mentioned in galactic
Puppies are also
bioethics, fertility,
life.
genetics, and gender questions.
There are all kinds of art. These are all the kinds of things that people would say they are good
Christianity, Jewish
in
academic
themselves.
shorthand
But
for
even there, there's
Christianity.
lots of debate
Used
over
in
what is
Jewish studies, often when
It may
discussing
be
early church versus
religiously determined.
Judaism.
Like, who gets to decide which is intrinsically good? Does it have to be intrinsically good for everybody?
Zealand
What if
published
I
a
like
Christian
Rembrandt
Jewish
and
crossover
like
books.
Michelangelo? What will
Relevant
happen
in counter-missionary
I
circles.
consider Rembrandt
X
intrinsically
Matthew
good,
slang.
and you say Fred, right? How do we decide that? So Immanuel Kant, who's shown here in this
It's
illustration, came
Jewish
up with
person.
a brilliant
Moving around often
idea
Shabbat
called
solution.
categorical
X
imperative
factor slang in
that
Jewish outreach.
essentially worked out
special
a
start of the
formula to
Neshama.
determine when something was intrinsically good. According to the categorical
X
imperative,
being slang.
if you
Small
can
Neshama
act
or
in
outreach
such
type
a way
shows all
that your
intuitive.
action is logically
Sometimes said
consistent
affectionately,
with
sometimes
the
teasing.
way in which all rational beings should similarly act, that's
X
considered
connection
an
slang in
intrinsic
Shabbat
good,
circles.
and it is something which is
When a story
consistent
has a
with duty,
mystical
which is
cross
very important
connection
value
between souls,
for
finds a
Immanuel
real
Kant.
linking
And
events.
there actually was an extremely useful way of looking at things. I'd love to go into more detail, but I think that
X
was very
out slang
beautiful
in
actually
yeshiva.
walking through. They
Erase
told
something
me,
wrong in
on
notes
Zoom
or
this week
cancel
about
on
categorical imperative and tested out in beautiful ways. But it conflicted with other rival systems.
Xylophone occasionally
We
used
see,
in
for
civics
example,
or
Immanuel
gender for
Kant
teaching
has
rhythm.
no interest
Rare,
in
but appears
protecting
in some
the
schools.
observance of Shabbat.
Xylem
There's no
referenced in
intrinsic good
galactic
in Shabbat,
agriculture
which
texts
means
when
I feel really
explaining
sorry
free
for
growth.
Immanuel Kant, because Shabbat is just so amazingly, obviously intrinsically good, but you only know that when you actually try it
Xenophobia
out.
mentioned in Jewish
And
sociology
Catholicism
literature
on
regarding
abortion,
treatment
the
of
idea
non-Jews.
for Catholics to oppose abortion on pretty extreme grounds, that would be
Xerox
considered
Judaism
because
critical
it's based
slang
on
for
their
someone who just
an
copies
assertion of
others
intrinsic
without
value
definite
to
observance.
the developing fetus, not necessarily shared by all other faith groups or
Yapa
secular
Hebrew for
groups.
Jacob,
So
the
the
third
intrinsic
patriarch of
has
Jewish people.
its own
Central
limitations
Torah and
as systems
Hasidic
of
teaching.
ethics go. The other one, which is going to be extremely important for us, and we will return to this time and time
Yala
again,
Yano
is
Hebrew for Megan
systems of
Ascent
ethics
and
which are
Come.
based on
A
various
prayer
types of
inserted in a minute and birthday
extrinsic
comes on holidays. Rosh
extrinsic, right?
Chodesh
Intrinsic
fast.
means something good in itself. Extrinsic means good for something something else, like for example,
Yad
a piece of art that you put on the wall in order to cover
Also
up
the name of
a hole
Jewish
or a
organizations
stain.
and Shabbat
Most
slogan.
important exponent
Yad
of
study the
values
Passover
based
Seder.
on tens of that is John Stuart Mill, shown here, who developed something he called utilitarianism. This term basically means usefulness. We will, since we can't all agree on basic values, because we come from different faith groups, types of philosophical orientations like that, we can all agree on, what's going to be the greatest good for the greatest number of people. It's simply kind of like mathematically tally up how much good would be caused by a given action and how much good would be caused by a different action. And whichever one is the greater good, that's the one that we're going to choose. Even though we recognize that sometimes the greater good may harm some people, as long as it harms less people, essentially, we should still go with the greater good. Right? That's the basic idea of utilitarianism. The huge influence on secular ethics and very much important for American ethics as well. To give you one example, let's say we have three friends, Ruben, Shimon, and Levi, and they all want to go out to eat dinner together. Shimon and Levi say they want to go to restaurant X. Ruben says, no, come on, let's go to Y.
Ray said to congratulate someone for
Two
being
of them
a
vote for
mitzvah,
one restaurant,
often shortened to
and the third
Yashar
votes for a different one.
Yavin slang for
Obviously,
secular
we go
Greek
with the
culture
majority and
used
we go
in
to
contrast to
restaurant
Torah
X.
Judaism.
Let's see in just 1 second. So, what's wrong with utilitarianism?
Yay
Right?
in
Sounds
Hebrew
pretty
for
good.
wine.
So first of all,
Used
we have
widely
to go
in
back to the
Georgia,
beginning.
e.g. Kiddush
Most
and
good for
Tabula.
most people. What do you mean by good? What is good? Do we define good simply
Yay
in
in
terms of
Nesset Hebrew
physical
for wine
pleasure?
for denied elaborate scholarship. That
That seems to be a very, very shallow definition.
Yet it is
of what
Shabbat
is
term
good.
for private audience with the
It
Rita.
includes all kinds of far more profound types of self-fulfillment. But if we want to go with things like self-fulfillment or even happiness,
In Shabbat,
what makes
slogan
one
refers
person
to the
happy
Rita
might
as
make
the
another
Lekei
person
Moshiach
miserable.
King
How
Messiah.
do we find the common denominators that everyone agree with is a value?
Yet in Nefesh Hebrew for beloved of the soul.
So, and one good example, to go back to our restaurant situation, let's say Shimon and Levi are hugely huge fans of a given restaurant X, but Ruben is allergic to peanuts. And that restaurant X is a Thai restaurant, which is famous for using peanuts. So therefore, Ruben can choose to go along with the majority and go to the Thai restaurant, but then he will die. And so the huge amount of not good that Ruben will inherit by going to the Thai restaurant is like overwhelms the small amount of good that Shimon and Levi would have by enjoying their favorite dish of Thai. So with utilitarianism, there's no universally applicable standards. We're just trying to figure out in very rough terms what makes sense.
Yiddish Shabbat term for ego, self-importance,
So
literally self-good.
where we are today, 21st century America, essentially a postmodern society, we may
Yet
come
science
back to
Mitzrahi Hebrew
discuss
for
what this
Exodus from Egypt.
postmodernism later.
Torah in Torah, Mitzvah,
But
and
we
chastity
basically
law.
have a kind of relativistic ethics or a situational ethics where
Yezer Hera Hebrew for
for
low
the most part we
inclination.
decide these things as
Yezer
we're
Hada
going
Hebrew
along
for good
and flailing
inclination.
about, just make
Yechad
decisions
Hebrew
on
for
the fly.
seclusion.
And it's very, very difficult to have firm ground under us when we hit those
Galactic
really
prohibition
difficult
of unrelated men
That's
and
why
women
studying
being secluded.
biomedical ethics is so
Also,
important.
mystical
Because when you
concept of
actually
divine
get into the field,
unification.
you won't have time to carefully contemplate all of the options. You'll have to
Yiddish, Jewish, vernacular language, mixing German, Hebrew, Aramaic, and
so that
Slavic.
you'll be able to be ready to make the
Yiddish
right
for
decision.
two.
Most people tend to say, well, it's all about just basically being a good
Sometimes
person.
affectionate, sometimes pejorative, depending on usage.
Person
You know
is
slang
that
diminutive for little Jew,
well,
affectionate.
suggests that we really don't. Now, I don't want to paint too dire a picture. There are some areas
Each
in
name
which there
Yiddish
is
is
broader
talking each
debate
other, stereotype of warmth,
the
and
direction of
sometimes
modern medical. One of
overprotectiveness.
those issues, for example, is the concept of autonomy, meaning the
Yiddish
patient's
Yiddish for
right
Jewishness,
to
meaning authentic
choose
Jewish way of
for
life.
their treatment.
Yiddish
This is
Hebrew for honor
balanced
or
by
graciousness.
older emphasis on
Chastity's
paternalism.
used for Torah
The
as
term
value.
autonomy comes from the words auto, which means like self, and nomos, law, meaning make
Years
your
Tuna
own
Hebrew
self
for
law,
fear
your
awe
own
of heaven.
self-rule. You can choose what's
Religious
going to happen
reverence.
to your own body.
Yishuv Hebrew
And
for settlement.
paternalism comes from the term pater, meaning father. The father knows best Father doesn't have to tell you
Used
what's
for
happening.
communities
Father
in
doesn't know
Israel,
what's in
historically Jewish
So while
towns.
there's still
Hebrew
elements of
Hebrew for
paternalism
Israel.
that are evident from time to time in modern medical ethics, we see some of them over this course.
Name of the
But in
Jewish
general,
people,
there's a lot
the
more
land, and
emphasis
Al
on
Soyakam after
patient
being
autonomy.
renamed.
Sometimes that gets
Ancient
pretty
Hebrew
weird.
for
For
Isaac,
example,
one of the patriarchs.
here in the United States, it's de rigueur to
Mr.
have
Hebrew for Faith
advertisements
Remembered.
for medicine
Memorial prayer for the dead,
television.
recited on Yom
When I
Kippur
grew
and
up in
festivals.
Canada and most states, most of the industrialized nations, it's actually illegal.
Yom Hebrew for individual.
You can't advertise
Inchasidat
medicines on
refers to
television.
one soul as
The
the
reason is
mission.
because
Yoki
what do
Hebrew slang
I,
for
as a
grace.
historian,
Or
not as a
nice.
medical doctor, know about this medicine versus that medicine versus the third medicine, right?
Yom Kippur
I
Hebrew
trust
for
my
Day of
doctor
Atonement.
to figure out which medicine
Holiest day
is
of the
right.
year, fasting
But
and
in
repentance.
the American corporate
Yom
world,
Tov Hebrew for Good Day.
they can make really catchy ads with the right kind of mood
Refers
and
to
things like
biblical
that. And
Jewish
I'll look at that and
festivals,
say,
Chesed,
wow,
Shavuos,
if I took that
Sukkot,
medicine,
Rosh
my life would
Hashanah.
be much better. Then I will go back to my doctor and I'll pressure my doctor in order to have
Yom
him or
Kippur
her
Hebrew
prescribe
for
to
Day
me
of blowing
that
the
particular
shofar.
medicine. And it's
Biblical
great
name for
for
Rosh
commerce,
Hashanah.
but not
Yom
necessarily
Kippur
so
pronunciation of Yom Tov.
for medicine. Nevertheless, that's the nature of the society in which we live in. Like I said,
You'll
our
see comments
ethics
in
are colored by
Yusuf.
the society in which we live.
Yavel Hebrew for
Another
Jubilee.
basic idea,
The title of release.
very modern nonetheless, is the idea of non-maleficence.
Yadalat, Nisan Shabbat, marking the Rita S. birthday 11th
It
of
comes
Nisan.
from a passage in the Hippocratic Oath, Primo Nocere. First of all,
Yad Shabbat Shabbat day, marking the passing of the previous Rita and the start of the Rita S. leadership.
Doctors
Judge
should
Islet
strive
Rosh
at
Hashanah
least
of
not to
Tacitus.
make things worse. Sounds like a pretty low threshold, but nevertheless, it's a foundation.
Celebration of the
At
older
least don't
Rita
make
S.
things
released from
worse.
prison in
We try to make things better, of
1778.
course, but at
Yevern
least
and Yiddish for
don't make
married
things
men
worse. Don't
studying
go
Torah
around like
usually in
a bull
column.
in a china shop. Let's see what happens if we do this. Let's see what happens if we do that, right?
Young late plural
At
of the
least don't
internet.
make it worse.
Young married
Then
scholars.
there is obviously the idea that medical ethics should be just. That there is
The end
an
of Bell
idea
Yiddish
of
for holiday money,
accountability
usually
for
Hanukkah Bell
doctors and
point
medical
for gifts.
personnel. That's why the
Young
main
Jewish
text
Yiddish
is so
slang
important.
pejorative
We
for
have lots of
Jesus.
new important information
Used explicitly in
and
Jewish
legal
tradition.
implications of what to do in the medical environment. But to take it from a larger
Non Yiddish
philosophical
for
as opposed to
grandfather.
the narrow
Often used
experience here in
affectionately
America,
for older
which
chastity.
definition of justice are we going to use to understand how a person behaves? So these are all
Zachar Hebrew for remember. Refers to mitzvot like remembering the Malach, Shavuos, or the
basic
Exodus.
principles that we must
Zachar
enact.
Zechar Hebrew for marriage.
Now, the kinds of reasons why it's so important for us to have medical ethics today,
In Chassidic speech.
you might think, well, why do I just learn my narrow trade,
Zadok
my narrow
Zadok Hebrew for
specialization?
righteous
Why do I
one.
have to think about these other things? The reality is because the nature of our medical
In Shabbat,
establishment
Harida is considered that
today
Zadok,
are
one who channels divine light
they
to others.
focus, let's say, so carefully on the left foot that they know everything there is to
Zadok
know about the
Yesalam
left
Hebrew
foot,
for a righteous one is
they
the
don't think
foundation
about
of the world.
what the implications are for
From
the
Proverbs,
person who
heavily
owns that.
emphasized in Chassidus.
And we
Zadok
have
Hebrew
spent so
for the
much of our
letter, the
energy
seventh letter.
training experts to be highly specialized, but they never actually
Al-Sabur
explore
for
the
weather.
humanities, history,
Zadok
right?
Yedavar Hebrew
Which
David
is so
Moshe Rabbi
crucial
has
for
birth and
developing
passing,
that ethical
observed with
sensibility.
special customs.
And secondly, our technology has advanced way past our ability to
Zechar
understand.
Al-Shurban Hebrew for remembrance of
We
the
can do things
destruction.
now with genetic technology, all kinds of mind-bending
Customs
alterations
like leaving a square,
basic
achieved in a house or
units
breaking
of
a glass at a
identity that
wedding.
we never were able to do
Zechar
before.
Hebrew for
And
remembrance.
sometimes we know how to do
Related to
things
Zachar
before we
commandments.
understand whether or not we should do things. We also live in a highly
Mentions to
litigious
those Hebrew
environment
for merit of the
where
forefathers.
doctors
Often
and
cited
medical
in
personnel are
prayers.
sued all the
Zach Hebrew
time.
for this.
And this is part
Comment
of
in verses,
the
e.g.
downside
Zechar
of lack of paternalism as a value. Autonomy means that when people are dissatisfied with their
This
treatment,
is my God
they
and I
have the
will
right
glorify
to
him.
sue their
Zygazan
caregivers.
Yiddish for he
And
well.
so you have to be
Common
protected
farewell phrase.
against that and make sure that your behavior is, of course, corresponding to best practices.
Hier
ethics,
is
and
een Yiddish
otherwise.
slang for be
And
healthy
also,
for
one
me,
of the key
affectionate.
questions is who ultimately gets to make the medical decisions today. In
Like
the
right
American
Yiddish slang
environment in
meaning
particular,
to be sick,
with
say
the
to
nature
me or
of
dismissively.
health insurance and how that
Isaac
functions,
Yiddish for
a
watch
lot of these
yourself.
decisions are not made by
Zeker
doctors,
Ziker
but
Hebrew for remembrance.
commercial enterprises that support the entire medical infrastructure. And that's
Famous
the American
pronunciation debate in Harsh and Zacher whether
So
to
these
say
are a
Zeker
whole
or Ziker
swirling
Malak.
of difficult
Even
issues
Z-Man
that
Hebrew
you're
for
going to have
time.
to make your way through and find a firm philosophical foundation
Intelligent,
for your
Reverso,
own approach to
time-bound.bits.org,
medical ethics.
Z-Many,
We're going to go
Galactic
into
Time.
some more details in
Z-Many
next
Hebrew for
videos,
time.
but I just want to say
Use
thank
for
you very much
galactic
for watching this.
calendars. Z-Man, Tefillah, Z-Man, Kriya, Shema, etc.
Hello, most valued
Hebrew,
students. We've
Yiddish
had
for
just a
songs.
moment now to look
Refers
at
to
the
Shabbos
general
table
idea of
songs.
where ethics come from. Let's take a little bit of a closer look at where Jewish medical
Zemmer
ethics come
Hebrew
from.
for songs.
As we shall see,
Hussing
there are a lot of
Shabbos
different
table
ways
hymns.
that we can use
Liber Hebrew
systems
for
to
community or
derive
congregation.
consistent and well thought out ethical decisions, but we are going to be spending a lot of time looking
Used
at
in
the
Tefillah,
Jewish
Mutis,
medical
or praying
tradition
with
in
the
this
Torah.
course. So let's
Silver
understand
Yiddish
the
slang
basics.
for
Now,
silver.
if you are totally new to this, this can be quite confusing, but I assure you that as we
Often
go
used
through
as
these
nicknames
specific
or
issues
jokingly
later
for
on in this
something
course,
flashy.
we will
Women Hebrew
place
for
all
invitation.
of the relevant pieces of information into the oracle boxes, which are quite
Introduction
crucial.
to communal
But
practice
if you
on
are not
or
doing
more
this, this
heavy
will
than
be a very
together.
quick review, and I'm sure it
Zim
will be
Hebrew
at
for
least moderately
contractions.
helpful. So, first of all, one of the most important differences between Jewish medical
Holistic
ethics
concept of
and
God
other
concealing
systems,
his life to
particularly
allow
modern
creation.
systems based on
Zion Hebrew
utilitarianism,
for Jerusalem
are
or the land
that
of
Jewish
Israel.
medical ethics are based on a fixed system of values that are
Zion is
derived
a modern
from a
movement for Jewish
revealed
return to
source.
Heretics.
In other words, the Torah.
Sometimes debated in
That
Shabbat
is,
and broader Judaism.
Jews rely, and when I say Jews, I'm talking about the Jewish tradition. Obviously, in modern age, Jews make individual decisions that may not conform
Refers to
to
pilgrimage
Torah
to Grace of
priorities.
Tzaddikim.
But historically, Jews have relied on the Torah
Refers to marriage
as
or
their
mystical union.
basis for definition of what has value. And on those values, Jews have been
Hebrew for
involved
the
in
time of
creating
our joy.
their medical ethics.
Another name for Sukkoth.
This is quite different from, let's say, utilitarianism, where there is no fixed given set of values
time of our freedom.
right? Meaning,
Another
God says,
name for
don't worry about figuring this out. I'm going to tell you in writing, these are the things that are most important, and these are the priorities, and so on.
Hebrew for the time
So
of
not
the
only
giving
do
of our
Jews
Torah.
start
Name
with
for
a
Shavuot.
fixed,
Hebrew
revealed
for this
source
time.
of already defined values, Jews also rely on a narrative tradition
Appears in
of
blessings
how to
by
interpret
Shakti
those
and
values,
Akiya
specific
and
rules, hermeneutic rules, to determine when an apparent contradiction exists, how it can be resolved. The books, the texts that have ultimately defined these things and record these things for later generations are what we're going to focus on today. They include things like the Mishnah and the Talmud, the codes, the responsa, and so on. But we should also bear in mind that while Jewish medical ethics is fundamentally rooted in that revealed fixed tradition, this is also very important concept of Boba Shamayim. It is not in heaven. In other words, God, as Jews understand the system, gave us the basic principles, but human beings, Jews, are supposed to engage in those principles and derive medical ethics from them, along with secular ethics and a whole variety of concerns, everything from civil law to criminal law and so on. It's all to be derived from those God-given principles in a fixed series of narrative steps that we will go through. So it's sort of like an interesting mix of divine authority and human intervention, human interpretation that makes up Jewish medical ethics. So let's look at it. We should also bear in mind that in this system, there is no difference between what we call interpersonal, the Hebrew term is ben adam chavero, ethics that determine behavior between one person and another, and what one might call ritual ethics, meaning things that are between a person and God, the adam, the makam, in other words, we tend not to consider things like how does a Jew honor the Sabbath as being fundamentally different from how a Jew respects his or her neighbor's personal property. Right? They're all part of the same system. And although we may see that there are different levels of stringency based on human interpretations, but it all fits within one big body of commandments. And this would be extremely important because when it comes to medical ethics, where multiple values, multiple priorities often clash, decisions have to be made, and sometimes certain ethics have to be sacrificed for other ethics. We'll get lots of examples of that throughout this course. But let's go through the text now and try to understand, how are these values caused? First of all, let us begin with something that may be surprising to those of you who are new to this material, the concept that there are actually two Torahs, right? That's really important. The first is the written Torah, as Torah Shemitzav, and that refers to the 5 books of Moses. The first 5 books of the Bible, which according to Jewish tradition are given by God in the form that we have them today. This is obviously at variance with a lot of ideas of modern criticism, but that doesn't matter because we're working with the actual eco-ethical ethics, which understands as being totally authentic and inviolate. Now, along with the written Torah, Jewish theology holds that there is a complementary oral Torah, Torah Shebaal Peh, which is a body of teaching, as the term implies, that was delivered orally from God to Moses, and then handed down subsequently through generations of scholars all the way up until the present day. And that oral tradition, which we're going to explore in a little more detail in just a second, is then somehow divided into various areas of teaching. The Mishnah is going to be extremely important as essentially a body of law. But there's also the Midrash, which is a kind of a poetic appreciation of ideas in the Torah that do not necessarily have to do specifically with ethics, but may say something about, the universe, the nature of life, philosophical ideas, things like that. And then finally, there is esoteric or mystical tradition, all of these 3 types of information, which are codified in different types of books, as we shall see, are forms or expressions of the oral Torah. The oral Torah, crucially, is something which is still engaged in today. It is still something which requires the active engagement of students. For religious reforms and find out what these mean. When we found out through this oral exchange of ideas. So let's look, what is the nature of the written Torah? The traditional understanding that Jews have held dear for centuries is that those first 5 books of Moses are of divine origin. They are infallible, even when it appears that there are spelling inconsistencies or grammatical felicities. All of those things are intentional, including things like, for example, letters which must be written upside down in the scribal form of the written Torah, all kinds of things like that. And that it is fundamentally inscrutable. We can't come into its very depths. We can't understand it on a certain level, but we will always come up against which are fundamentally secrets of the Torah, and those are accessible only by the greatest scholars who have dealt from mystical tradition and so on. But that's basically the level of awe and respect that you
Why the beauty is later of King David and others of Solomon who sent the over 11. Central in David as moral failure, but also in the Davidic lineage.
That God looks into the Torah and then creates the rest of the universe. That it is the model for the universe that has no limitations on its applicability. It is eternally relevant, as a passage in the Mishnah says. You can turn it and turn it, of course, it's a scroll, right? So you're turning it and going through it. For all is within it. The written Torah, as Jews understand it, includes all the answers you could ever find
wealthy man
any
exactly
question.
and
The
who
problem
marries
is you have to know
Rakota
how to ask the Torah the
ancestor of
question.
King David and symbol of kindness and redemption.
The oral Torah is fascinating. Of course, this is a major separation between the Jewish
King David
intellectual
Hebrew
tradition and
possibly
the Christian.
meaning acquired or smith.
The Christian tradition does not
Firstborn son of
have
Adam and Eve.
oral Torah at all. The
Known
Christian
for
tradition
murdering Abel
does
Genesis
accept
4, archetype of
the
jealousy and
Tanakh, the
fratricide.
scriptures as authentic, and then they attach at the end the New Testament, which are
Caleb
Christian
Kala
scriptures
Hebrew for God's
that
symbol of loyalty or
are
wholehearted.
area
One of
of
the
discussion
spies
today.
sent by Moses.
The oral Torah is a totally Jewish thing. Jews have believed for time immemorial
Confirmed in faith
that
and
the oral
inheritance
Torah
in Numbers
has equal
13.
authenticity
14.
to the
Joshua
written Torah,
14.
but it
Cyrus
is
Korash
open to
Persian
debate.
name
Not
meaning
open to
son
debate
or
in the
throne.
sense that you can say yes or no, but in the sense of what does it really mean? And the oral Torah, because it is
the temple as
enshrined within the
Consider the divinely
voice
appointed
of
figure in
students
Isaiah.
that ring throughout yeshiva halls to the present day, there are so many ambiguities and
Daniel
complexities
Hebrew
that
for
rise
is
from
my
the fact
judge.
that it is,
Prophet
compared
and
to a
statesman
written
in
fixed
Babylonian
text,
exile.
like
6
ephemeral.
CBG.
You wonder about the broken telephone phenomenon where things get changed over time. Or
Known
more
for
significantly,
interpreting dreams, the lion's den, and
intentionally
apocalyptic
deceptive
visions, book
nature
of Daniel.
of some teachings were
David
meant
before
to
Second
disguise
King of
the
Israel
final
C
answer from
1000
students who
BG.
may be unworthy. There's a lot of questions about how to get to the bottom line.
United the
when
tribes,
you're working
made
with
very
oral
select
Torah
capital,
ideas. I'll
wrote
give you
many
examples.
songs.
But one of the most
Central
important
figure in
ideas in
Jewish
oral
and
Torah
Messianic
is the
tradition.
notion that every student is capable of defining something new,
Reverend Deborah Hebrew for me.
something new.
Prophetess and
But
judge
this
who led
discovery of
Israel to
something
victory
new
over
is
Canaan under
actually
Sisera Judges 4.
the discovery of
5.
something that is actually
Symbol of
already
leadership
buried
and
in the
wisdom.
text of the written Torah. But through the exercise of the oral Torah, it becomes revealed.
Delilah Hebrew possibly delicate or 9.
Then found again.
Woman who betrayed Samson
I
to
know
the
this is
Philistines,
complex.
Judges
We're not
16.
going to go into this in a lot of detail because we're going to get to medical ethics per se in the very next lecture.
Symbol of
But let's just
seduction
get
and betrayal.
a sense of what the nature
Dinah
text
Hebrew
is.
for judge for
So,
vindicated.
here are the three major groups of texts. The first one is, as I mentioned
Daughter
earlier,
of Jacob and Genesis
Midrash,
34.
which are
Central
kind of
to the
like
story of Shechem.
poetic riffs on
Elijah
passages
Hebrew
in
for
the
my
written
God is
Torah.
EWH.
Sometimes the Midrash has
Prophet in
a
9C.
legal implication. The word for law in Hebrew is halakha, which means the way. And sometimes they are homiletic.
Called down fire on Mount
Aramaic
Carmel,
terms.
ascended
Gotta
to
tell
heaven
her
in a
she was
fiery
Haggadah.
chariot 1
And
Kings
that refers
17.
to like, kind of
2
like
Kings 2.
things which are not necessarily teachings that imply that you should behave differently as a result.
Elisha
This
Hebrew
chicken
for
is
my God
kosher,
is
that
salvation.
chicken is not kosher.
Successor of
But
Elijah.
they illuminate basic ideas of Jewish thought and philosophy. The Midrash were collected primarily in the Middle Ages, some of them in the ancient period, and we have them in many different books, including things like the Midrash Rabbah, the great Midrash.
Abraham
The
has
second
trusted
major
servant
body of
Genesis
teachings, and
15.
here we will be very active for the rest of this course, is the Mishnah. The Mishnah is almost exclusively
Possibly the
legal
name
in
Ezra is in
orientation.
Genesis
It is a
24
body
who
of teachings
seeks
that was
Rebecca for
codified
Isaac.
somewhere in the
Also
early
later
3rd
figures with same
century,
name.
and it is the foundation of a much larger body of work called the Talmud. Right? The Talmud is essentially a commentary
Son of
on
Joseph
the
and
Mishnah. The Mishnah
the
is
tribe
not
of Ephraim,
a
Genesis
commentary
41,
on the written
52,
Torah.
their
And
tribe
then
in
finally,
Israel.
the Kabbalah, which are the mystical teachings. And in terms of Jewish
Esau
medical
is the
ethics,
Hebrew meaning Harry
the
or Ra.
Mishnah is hugely
Elder
important.
twin of Jacob,
The Midrash
ancestor of
somewhat
Edom, Genesis
important.
25.
The Kabbalah
Sold
least
his
important.
birthright
In
for
other
sleep.
words, if these principles, if these three major texts come into conflict
Symbol
with one
of
another,
worldliness
that
versus
has relevance to
Jacob
a
as spirituality.
specific medical question.
Esther
For
Hadassah,
example,
Persian star or Hebrew Myrtle
we
Hadassah.
see this happen in IVF, in vitro fertilization, where there are certain
With the
ideas
third
in
and heralding
Kabbalah
the third story
that
book of
are
Esther.
not
Save the Jews from
discussed in the
Haman as plot.
Mishnah. And in
Leave
fact,
Jordan
a
Hebrew for
particular
life or
choice of
living
action
one.
might be totally appropriate vis-a-vis the Mishnah, but in terms of the Kabbalah, it would be
First woman
discouraged.
created
So
as
the
partner to
Kabbalah and
Adam,
its
Genesis
teachings
2.
may be sacrificed because
4.
the halacha
Mother of all
has
humanity.
primacy over the
Ezra
mystical
Hebrew
teachings.
for health.
Although obviously it would be ideal if a person could choose to follow each of them,
Priest and
Mishnah
scribe
has
who
pride
let
of
us
place
return
when
from
it comes to
Babylon and
actually
reestablish Torah observance Book of Ezra. God Hebrew for fortune for truth.
I know that might be confusing to you, so just hold on and it'll become clear as we get to those specific names.
Son of Jacob and Bilhah,
So those are the
ancestor
three
of Pride
basic
of
kind
God,
of groupings
Genesis
of
30.
oral Torah
Beloved.
works. What exactly
Pride
does it
settled
do?
east of the Jordan.
So, for example, the oral
Gideon,
Torah
Jerahal, Hebrew for viewer or
clarifies
cutter.
ambiguities in the oral Torah. I'm recording this, by the way, right around the holiday of
Judges
Sukkot,
delivered
where one
Israel
of the
from
things that
Midian
Jews
with
do
only
is they
300
go
men,
to
Judges
synagogue
6.
with 4 species
Called
that
Jerahal for
connected
cooling
with
down
the
fall
harvest
that
season,
altar.
the palm frond, the myrtle, the willow, and a particular fruit, which
Goliath
is simply
Philistine
called in
faith,
the written
possibly
Torah,
meaning exile.
the fruit of a goodly
Giant warrior
tree.
slain by David with a sling,
The
1
written
Samuel
Torah does not
17.
tell us which fruit to use. So theoretically, I mean, what is the fruit of a goodly tree? Is
Archetype
it
of arrogance
pineapple?
defeated by faith.
Is it
Hagar, possibly
grapefruit?
Egyptian for
If I
fugitive
showed up
or
to synagogue
stranger.
carrying a grapefruit, I
Egyptian
would be
maid
laughed
served
out of
with
the building.
Sarah.
We all know that the correct fruit to bring is an etrog.
Lord Ishmael with proper and Genesis 16.
But
21.
it doesn't say so in the written Torah.
Ancestor of Aaron
There's
tribes.
an oral Torah that goes alongside it that
name.
clarifies the
Like a
ambiguity.
title in the book
The
of
correct
Esther.
fruit is etrog. Similarly, in the picture here, the phylacteries,
Clan
people as
genocide
villains,
also defeated
prayer
through
boxes,
Esther and
one on the
Mordecai.
arm and on the head.
Central building of
What are they
clearance.
supposed to look like? Right? The
Hashem
Torah doesn't
Hebrew
tell
for
us
grace
anything
for
about
favor.
what these prayer boxes are supposed to look like. But this is straps, square, and
Mother
how
of
they're
Prophet
shaped.
Samuel 1
These are
Samuel
all
1.
things which is discussed
2.
in the oral Torah.
Known for her
Secondly,
heartfelt
the
prayer
oral
at
Torah
Shiloh.
supplies what are apparent omissions, right? Like all the laws of how animals are
Hezekiah
slaughtered
Chispa
to
Hebrew
kosher
for my
is
strength
not
by
discussed in
CWH.
the written
King
Torah.
of Judah
In
8
the oral
CBT,
Torah, to get
known
that
for
whole
religious
manual,
reforms, resisting Assyria, and miraculous healing
and
to King
finally,
David.
the oral Torah sometimes even contradicts simple readings of the text. So, for example, the
Hosea
written
Pasha
Torah
Hebrew
says an
for
eye for an
salvation.
eye, a tooth for a
Prophet
tooth,
8
which
CBT,
sounds
author
very
of Book of
Hananabian,
Hosea.
meaning that if Reuben knocks out Shimon's tooth, then Shimon should be able to go back and knock out
His
Reuben's
marriage to
tooth,
Gomer
which
symbolized
serves
God
him
as
right
relationship with Israel.
restaurant.
Isaac Yitzchak
But
Hebrew
the
for he will
idea
laugh
is,
or
actually I
laughter.
got that, but
Son of Abraham and Sarah, second patriarch.
anyways, maybe this one is first lecture, so that's okay. But the oral Torah says no. It doesn't mean literally an eye. Take out
Father
an
of
eye
Jacob
for
and
another
Esau.
eye. What it means is
Ishmael
you
Yishmael
calculate
Hebrew for
the
God will hear.
monetary value of one eye, and the person who is harmed by having his eye
Son
put
of
out,
Abraham and Hagar.
has to
Ancestor
receive
of Aaron
from
tribes.
the person who harmed him
This story
the
reflects
value
divine
of
care
that
for
eye.
outcasts
Some kind
Genesis
of cash
16,
payment. Along
21.
with other things, lost wages and medical bills and things like that. So
Israel
the simple
Yaakov
reading of the
for
written
one who
text
struggles
often
with
gives
God.
a very
Jacob renamed
blunt
Israel after wrestling with an
description of
angel,
what has to be
Genesis
done.
32.
The oral Torah refines
Patriarch,
it, and
father
sometimes
of
even
12
appears
tribes.
to contradict it. So that's what the oral Torah actually does. Okay, so let's go on now
for there is
to
reward.
codes and
Son of Jacob
responses.
and Leah, ancestor of
Recall
tribe
that
of
all
Issachar,
of these
Genesis
works
30.
are evolving
18.
historically as well. Theologically, the oral Torah was given to Moses at Sinai and then
Tribe
handed down.
associated
But
with
the
Torah
texts that
studies.
we have
Jabez
for us
Gibbons
today
Hebrew for
are
sorrow or
the
pain.
product of hundreds of years of rabbis, named rabbis, discussing
Minor biblical
not only
figures
rabbis,
prayed
but
for God as
non-rabbis,
blessing 1
women as
Chronicles
well,
4.
are occasionally
9.
mentioned. But there's like
10.
hundreds of people
Jacob
discussing
Yaakov
these things.
Hebrew
Their
for
opinions
field
are
grabber or
recorded in
supplanter.
books like the Mishnah.
Patriarch, son of Isaac,
The Mishnah
son
is
of
a very
Esau.
unusual document because it often does not present a bottom line. It doesn't represent
Father
the
of
conclusion
12
of the debate.
tribes.
It just says
Renamed
Rabbi
Israel,
Meir
Genesis
says X,
25.
Rabbi Yehuda says Y.
9.
Next Mishnah.
Jared Hebrew
So,
for he will and
how are we
Linus.
supposed to behave? Do we
A
follow
judge
Rabbi
of
Meir
Israel, Judges
or
10.
follow Rabbi Yehuda?
3.
That's when
5.
the codes come in. Codes, which developed in the medieval period, really starting
Also,
from
Lebanon
the
figures
10th
share this
century and
name.
onward. Perhaps the most
Japheth
important of
Hebrew
them
for
is a
expansion.
code written by Moses Maimonides called the Mishnah Torah, not to be confused with the
Son
Mishnah,
of Noah,
and not to
ancestor of
confuse also the Mishnah
Indo-European
Rule,
nations,
which is
Genesis
much
10.
later. But the Mishnah
Jeremiah
Torah is essentially a
Hebrew
code
W8
saying, you know what,
exalts,
I'm
or
going to go through
anointed by
all this
W8.
confusing material, which is scattered throughout many different books, and I'm going to put it in a
Profit during
basically a
final
big
days
list
on
of
June 7th.
rules that are categorized by type. All the laws of keeping kosher will be here. All the laws of keeping Shabbat will be here. All the laws of monetary damages to your neighbor will be here. And all of them are organized and easy to reference. Go back and find things in the codes. Another very important code which we will be looking at frequently is the Shulchan Aruch, the set table written by Rabbi Rothschild. So these are like basically rule books that help us figure out what in the end the written oral Torah want us to do. That's codes. The second document, which will be extremely important for our course, is something called the response. Singular response. In Hebrew, Shalom Tshuva literally means answers, and response, where a specific question affecting an individual will be sent to a rabbi. The rabbi will read that question and then research the written Torah, the oral Torah, and the codes, and come back with a response. That response constitutes a type of legal precedent that then can be folded into later discussions and later response, and sometimes later codes or commentaries on codes as well. There's lots of information here, but as we go through the individual cases, you'll see how these things play out. So let's say, for example, when we get to a discussion of abortion, very important discussion, especially relevant for our times here, a very famous question was asked of a particular rabbi in Israel regarding the permissibility of abortion, and that particular rabbi, in that case was Tzitz Eliezer, responded that under those circumstances, the abortion was permitted. Another rabbi, Moshe Feinstein, later wrote, by the way, that rabbi, he answered incorrectly, an abortion should not be permitted under those circumstances. And those two positions, the first one was a classic response singular, that was delivered to a particular woman in her particular question. The other one was really a follow-up response or a reaction to that response, but both of them constitute legal precedents that have a lot to say about what to do about abortions in the future. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. One, I'd like to point out a few really important principles that we will use. The first is the question of, does this rule come from the Torah, or is it something that was invented by the rabbis? The Hebrew terms here are Deoraisa, which means from the Torah, or Dirabbanan, from the rabbis. The reason is like this. The Torah gives certain rules, and the rabbis, looking at those rules, sometimes say, you know what, we better build a fence around the Torah. To make sure that people don't transgress the Torah, let's make another rule which is absolutely human origin. It's a rule that was made up in order to protect people from transgressing the law. So let's say, for example, on Shabbat, it's forbidden to write. You can't take a pen and actually write words. So the rabbis say, you know what? Just to make sure that people don't come close to writing, we're going to make a new rule called muksa, which means that you're not allowed to touch a pen. You can't pick up a pen. It's true that the Torah doesn't say picking up a pen is forbidden. But the rabbis say because writing is forbidden, and that's a serious thing, and you transgress it with the first two letters you write, let's therefore make a new rule, no touching pens. Now, if a person does pick up a pen on Shabbat, they have not violated the Torah rule, they've only violated a rabbinic rule, which is very serious, but nevertheless it's designed to protect people from going all the way and actually writing on Sabbath. This becomes very relevant because in medical situations, quite often, some rule has to be obviated, and the rule has to be set aside in order to save your life, which is itself, by the way, built into the system. The Torah itself says that human life takes precedence over all the commandments in the Torah, with the exception of 40, as we shall see later on in this course. So then the question is, if you're following the Torah by saving a life, but you have to transgress rabbinic commandments, under what circumstances is that permissible? something that is very
Babylonian
important
king who
as we
destroyed the
go
first
through
temple
issues as this course.
586 BC.
But when there is a doubt
Nehemiah Hebrew
whether
for
or not a
comforted by
particular action is
WH.
forbidden by the Torah, the general
Leader
rule
who built
is
Jerusalem
be
as
stringent
walls
and
after
do not
Babylonian
transgress the
exile,
Torah.
Book of
But
Nehemiah.
when a particular rule is of human origin,
No note
when
Hebrew
there
chorus
is
for comfort.
a reason to do
Will
so,
be hard.
one may
Survived
be
the flood.
lenient.
Ancestor of all coast plus humanity. Genesis 6.
Lots of information for many issues in Jewish mathematics.
Obadiah,
I would
Obadiah
like to
Hebrew
point
for
out one
servant
other
of
really important
WH.
principle that is very well
Prophet,
elucidated
author
by
of book of
Rabbi
Obadiah,
Rothschild.
shortest book in the
And
Bible.
this is this idea that, you know,
Pharaoh,
if the
Egyptian title,
Torah
14 great
and
house.
the rabbis
Opposed
do
Moses
not
during Exodus,
forbid
Exodus
something,
1.
meaning a
14.
new technology that's never been defined before,
Fintus Pinchas
the
Hebrew for
presumption
Oracle or
is
Egyptian
it is
origin the
permissible.
Nubian.
In other
Ransom
words,
of
we
Aaron.
start from the idea
Zealous priest
that
who
new
stopped plague by
technologies,
slaying sinners,
new
Numbers
medical
25.
procedures, unless there's some reason to
Rachel
say,
Hebrew
no,
for you
it's
female sheep.
against a law we already
Beloved
have,
wife of Jacob,
we assume
mother of
that
Joseph
the
and
answer is
Benjamin.
yes, before it is no.
Symbol
That
of
would become
maternal
extremely
sorrow
important
and
as we
in Genesis
explore
29.
the emerging
35.
technologies and their
Jeremiah
implications in
31.
Jewish mathematics.
15.
So here's a
Rapid,
map
possibly
just to
Hebrew
give you
West
one
Semitic
sort
for
of
broad or
graphic
spacious.
overview of all of these things,
Woman of
specifically the
Jericho
oral
who sheltered
Torah and
Israelites
its
5.
relationship to law,
Later
to
an ancestor
halakha.
of King
See
David,
the top
Joshua
there,
2.
we've got the box oral
Matthew
Torah,
1.
which can
5.
be divided into three basic
Rebecca
sort of
Rivka
boxes:
had referred to Kai or Vine.
Midrash,
Wife of
Mishnah,
Isaac, mother of Jacob
Kabbalah,
and Esau.
and most
Played
of
key role
our
in securing
discussions are going to
blessing
be
for
derived
David,
from
Genesis
Mishnah
24.
because that's the box
27.
that deals primarily with halakha.
Rehoboth Richmond Hebrew for the people at
Mishnah
large.
is later expanded upon in the Talmud
Son of Solomon,
Yerushalmi,
king of
that is
Judah
the
during split of the
first
United Monarchy, 1
edition of the
Kings 12.
Talmud, which comments on the
Reuben,
Mishnah.
Reuben Hebrew
And then
for
a
siege
little bit
lesson.
later, you have the Talmud Bavli, the Babylonian
Firstborn of
Talmud,
Jacob and
which
Leah, founder of
also
tribe of
read
Reuben, Genesis 29.
Yerushalmi Talmud, so
32.
therefore is kind of
Lost
considered more
firstborn rights due
authoritative
to the
because it
prophet,
can
Genesis
envelop
35.
also the Talmud Yerushalmi.
22.
This is not the
Bruce
place to go
Hebrew
into
for
discussion of
friendship.
why they are different, why we have both the same
Moabite
sword.
woman who
But
converted
the
to
Tarbi,
Judaism,
the
married
Bavli
Boaz,
generally
and
has
became
more
great
authority
grandmother
than
of King
Yerushalmi
David,
in
book
most
of Ruth.
areas. And then you have
Samson,
codes
Egyptian
and
Hebrew for little
responses
son.
that come from that.
Judge
The
of Israel
codes
known
are
for
written
immense
because the
strength.
Talmud, by
Defeated
dint of
Philistines
the
but fell
nature
due to
of its
Delilah, Judges
structure,
13.
is quite diffuse.
16.
There's very few areas where all the information on a given
Samuel
topic
Hussein
is
ruled Hebrew for her by
concentrated,
God.
and in order to really
Prophet,
understand
judge,
anything
and
important,
anointer of
you
Saul
have to
and
study the
David,
entire
1 Samuel.
Talmud in order to know that you're not missing it. So the
Central
codes
figure
go
in
back
transition
and
to monarchy.
organize it in
Saul
new
Shaul
books
Hebrew for
like
Ask
the
for.
Mishnah Torah or the
First
Shulchan
king of
Aruch.
Israel, chosen by God
And then
through
we have
Samuel.
responsa, which really date from the period of
Ultimately
the
lost
Talmud
favor for
Bavli, shortly
disobedience, 1
afterwards,
Samuel 9.
and come right up to the present
31.
day, 21st century. There
Senator
are
and
definitely
Akkadian names
lots
in
of
whom God
responses
has
still being
replaced
written
brothers.
today, where individuals will ask rabbis
Assyrian
specific
king who
questions.
besieged
There's questions
Jerusalem
for
in
them to be
701
answered
BC,
in
but
writing,
failed
and
to
they
King
constitute
18.
case law
19.
precedent.
Seth Hebrew for appointed or
Okay,
granted.
that's a quick overview of
Son of
the
Adam
big
and Eve,
areas
given
of
the place of Babel,
text
Genesis
that
4.
will inform our
25.
discussions. Let's get
Ancestor of
into
Nodah.
actual examples of Jewish
Shadrach,
mathematics.
Meshach,
dealing with
Abednego,
very, very
Babylonian
difficult
names given
issues
to
like
Jadania,
the
Fish,
allocation of
and
scarce
Azariah.
resources.
Survived
Thank you very
being thrown
much
into
for
fiery furnace for refusing idolatry, Daniel 3. Shemai Hebrew for my faith. Relative of Saul who cursed David during his flight from Absalom to Samuel 16. Shipra Hebrew for beautiful or fair.
Hello, fellow
One of
students
the
of Jewish
midwives who
history.
defied
I'd like
Pharaoh
to
and
begin
ordered to
a
kill Hebrew
brief
infants,
series
Exodus
of
1.
lectures on the Jewish encounter with Rome. Today we're going to focus on the reign of
You
King
might be
Herod,
limited
but I'd
female
like to
figure in
begin
Song
with
of
the very
Songs.
first encounter with Rome,
Possibly
which actually
meaning
takes us
peaceful
back
from Shalom.
to the days of the
Symbol of
Maccabees. Here you
love
can
and
see
beauty.
a beautiful representation of Judas
Simeon
Maccabeus,
Hebrew
or
for her.
Yehuda Maccabee, one of the
Second son
great
of Jacob and
military
Leah,
heroes
ancestor
of
of
the
tribe of
revolt
that occurred about the year 167 before the Common Era. Let's place his role in the encounter with Rome within its historical context. First, we've got to jump back just a little bit further to the reign of Alexander the Great, who, as you can see in this map, extended the empire he created from Macedonia, which is on the left, all the way out through the Greek territories, Asia Minor, all the way through the Eastern Mediterranean, including Egypt, and then all the way out to northern India, Afghanistan. And after he died, this area was divided among 4 of his generals. You can see the yellow color is the Seleucid Empire, and the sort of bluish purplish that is dominant in Egypt, and that would be the Ptolemaic Empire. And of course, Israel finds itself right in the middle of those territories. And one of the reasons why you can see in this particular map that the land of Israel is sort of colored yellow and purple is because it went back and forth between those 2 rival empires over the next century or so. We've spoken in other lectures about the Maccabean rebellion, and I'm not going to go into it in great detail here, but let us just recall that there were many Jews living in the land of Israel who actively supported the Seleucid Greeks in their program to Hellenize the population, that is, to get the Jewish population in the land of Israel to absorb more and more Greek values, including everything from philosophy and science to athletics and aesthetics. And there was a feeling that this was like a modernizing thing that would bring Jews into the larger world of the Eastern Mediterranean in particular. And traditionalists argued against it, beginning with Matisyahu, who was Judah's father. And this created a kind of a traditionalist revolt against those Hellenizing Jews and against the Seleucid Greeks. Please feel free to have a look at some of my other lectures to get a better sense of how that conflict progressed. At any rate, the point where I'd like to pick it up here is where Yehuda Maccabee, who was taken over the command of the rebel forces, has effectively fought the Greeks to a stalemate. And the Seleucid general Lysias, now after the death of the previous king Antiochus Epiphanes, he proposes an armistice with the Maccabees, saying, okay, you know what, sorry we pushed you too hard, how about we find a compromise? We'll let you, for example, choose your own high priest, which was a major concern for a lot of the moderate population in Israel. So it turned out that the Hellenizing population in Israel and most of the moderates, they liked the idea. They wanted to end the war, not achieve full independence from the Seleucid kingdom, because they felt they're going to have to pay taxes anyways. As long as they were left alone, they had enough autonomy, especially religious autonomy, that was enough. But Yehuda Maccabee and his shrinking band of followers said that was not enough and insisted on fighting further. So the conflict at that point continued. A good portion of the Jewish population in Israel sought support of the Seleucids to try and, end the fighting, whereas Yehuda Maccabee sends a delegation to Rome and says, hey, maybe Rome, you can help us out in our conflict with the Seleucids and in our ambition to achieve full independence. If you look at the book of Maccabees, which does not appear in the Hebrew scriptures, but does appear in a lot of Christian Bibles in the Apocrypha section, there's this is, by the way, a beautiful reproduction of a 7th century English translation by King James. And if we zoom in, you see this interesting passage. There's kind of like this header at the beginning. It says, Judas is informed of the power and policy of the Romans and maketh a league with them. And the articles of that league are described here. So the text talks about how Yehuda had heard of how powerful the Romans were, and that he thought that he could enlist them into aid against the Seleucids. If we jump right to the end of the chapter, it says here, verse 24, if there come any war upon the Romans or any of their confederates throughout all their dominion, the people of the Jews shall help them, right? This is like a mutual assistance treaty, as the time shall be appointed with all their heart. 26, neither shall they give anything unto them that make war upon them, meaning they will not help the enemies of the Romans at all, or aid them with victuals, weapons, money, or chips. And I wondered about that. Why are they not giving them chips? What's so important about the chips? It must be they had these great chips. Owls. This is not a paid product announcement. I actually like these chips a lot. So that was a joke. I'm sorry. I don't know why I put these things. But at any rate, let's go back. As it has seemed good unto the Romans, but they shall keep their covenant without taking anything therefore. So the idea was they signed a mutual assistance pact, the Jews would help the Romans if anyone attacked Rome, and theoretically, at least, the Romans would help the Jews if anyone attacked Israel. Now, it turned out that it was more of a kind of a cynical agreement, and we don't. Well, you'll see how it turns out. If you look at the Greek original, the text has both the Jews and the Romans virtually promising the same to each other, but it didn't work out that way. Meanwhile, the Seleucid kingdom lost control of Israel. The Maccabees were able to actually achieve Yehuda Maccabee's dream of independence. He himself was killed in battle, but as you can see from this map, not only were the Maccabees able to establish a new dynasty called the Hasmonean Kingdom or Hashmonaim, but they were actually able to expand it significantly throughout the region on the other side of the Jordan as well. And that's essentially the history of the Maccabean kingdom from the revolt in about the year 167 until the arrival of Pompey, a Roman general, and that's what we're going to turn to next. But to understand the nature of the Maccabean kingdoms, even though the Jews had a significant amount of independence, there was significant friction. And even though this was originally a rebellion against Greek values, the Hashmonaim gradually absorbed more and more of Greek ideas as well, and it kind of slid back into that Hellenizing frame over the next 100-odd years. Here you see, for example, a poem from Alexander Yanai, one of the most brutal of the kings of the era, a huge enemy to the rabbis, and as you can see from the right-hand side, the coin has an image of it looks like a sun that's actually, in bas-relief, it's actually extruded from the coin itself, which according to some rabbinic opinions would be directly forbidden as a kind of idolatrous image, like sun worship. At any rate, when he died in 76, there was a period of a rapprochement between the Maccabean leaders who had, claimed for themselves both the title of king and the title of high priest. His widow, Salome Alexandra, known affectionately as Shlom Zion Amalka in Hebrew, during her reign, there was actually a period of great rapprochement between the rabbis and the rulers, and it was a period of tremendous prosperity, which unfortunately ended under her sons. When she passed away, the region was thrown into a civil conflict once again. And that's what brought General Pompey to Israel, the first encounter of Rome with the land of Israel proper. The civil war that erupted between the sons of Alexander Yanai and Salome Alexandra, who were named Hyrcanus II, he was the elder, and he was the high priest, the Kohen Gadol. And his younger brother was Yehuda Aristobulus II, and both of them claimed rule. Hyrcanus II was the elder, but he was widely regarded as an ineffective leader. Yehuda Aristobulus was much more ambitious and apparently capable, and wished to challenge his brother for the rule. Among other things, the idea that the role of Kohen Gadol and Melech, that is, high priest and king, should be separated. Both of the brothers ended up appealing to the Roman general Pompey, who was in the north at the time, for aid. Pompey looked at both of them, and he technically favored the weak Hyrcanus, but in reality, he just wanted to subjugate Judea to Rome. And when he came into the area, he nominally supported Hyrcanus, but in reality, he took it over, and in fact defiled the temple in a rather disgusting manner. This was in the year 63 before the Common Era. About 20 years later, Hyrcanus would ultimately be deposed by his nephew, Antigonus, who was actually Aristobulus' son. According to Josephus, Antigonus actually bit off his uncle's ears, which mutilated him in such a way that he was no longer fit to serve as the Kohen Gadol, because there are certain laws about how the high priest has to appear. Rather nasty kind of a thing. But this means that from 63 before the Common Era, Rome is officially in charge of the land of Israel. Let us now turn a little bit later in time to the rise of one of the greatest kings of Israel in this era, King Herod. And when I say great, I'm not necessarily saying great in the sense of like wonderful, we love him, but great in the sense of being extremely powerful and leaving a huge mark on history. Perhaps he's best known in the Western tradition as being the author of the so-called Massacre of the Innocents, which is a passage that occurs in Christian scriptures in which he decrees the murder of all of these young children in an attempt to stave off the eventual birth of the figure that would be recognized by Christians as the Messiah. There's a lot of historical discussion about what that event might have been. We shall see shortly that it may actually be referring to Herod's murder of his own children, which was something he did with alarming frequency. At any rate, Herod was an Idumean. You can see the region of Idumea here is in the south of Judea. This is a region that was forcibly conquered by the Maccabean kings, and in a rare moment in Jewish history, the population was forcibly converted to Judaism. This is one of those moments that reverberates throughout history. Of course, Judaism has forsworn that particular practice, partially as a result of the horrible experience that they had under King Herod following this forced conversion. But at any rate, the Idumeans were a population that ultimately identified with the Jewish people, but they also felt somewhat separate and occasionally resentful of that. When we get a little further in the series, I'd like to discuss the role of the Idumeans in the First Roman-Jewish War, which was quite significant. Herod's father was Antipater. Antipater was an ambitious advisor to Hyrcanus. Herod was one of his multiple sons. He was born in the year 73, and his father, as a result of his attachment to Hyrcanus and the support of Rome, was able to give his sons political rule in various parts of the land of Israel. Herod was given the Galilee, the north, and he immediately charged in and used rather brutal means to put down an incipient rebellion that was happening there. He actually imposed a death sentence without the authorization of the Sanhedrin, which got him into trouble with the great Jewish court. And we have two parallel descriptions of a rather unusual event. It's mentioned in Josephus, who is, of course, one of the great historians of this era. Once again, I hope to discuss his complicated backstory a little later in the series, but he provides us an unusual glimpse into the moment when Herod was brought before the Sanhedrin to answer for his precipitous brutality in the Galilee. We also have the same story with some significant differences in the Talmud as well. According to the version that Josephus offers, Herod appears before the Sanhedrin fully armed, which was considered a great act of nerve, to use the Hebrew term chutzpah. It was a great act of insolence to appear before the great court wearing armor. And he effectively cowed all of the judges into submission, and essentially they let him go without any kind of reprimand. In the Talmudic version, which you can see here, appears on page 19b of Tractate Sanhedrin. In the Talmudic version, it is Shimon ben Shetach, who is the great rabbi who stands up against Alexander Yanai the king and challenges his colleagues. But in the Josephine version, it is none other than the great Shammai, the interlocutor to Hillel, who was the only rabbi who has the courage to stand up to Herod, but unfortunately he is not supported by the rest of the Sanhedrin, and Herod walks. Why these two versions, Josephus and the Talmud, differ in the important details of which figures are speaking is beyond the scope of this discussion. Herod brought three particular skills to his rule of the land of Israel, and we'll see them play out over his long career. The first is that he was capable of bold, brutal repression, and he had very little qualms about using violence to support his rule. Secondly, ironically, this was combined with a remarkable level of public generosity, that he was certainly capable of recognizing needs of a larger population and to provide for their tax relief and grain whenever possible, and especially, as we shall see shortly, in a massive series of public building works that were designed quite often for public benefit. So this combination of being very brutal and bold, and at the same time very generous, is rather unusual and certainly helped to promote his rule. And the third skill that he possessed was he was an extremely shrewd cultivator of relationships and alliances, particularly early in his life. He was very, very careful and able to thread the needle between various Roman factions and to find supporters and patrons and know when to genuflect and when to fight back. He was able to secure his realm primarily because of these three skills: bold, brutal repression, remarkable public generosity, and his shrewd cultivation of relationships and alliances. Thank you very much for watching.
Ornamental name, symbolic of prosperity. Feldman, German Yiddish occupational name, fieldman farmer. Finkelstein, German Yiddish, spark stone flint. Ornamental.
Hello,
Fisher,
fellow
German
students and
Yiddish
teachers.
occupational
In the
equals
previous
fisherman.
lecture in the series, we looked at the first encounter
Not
of
originally Jewish,
Jews
but
with
adopted.
the Romans and
Frank
in
will
the
be
period of
limited
the
to Frank,
Maccabees, and then
i.e.
brought it up to look a little more closely at the
Person from
beginnings of the
Franconia
reign
region
of
of
King Herod.
Germany.
I'd like to continue
Friedman,
with the
German
discussion of King
Yiddish,
Herod,
man of peace from
specifically
free
looking
equals
at his
peace for free
remarkable
man.
achievements
Widely
in
adopted.
public works and great, fantastic
Yeller from Yiddish, German,
displays of
yell equals
architectural
yellow,
skill.
pale,
So
or blonde.
perhaps the most
Sometimes the
significant
slide has a
and
nickname
certainly
for
the
an appearance.
longest lasting of Herod's great architectural
Gershon,
contributions to
Gershuni,
the
Gershman,
land of
Patrick,
Israel, the Jewish
from
people,
Hebrew, Gershon,
is
son
a
of
huge
Levi, X.
renovation of the temple.
6.
The rabbis are in the Talmud are
18
somewhat
spelled
ambivalent
sojourner.
about it because Herod himself, even though he did a
Variants common
fantastic
with
job
Ashkenazi
beautifying the
communities.
temple and expanding it,
Experts
he
from
was
the
a really
town of
brutal,
Pittsburgh,
awful
Bavaria.
ruler, as we shall see in the next lecture in this series.
Often
If
attached
you look
to
at this very
rabbinic
beautiful
families.
diagram, which I purchased
Goldberg,
from
German
the
Yiddish,
Ritz
Gold
It's a
Mountain.
great site that has
Ornamental
all
surname.
kinds of amazing architectural drawings. You can see
Goldman,
the
German
Temple
Yiddish,
Mount
man
as
of
it
gold.
existed under
Often
King
symbolic
Chesed.
of prosperity.
You can see
Goldstein, German
the Temple
Yiddish,
Mount
goldstone.
under King Chizkiyahu at the
Ornamental.
top. Of course, the temple is attributed to
Not least
Shlomo
German
Amelech,
Yiddish,
but
who
we
loves
look
the God.
at the mount
Sometimes
as a
parallel
whole
to
here.
Hebrew name
And
Yedidya.
then you have a few additions during the
Greenberg,
Maccabean
German
era.
Yiddish,
And then
green
the
woman.
fourth picture from the
Ornamental
top
surname.
is how it was
Rose, Grossman,
vastly
German
expanded
Yiddish,
by
large or
King
great.
Herod. You can see the green area represents a
Sometimes
dramatic
aptly nicknamed.
expansion of Temple
Bruce
Mount
Grossberg,
area
German
as a
Yiddish,
whole.
green
There's
or
also
green mountain.
beautification of the actual
Ornamental.
structures. Josephus tells us
Albert
that
Balfour
only
from
Kohanim,
Albert,
only
found in
priests were allowed to work on the construction,
Common rabbinic
and that
surname.
it never rained in the daytime, only at night, of course, during the
Hamburger
rainy
place
season.
name
So
from Hamburg.
and then on the bottom, by the way, you
Hamburg,
see
German.
that obviously it's
Hamburg
changed dramatically because
Ornamental
the
or
temple
place
structures were all destroyed during the First Roman
Heller
Jewish
place
War.
derived from
Year
Heller
70,
town in Germany or from
the
Hell
Muslim
equals
plated
light
built
dry.
the Dome of Rock,
Paired
the
Sturtman
Al-Aqsa
from
Mosque,
Yiddish
you see
Further
on the
equals
right.
hard.
But nevertheless, the Temple Mount as a whole
Sometimes
is
parallel
still
to Hebrew
preserved.
name Zebul,
The area
since was
where
paired with
we
Zeb.
have the western
Turns out
wall, the
German
Wailing
Yiddish
Wall is the
adopted
wall
its
that's
surname
facing
degree.
us is the western wall, so it looks something like
First
this.
Yiddish Germans were
And
here.
you can see the
Paired
Dome of
with
the Rock
Hebrew names
in the
easier to
background,
tell.
the later Muslim addition to the Temple Mount,
Horowitz
and
Furwitz
of course
Furwitz from
Jews
Horowitz,
gathered
Czech Republic.
to pray at the
Rabbinic
site of the
family
last
name.
retaining wall of the temple. Note that it is a retaining
Isaacson,
wall
Isaacson,
at the end of the
patronymic,
Temple Mount,
Synop
not the
Isaac.
wall of the temple
Hebrew
itself.
equals
And
Hebrew
if we also
Lapjet.
look to the
17.
southeast, you can see that
19.
there
Named
is
for Sarah
actually
S. Monster.
remnants of
One of the oldest biblical
the
names.
Herodian construction. This is an area that's often
Israel,
called the
Israel,
Sea
Israel, from
because
biblical
it more
patriarch
clearly
David,
than
who
in
named
other
Israel
places
who struggled with
shows
God.
where
Jet.
the actual wall
32.
under
28.
the Hasmonean kingdoms ended, and
Used
then
as
you can see
Ravenna
how
and later
Herod
surname.
extended its
Jacobson, Yankelovich, patronymic, son of Jacob.
At any rate, that was one of his greatest
Hebrew
public
Yahweh equals
contributions
heel holder
because, of
or
course, the
supplanter
temple
jet.
was the central
25.
ritual
26.
site for
Central
all
biblical
Jews of the
patriarch.
world. And by
Jonas,
beautifying
Jonas,
and
Jonas,
expanding
Hebrew
like
Yana
this, it made it
equals
much
dove.
more accessible to the larger population as
It
a
was
whole.
built profited
And I should also mention, by the way, that his public generosity in temples extended throughout the Eastern Mediterranean. He was not shy about offering sacrifices at non-Jewish temples as well, something which the rabbis would not approve of, to be sure, but he often generously gave donations to other temples and elsewhere in the Eastern Mediterranean. He was known as kind of very, philanthropic king from a significant territory. Caesarea is one of my favorites. This is one of the most beautiful locations in the land of Israel, and Herod had designated it as the primary location of the Roman Jewish nexus in Israel. That is, unlike Jerusalem, to be sure, and unlike much of Judea and the Galilee, Caesarea was to be essentially a Roman city. And he put a tremendous amount of money into renovating this city to make it acceptable to the Romans. Here you can see an aerial view that shows you the port, of course, on the Mediterranean, pretty much in the center of the land of Israel, and he significantly expanded the port to make it much more viable commercially. The whole region was destroyed, or the whole port was destroyed in a major earthquake in 117. But you can have a look at what it must have been like here in this artist's rendition, that he actually built this artificial reef that curved out. You can see there's kind of an entrance to the bottom left of this picture where the boats would come in, and they would have a safe harbor to be able to dock and unload their wares and so on. The building of this artificial harbor, which was the largest of its day, used volcanic ash from the Italian peninsula in a rather unique architectural manner where they would float out to the places where they wanted to sink the stones for the reef. They would mix up this concrete that would actually dry underwater using this volcanic ash, and then they would allow the forms to drop into the water and harden there. It's a remarkable feat of engineering that must have been one of the wonders of the world at the time. You can see built hippodromes, right, which are like racing stadiums for horses, things like that. Tremendous number of things like aqueducts, classic Roman architecture, bringing water from far away in order to meet the needs of the growing population of this region. Really fantastic public works that leave a huge mark on the country as a whole. I'm going to show you a few images from this remarkable article, The Landscape Palaces of Herod the Great, published in Near Eastern Archaeology in 2014. The author is Professor Catherine Gleason. She has some amazing pictures. Let's have a look. Here in Caesarea, you can see an aerial view of one of the promontories that's related to that artificial reef that I just showed you. And this is what it would have looked like in terms of the palaces, the pools. You can see the Hippo Stadium on the right there. And it really must have been such a fantastic kind of thing to see this glorious palace. And Herod, in particular, was fond of gardens, so he made sure that there were gardens planted everywhere in his palaces. If you look at Jericho, there's a remarkable series of gardens that appear and have suddenly in this region, which is surrounded by desert, but has the Jordan River flowing through it. Here you can see a series of drawings from Professor Gleason's article that has several palaces that are all surrounding the Wadi, which is like the riverbed, including sunken gardens. Here you can see what it looks like today, with just a suggestion of one of the artificial hills that he built to try and give contour to the region. And this is a cross-section that just gives you a sense of what it would have been like to walk through Herod's palaces, which he scattered throughout the land of Israel. Here's a Professor Gleason's own drawing that demonstrates his love for the Roman colonnades and the gardens, of course, and the landscape drawing, the landscape phenomenal kind of perhaps one of the most dramatic settings for Herod's palace was the one that he built on the top of Masada, a huge massif not too far from Jericho, just south of the Dead Sea region, where this was actually a place that Herod had deposited his family during a conflict early on in his rise to power, and he probably conceived of it as a kind of vault hole where he could hide again in the future. But he certainly wanted to, hide there in comfort. So they had all kinds of cisterns dug in there, all kinds of baths were set up, and he planted numerous gardens to beautify the region. Look at this map here, you can see some of the various structures that were placed at the top there in this very defensible area, and on the right is a model that just gives you a sense of the grandeur of his architectural vision that has the palaces literally tumbling down the rock face itself. If you ever had the opportunity to actually climb to the top of Masada, it is truly glorious to watch the sun rise or set in the region. And of course, all of this material was of great help to the rebels later, who had their last stand, according to the historian Josephus, against the Romans in the year 74. That just gives you a broad sense of his phenomenal architectural activity, much of which was for public benefit, as we saw with the temple as well, and is one of the much more positive elements of his
place named from Hoffenheim, Germany. Famous banking family rivals the Rothschilds. Pforzheim, German, Eaglestone. Ornamental. Ostradsky place name from Ostrad Slavic for island.
In the last lecture, we spoke about Herod's remarkable architectural achievements, but that is not the feature of his rule for which he is remembered. He is most likely remembered for his incredible brutality, directed not only at the general population, but specifically to members of his own family. And that's what I'd like to turn to first. In the image here from John William Waters' house, you see a beautiful depiction of Mariam, or also known as Miriam or Mariamne. That was one of Herod's 9 wives. She was the one who gave him the most status because she herself was of Maccabean descent. She was a Hasmonean princess, in other words. And as we mentioned in a previous lecture, Herod himself was of Idumean descent, and therefore had less of an ethnic claim on the throne. By marrying a Hasmonean princess, he was able to attach himself to the bloodline of Jewish royalty, however, but that was not to last, because in a fit of rage, he had her executed in the year 29 before the Common Era. According to the Talmud, he immediately felt tremendous regret over this, and so he had her body not interred, but rather submerged in a vat of honey, so that he could preserve her body and look upon her when so desired. Another bizarre story. But anyway, have a look at this family tree of Herod. You can see that he's towards the left in the middle. It says here, Herod reigned from the year 37 to the year 4 BCE. And what I'd like to do is to outline the family members who were killed by Herod and give you a sense of the broadening scope of his familial madness. His first act of murder directed against his family is the murder of his brother-in-law Aristobulus. This is the teenage brother of his favorite wife, Mariamne. He was 17 years old at the time, and Herod had appointed him to be the Kohen Gadol, the high priest. Much to his displeasure, Aristobulus proved to be quite a popular individual. Apparently, both Mariamne and his brother were very good looking, and the population as a whole were quite enamored of this young high priest. So, fearing the possible rebellion of his brother-in-law, he had him drowned at Jericho, and then cynically had a huge funeral to commemorate, or perhaps in his sense, to celebrate his death. That was his first nasty act against his family, but it continues. Obviously, relations with his wife Mariamna, the sister of Aristobulus, went downhill for there, and Herod began to suspect her of adultery. And so he had her killed as well. She was 25 years old. This was in the year 29 before the common era. Then he goes on, and if you see towards the bottom left, his sister Salome was married to a man named Costobar, and Herod began to suspect Costobar of fomenting a rebellion. This is going to be a recurring theme. He's going to fear others trying to take power away from him, so therefore he either murders them or exiles them, so on. So he has his brother-in-law Costobar executed for suspected rebellion. But Herod goes on to killing even his own sons. He killed both Alexander and Aristobulus. I know these names repeat frequently, so that's why this graph hopefully is helpful. They were sons of Mariamna, and once again, Herod was concerned that perhaps they were trying to plot to assassinate him, so he had them killed. The murder of Alexander and Aristobulus may actually be the event which triggered the story of the massacre of the innocents that features in Christian scriptures, but for which historians have not found a tremendous amount of record. But the murder of these two young men may have been associated with the idea of Herod fearing a possible usurper to his throne, and that got folded into the larger Christian narrative. After murdering his sons Alexander and Aristobulus, he decided to expel his own brother, Pheroras, that is something of a kindness, rather than killing him, again for the possibility that his brother was plotting to overthrow him. And he also expelled his first wife, Doris, of Jerusalem. He had actually expelled her once earlier, so this is the second expulsion. He invited her back after the first one. Finally, Herod jails his own son Antipater by Doris. He would ultimately execute Antipater, but that occurs very shortly before his own death. Thinking about all of these family murders, the Emperor Augustus is said to have once remarked that it is better to be Herod's pig than to be his son. And this is in reference to the Jewish dietary laws that would forbid Jews from slaughtering and eating pigs, but obviously Herod had no problem slaughtering his own children. Herod, at the end of his life, was suffering from a painful, debilitating disease, possibly syphilis. At one point, he actually attempted to take his own life with an apple knife. It turned out that that was unsuccessful. But Herod was determined that people should not celebrate when he dies. And so one of the things that he did, to get a sense of how far gone he was at this point, he rounded up the prominent leaders of the Jewish people and had them jailed in Jericho in the Hippodrome there. He left orders with the guards that all of these local leaders should be killed as soon as the guards hear that Herod has died. And it seems that he was thinking that, he doesn't want people to celebrate in the streets when he himself dies, so therefore he wants to kill a lot of other people to dampen the mood, to make sure that people are actually mourning when he leaves this planet. After his unsuccessful attempt to take his own life, he was enraged, and he decided at this point to order the murder of his son Antipater, who up until this time was awaiting trial for rebellion. And shortly after Antipater was killed, Herod changed his will. This is the seventh time he's done so. Not surprising, he keeps on killing off his beneficiaries, so he has to keep juggling his will. And we'll talk about what the meaning of that will was in the next lecture in the series. But luckily for the captives in Jericho, Herod's sister Salome, you'll recall that Herod had banished one of her husbands out of the land of Israel. She convinces the guards that her brother had actually changed his mind and that he had said they should release all the prisoners. And so, perhaps with a sigh of relief, The guards released the prisoners and then made themselves scarce right away as well. Then, shortly thereafter, Herod finally succumbed to his illness, and as per his wishes, he was entombed at this great glass architectural site, Herodian, also pronounced Herodium. It is the only building project that he named after himself. It was designed as usual a great palace, but also his final resting place. He had a special sentimental attachment to this large hill because it was at this location that he had a great initial victory against Persian forces that was extremely influential in his early rise to power. Here you can have a look at the actual temple site and the tomb, which is down the hill towards the left. Once again, the prominence of gardens in the area gives a sense of Herod's horticultural inclinations. This is a view from the top, or rather, gloomy view with the gray skies, but nevertheless you must sense the majesty of this particular location. And here is the archaeologist Ehud Netzer, who spent much of his life searching for Herod's tomb, believing it was somewhere at Herodian. Here he is in front of a projection of the image. And finally, here is the smashed up sarcophagus, which Dr. Netzer believes held Herod himself. The tomb was ransacked at least once in antiquity, perhaps in the context of the Roman-Jewish War, so we don't have much of Herod's riches from the tomb itself, but we do have his great architectural legacy, and of course we have the historical record of his bloody yet long reign in the first century. Thank you very much for watching this video. I look forward to continuing in the next video with a discussion of Jewish sectarianism in the early first century.
32 folios. Located 12th tractate of the Babylonian Talmud Joel Hamod lost, warning, excommunication. 29 folios. Chagiga 13th tractate of the Babylonian Talmud pilgrimage offerings, festival laws, mystical
Hello,
topics.
fellow students of Jewish history. Where we left off, our discussion was with the death of Herod and the chaos that he left in his wake. Today, what I'd like to do is kind of set the scene for the first half of the first century. We're going to continue in the next series of lectures with the birth of Christianity, which at the time may not have been such a massive event, but would have later tremendous implications for the course of not only Jewish history, but of world history. But for today, we're going to be looking primarily at the social and economic and religious maelstrom of activity that's happening in the land of Israel in the first half of the first century. Let's begin with this beautiful map here, which indicates with rich colors the way in which the land of Israel was divided into a tetrarchy after the death of Herod. You can see that the green area here is outlined as belonging to Archelaus. The sort of corally color is given to Antipas, and the yellow area is given to Philip. By the way, all of these sons of Herod have the first name Herod, but they are, it's hard to keep them all straight. So Herod Archelaus, Herod Antipas, and so on. Also not noted here is the regions that were given to his sister Salome, which primarily consisted of a few cities. At any rate, the reason why the land of Israel was divided up in this way and not in a, as a kingdom, as Herod owned it, or Herod ruled over it from south to north, was because of conflict over the rule of Archelaus. Archelaus came in, and he was not at all an effective leader. He attempted to put off some major decisions, and in other decisions he was way too hasty, and in fact even violent, repressing the population in Jerusalem. And so a series of delegations, not only Archelaus himself, but several other delegations went to Rome to try and argue for different dispositions to Herod's final will. That is the seventh of his wills, which he, as we mentioned in a previous lecture, he had to keep rewriting them because he kept bumping off his beneficiaries, which is not a good thing to do for one's life insurance policy. At any rate, that's the way they decided in Rome to divide up the land of Israel as a type of tetrarchy. This also represented a significant diminishment in the status of the land of Israel. It was essentially subsumed within the larger governorship of Syria, which will become extremely important as we consider the unrest that would follow. There was especially unrest in the era of the first decade after Herod's death. The Jewish authorities, under Roman pressure, tried to enact a census. This was in the year 6, and this census was primarily to help with tax assessment, which of course nobody really likes, but nevertheless it is inevitable. But we should understand that Jews have a particular allergy to a census. There are whole discussions in the Hebrew scriptures about counting people as being a forbidden activity unless it is specifically permitted by God. So this means in practice that the Jews have developed customs to not specifically count individuals, but to count tokens of individuals, like for example, giving a half shekel tax for the temple. If everyone gives a half shekel, then we can count up the shekels and we know exactly how many people there are and so on. And even a contemporary period when you need to count the number of people for a prayer quorum, a minyan, the custom is not to count them saying 1, 2, 3, 4 and actually assign numbers to people, but rather to say a blessing that has 10 words in it, such as for example, the Hamotzi blessing over bread, obviously without pronouncing the name of God, which should only be said when you're actually reciting the blessing over bread. Or there's a particular verse in the book of Psalms, Hoshea Asamecha, and that's used sometimes to count people. At any rate, sorry for that little tangent. Let's get back to the material here. There was a tremendous unrest in the beginning of this period, especially in association with that poorly received census. And there was a lot of actually brigandry going around the land of Israel, something which was actually in many ways sort of a foreshadowing of the major rebellion that would erupt in the year 66, which we'll get to, God willing, in a couple of weeks. The unrest was significant, and it was especially terrible because the local official in charge was a man named Sabinus, who was placed in charge by Governor Varus of Syria. As I mentioned, Governor Varus had responsibility for the entire area, and he left this man Sabinus in charge to try and collect the census. Sabinus essentially did his own thing. He even raided the temple treasury. And so Governor Varus had to come down and actually quell an incipient rebellion against Sabinus. Sabinus, meanwhile, hightailed it out of the land of Israel. But Archelaus was called to account in Rome for his failure to effectively control the population. In the end, the Roman authorities decided that Archelaus was not suited for rule over this valuable piece of real estate, and they exiled him to a place called Vienne, which is on the Rhone River in the south of France. It's true, being exiled to the south of France is not so bad, but we should understand that in the year 6, there was absolutely no Asian restaurants anywhere in the south of France, and so it must have been very hard. I'm sorry, I shouldn't make light of that. I mean, just the concept of being exiled to a place where there's no Asian restaurants. I don't know if you're still like that. At any rate, in place of the kings that we had earlier, and kind of like overruling the tetrarchs themselves, these 4 individual rulers, the Romans put in first prefects and then later called them procurators. These were essentially types of governors that would rule over the land, hopefully keep order and keep the taxes flowing appropriately. Just to give you an example, one of them, perhaps the most famous, certainly the most famous of them, is none other than Pontius Pilate, who we will again return to when we talk about the birth of Christianity in the next series of lectures. Here's actually a stone that was discovered, of course, in Caesarea, which is the region of Israel that is so closely identified with Roman rule, and it actually mentions Pontius Pilate's name. You'll see in the second line there, you just see the U.S. and then Pilatus, which is Pilate in Latin. So the procurators were really in charge. Things would change in the 40s when, as a result of change in Rome itself, a new king would be appointed in Israel, Agrippa I, and then following him, Agrippa II would be the last king of Judea. But we'll leave that for another chapter. I would also like to point out that in the context of this massive political and administrative change that is imposed on a restive population that has demonstrated its willingness to actually rise up in open revolt, and only with external forces brought in for Syria could the revolt be quelled and the Jewish leaders actually be punished through exile. There are a couple other really important elements of the internal turmoil that we have to understand. One that's hugely important, I'm just going to touch on it, is issues of class and urbanization in Israel. We should recall that the land of Israel really had, then and to a certain degree even now, two really big different types of populations. You had the aristocracy, the tended to be more learned elite living in the big cities, in particular in Jerusalem. And there are, of course, very different characteristics of urbanized Jews living in Jerusalem as opposed to, let's say, Caesarea. But in Jerusalem, you have the gravitational center of the Jewish people because the temple is there. And so the aristocracy, the high priesthood is going to be invested in Jerusalem per se, and that will attract the wealthier classes, and the wealth tends to correspond to a pro-Hellenistic viewpoint. The wealthier classes tend to be much more concerned with preserving their wealth, and that meant alliances with the Roman authorities, and that also meant alliances with Roman and larger Hellenistic culture. So you have kind of an unusual situation in the cities, and in particular Jerusalem, where you have an aristocratic elite that may be less traditional, ironically, in their observance, but at the same time, very dedicated and close to the temple. The city of Jerusalem, of course, is the center not only spiritually of the Jewish people, but also demographically, and it would attract masses, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of pilgrims to its boundaries during the three pilgrimage holidays. As we shall see over the next few weeks, these tend to be flashpoints for uprising and violence, especially around Passover, as we shall see. The second major element that I really want to touch on before we go any deeper is the fact that we are relying quite heavily for much of this period on Josephus, and we have to always be aware of that reliance. Now, I've spoken in much greater detail about who Josephus was, his relationship to Jewish history, his relationship to Jewish tradition, the Romans, to Christianity. We've discussed this all in many other contexts, and I don't want to belabor that point, but it bears repeating that Josephus is one of our most valuable sources for the first century, and he is one of the most complex and problematic. Recall that Josephus himself describes his own background as being essentially one of the learned aristocracy in Jerusalem. He also describes himself, albeit without too much enthusiasm, as being basically a Pharisee, although he was quite a spiritual seeker, and he had, from his time in Jerusalem, association with Sadducees, from his youth and his exploration of different modalities of spirituality, he seems to have had some connection with the Qumran community and so on, as we shall discuss shortly. But the turning point in his life was in the year 67 at the siege of Yotapata, also pronounced Jotapata, in which, and by the way, in modern Hebrew, it's the city of Yodfat, or the town of Yodfat, the village of Yodfat, in northern Israel, where Josephus was the leader of the rebel forces against the Romans, and he decided to defect to the Roman side. And that's when he began his literary career in this strange kind of environment where he is the number one world expert on things Jewish, and at the same time, he is living thoroughly within a Roman milieu. And he, although we know that he wrote the first version of his history of the Jewish war in Aramaic, that version has been lost. The only version we have is the one he composed in Greek, which was the lingua franca of the era, that was designed for essentially a Roman Gentile audience. And the Romans were his patrons and his captors at the same time. So when he is writing, we know that he is conscious of his audience, in particular the Emperor Titus Flavius, whose name Josephus took, the family name Flavius. He knows that it's going to be read by the emperor. Does he edit his words? And how does he edit his words in order to meet the favor of that very important audience? So everything we know about this first century, not everything, but quite a bit that we know about this first century comes from Josephus. And he himself is writing for a very specific kind of audience, in a very careful kind of way, and so it's difficult to unpack everything he says. We will, from time to time, cast some doubts, maybe even some aspersions, but certainly no asparagus at Josephus as we go through this history. Okay, let us continue then with the discussion of the main ideological groups, at least as Josephus describes them, specifically the Sadducees, the Pharisees, and then I'd like to spend some time on the fourth philosophy, well, let's get to it. Thank you very much for watching this first part of this
blood for converts or those circumcised without a grid. Hanafit equals causing to grid. Dam equals blood. Grid equals covenant. Denying grid matters relating to the covenant. Denying equals matter or issue.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Let's continue with our discussion of Judaism and Jewish sectarianism in the early first century. So, perhaps the most important of the groups, at least important in terms of their temporal power, their association with the Romans, and their control of the temple cult, are the Sadducees. The Sadducees, or as they are known as the Tzdukim, who were derived most likely from the followers of Sadok. Let's explore that in just a minute. They were the group that was especially known for its production of the various high priests of the era. And as we shall see, this became a revolving door where high priests were appointed and then deposed, and all kinds of things happened to them as they went through a very, very high rate of churn from one to the other. Here's an interesting picture, by the way, from Vicente Guanasi, and the title in Spanish is El Sumo Sacerdote Aaron, the high priest Aaron. Of course, the high priesthood descends from Moses' brother Aaron, and it descends through the males of the families, such that actually some great research has been done on the genetic components of even modern-day Jews who claim Kohen status. They often have that as a last name or caste, but they can have a lot of different names as well. That in fact they do overwhelmingly bear a marker on their Y chromosome, which is consistent with the proposition of a single male ancestor 3,000 years ago, which is really fascinating, but not our topic today. So here you can see Kohen, the high priest, the Kohen Gadol, Aaron, the first high priest, is wearing a really interesting mitre, which is nothing like what the Torah or the Talmud describes, but nevertheless very cool. And it seems to be Russian to carry this Greek-style vase of, looks like some kind of Bangladesh, full of the ashes. But he looks very serious about it, and I really like this image. At any rate, so the name Tzdukim is one that appears in the Talmud in particular to describe the Sadducees. And there are two possible Tzadoks from whom they could derive this. One Tzadok, of course, is a biblical figure
833,715.
comes from the era of King David, and he had a high priest named Zadok.
2,831 BT.
The rabbis of the Talmud, however, derived the term Saduki from one of the two prime students of Antigonus, Ish Soko. Antigonus, the man of Soko, who's quoted in the great collection of Jewish ethical teachings, Pirkei Avot. He was a rabbi in the early 2nd century before the Common Era, and he had two students, Zadok and Boetus. Now, Antigonus Ish Soko is famous for a particular passage that is quite fascinating, in which he urged his students to serve the master not for the sake of receiving a reward. Right? In other words, serve God without any, anticipation or demand for a payment in return. Payment is in fact even a better term for the word pras, reward. But like kind of like, okay, God, I'm going to do you a favor, now you pay me back. Right? So Antigonus Isoko said, no, that's not the right attitude. You should do it just because it's God. God asked you to do it, and you should do it simply because God is the one asking you. According to the Rabbinic tradition, his two students, Zadok and Boetus, misunderstood him and said, well, must mean that there is no reward for performing the will of God. And we should do it, we should do it without thought of receiving reward. Why? Because there is no reward. And so the Saducean were especially associated with the notion of denying the world to come, denying the notion that there was, a heaven and things like that. This is one of the prime kind of delineations between the Pharisees, we'll see in a second, and the Saducean is particularly with regards their notion of life after death. It would be fantastic if we could actually read what the Sadducees had to say about this rabbinic characterization. Unfortunately, the Sadducees left behind no clearly self-identified written records that tell us about their attitudes to the world to come, or really about anything else that happened to them historically. The Sadducees, of course, being so closely identified with the temple rituals, once the temple rituals were done away with the destruction of the temple in the year 70, there was no more physical anchor for them, no more kind of like center of gravity to organize their power, and then they simply disappeared as a group. Some of these ideologies, of course, would resurface in several other groups over the medieval period, and we will have, God willing, an opportunity to explore those in the future. But for the time being, we only know what others say about the Sadducees, not only the Rabbinic tradition, but also, for example, the Christian tradition has a fair amount to say about them as well. Now, I mentioned that there were two students, Zadok and Boetus, and in the Rabbinic tradition, for sure, they are distinguished. You see them referred to in different contexts, but it's really hard to parse out, well, what exactly is the difference between a Saduke and one of the Boetis? What exactly, how do you parse out the difference between the Saduke and the Baitusi? Now, by the way, I should mention that it's also difficult to try and figure out what the Sadducees stood for, because with the era of heavy church censorship of the Talmud from the 13th century on, and especially with printing evolving in the 16th century, there's a lot of changes to the Talmudic text to try to avoid not only burning of the Talmud, but even, prohibiting its printing. This is something that Jewish printers often did of their own accord in order to avoid getting into trouble. And one of the techniques was that if there was a criticism of a figure, let's say there's a dialogue in the Talmud that presents a rabbi versus say an early Christian, and they know that if they submit this text to the church censor, it will immediately be excised, and maybe they'll have to scrap the entire print run. So sometimes the printers would change things, and they would say, rather than having the rabbi arguing with an early Christian, they'll say a rabbi arguing with a Sadducee. And the oral tradition would continue in the sense that the rabbis teaching the Talmud hopefully would know, yeah, this is actually a replacement. It should read early Christian, but it actually reads Sadducee. But quite often we don't know what that means anymore. And so it's really hard to rely on the Talmud for good descriptions of what the Sadducees are for. But one reasonable argument that may appear in a deeper analysis of, for example, Josephus, is that the Sadducees were the older aristocracy that relied on their connections with the Hashmonayim, with the earlier Jewish kings, going back to the period of the Maccabean revolt, and the Boetians may have been a sect of, again, aristocracy, priesthood, and so on, that began to gain power under Herod specifically. Herod had such a long reign of many decades that you could easily have rivalries develop among the aristocracy, vying for the position of Kohen Gadol, and so that may be an actual kind of, not ideological, but kind of organizational difference between the Tzdukim and the Haitus. We otherwise don't know ideologically how they differ. Okay. So those are the Sadducees in very brief treatment. Let us now turn to look at the Pharisees.
Stole and spoil. Defeat at I. Ahasuerus the Chashburish Esther. RC 486. 465 BG. Gold Persian throne name mighty man Harrow Akkadian Gold Persian. King Esther. Decrees reversed.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. So in this mini set of lectures, we looked at the political environment of the early first century in Judea. Then we looked at the Sadducees, followed by the Pharisees. And now I'd like to kind of provide sort of a catch-all to some of the other groups that are really quite active, but whom we unfortunately do not know very much, but are nevertheless quite fascinating. Now I'm going to lump them all together in the term Josephus' fourth philosophy. Not that I really know exactly what that fourth philosophy is. It's never stopped me from making a video before, however. But the Josephus, in his attempt to try and make Judaism understandable to his Greek-speaking Gentile audience, he uses this term that probably refers to the Essenes, or the Essenes, who are a group of Jews who essentially separated from society quite radically and are most likely associated with the Qumran community that produced the Dead Sea Scrolls. Those are the people that we're going to talk about right now. So what are the Dead Sea Scrolls? These are a series of manuscripts, hundreds of manuscripts, fragments of manuscripts, most of them written in Aramaic, but also Hebrew and Greek, Nabatean, and other languages, that were discovered in the region of the Dead Sea in the late 1940s. One of the most important scholars to work among that time is Professor Eliezer Sukenik, who was an archaeologist who was the first to discover the value of these manuscripts, which were floating around the black market, and he immediately scooped up all the manuscripts that he could, including those that were on sale and advertised even in the New York Times. And this created a bit of a rush for these documents as people began to hear about them, which was interrupted by the first Arab-Israeli war, the War of Independence, as the Israelis call it, that took place between 1948 and 1949. As soon as things began to calm down, of course, there was an armistice line that divided the territories. Some were not accessible to Israeli researchers anymore, but a frenzy of archaeological studies began as people began to, comb all of the cliffs in the really remote and forbidding region of the Dead Sea, looking for these documents, and they found hundreds of them. Some of them collected what appear to be scriptoriums, where they would be used as kind of reading rooms with like tables and chairs, or benches at any rate, and others that appear to be storage rooms, where they were probably hastily abandoned, most likely in the context of the First Roman-Jewish War, and they sat there for the next 2,000 years until they could be discovered. and the discoveries were absolutely phenomenal. First of all, we have every single book of the Hebrew Bible is represented there, with the exception of the book of Esther. This is, for example, the Isaiah scroll, which is quite fascinating. It's actually housed in a remarkable structure in Jerusalem today, but there are many, many other documents that are not biblical. Many antique texts that were circulating at the time that were clearly of a religious, even apocalyptic nature, and scholars rush to study these. Now, part of the controversy surrounding the Dead Sea Scrolls is because on the Jordanian side, a commission was formed that unfortunately did not have any Jews working on the documents, and there was a clear interest in specifically discovering texts that related to Christianity. This is, after all, the documents were dated from about 200 before the Common Era up until about the year 100 of the Common Era, with a certain amount of leeway, but it's right in the period of the birth of Christianity, and scholars were desperately hoping to find evidence of Christianity outside of the Christian scriptures. They were unfortunately unable to find any trace of any direct references to Christianity, but they did find a lot of material that give us a sense of what the intellectual, spiritual view was during the period of the ministry of the founder of Christianity. They found not only biblical texts, but these remarkable texts, sometimes written on copper. This is one section of the famous copper scroll that deal with all kinds of things that are not mentioned in the Bible. Some clearly have kind of end of days feeling, and there's these mysterious discussions of the sons of light and the sons of darkness, and it reads a lot like the book of Revelations, for example, and kind of like end of all time, kind of massive conflagrations are predicted. It's very spooky kind of reading. There's also some fascinating discussions in one particular text called the Manual of Discipline that seems to describe the behavior of the people who collected these documents, who are known possibly as the Essenes or Essenes. Or possibly, there are lots of different theories. There's one theory that says that this is even a Sadducee break-off community that was upset with the way things were going in the temple, and they established this particular community here. We don't know exactly who was living in this region. They're often referred to simply as the Qumran community, and a significant archaeological study was implemented, and in fact they found many of the settlements of these people. It appears that they lived, especially if you connect the archaeological finds with the texts like the Manual of Discipline found in the Dead Sea Scrolls, it appears that they lived a highly ascetic lifestyle that involved, things like communal meals that were conducted entirely in silence, and a rigorous level of, or a rigorous kind of type of initiation where people had to go through several different, exercises to get to a higher level of initiation. Some rather bizarre things that Josephus writes about these people, like they had a lot of concern about ritual impurity, which definitely makes them sound closer to the Sadducees. Of course, the high priests and priests in general have to maintain a very high level of ritual purity in order to serve in the temple. These rules, of course, are mainly interpreted by the Pharisees, so that was part of the relationship between Sadducees and Pharisees. But this community in Qumran seemed to take these things to an extreme degree, including, defecation would be done at certain sites well outside the Qumran community, which seems a good idea. Everyone was given their own shovel and had to take care of their business themselves. And according to Josephus, defecation was forbidden on the Sabbath. Hard to imagine that they actually did that. I mean, how do you live like that? But that adds to the kind of confusion we have about how much should we trust Josephus anyways. I mean, he does describe how he himself went into a period of several years of living in a kind of monastic kind of environment like this, maybe with the Qumran community itself.
Well,
But we really don't know. We have to rely on Josephus's writings and take them with a grain of salt. But we do have some of these archaeological things that do support the idea, for example, of lots of mikvaot for ritual immersions, for ritual purification. Mikvaot are like ritual baths. And communal dining areas that correspond with the manual of discipline and things like that. So it appears that this community, which seems to have been hastily abandoned in the first century, possibly in the context of the Great Roman Jewish War of 66 to 74, or perhaps a little bit later with the Bar Kokhba revolt of 132 to 135. But we lose track of who these people were, and all we have are basically the Dead Sea Scrolls to rely on. I have not had much time in this quick overview of many of the ideological groups to discuss two major groups, one which will have a huge impact in the late first century, and those are the Zealots. And I'm going to reserve those when we start talking about the uprising against Rome. And the second major group, of course, are the Christians. Christians are very small at this time, but they will be huge and influential in the future, so we will return to that later. But for now, I want to thank you very much for watching.
Casa Judah 1 KGS 15, 2 CHR 14, 16, RC 911. 870 BT.
Hello, fellow students. So in the first of this series of lectures, we discussed the reconfiguration of the land of Israel after the death of Herod and the rolling
10 CBT. God has made
you with the way in which Rome was handling affairs in the land of Israel that would provide grounds for incipient revolt. And then we look at the Sadducees, who are a group that was much more closely connected to both Rome and the temple ritual. And those two factors are intrinsically related. Now let's turn our attention to the so-called Pharisees. The Pharisees is a term that we see in Josephus, and we also see in the Christian scriptures. It is not, however, a term that we have in rabbinic literature. So that's like the kind of confusing scholarship on what exactly are the Pharisees. It seems very reasonable that the Pharisees are essentially what we would call today the rabbis or the sages, and they are sort of like the foundation for Judaism as we understand it for the next 2,000 years. They are inheritors of the oral tradition, defenders of the oral tradition. Ultimately, the text known as the Mishnah and the Talmud would be produced by their intellectual descendants. We can understand that basically, using modern terminology, mainstream Judaism. Although, if you look at the first century, you might have difficulty figuring out which one actually is mainstream Judaism. Actually, living in the 21st century is sometimes that difficult too. You define mainstream Judaism based on the amount of adherence that a particular movement has. Do you define it in terms of the wealth of a particular movement or the political power of a movement? Or do you determine it in terms of its antiquity? So certainly today's, let's call them Orthodox Jews, lay claim to the greatest antiquity. Orthodox Jews today can read the text of Maimonides and basically identify their own lives in the text of Maimonides with the observance of the Sabbath and all kinds of things like that, much further back than that as well. And many of those things would be totally foreign to non-Orthodox Jews. But when you get to the first century, the version of the past that we receive from the Pharisees is essentially the same, that they are inheritors of the oral tradition that goes back to Moses, although other groups, such as the Sadducees in particular, they would dispute certain aspects of that particular argument. And so, as my father of blessed memory would often say, who said that it shows the kinds of disputes that we have in the 21st century are in many ways very similar to the disputes that we had in the first century. But let us return to our identification. Who exactly are the Pharisees? So one very long-standing scholarly argument is that the Pharisees refer to a group called the Perushim. And if you watch some of my older lectures, I really push on this
Not
point
as
hard.
people or
But
the our
since
Hebrew
I've
origin,
written a lot more reading
possibly with
lately, I'm not
Northwest
quite so
Semitic
sure that
influence.
that is a hard and fast identification.
13.
One of the reasons for it
12th
is
century
because
BC
we
late Bronze
only
Age.
find it in a handful of places, and it tends to be in very
A non-Hebrew
specific
like prophet hired
contexts.
by Balaam,
The term
king of Gilead,
Perusha means
to search
those who
Israel, Numbers
separate,
22.
and so the argument is that the rabbis, seeing that the temple cult
Instead,
was
he
essentially
blesses them,
defiled
uttering famous
by
prophecies about
Sadducees who
Israel as
disrespected
future.
the oral tradition,
Now
they
it may
separated from them, and their
destroyer
power
or
base,
devastator Hebrew.
their link to the larger population, there seems to be very little
13th
doubt that
century
the Pharisees were in fact the
Rome.
most popular of the ideological movements of that day.
King
That
Ahmose feared
their
Israel as an
separation
and summoned
from
Balaam
the
to
center of
curse them,
power
Numbers
is
22.
really what caused them to take on the name Perusha,
His
or
opposition
those who
sets the
separate.
stage for Balaam
You know,
as
this is a
prophecies.
hard argument, not only because
meaning.
it's only used a
Like in
handful
Hebrew.
of times in rabbinic
Like.
literature, and again within specific
12th
contexts,
century BC.
but it could be defended perhaps by saying that quite often groups
Israelite
only
general during
really
time of Deborah
derive
Judges 4.
terms to describe
5.
themselves
With
when
Deborah,
they have to
defeated
distinguish
Sisera and
themselves
Canaanite army.
from the other. Right? Like, for example, if you look at
This
18th
story
century
highlights
Eastern Europe,
partnerships between
the
valiant female
so-called
leadership in
Misnagdim,
Israel as
or
early history.
opponents,
Barnabas
didn't
appears
have
in New
that
Testament,
term,
not
which is basically what we
meaning.
call Lithuanian Jews today. They didn't have that terminology until the Hasidic movement
Not in the
arose,
Hebrew Bible
and so
proper,
the
but included in
traditionalists
Jewish Christian
said, oh, well,
context.
we oppose the Hasidim, so therefore we are the opponents, we are the
Significant impacts
Misnagdim.
as
They
companion on
existed
Paul.
long before,
Sorry,
centuries
meaning.
before the Hasidic
Less
movement,
Hebrew.
but they didn't have a word for themselves because there was nothing to define themselves
6th
against.
century BC.
So that may be one of the reasons why you don't see this term floating through the Talmud and the Mishnah and so on.
Jeremiah
You can
36,
see terms like
45.
Chazal, which means the sages of blessed
He
memory,
recorded Jeremiah
but you
as
don't really see
prophecies,
the term
preserved
Perusha.
them despite
Nevertheless,
persecution,
looking
and
at
was a witness to the
how
destruction of
Josephus
Jerusalem.
describes them, looking at how they're described in
Daughter
the
of
Christian
the oak, or
scriptures,
daughter of
albeit
seven Hebrew.
tends to be a little bit of a negative slant, sometimes a very negative slant, primarily because, as we shall see, the founder of Christianity is depicted in the Gospels as having intense debates with Pharisees, sometimes quite heated debates, but in reality, they were really quite close in ideology, as we shall see in the more controversial sections of this lecture series. You know, you have the most heated arguments with your own family members, right? Your spouse, your siblings in particular, your parents, maybe your children, God forbid. That's where you have the most heated arguments. The arguments on the street, you know, you don't have that intense because you don't really care about the other side. But let's leave that to the side. The way Josephus describes these people, the way the Christian scriptures describe these people, seem to comport with the idea that the Pharisees are, in fact, the early rabbis. So, what did these rabbis believe in? They definitely cared very much about the temple ritual, and we see that the Sadducees from time to time are forced to consider the opinions of the Pharisees with regards to the conduct in the temple itself. The Pharisees are widely regarded as being the most competent bearers of the rules of the halakha of how the temple rituals should be conducted, and Sadducees would contravene those rules at their peril, not only from, as we read in the Talmud, supernatural retribution, but also from popular disagreement. Because it's very clear from Josephus in particular that the Pharisees had a very significant base in the larger population. Jews tended to look to the Pharisees as being legitimate bearers of spiritual authority, and they constitute essentially the heroes of the first century and prior. Some of the great figures of the Pharisaic tradition are people like Hillel and Shammai. We mentioned earlier Antigonus Ishsoko, one of hundreds of figures who make up the teachings of the Mishnah in particular. Of course, these teachings were recorded later, but based on very strong
represents
moral
kindness,
traditions. The
justice,
Pharisees
and redemption.
essentially promoted the vision of Judaism and the relationship of Jews
Living for
to
modest
God
people.
and the world and
Live.
the metaphysical universe that we would
19th
understand
century
today as Judaism.
Synagogue,
Obviously, in the
Rags
modern
in
era,
the year
when we get to
before
the
I
18th
Genesis
century and beyond,
36.
there are
27.
new questions
Minor
raised as to
theological
how to
figure.
interpret these doctrines. But in the ancient world, the Pharisees were generally considered to have the
Possibly
greatest
fearful
level of
Hebrews.
authority of anyone.
Lies.
Okay.
First
So
temple
that's
period.
basically the Pharisees in a nutshell. Let us continue with the discussion of
Head of one of the 24 priestly divisions in Temple 1 Chronicles 24. 14. Bilshan main meaning. Possibly search your Aramaic origin. Live. Ka. 5 BC. Roll. One of the leaders who returned with Zerubbabel after the Babylonian exile, Nehemiah 7.
Hello,
7.
fellow students of Jewish history. We'd like to continue with our discussion of the
Building main
Jewish
meaning.
encounter with Rome.
Son of
by
contention,
looking at
possibly
the diaspora
Aramaic or
in
Akkadian
the
origin.
So when we
Live.
look at these
Patriarchal marriage traditional dating talk.
period before the Great Roman Jewish War of 66
18.
through 74,
17th century BC.
already beginning
Roll.
to set out
One of John S. Green friends who argued with him about suffering Book of John.
circulating in the area of the Italian Peninsula
Israel
and in the
made
football area
In the
Sicily.
shadow of God's
So you've
evil.
already got Jewish
Live.
settlements already happened. Rome
Ah.
is certainly the most
13th century BC.
and let's recall the Roman Empire is Rome is the center of this
Craftsmen
massive
chosen to
empire that
construct
expands the
tabernacle
entire
Exodus
Mediterranean
31.
basin. You can see
Known
on
for
the
wisdom
right
and
on
artistic
the
skill.
Mediterranean east
Visual variant same as
Judea,
above,
of course.
alternate
There's
spelling.
Romans all across North Africa. They're well into Spain, the Iberian
Vessel
Peninsula.
main meaning.
There's Romans penetrating
God
into Europe,
Live.
beginning to make
Ka.
inroads into
19.
northern Europe as well. In
18th
England, the
century
only place they
BC.
haven't conquered is, of
Roll.
course, way out east, where there is at least Chabad, the Jewish
Father
movement,
of
of course,
Rebecca,
celebrates
his
lots of
grandfather
the
of
message
Jacob, and he saw Genesis 22.
So there's
22.
Jews already connected with
23.
the Roman Empire
The
even
Mary main
before
meaning.
the war and the
My
massive
well
displacement
Live.
of slaves that
Ka.
occurred after that
8th
conquest.
century BC.
Just to recap where
Roll.
we are in terms of these relationships, the
Father of
Maccabees
the prophet
under
Hosea,
Maccabees
Hosea
shown
1.
here, this remarkable
1.
Reuben's portrait.
Also
They already
recognized
signed
father
a
of
treaty with
Judith,
Rome in
wife
the
of
year
Esau,
160
Genesis
before the
26.
Common Era.
34.
And when the
Barzillai
dynasty
main
of
meaning.
Maccabean kings, the Shemaiah, began to decline,
Higher
Pompey
light
took advantage of this by
Live.
advancing into Jerusalem
Ka.
in the year 63
10th century
before the
BC.
Common Era. So we
Roll.
already have Judea absorbed within the Roman Empire
Elderly
well over a
99
century
who supported
before the
King
Roman
David
Jewish
during
War.
Absalom
There
as
were
rebellion
Jewish
to
client
Samuel
kings
17.
who were kept in
Known
place
for
in
loyalty
Judea
and
under
generosity.
Roman authority. Agrippa I, Agrippa II
Yiddish
are
for well.
the last of them, but
So,
before that, of course, we had
used to
Herod.
prom
great
when someone
elected
belonged.
earlier. There are two major rebellions that
Koine
stress
Yiddish for
and
O
strain this relationship.
Koine
I
equals
think
no,
past
Koine
its breaking
equals low.
point, the one of 66
The
to
expression of
74,
frustration
which
or
is considered the
sympathy.
first Roman-Jewish war, the Great War, that resulted in the
Koine
destruction of the
Gamal
temple,
Yiddish for O
which occurred in
violence.
70, 74, perhaps
Exclamation of shock
73,
or
is
dismay.
when Masada fell,
Koine equals
and
no,
of course
Gamal
the
equals
major Bar
violence.
Kokhba
Power.
revolt of
Is also
132
Yiddish
to
Hebrew
125.
for
So there's already
congratulations.
quite extensive foreign relations with Rome that are
Result
happening
equals
from Judea
constellation.
well
Love.
before
So
the wars
equals
occurred.
good.
Now, what about those
Hiding.
Jews
Yiddish
living
Hebrew for
actually
July.
in Rome? There's a certain degree of
Traditional
Roman
drinking
xenophobia that is occurring at this time. Xenophobia is
Hiding
a
equals
type
lie.
of antipathy which
That
is
Shabbos
related to
Yiddish
the
for
fear
good
of the
Sabbath.
strange. That's really
That
what it
equals good.
means. Xenos
Shabbos
in Greek
equals
means
Sabbath.
stranger or foreigner, and phobia, of course, means fear. So the Jews were
Shabbos
behaving in
Shalom
ways
mixed
that
Hockey
the
Yiddish and
Romans
Hebrew.
could not fully
Peaceful
understand.
Sabbath.
And we can see this in the
Zay
scattered
Yiddish for
references to
healthy.
Jews that we have in Roman
Zay
literature
equals D.
from the
Yazan
first century
equals
before
healthy.
the Common Era, right up through the next few centuries.
Use like to take
Many
care.
of them were brought as
Hanang
slaves
Yiddish
by
for thank
Pompey,
you.
and they're
Thank
looked down
equals thank.
upon
Thank
because of their
equals
lower social
thanks.
status. Of course, the majority of the population of Rome were slaves at this
Shane
time,
thank.
but the Jews
Yiddish
were
for
especially
thank you
strange
very
slaves
much.
to them.
Thank
Cicero
equals
has a
thank. Shane
fascinating
equals
passage in
beautiful.
something
Thank
that
equals
was important
thanks.
in year 7
Kolega
before the
Yiddish
Common
for
Era,
all the
where
best.
he's involved in a trial of a freedman named
The left equals
Beres,
all,
who was
none equals
apparently
good.
Jewish influence.
Essay Troy Yiddish
was really
slang
quite a
contraction of Hebrew
competitive
Yasher
ideology at
they
the
do
time,
have strength.
and actually attracted a lot of Roman converts as well.
These
There's
stands
some
for well
estimates to say
done.
that among
Jewish
citizens,
Yiddish for drag, carry.
Jews constitute as much
Jews
as
for calling
10%
something
of
with
the
effort
Roman
or for
population, which is
someone
pretty
who lags
significant.
behind.
But at any rate, what does Cicero say in the context of the trial? He makes a pun that says, "What has a Jew to do with a Verus?" Verus, of course, being one of the plaintiffs or defendants in this case, and Verus
Also
in
a person
Latin slang means pig. So the fact that Cicero could make a pun about how this Verus, who is influenced by Jews, perhaps adopts some Jewish practices, Jewish meaning, he would stay far away from the pig, and yet his name itself means pig. And that's a kind of a convoluted pun, but the fact that Cicero could make this pun, and that the pun would be well received theoretically by his audience, or else he wouldn't have said it, just indicates some sense of the consciousness of Jews that there was some awareness of Jewish practices, and they were regarded with some suspicion. For example, the fact that Jews took off an unheard of one day in Sabbath to rest the Sabbath. This was far greater frequency than Romans would normally, and so Jews were considered slothful. The fact that Jews had certain initiation rites, especially for men, circumcision, made them seem somewhat misanthropic or clannish to Romans who were not necessarily willing to go through this process in order to, be part of Jewish society. And dietary rules, things like that, are all seen as kind of clannish behavior. So there's certainly a degree of mistrust and misunderstanding that goes with the Roman environment, but comparatively speaking, it's not especially strenuous and difficult. We'll speak more about that when we look at the early Christian period. There are, however, some very significant figures who actually showed significant favor to the Jews, including Julius Caesar himself, who was regarded very favorably by the Jews, and they mourned his death quite conspicuously as well. So this is the kind of environment that Jews are living in Italy, coming originally as a diaspora community, then coming in, and there are quite a few slaves, and eventually those slaves are naturally freedmen as well. There's even evidence of a very old synagogue in Ostia as early as the 1st century, before the war erupted, with some rather remarkable and very strong evidence of Jewish settlement. Now, what about that massive wave of post-war refugees that come after the First War? Of course, we know that the Romans, we talked about this in several other lectures before, made a tremendous amount of political hay out of the defeat of Judea. That's partially for the reasons of supporting the new Flavian dynasty that was formed by Vespasian and his sons after him. The Flavians, unlike previous emperors, did not come from high nobility. They had much more humble origins, and therefore, in order to impress upon the Roman public that they were deserving of imperial rule, then they emphasized their military excellence. And you see this with the Great March of Titus. You see it with the Dea Capta coin,
especially Jewish
reference
villages of
this
Eastern Europe.
huge military victory, which is really, within the context of other Roman military victories, although it was very hard fought and required tremendous resources, it was not like a conquest of a new swath of European landmass. It was just the putting down of a provincial revolt. But nevertheless, the Romans, especially after the Flavians, invested a huge amount of energy in promoting this victory because it had political purposes. Of course, that doesn't work today in modern society. I'm just joking. I'm sorry, I can't help it. It's like, but we see some really fascinating things about these Jews coming in. Have a look at this remarkable graves dates from the first century. And when we decipher the Latin, it reads as follows. Claudia Astor,
Around with the skinny top.
Claudia Astor, a prisoner
Going in circles
from
in
Jerusalem.
efficiency.
So this is
Zal
a
David
great
Mazel
marker
Yiddish
of
blessing.
a young woman.
Made it be with love.
Astor is probably a Latinization of the term Esther.
10 days of repentance surround by Heshivah, the period from Rosh Hashanah through Yom Kippur.
Tiberius
equals Hebrew
Claudius
for 10.
Proculus. I wonder if the Claudius are somehow
I
intentional.
equals Hebrew 4
He
days
was
of
an imperial freedman.
Teshuvah equals
And
Hebrew for
when she
repentance
died,
referred.
he, as the stone says, took care of the epitaph.
10th
Put
of
up
Eve,
this
10th of
epitaph
Tevet, a fast
for
day commemorating the
his life.
Babylonian siege
I
of
ask
Jerusalem.
you, make sure
Asara
through the
equals
law that
Hebrew
you
for
take
10.
care that no one
Tevet
casts
peace
down
equals Hebrew
my
for in Tevet
inscription.
the 10th month.
She lived 25 years. This is a fascinating document.
17th of Tammuz, a fast day marking breaches in Jerusalem gas walls.
If she was a prisoner from
Shishak
Jerusalem
equals
in
Hebrew
the
for
first
17.
war, that she would have been taken off to Rome earlier than, let's
Tammuz
say,
equals
70.
Heber in Tammuz the 4th month.
If she lived
Abraham on the
25 years,
patriarch of the Jewish
maybe
people. Equals
this
Hebrew
is
for
15
father.
years beyond that, so this would be roughly the year
Hamid equals
85.
Hebrew for multitude.
And I'm assuming
Nate
she's
means
taken,
father
let's
of
say, as a
many
10-year-old
nations.
girl. Could have been older. There's no real way to know. Though it's very
Hadilo
clear
Yada
that her
Hadilo
husband,
Yada Thur and
who
praise me
apparently
because
was a
one does
Roman,
not know.
married her, not a Jewish
Equals
man,
Hebrew for
that he was
until.
deeply in love with her
B
because
equals Aramaic
produced
for
this
that.
expensive
Low
stone
equals
to
Hebrew
mark
for
her
not.
grave. And I think it's especially poignant that, he
Yada
asks
Yada
that
equals
this stone
Aramaic for no.
remain.
Refers to the mitzvah of drinking until one can distinguish between blessed Mordecai and first
See
payment.
the stone itself. But it gives you just a little bit of a hint as
Adam
to the
perished
kind
in the
of
first man, i.e.
process
Adam.
of acculturation
Adam equals
and
Hebrew for man,
assimilation
human.
that must have been taking
Ham
place
equals Hebrew
in
for
the
the.
immediate post-war
Risen
era
equals
as
Hebrew
these
for
slaves
first.
began to make their way in society. Apparently they
Eretz,
were not
Eretz Hebrew for land or
socially
earth.
delegated
Often
always
refers
to the
to
slave
Eretz
class,
Israel
at least,
equals land of Israel.
the ones that began to reach their status
Cham
as
Talmud
freedmen.
I Kachami, literally students of the wise.
How that process works.
Talmud
But we
I
definitely
equals
have lots
Hebrew
and
for
lots of
students of.
Jews who are flourishing at this time.
Cham
Another
Talmud
indication
equals
of
Hebrew
the
for
strength of the
cities,
Jewish
wise men.
community in the following century or
Expression
so
praising
is
Torah as
the
follows.
creation of several
Havaki
chapels
erase and
for
praise meaning from the
secondary
Torah
burial.
biblically
This is
mandated.
something that was very typical of Jewish practice at the
The
time.
erase equals
It's
Aramaic
described
for from
in
the
the
Torah.
Talmud. There's an entire
Peter
chapter
Kesser
devoted to
Hebrew
this,
for crown.
and there are similar
Kesser is Yiddish
necropolises
Ashkenazic
in Israel, particularly
pronunciation.
in Beishan, where basically what Jews would do is they would
Ketuba,
bring
Ketuba,
their
Kesuba,
dead
Kesuba,
to
Kesuba,
a
Kesuba, Jewish
location,
marriage
and
contract.
they would be left
Ketuba
there
equals
to
Hebrew for written
decompose.
document.
And then afterwards, usually a year afterwards, there would be kind of like a
Ashkenazi
family
Yiddish
celebration
forms equals
where the family
Kesuba,
would go
Kesuba,
collect the
etc.
bones. This was something called
Ketubim, Kesubim writings, third section of the Hebrew
and
Bible.
then they will bring them back to the family crypt where they would be
Ketubim
preserved.
equals Hebrew
So
for
there are
writings.
several of these
Kesubim
family
equals
crypts
Yiddish
and
form.
public
Ketubim
necropolises all
Chapman
across
Tobin Ketubim
the city
Chapman
of
Tobin High Holiday
You can see a
greeting.
map where they are located. The cross, of
Ketubim
course, in the
Ketubim
Christian
equals
catacombs,
Hebrew for writing
and the ones
inscription.
with menorahs, you can see
E
there's some
equals hen.
in the north of
Chapman
Colombia,
equals
and
Hebrew
then
for
the left,
ceiling.
Monteverde,
Tobin
and in the
equals
south
Hebrew
there's
for
quite a
good.
few of them, Viña Vanini and so on,
Means
where
may
there's
you be
clear
inscribed and
evidence
sealed
of
for good.
Jewish burial. All kinds of
Kezai of halachic measure of
menorah is
volume,
perhaps the most
literally life and
significant of
olive.
them. Surprisingly, very little Hebrew is used.
K
Sometimes
equals
a
Hebrew
word
for
or two,
life.
like shalom, but
Zebizes
lots of
equals
Jewish
Hebrew
symbols,
for olive.
the menorah, the lulav, the etron, all kinds of things like that. And some of them are really
The mitzvah of honoring God's
lavishly
parents.
decorated.
It
So
equals
this
Hebrew
one
for
here,
honor.
clocks in the
F
background,
equals
and
Hebrew
the
for
ceiling.
father.
So these
Eva
are
equals Hebrew
upwardly
for head.
mobile people who are
F
spending
equals
money
Hebrew for
on
mother.
graves. I find here's a beautiful
Lamb
wall
legend
painting
Hebrew for
of
bread.
a Baal
Shabbos,
Shem
Shabbos,
date
Shabbat the Sabbath.
that is
Shabbat
obviously very
equals
well
Hebrew for
associated
rest,
with Israel.
cessation.
And I find things like this especially remarkable. This is a
Shabbos, Shabbos
sarcophagus
equals Yiddish form.
showing what must have been a very expensive sculpture of a young
Shabbat
child
the erase of Shabbos, the
patting
erase of
his
Sabbath
pet
observance
puppy.
commanded by Torah himself.
This must have been
The
something
erase
that
of equals
was
Aramaic
dedicated
for
by
from the
very
Torah.
devoted parents, obviously very heartbroken to have suffered
Shabbat
this
the
loss,
Raven and Shabbos,
and to
the
have
Raven and
sought
Sabbath
to
observances
remember
instituted by
their
Rabbi.
child with this
The Raven
gorgeous
equals
piece
Aramaic
of
for
art
from the
to cover
Rabbi.
his tomb, his final resting place. It is also interesting that,
Shabbat
of course,
boy,
that
Shabbos boy,
this
Shabbos boy are not
particular
to employ to
representation
perform
would
tasks
have
prohibited to
presented
Jews
many
on the Sabbath.
problems in the period
Void equals Hebrew Yiddish for nation,
the
not
prevailing customs with regards to 3 dimensions three-dimensional sculptures.
Shakur is morning prayer
which
service.
typically Jews did
Shah
not do
equals
very
Hebrew
much.
for
They
dawn.
had a kind of a cultural allergy to these kinds of
Shamos
representations. So
Shemot sacred
perhaps
texts.
that
They
is a
message
suggestion
cannot be
as to
discarded normally.
lower level of
Shema equals
education
Hebrew for
of
names
Jewish education
referring
of
to
these
God
people.
as names.
Hard to say exactly. We also have evidence of another
Title
Jewish
Sheitel with
community
warranties of
growing.
married Jewish women.
This, of course, is the
Title
Christian,
equals Yiddish for
which
with.
is still a
Shulcano
very
Shulchanit Purim gift
strong
packages.
Jewish movement. And as we'll talk in another lecture, they're still trying to
Shulk
actually
equals
work
Hebrew
out
for sending.
what is
Unismanos equals Hebrew
appropriate
for portions.
posture of the
Shalom
Christian
Aleichem, greeting peace be
vis-a-vis
upon
the
you.
other religion of Judaism. Are Christians supposed to be
Shalom
celebrating
equals Hebrew
Jewish
for peace.
calendar events? Are
Aleichem
they
equals
supposed to be
Hebrew
keeping
for upon
kosher?
you,
What
plural.
exactly are they supposed to be
Shalom,
doing?
that
It
is
is
Shalom,
over the
David, peace
course
in the home.
of the first 2 centuries of the Christian movement that you begin to see
Shalom equals
the
Hebrew for
gradual
peace.
de-Judaization
That is
of the
equals
community
Hebrew for
as
house.
more ethnic
Shalosh Rivon is the
non-Jews
3
are
pilgrimage
attracted to
festivals.
the movement. So, and that also represents a shift in
Shalosh equals Hebrew for
relationship
3.
of the early Christian
Recalling
community
equals
with
Hebrew
the
for legs,
Jewish
footsteps,
community as
referring
well,
to going up
which
to
has a
Jerusalem.
turning point in the early 4th century with the conversion of Constantine.
Shalosh Sidat,
shown
Shalosh
here
Pseudos,
in this
Shalashut
sculpture.
is the 3rd meal
By
of
that
Shabbat.
time, in the early 4th century,
Shalosh
though, you
equals
still
Hebrew for
have
3.
a fairly strong Jewish community, and by one estimate,
Sudat equals
the
Heber for
Christian
meals.
and Jewish populations
Shalashut is
are
equals
more or
Yiddish
less the same
pronunciation.
size,
Sham
more or less
Shemesh,
the
the
same
helper
proportion
candle of the
in
menorah
the
or the
overall
synagogue
Roman Empire.
attendant.
After Constantine's conversion and the conversion of the
Sham
state,
Shemesh equals
recognizing
Hebrew for
that
attendant,
Christianity as a
helper,
legitimate
servant.
religion, then of course the balance shifts very heavily towards
Shamar
Christianity.
Bar 14 from the 10 Commandments regarding Shabbat. Shamar equals Hebrew for guard, keep.
Of the city and the Roman Empire. What happens after
Shabbat
this is we
limited
begin
like
to
shadows,
see Jews
limited
now
is
as
proportion
free
allows,
following
galactic
the
religion of
legions
daylight.
to various parts
Shabbat
of
shadows
the
equals Hebrew
You
for
see
hours.